Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. This world collapsed on the day when mysterious portals opened and bloodthirsty creatures poured out. Along with them came the Tower, a system where awakened humans, endowed with superpowers, were summoned. The world celebrated the hunters, immense titans, who crushed mobs on their way to worldwide fame. But our hero wasn't one of them. A weakling who had lost all his loved ones, he was fit only to watch the top hunters from the sidelines. In his group, he was a pathetic pawn. Hunters higher in rank beat him up and mocked his worthlessness. One day, they went on a sortie, the hero was sent ahead, and suddenly someone kicked him from behind, sending him straight into a trap among the bloodthirsty creatures. They simply watched and laughed, while our weakling desperately fought back. But his strength was running out, and then he made a decision. He began to provoke the creatures' aggression, and they suddenly rushed at his supposed friends, who were actually complete bastards. But in the chaos, one monster finally caught up with him. He thought he died a worthless life, but then a door appeared before his eyes, followed by a system notification inviting him to the tower. Then he woke up on the cold floor in the middle of a huge hall. He jolts upright in shock, unsure whether he is alive or dead. Panic drives him to his feet as he tries to understand what just happened. The memory of the hound about to kill him flashes vividly in his mind. He remembers the hunters dying and himself being moments from the same fate. Realizing he is still breathing, he can hardly believe he survived. Then he hears again that the tower is inviting him. He pieces together that he was summoned at death and somehow revived through a coin. The tower explains that death inside it is not always final if you use the coins you are given. It shows that this rule applies to everyone, not just him. A coin can be spent to restore a dead climber to life. In that sense, he has been revived just like anyone else in the tower could be. He recalls that the number of coins differs from person to person and is only revealed after the tutorial is cleared. A status window formally welcomes Ju Hyunsu to the tower. It informs him that he is currently on the first floor. He learns that the tutorial spans the first through fifth floors. The system then gives its simple command to keep climbing. Seeing the status window for himself makes the tower finally feel real. Hyunsu remembers how long he prepared for this day by studying every guide released by the government and guilds. He also trained his body as hard as he could so he would not waste the chance if it ever came. Now that the opportunity has finally arrived, he refuses to lose it. He steadies himself and resolves to stay calm instead of being swept away by emotion. With that decision made, he steps forward into the tutorial. He enters the first floor ready to fight for his future. The first floor opens into a forest, and he immediately spots a goblin ahead. The system gives him his first task: defeat one goblin. Because the scene matches the official guides, he initially feels reassured that he knows what to expect. The goblin chatters at him, but Hyunsu stays focused. Still, something about the creature's behavior feels off to him. He closes the distance carefully instead of rushing blindly. Deciding that killing it here is the fastest way to secure his footing, he commits to the attack. He bursts forward before the goblin can react. His first strike lands hard and draws blood. He follows through with relentless close-quarters attacks. The goblin is driven back and overwhelmed by the sudden assault. Hyunsu adjusts his grip and keeps pressing the advantage. He pins the goblin down and raises his knife for the finish. Then he drives the blade in decisively and kills it. The system confirms the goblin's defeat and announces that the first floor is cleared. That easy victory gives him a surge of confidence. He starts to believe that if the tutorial is really only this difficult, he can climb the tower after all. But his confidence is shattered when another goblin suddenly stabs him from behind. The betrayal of his expectations leaves him stunned. As he reels from the wound, he realizes there is another enemy despite the guides insisting there would only be one. The second goblin grins while holding the knife it used to ambush him. Bleeding and collapsing, Hyunsu understands that the official information was wrong. He curses the situation as the trap becomes clear. A coin appears again as death closes in for the second time. The tower deducts one coin and sends him back to his save point. Revived once more, Hyunsu realizes he can repeat attempts by paying with his life. That also confirms that the tutorial guides distributed by the authorities were false. He immediately starts thinking through what that deception means. If the government and guilds knowingly spread lies about the tutorial, then countless people were sent in unprepared. He cannot understand their motive, but he knows uncovering it must wait until he survives. So he returns to the first floor with a new, colder mindset. For now, he decides, the only thing that matters is climbing. This time he waits for hours instead of charging in, determined to find the hidden goblin first. Remembering how badly rashness cost him, he chooses patience and caution over confidence. At last, he notices movement. A goblin appears, wandering carelessly through the brush. Rather than attack immediately, Hyunsu decides to shadow it and see where it leads. Following the goblin through the forest, he discovers a larger structure ahead, hinting that the first floor hides far more than the official guides ever admitted. He realizes the second goblin has appeared, and that the one guarding the strange blue statue is the same creature that stabbed him before. The unexpected object throws him off, because it clearly does not belong in the simple fight he was told to expect. As he studies the glowing statue, he suspects it might be an item, even though the tutorial was supposed to contain none. He remembers an interview where the hunter Kim Hanseong hinted that hidden treasures in the tower are essential for climbing higher. That clue is enough for him to decide the statue matters, so he resolves to seize it no matter what it is. He lunges into action, choosing aggression before the goblins can react. One goblin is caught completely off guard by his sudden attack. His strike drives straight through the first goblin and drops it instantly. The surviving goblin panics as it watches its ally die. He turns on the second goblin and makes it clear this kill is personal revenge for being stabbed earlier. He finishes the goblin in a brutal final blow. With both enemies dead, the system confirms the goblin objective is complete and the first floor is cleared. Now that the fight is over, he approaches the statue as the true prize of the floor. He picks it up, convinced the goblins had been protecting it for a reason. The moment he takes hold of it, he senses that it is no ordinary decoration. Power surges into him from the statue, startling him with its intensity. The statue cracks apart, as if releasing something sealed inside it. The system announces that he is the first person on any server to obtain the statue of Lunati's. He learns that by killing both goblins and claiming the statue, he has completed the tutorial's only hidden quest. The hidden reward activates, declaring that the arrangement of Lunati's has liberated him from the ordinary path. A massive magical phenomenon descends on him as the reward takes effect. He is granted an S-class ability called Eyes that look at the stars, which lets him see hidden information. The sheer value of the reward leaves him stunned, because he has just received a top-tier power. He recalls that even the best publicly recognized ability only reached AAA rank, making this reward feel even more absurd. Realizing he has gained something beyond known standards, he can barely contain his excitement. Once the shock settles, he immediately wonders how to actually use this new ability. When he tested on the first floor clear message, the system reveals there is no hidden information there. That simple test makes him understand the true value of the skill. He can hunt down the tower's hidden rewards. Filled with confidence, he heads for the next floor, determined to exploit every secret he can find. The second floor begins with a forest stage, but he is hit in the shoulder the instant he arrives. The sudden ambush shocks him, because he had no warning at all. He retreats while clutching the wound and spots the distant attacker. He curses the government and guilds for feeding players false information again. The system identifies his target as a kobold, and he realizes the official guide never mentioned that these creatures use weapons. He ducks into the forest to break line of sight and buy time. He forces himself onward despite the pain, knowing he cannot stop in the open. As he catches his breath, he admits he made the same mistake as before by trusting the guide too easily. He regrets not considering more variables before charging ahead. Deciding survival comes first, he uses a healing item on himself instead of pressing the fight wounded. The medicine restores him enough to move again, and he feels his body come back to life. He reasons that the kobolds will track him by smell, so he needs a way to hide his scent before facing their weapons. He notices a strange substance on his hand and is disgusted by it at first. He activates Eyes that look at the stars to identify what he has found. The ability reveals it as facade tree essence, something that can mask him from kobold senses and is safe to spread on his body. He realizes the skill does more than expose secrets in menus. It can pull up exactly the hidden information he needs in the moment. With a workable plan at last, he steels himself and prepares to counterattack. A kobold archer searches for him, confused that its prey has seemingly vanished. Hidden above it in a tree and coated in the essence, he waits for the perfect opening. He drops from concealment before the kobold can react. The kobold only notices him at the last possible instant. He crashes down on the kobold with overwhelming force and kills it in one ambush. He follows through without hesitation, making sure the enemy cannot recover. The finishing blow leaves the kobold broken beneath him. The floor clears, and the system praises him for using the scent masking essence correctly on his first try. He also receives 300 points for the clear. Then his hidden information skill points him toward an odd extra action, pulling out the kobold's left ring fingernail. Though the instruction sounds ridiculous, the promise of another hidden benefit tempts him. He follows the bizarre hint and tears out the nail anyway. Having taken every useful secret he can find, he turns toward the portal to move on. Before leaving, the system provides food and water as part of the tutorial support. While eating, he confirms that the portal opening after a floor clear matches what players had said. He also remembers that clearing floors unlocks the community feature, and that becomes his next priority. The community opens for the Korea server, flooding him with messages from other trapped players. One post angrily complains that the first floor had more than one goblin, exactly matching his own experience. That confirms his suspicion that the official information was false for others too, not just for him. The replies mock the complaint and insist the first floor only had one goblin, showing that most people still trust the lie. He notices how completely the crowd dismisses the truth teller, and starts reading the situation more carefully. He decides to join the discussion himself, but under a disguise. To avoid exposing his identity, he registers a deliberately ridiculous nickname. The absurd persona appears publicly, giving him cover to speak without being traced easily. He plans to post hints that only real victims of the false guide would recognize, hoping to draw out people who know the truth. The bait works immediately, as several players confirm the hidden second goblin and the danger of being attacked from behind. Seeing those responses, he realizes he may be able to gather allies by sharing real strategies. Knowing others will catch on quickly, he decides he has to keep moving and stay ahead. He enters the third floor before anyone else can capitalize on what he knows. The new objective tells him to break through traps, and he is dropped into a corridor built entirely around killing intruders. He is stunned that a tutorial floor would revolve around lethal traps. The corridor immediately erupts with attacks, proving the stage is far deadlier than advertised. He barely reacts in time as another trap nearly catches him. Spears shoot up beneath him, threatening to skewer him on the spot. He twists away and survives by a narrow margin. Only after landing between the spikes does he realize how close he came to dying. He remembers that the fake strategy told players to probe the traps with their hands. Now he understands the intent behind that lie. Anyone who followed it would lose a hand at minimum. That betrayal hardens his resolve, and he swears he will stop following the official guidance entirely. He activates eyes that look at the stars again to turn the floor's hidden logic against itself. The ability flares to life as he focuses on the corridor. He pushes forward with the skill active, trusting it more than any public guide. The system reveals the locations of every trap in the corridor, finally giving him control of the stage. With the hidden map in mind, he starts threading through the death corridor. He reads the spear pattern and moves through the gaps instead of triggering them blindly. By exploiting the traps against one another, he clears the third floor without taking a hit and earns a large point reward. Even after succeeding, he is appalled that a tutorial was designed to kill beginners this brutally. This time the clear reward includes a special lunchbox that boosts restoration, almost as if the tower knows it pushed him too far. As he eats, he reflects on how vicious the trap floor really was. His ability keeps identifying individual traps, such as a crushing pendulum disguised with a harmless name. It also exposes a fire trap, letting him dodge another lethal surprise. He slips past a spinning blade trap as well, surviving only because he can see what others cannot. He admits to himself that without this ability, no amount of ordinary resources would have gotten him through. That thought reminds him of another reward unlocked by clearing the third floor. He opens his status and sees his basic stats for the first time. Although most of his attributes are average, his magic stands out, and he takes pride in believing it may be the highest among the current tutorial players. Pleased with that discovery, he turns back to the community with fresh confidence. In his good mood, he decides to post the real third floor strategy and stir things up again. Far above the tutorial, the story shifts to the residential area on the tower's 30th floor. A cigarette ember hints at someone dangerous taking notice. A scarred Sangoon Guild rookie named Choi Sangmo worries that with only one coin left, he must somehow rise in rank or be discarded. He knows too many secrets about the guild and its leader, and believes they would kill him if he became useless. His frustration boils over as he slams his hand down in anger. A subordinate bursts in to report that another troublemaker has appeared in the tutorial community. The report makes clear that someone is once again disrupting the false information Sangoon has been controlling. Already irritated, Sanmo demands to see the post himself. He finds a new strategy post from the disguised player, openly promising to tell the truth about the third floor traps. The post lays out the first half of the trap sequence in detail, immediately proving the writer knows the floor firsthand. It then exposes the rest of the route, and openly mocks anyone still trusting the government and guild-issued guide. The writer goes further, accusing the government and major guilds of deliberate cruelty before vanishing from the thread. Enraged at being publicly undermined, Sangmo smashes through the room in a violent outburst. His subordinate can only panic as the guild enforcer loses control. Sangmo orders his people to send out the kids and find the anonymous poster immediately. The subordinate rushes out to carry out the search. Sangmo realizes this leak threatens his own survival, because if he cannot contain it, Sangoon will execute him. He swears to kill the person exposing their scheme. Back in the tutorial, the protagonist notices an announcement arriving and has no idea he has just made a powerful enemy. The system informs him that his strategy helped latecomers, so he is being awarded the title Attacker. The title grants all stats plus 10 and introduces a contribution system tied to how useful his public strategies are. He is stunned because titles are rare growth-type rewards associated with top-level hunters. Delighted that sharing information can make him stronger, he eagerly checks the responses to his post. The comments show that multiple players were saved by his guidance, and their gratitude directly fuels his new reward. He starts imagining these rescued players as future comrades who may understand him better than anyone else. But the thread also draws hostile replies from Sangoon accounts trying to discredit him. He recognizes the pattern and suspects these people are guild operatives trying to smother the truth. He concludes they are afraid the public will discover that the guilds and government collaborated on fake strategies. Rather than back down, he becomes more determined to expose every lie they have planted. While they waste time hunting for him, he decides to keep growing in secret. He vows that by the time they find him, he will be stronger than the people trying to silence him. His hidden information skill then reveals a secret area on the third floor called the Pit of the Underworld. He immediately dives into the hidden zone, gambling on another concealed reward. The gamble pays off with several hidden items, including a broken mainspring, an intermediate arcane gem, and a single-use burst flame scroll. He also identifies a dark orb that can illuminate the fourth floor, giving him a crucial advantage before he even arrives there. Armed with those secrets, he enters the fourth floor, where the official task is simply to climb a cliff. His ability spots a hidden blue tree on the cliff and hints that taking it will trigger something good. That discovery excites him, because the tower keeps rewarding him whenever he trusts hidden information over the official route. He clears the fourth floor while gleefully declaring that every public strategy for it was wrong. Only afterward does he realize the cliff's height scales with how many items a player carries, meaning the official advice would have gotten him crushed repeatedly. As he vents, a strange purple magic stone rolls into view. The stone bears a glowing name carved into it. He notices the inscription and immediately senses it may be important. Reading the name John Traylor aloud, he examines the stone more carefully with his special eyes. The hidden text reveals John Traylor was a wise man who once climbed as high as the 92nd floor. He learns that this ancient climber challenged the tower using only the homunculi he created, and the revelation of someone reaching the 92nd floor leaves him astonished. As he questions whether the tower predates humanity, and what homunculus really is, he realizes the truth will only come from climbing higher. The towering structure itself reinforces his suspicion that the tower existed long before people ever recognized it. He stops dwelling on the mystery and forces himself to think practically. Deciding speculation is useless for now, he prepares his gear and focuses on the next challenge. He resolves to uncover the tower's secrets naturally as he ascends and steps toward the next gate. With that decision made, he enters what he knows is the final floor of the tutorial. He commits himself fully and charges in. The 5th floor begins with a boss fight, while the system also reveals hidden skill boxes scattered across the field for beginners. He receives early access to the 5th floor's reward system and, more importantly, the ability to open his skill window. Seeing the floor's difficulty drop, he gambles that his newly usable skills might let him push the system into giving him a better setup. Instead, the system evaluates him personally, notes his unusual ability and wounded condition, and warns him that the boss scales to the challenger. His gamble backfires immediately when the system raises the difficulty instead of lowering it. A 3-star fisherman warrior is summoned in front of him as the boss. He instantly realizes he may have pushed the tutorial far beyond what a beginner should face. The system identifies the enemy as a downgraded tutorial version of a dangerous fisherman fighter that uses fangs and a trident to subdue prey. Even with a land-based debuff preventing the monster from using its skill, he is horrified that a 3-star enemy appeared at all. The fisherman wastes no time and lunges straight at him. He barely avoids the first brutal strike. A second sweeping blow forces him into pure defense as he scrambles to survive. While ducking under the assault, he realizes this supposedly weakened boss is still stronger than monsters he has already beaten. The fisherman keeps pressing him, turning the fight into a desperate chase. He admits he cannot win with his body alone, and decides he must rely on a skill. At that moment, the system announces that all the hidden skill boxes on the field have been located. He quickly assesses the field and notes 2 low-level boxes, 2 high-level boxes, and 1 mid-level box that is farther away. Knowing he has no time to be greedy, he heads for the nearest low-level box first. He prays for anything useful as the monster closes in. He forces the box open in the middle of the pursuit. The fisherman keeps charging, giving him almost no breathing room. The box grants him smoke, a weak F-rank skill, but he immediately sees its tactical value and uses it to block the fisherman's sight. With the enemy blinded, he combines the smoke with sprint and chooses escape over fighting head-on. While fleeing, he spots another skill box and changes course toward it. He pushes himself, convinced he can reach it first. The fisherman leaps after him from above, refusing to let him get away. Its attack crashes into the ground behind him with enough force to shatter the earth. The monster catches him anyway and grabs hold of him before he can break free. He realizes the fisherman's speed is too overwhelming to outrun for long. Pinned in close quarters, he reaches for the sword at his side. He drives the blade into the fisherman's chest to force it off him. The wound enrages the monster rather than stopping it. Its retaliation blasts the area apart and sends debris flying. He is thrown back by the impact and nearly loses control of the fight entirely. The fisherman drags him across the ground, and his sword is knocked away. Then the monster begins charging power into its trident for a finishing strike. As he is hurled toward the distant mid-level box, he seizes the chance and opens it on the spot. He even thanks the fisherman for accidentally throwing him exactly where he needed to be. His luck finally turns when the box grants him a B-rank attack skill called Firebomb. He is elated to finally obtain a skill powerful enough to change the battle. The fisherman attacks again before he can celebrate. Its strike tears through the field and even blasts a hole into the cliff wall. The explosion leaves behind a fresh opening in the rock. He catches himself inside the new cavity and avoids being finished off. From the shelter of the hole, he taunts the fisherman for not even letting him enjoy his good fortune. The fisherman thrusts its charged trident into the opening to kill him where he hides. He answers by releasing smoke again, turning the cramped space into a trap. Using the cover, he slips in close and stabs the fisherman's leg with a short blade. He deliberately chooses a painful wound, testing whether he can break the monster's rhythm through suffering. The fisherman screams in pain as the injury lands. Its body convulses violently, and the attack pattern finally falters. Seeing the opening, he coldly promises the pain has only begun. He unleashes Firebomb point-blank into the fisherman's torso. Flames erupt and begin consuming the monster from within. The fisherman collapses to its knees, stunned and burning. He mocks the smell of scorched fish, savoring the reversal. Knowing the enemy is helpless on land and vulnerable to fire, he presses the advantage without mercy. He finishes the fisherman with another firebomb and sends the body crashing down in flames. The system declares that he has defeated an enemy that was meant to be unbeatable. For overcoming the impossible, he is praised and awarded 1,500 points. Exhausted and stunned, he can only sit there and repeat to himself that he really won. Then the reality hits him, and he erupts in open celebration. The system follows with an additional reward for clearing the 5th floor, with the prize scaled to the boss's level. A new reward descends from above in a burst of light. The reward materializes in front of him with an almost ceremonial glow. The light is so intense that he has to shield his eyes. When it lands, he is knocked back by the force of its arrival. He grabs the strange object and is baffled by what he has received. The reward turns out to be a frog, and the system bluntly informs him that he has obtained a pet. His joy collapses into disbelief that this absurd creature is supposed to count as a reward. The frog immediately starts moving around on its own while he stares in confusion. The system identifies it as a chaos frog with unknown potential, a creature that happened to be nearby when the fisherman was summoned and may one day grow into a being of chaos. His shock deepens when the system adds that the frog is currently stronger than he is. The pet tutorial warns him that a stronger pet with low rapport might even bite its owner. He can only stare at the frog and accept that the ridiculous warning is probably serious. The frog casually spits out a blob of chaotic energy. That spit lands on a rock and immediately begins corroding it. The stone dissolves into bubbling sludge, proving the frog's threat is real. He grimly admits that the pet truly is stronger than him. Still, he decides he cannot let a dangerous creature remain attached to him and tries to leave it behind. He tells the frog to stay there and live on its own while he walks away. The frog silently watches him go. Its blank stare makes the moment awkward rather than final. He nervously wonders whether it is about to spit at him. Instead, the frog simply hops onto his shoulder, as if it has already chosen him. Relieved, he realizes the pet is not trying to resist him after all. He accepts the arrangement, proposes mutual respect, and decides they should get along from now on. With the frog riding on his shoulder, he heads onward together with his new companion. The system confirms he has fully cleared the tutorial, lifts its restrictions, and directs him to follow the guidebook. He steps out of the tutorial area at last. He arrives on the 6th floor, a crowded city-like safe zone filled with other survivors. The system explains that the 6th floor is a sanctuary where injuries heal slowly and killing is forbidden. He takes in the bustling street and realizes he is no longer isolated. Seeing how many people made it through the tutorial leaves him genuinely surprised. The frog suddenly reacts to something, drawing his attention. He jokingly scolds the frog for its attitude, still treating it like a cheeky partner rather than a pet. Since he cannot keep calling it Froggy forever, he asks for its name. When the frog leaves the naming to him, he decides to choose something grand enough for a chaotic creature stronger than himself. The frog eagerly waits, convinced a magnificent name is coming. He names it Deoxys, and the frog is visibly horrified by the result. He doubles down by formally declaring it the Chaos Super Frog Deoxys. Mistaking the frog's outraged flailing for excitement, he assumes it loves the name. Before the argument can continue, a smiling stranger approaches and asks whether he has just cleared the tutorial. The man introduces himself as Kim Seong-hoon of the Blue Dragon Guild and offers him a baekwan as a helpful treatment. When he inspects the item, he discovers it is a top-grade potion laced with forced oblivion magic that alters memories of the tutorial. He immediately understands that the veterans who dismissed his strategies may have done so because their memories were tampered with. Old comments from other climbers about vaguely remembering the tutorial suddenly take on a sinister meaning. The realization leaves him furious. He concludes that people do not merely forget with time. Their tutorial memories are being deliberately erased. He begins to suspect that the government and major guilds promote baekwan precisely to keep newcomers ignorant. When he asks Seong-hoon whether he has taken one too, the man casually confirms it and identifies himself as a saver. Seong-hoon presses him to take the baekwan immediately as treatment. He hesitates, unsettled by being urged to use it on the spot. Before he can decide, a badly injured man is teleported in nearby, and Seong-hoon explains that baekwan is supposed to be administered in front of a saver. The wounded newcomer panics because he expected only one person to appear, and Seong-hoon immediately orders that baekwan be given to him. Hearing the man accuse the government and major guilds of lying confirms the conspiracy in the protagonist's mind. Even Deoxys reacts sharply to the outburst. Then Deoxys' tongue points him toward the truth that the injured man is someone who failed on the 1st floor. He is startled by the implication. Thinking fast, he lies that he already consumed the baekwan, and Seong-hoon accepts it while asking for his name for the records. The scene shifts to the outer area of the 6th floor, where he withdraws to think in private. Back at an inn, he thanks Deoxys for helping him survive and notices the frog has unlocked a recovery skill. He is amused that the mystical pet gained healing simply by eating a baekwan, then realizes that detail may matter. Remembering the online community members who will soon reach this floor, he decides he has to warn them. He hurriedly begins writing a strategy guide for the 5th floor and an explanation about the baekwan deception. He refuses to let people like him be sacrificed through ignorance. After finishing the strategy, he prepares for the next step. He opens the guidebook to see what else he can use. The guidebook reveals a prize money system with his current rank at bronze and an upgrade path that costs points. It also informs him that rare items unavailable in the regular store can be found through the auction house. Excited, he browses the auction listings and starts scanning the available gear. Then his special eyes react to one particular item, making him stop. The item is Peline Yellow Armor, an E-rank piece with mediocre listed stats, yet his ability insists it matters. Trusting the same instinct that carried him this far, he decides to believe his eyes over the item's poor description. He buys the armor for 2,000 points. The price enrages him the moment the purchase is final, especially after learning he cannot resell it for a week. But the hidden truth is revealed at once. The armor is one of 7 sealed pieces once used by Peline, a challenger who reached the 99th floor. That revelation stuns him, because it points to someone who climbed even higher than the figures he already knew. He compares it to the arcane gem from the 3rd floor, which belonged to a man who only reached the 92nd floor and created Homunculus. Realizing this armor comes from a 99th floor challenger, he understands he has found something extraordinary. Now convinced he can use his special ability to track the rest, he decides to gather the entire Peline set. After searching for another hour without finding more pieces, he settles for what he has and accepts that the purchase was still worth it. At the very least, he ends the session with a stronger longsword and a clearer sense that his path upward is tied to hidden relics and buried truths. After stocking up on practical gear and potions, Jo Hyun-soo finally feels like he has the basics of a real hunter. With shopping finished, he decides the next step is to awaken and strengthen himself. The system rewards him for completing its training and grants him 500 points. It immediately begins his awakening process. The awakening hits him like agony, forcing his body through a violent transformation. Power surges through him as the change intensifies beyond his control. The process keeps escalating, as if his entire body is being reforged. By the peak of it, Hyun-soo is engulfed in raw energy and burning force. When the awakening ends, his stats rise sharply, leaving him stunned by how much stronger he has become. The system follows that up by unlocking a new skill and giving him a random skill box. The reward appears inside his bag on its own, surprising him. Then another message reveals that hidden pieces are gathering in one place. Several special items respond at once, including the skill box, his necklace, a blue branch, a strange mainspring, and even a purified null nail. Those hidden pieces begin to merge under a burst of blue energy. The fusion completes in a dazzling reaction. As a result, his random skill box is upgraded all the way to the highest grade. The system treats it as a first-time feat, promising the best possible skill and awarding him 5,000 more points. Hyun-soo can barely believe he has been handed the top reward from the highest grade box. He opens it immediately, bracing for something extraordinary. The box grants him an S-class ability called Skill Synthesis. The sheer value of that reward overwhelms him with joy. He celebrates wildly with the auction, thrilled that he now possesses an S-class skill. The system then announces an even stranger milestone. He is the first person on the server to hold 2 abilities, something that should have been impossible. That impossible notice abruptly cuts through his excitement. The auction reacts to a chaotic force nearby, and the system identifies the creature as being wary of interference from chaotic energy. That reaction triggers a hidden quest called Development of a New Path. The quest promises a reward and checks Hyun-soo's current coin count to determine the challenge. The result is terrible at first. He only has 3 coins left. Hyun-soo is alarmed to realize how close he is to running out. Then the system recalculates his status. As a challenger's benefit, his coin total begins increasing. The increase keeps repeating again and again without stopping. The system continues stacking the same benefit until the count breaks normal limits. His coin display finally flips from a finite number to infinity. The system confirms that Jo Hyun-soo now has infinite coins. A new hidden quest appears, ordering him to climb the 100th floor tower for unknown rewards. Hyun-soo is left staring at the word infinite, unsure whether this is a blessing or a trap. At first he exults, thinking endless coins mean he can buy his way to the top, become an S-class hunter, and leave rich and famous. Then he remembers the tower's exit condition. One can only leave by running out of coins or conquering the tower. That realization turns his triumph into panic, because infinite coins mean he cannot escape by waiting it out. He grimly concludes that the only way out is to clear all the way to the 100th floor. When he compares that goal to the pace of famous hunters, it feels impossibly far away, though the system notes time inside the tower moves twice as fast as outside. Even with that advantage, he estimates the climb could still consume at least a decade of his life and breaks down in frustration. Elsewhere on the 6th floor, independent climbers are being repeatedly checked by authorities even after inspections were supposedly finished. The harassment is wearing thin, and tempers are rising against the enforcers. One of the frustrated climbers suddenly lashes out, but the attack is effortlessly intercepted by Oh Ji-hyuk, the 6th floor disposal officer, a man marked with the title Killer. The attacker immediately tries to back down and leave the matter there. Ji-hyuk studies the report and decides the situation is more troublesome than it first appeared because it may involve the elusive pretty princess. That suspicion sharpens his attention at once. He summons the subordinate responsible for the 4th report. Ji-hyuk orders that man brought before him immediately. The nervous subordinate is dragged and under guard. Still not understanding the danger, the man asks what is wrong. Ji-hyuk answers with violence instead of explanation. He cripples the subordinate in an instant, making clear that failure will be punished personally. The man collapses screaming, his mistake now painfully obvious. Ji-hyuk seizes him and forces him to listen. He demands whether the man understands how badly he failed. First, Ji-hyuk condemns him for doing the double check carelessly and leaving the square without permission. Second, he says the unknown person they lost may be the one the guild specifically warned them to watch for. Third, because they lost that person, they no longer know where he is. After laying out the charges, Ji-hyuk coldly tells the broken subordinate to be grateful he was spared. He then orders every portal on the 6th floor shut down while they search for someone named Kim Jong-soo. His men rush to carry out the lockdown. Back at the inn, Hyunsu and Deokshin wake from a rest together. After eating a full meal, Hyunsu finally feels steady enough to think again. He vents his anger at how the portals are being blocked as if the big guilds own the entire floor. Listening to nearby complaints, he learns the major guilds are backing Sengun's heavy-handed control and shutting out everyone else. That overheard news shocks him because it confirms the portals really are blocked. He slips away from the inn to verify the situation for himself. Moving through the trees, he approaches the area in secret. From hiding, he confirms that every portal has indeed been sealed off. At the last remaining portal, he sees only a small guard force and wonders if brute force might be his only option. But he hesitates because he still has no clear sense of how strong he really is. He also knows his lack of real combat experience could get him killed. Before he can decide, an explosion erupts elsewhere, creating a sudden distraction across the floor. The unexpected blast catches him off guard. At the portal, independent climbers openly protest the blockade and demand passage upward. The enforcers answer by declaring resistance punishable, escalating the standoff. Ji-hyuk arrives in person, and his reputation alone makes the crowd recoil. The protesters immediately lose their nerve and begin dispersing. Ji-hyuk, however, is still fixated on finding Kim Jong-soo. He reveals he has already warned the 10th floor to detain Kim Jong-soo if he appears there, and now orders identity checks on every independent climber at this portal. He formally closes the square and tightens Sengun's control over the area. He also arranges a rapid response team to appear the moment he fires a signal flare. Before he can settle in, another explosion interrupts him. Ji-hyuk immediately turns toward the disturbance, sensing a direct challenge. The blast throws the outer area into confusion, and his men scramble toward the square. Ji-hyuk launches himself toward the source without hesitation. In the smoke, someone coughs and waits rather than fleeing. Hyunsu steps out in disguise, now wearing the necklace-turned helmet and armor, with the action clinging to him. He has deliberately used the chaos to approach the least protected portal. Ji-hyuk sees through the move at once, identifies him as Kim Jong-soo, and the system throws Hyunsu an unexpected quest to defeat the killer, and sees one of his skills. The title killer alone is enough to make Hyunsu tense up. Ji-hyuk attacks first, diving straight at him like a predator. His opening kick lands with crushing force. The impact blasts Hyunsu away in a cloud of dust. Ji-hyuk closes in and says that whether Hyunsu is Kim Jong-soo or Pretty Princess, he now has to uncover the truth. He toys with the idea of killing Hyunsu first to make that easier. The system identifies Oh Ji-hyuk as the 6th floor disposal officer, a killer from the Sangun Guild, and reveals some of his combat skills. Hyunsu realizes the pain of that first strike came from Ji-hyuk's disposal officer strength, and asks what he means by saying this cannot be helped. Ji-hyuk explains his logic. If Hyunsu is Pretty Princess, killing him stops future attacks, and if not, he still cannot be allowed to go free. He adds that Hyunsu's hidden movements match Pretty Princess more than the loud protesters in the square. Hyunsu understands that Ji-hyuk has correctly deduced his stealthy pattern and recognizes how dangerous his opponent is. Instead of retreating, Hyunsu decides the riskiest move is the only one left and resolves to punish Ji-hyuk for treating lives so casually. Ji-hyuk fires a flare into the sky, summoning reinforcements while keeping pressure on Hyunsu. He smugly says the guild will handle Hyunsu soon, and he will simply enjoy himself until they arrive. Hyunsu is furious that Ji-hyuk can casually spend a 3,000-point flare while he has had to scrape together cheap gear. That anger pushes him into motion as he activates sprint and charges. Their weapons collide, and Hyunsu finally tests himself directly against a high-level opponent. He manages to read and catch one of Ji-hyuk's attacks instead of being overwhelmed. Ji-hyuk counters with his kicking skill, trying to break Hyunsu's guard through sheer impact. Confident in his advantage, Ji-hyuk tries to crush him outright. Hyunsu barely holds the blow off with his sword and armor. Then he reveals his edge. Thanks to his ability, he already knows Ji-hyuk's main skills and can bait them. That admission unsettles Ji-hyuk for the first time. He lunges again before Hyunsu can press the advantage. The two exchange a rapid series of slashes and counters, either willing to yield ground. Hyunsu commits to a heavy overhead strike, forcing Ji-hyuk to defend. He drives the attack down with enough force to shake the field. Ji-hyuk answers by raising a magical shield, and Hyunsu instantly recognizes the defensive skill. Ji-hyuk mocks him for thinking a straightforward attack could ever get through. Hyunsu immediately changes tactics and unleashes Firebomb instead. He knows a B-class attack should be enough to shatter a D-class shield. The blast scorches Ji-hyuk and forces a pained reaction out of him. When the smoke clears, Ji-hyuk is burned and visibly rattled, though still standing. Humiliated, he sneers that Hyunsu is only a tutorial climber and has no right to challenge him. Hyunsu senses a clear shift in Ji-hyuk's presence and realizes the fight is entering a deadlier phase. Ji-hyuk suddenly slips behind him with frightening speed. A brutal kick slams into Hyunsu from the blind side. The force drives Hyunsu back into a tree and worsens his injuries. Reeling, he realizes Ji-hyuk's damage output has spiked and suspects a hidden trump card. The system confirms it. Ji-hyuk has activated a brooch artifact that doubles his stats for 10 minutes. Another artifact, a weight bracelet that manipulates mass with magic, is also revealed. Hyunsu curses the big guilds for equipping even a 6th floor disposal officer with artifacts. He grimly accepts that facing such advantages could easily cost him limbs if he missteps. Even so, he decides to trust the auction and commit to a reckless plan. He openly declares that he is going to beat Ji-hyuk down no matter what. Ji-hyuk responds with a barrage of afterimage feints, surrounding Hyunsu from multiple angles. The false attacks hammer at Hyunsu's guard and force him to defend blindly. Ji-hyuk revels in the assault, trying to break Hyunsu's nerve as much as his body. But the moment he closes in for the finish, he realizes too late that Hyunsu has been waiting for this. Hyunsu catches Ji-hyuk's empowered leg with both hands and traps him at close range. Ji-hyuk is stunned that his strongest limb has been seized. Using the weight control artifact against its owner, Hyunsu flips Ji-hyuk off balance and drags him into his grasp. Ji-hyuk panics and demands to know what kind of madness Hyunsu is attempting. Hyunsu answers by reminding him how much he likes explosions. At point-blank range, while still holding him, Hyunsu triggers firebomb directly into Ji-hyuk's body. The fight ends in a massive explosion that engulfs them both. As a violent blast erupts in the square, the guards desperately call for the disposal officer. The white-haired killer realizes his opponent is insane enough to trigger an explosion at point-blank range. When he assumes they are about to die together, the young fighter reveals that only his enemy is meant to fall. He activates Deokshin's recovery ability on himself, proving he can survive what the killer cannot. With the advantage secured, he coldly invites the killer to continue the fight. The explosion engulfs the area and decides the battle. The surrounding guards stare in shock, unable to believe the disposal officer has been caught in it. Their panic deepens as the flames surge and no one knows who survived. Amid the wreckage, the killer's ring slips from his hand as his body gives out. System messages confirm Ji-hyuk's defeat, award the victor a random killer skill, and grant an extra skill book for clearing an unexpected quest. The guards can only watch in confusion, wondering what the supposed disposal officer is doing now. The survivor quietly reaches for the fallen ring through the smoke. He claims the artifact for himself while his frog companion cries out nearby. As the guards remain stunned, he grins, already preparing to leave before anyone can stop him. A portal opens and the system transfers him to the 7th floor. He arrives in the gross section, where the new objective is to defeat 10 goblins. Safe for the moment, he admits he truly thought he was about to die. Still, he decides the battle was worth it because it left him with 3 special artifacts. He reviews 2 of them, a brooch that can double his stats for a short time and a bracelet that manipulates weight. The third turns out to be a necklace that automatically transforms into a helmet when danger is detected. His frog companion reacts loudly, drawing his attention back from the loot. He remembers that Deokshin's healing was what let him win and acknowledges that debt. He thanks Deokshin warmly and pets the little creature. Deokshin answers with proud enthusiasm. The young man realizes the frog is asking for more than praise and understands immediately. He produces a costly special lunchbox packed with meat that boosts resilience. He offers the expensive meal as payment, and Deokshin accepts it with delight. Elsewhere on the 6th floor, the real disposal officer wakes in the Sangoon Guild's inn. Remembering the fight, he bitterly admits he lost. His anger worsens when he discovers his skills were stolen as well. Meanwhile, the victor vows to hunt that white-haired man down eventually. Back at the inn, a subordinate enters, relieved that the disposal officer is awake. The officer abruptly announces he is quitting the disposal officer role and intends to hand it over. He orders the subordinate to follow him and learn the job, starting with the disturbance in the square. On the way, he assumes the culprit has already been captured. When he senses the truth before hearing it, he can only curse. The subordinate admits they failed to stop the intruder and that the portal in the square was breached. On the 7th floor, the young fighter tests his newly acquired Intimidate skill. The skill freezes nearby goblins in fear and leaves them open. He cuts through the immobilized goblins at once and instantly clears the quest requirement. He notes that the skill stolen from Ji-hyuk is more useful than expected, and the 7th floor is declared cleared. Even while wishing he had gotten a different killer skill, he prepares to head for the 8th floor. Then he stops himself, sensing there is more to exploit here. Because the 7th through 9th floors are labeled the gross section, he suspects there must be hidden benefits beyond the basic quest. He decides to stay and squeeze everything he can out of the floor. He resumes hunting goblins aggressively instead of moving on. The kill count keeps climbing far past the required 10 as he farms the area. By the time he reaches 40 goblins, he is exhausted but satisfied. The system rewards him with a starter kit for hitting that hidden threshold. He stares at the unexpected reward, unsure what it means. A capsule-like item drops in front of him. He picks it up and questions what kind of item it is. The description reveals it is a consumable starter kit that boosts stats while hunting monsters on floors 7 through 9. He finally understands why this area is called the gross section. After swallowing it, he receives confirmation that the effect has been applied. The system immediately resets his goblin objective to a much harsher target of 100. He realizes the item forces him to start the growth process over, but if he completes it, his stats should rise dramatically. Instead of resenting the grind, he becomes excited and decides to drain every benefit the starter kit can offer. A goblin charges him, giving him the chance to begin the real farming. He answers with a fiery strike and keeps cutting through the swarm. After surpassing 100 kills, his stats visibly jump upward. The system announces that the starter kit has reached its maximum stat-raising limit. He praises Deokshin for helping him endure the grind. Even so, he still has one more hidden opportunity to claim, a unique quest to defeat the 7th floor's boss monster. He notes that the quest only appeared after killing 100 creatures, and even his authority cannot reveal the boss information. He starts searching the forest manually for clues. Accepting that even an S-class ability has limits, he resolves to deduce the boss on his own. Since only goblins inhabit the floor, he reasons that the boss must also be some kind of goblin. He narrows the possibilities to stronger goblin variants such as a shaman, champion, hobgoblin, or treasure goblin. He rules out the weakest option and reasons that a champion or shaman would have led visible packs in the field. That leaves him with a promising conclusion. He decides the hidden boss must be a treasure goblin. The system confirms that correct logical reasoning can reveal hidden quest details. The quest updates and names the reward as the treasure goblin's sack. Remembering that treasure goblins are cowardly but obsessed with valuables, he starts thinking about how to lure one out. He settles on a plan and turns to the auction. Ignoring the frog's nervousness, he reaches for him as part of the bait. He cheerfully declares that the auction now has to repay the meal. At the outskirts of the field, he begins setting the trap. Inside a cave, a hidden goblin catches the scent of treasure. The smell it senses is overwhelming enough to stir its greed. It realizes the treasure lies outside, though it also smells the blood of fallen goblins. The creature hesitates, torn between fear and desire. Greed wins, and it rushes out anyway because the treasure scent is too tempting. It follows the trail deeper into the forest. When it spots the shining bait, it becomes ecstatic. The bait is a golden frog statue, exactly the kind of treasure it cannot resist. From a tree above, the young man waits patiently while the lure does its work. The golden bait keeps calling the goblin closer. He tells the auction to endure the humiliation a little longer. A rustle in the brush signals the boss has arrived. The treasure goblin sneaks in, convinced the treasure is nearby. Then it spots the golden frog directly. Its greed explodes the moment it confirms the prize. The goblin lunges for the bait without caution. Its body begins changing as its obsession takes over. The treasure goblin awakens into a far stronger incarnation of greed, reaching 3 stars with the potential for 4. Seeing that transformation, the young man is startled that a goblin can become that dangerous. Even so, he remains confident because the fight is unfolding exactly as he planned. The awakened goblin charges with monstrous speed and ferocity. He counters from above with firebomb, now strengthened to level 2, and blasts the area. The auction urgently tells him to release the gold chroma key, and the system confirms that a purchased item has been deployed. The golden coating peels away from the auction, revealing the bait was an item effect rather than a true transformation. The blast throws the auction clear of the boss's reach. The awakened goblin is enraged that its treasure is slipping away. The young man calls out to the auction from his perch. The auction sails safely away from the boss. The young man celebrates the successful rescue, believing the trap has worked perfectly. But the awakened goblin is still charging straight at him in a frenzy. He hurriedly tries to open his inventory and pull out an arcane gem before the monster reaches him. The goblin's attack comes too fast, forcing him to abandon the attempt and defend himself. He realizes a direct hit is imminent. Then the system announces that the treasure goblin's buff has vanished because its treasure disappeared. The monster is left confused for a fatal instant as its power collapses. He seizes that opening and cuts the weakened goblin down. The unique quest clears. He earns first on-server credit for defeating the 7th floor boss, gains 3,000 points, and receives a permanent all-stat increase from the starter kit. Relieved, he admires the clean finish. The system explains that with the boss dead, the remaining 7th floor monsters retreat to their hideouts for nearly 2 days. The boss reward turns out to be the treasure goblin's sack, an owner-bound storage item with enormous capacity. He is impressed by the sack itself, but he cares even more about what the goblin had hidden inside. Inside, he finds a buff dice skill book, a soul stone, and a key piece for a ruin. He reads the buff dice skill and decides that random buffs are acceptable since there is no penalty. The soul stone remains mysterious, and even his authority cannot draw out more than a vague hint that something might awaken it. He sets the soul stone aside and turns to the ruin key piece. The item is identified as one of 3 Hyleton ruins key pieces, and he recalls that ruins are gated dungeons with exceptional rewards. Because the key is tied to the growth section, he infers the other 2 pieces must be on the 8th and 9th floors, likely from their bosses as well. Satisfied with the haul, he decides to rest before climbing higher. While resting, he checks the community board and notices that players are still strangely favorable toward Baekwan. He reasons that their missing memories and Baekwan's past help explain why they remain apathetic instead of hostile. He reads a thread warning people not to trust Baekwan and recognizes familiar posters discussing forgotten tutorial events. Then he notices that the user called Hair Loss left actual advice behind. He learns that Hair Loss was the one who caused the chaos in the square and opened the portal by force, confirming the man is dangerously reckless. More importantly, Hair Loss had discovered the hidden starter kit condition on the 7th floor. The problem is that Hair Loss explained it so crudely that almost no one would take the warning seriously. The young man decides to fix that. He resolves to handle the rest of the strategy, sharing himself. Using the alias Putty Princess, he starts a proper strategy post for other players. He carefully writes down the exact conditions, names, and numbers, pleased that others have begun referencing his posts. After that, he advances to the 8th floor. The new quest is to defeat 10 orcs, and he immediately finds himself surrounded by them. Rather than retreat, he greets the orcs like fresh prey. One of the orcs roars and charges him. His intimidation skill hits the orc hard enough to rattle it. He tears through several orcs at once, and the starter kit now begins raising his strength through orc kills. In the middle of the slaughter, A new voice suddenly calls out from nearby. A far larger, heavily armed orc appears, radiating a level of threat far beyond the others. The giant orc fixes its attention on him and bellows. Caught off guard by the sudden escalation, he can only stare in shock. Before he can react properly, the giant orc closes the distance and strikes him with a brutal kick. The blow sends him flying, and he is left stunned as the 8th floor reveals a danger he had not anticipated. Jo Hyunsu notices a glove on the ground and realizes it is some kind of challenge token. The system declares that Quite Intact of the Molar Teeth tribe has challenged him, and because he hesitated too long, the duel is accepted automatically. Hyunsu is caught off guard by being forced into a duel he never meant to start. His orc opponent answers with open hostility and battle intent. Hyunsu is still trying to understand what is happening as the threat becomes immediate. A duel arena forms around them while nearby orcs gather to watch the fight. Instead of attacking at once, Quite Intact grandstands by showing off his physique, making the duel feel absurd. Hyunsu is disgusted by the display, but steadies himself with his sword while his frog companion watches. He decides not to wait, and uses sprint to rush the orc before the fight can settle into the enemy's pace. Quite Intact realizes too late that Hyunsu attacked during the posing and feels cheated. Hyunsu cuts him down in one decisive strike, ending the duel before the orc can properly respond. The system confirms Quite Intact's death, names Jo Hyunsu the winner, and awards him 500 points. Hyunsu is surprised by how easily he won and starts to relax. While looking over the corpse, he notices a set of shining medals hidden on the orc's chest. He takes the medals as loot. The system identifies them as the Molar Teeth tribe's medal, a warrior's token tied to proving oneself. Hyunsu dismisses the medal as worthless and thinks only of selling it later. But the moment it enters his possession, the system recognizes him as its new owner. That ownership drags him into the Orc Championship, where collecting medals from all 4 tribes is required before challenging the great tribal leader. Hyunsu realizes the medal changed ownership because he stored it in his inventory, which satisfied the hidden condition. The system announces that warriors from every tribe have come after hearing of a new strong man at the entrance. A disturbance overhead signals that more challengers are arriving immediately. Hyunsu braces as the situation escalates beyond a single duel. A crowd of muscular orcs surrounds him, all eager to test themselves against the newcomer. The system bluntly explains that the warriors are delighted to have a new opponent, which horrifies Hyunsu. Their attention feels less like hostility and more like predatory excitement, and Hyunsu recoils from it. He sees that challengers are gathering from every direction and realizes he is being mobbed. More and more orcs push in, tightening the ring around him. Hyunsu panics as their numbers keep increasing. He is completely surrounded by towering warriors with no easy escape route. Some of the orcs begin reacting to him with unsettling enthusiasm rather than simple aggression. That bizarre excitement spreads through the crowd, making the whole scene even more unnerving. Hyunsu realizes this may be turning into a chain of forced duels. The system confirms it by listing new duel requests from the canine, front, and lower teeth tribes all at once. He curses their shamelessness as the system tallies 28 warriors from the 4 tribes asking to duel him simultaneously. Cornered and furious, Hyunsu accepts and tells them to come all at once. He immediately uses smoke to flood the battlefield and break their coordination. The orcs lose sight of him and hesitate inside the smoke. Hyunsu exploits the confusion and kills one of them from behind before the others can react. He taunts the rest, drawing their attention while standing over a fallen enemy. The challengers rush him together, exactly as he wanted. Hyunsu encourages them to bunch up, preparing to punish the crowd instead of fighting fairly. He activates Intimidate to shake their nerve and disrupt their momentum. The pressure of his killing intent rattles the front line and slows their advance. Using Sprint again, he darts through the opening while pulling out his buff dice. He rolls the buff dice in the middle of the melee, gambling on a useful effect. The result grants splash damage, turning his attacks into area strikes. With that boost, he cuts through clustered orcs, and the impact spreads through multiple enemies at once. Bodies drop around him as he keeps moving before anyone can pin him down. The system announces that all challengers are dead and rewards him with a surprising 5,000-point achievement. Hyunsu catches his breath among the corpses while his starter kit bonuses continue boosting his power and agility. He stuffs the newly won medals into his pouch. The championship requirements update, showing he has already gathered more than enough medals from every tribe. The system proclaims him the winner of the Orc Championship, and the surrounding orcs wonder if it is finally over. Instead, the system declares that he is now qualified to challenge the great tribal leader. It immediately asks whether he wants to begin that final challenge. Hyunsu protests that he has just fought for his life, but the system warns that refusing now will forfeit his chance. Faced with a countdown, he reluctantly accepts before time runs out. He is transported to the Warriors' Square, where the great tribal leader resides, and as challengers privilege his strength is fully restored. The system identifies the boss as great tribal leader Dekinos, an 8th floor 3-star monster with endless stamina, overwhelming muscles, and fortitude. Hyunsu stares at the old orc and realizes this unimpressive-looking elder is the true boss. Dekinos acknowledges him and decides to begin immediately. Hyunsu tries to seize the initiative before the leader can rise into full action. He launches a fire attack meant to finish the fight in one explosive opening move. Confident in the blast, he asks his frog companion whether that ended it. The silence afterward makes him realize something is wrong. Dekinos emerges from the flames still seated in place, having endured the attack almost casually. Hyunsu is stunned that the old orc seems to be sitting there without even needing a chair anymore. Dekinos rises and explains that he was never relying on a chair at all. He plants his foot with crushing force, signaling that the real fight is only starting now. Hyunsu senses the danger immediately as the leader closes in. Dekinos stands to his full height, revealing a far more imposing body than Hyunsu expected. The sudden transformation leaves Hyunsu and his companion momentarily speechless. Now fully upright, Dekinos towers over him with overwhelming physical presence. Hyunsu hesitates, trying to read what the leader will do next. Dekinos casually remarks that it is his lower body workout day and reaches for training equipment instead of a normal weapon. He crushes the stone weights in his hands, showing absurd raw strength. Then he treats Hyunsu's intrusion as a personal offense and prepares to punish him. Dekinos arms himself with a massive poleaxe and declares that Hyunsu must pay for trespassing. He roars that the price will be death, and the system announces that the great tribal leader is beginning in earnest. The system warns that the leader's roar can temporarily paralyze his target, making even his voice a weapon. Hyunsu grits his teeth and forces himself not to freeze. He reasons that a boss this dangerous will not stand still and let him recover, so he must keep moving. He uses sprint to strike first and tests whether speed can overcome the leader's size. Hyunsu slips behind Dekinos and swings for a clean hit. But the leader blocks the attack, proving his reactions are as monstrous as his body. Before Hyunsu can recover, Dekinos counters with a devastating blow. The counterattack smashes the ground and sends Hyunsu flying away from the impact zone. Hyunsu regains his footing and sees the leader still advancing through the dust. He realizes this 3-star boss is on an entirely different level from the enemies he fought before. Dekinos presses the attack with a relentless sweeping strike. The blow tears through the battlefield with enough force to shatter stone. Hyunsu jumps in with another fire attack, trying to overwhelm the leader before being cornered again. He hurls a large firebomb and commits fully to the explosion. Certain that a B-class firebomb should be decisive, he boasts as he releases it. Dekinos crashes down through the blast instead of retreating from it. The explosion engulfs the area, but it still fails to stop him. Hyunsu is shaken that even his strongest attack could be blocked head-on. The system reveals why. Dekinos' fortitude increases his ability when he suffers what should be fatal damage. The leader charges again, now even more dangerous after enduring the blast. Hyunsu realizes in disbelief that hurting Dekinos only makes him stronger. Dekinos bears down on him with another murderous swing. Hyunsu barely escapes by diving away as the weapon slams into the ground behind him. Knocked back and seated on the ground, he is left staring up at the advancing boss. Since direct attacks only empower Dekinos, Hyunsu turns to Intimidate as a different kind of weapon. The leader notices the shift in pressure and pauses for an instant. Hyunsu follows with smoke, trying to blind the boss and create room to think. Dekinos tightens his grip, refusing to lose control of the fight. He swings through the haze with brute force, trying to cut Hyunsu down anyway. Hyunsu realizes the boss is overpowering his Intimidate and dispersing the smoke with sheer wind pressure, leaving him with no reliable trick left. He bitterly concludes that his best attack, Firebomb, only serves to buff this enemy. Just as despair sets in, the system offers a tip that health freaks have their backs as a weakness. Hyunsu seizes on the clue and understands that the leader's back may be the key. Watching Dekinos' body, he reasons that extreme upper body development can make reaching one's own back difficult. He asks his frog companion what exactly he should do with that insight. The answer appears from the system itself as a new option, Skill Synthesis. Hyunsu immediately activates the synthesis function, combining abilities in search of a way out. He understands that by merging skills he can create a new one and finally gain a workable answer. Excited, he recognizes this as the recommendation he needed. While he focuses on the synthesis, Dekinos closes in from behind, ready to kill him before it finishes. Hyunsu notices the danger at the last possible moment. Dekinos brings his weapon down in a lethal strike aimed to end the fight before Hyunsu can adapt. For an instant, Hyunsu believes he has been hit. His body begins to disperse into mist instead of dying normally. Dekinos is startled that the killing blow did not land as expected. The attack passes through as Hyunsu slips away in a fog-like state. Skill Synthesis completes and grants Fog Sprint, letting Hyunsu turn into fog upon death-like impact, ignore attacks, and evade targeting for a brief instant. Dekinos' strike finishes empty-handed while Hyunsu reappears unharmed behind him. Seeing the opening, Hyunsu declares that it is finally his turn. Dekinos senses movement too late and begins to turn in confusion. Hyunsu rushes in close with his sword, using the new mobility to get where the leader cannot defend properly. He grabs onto Dekinos' back, targeting the one place the giant body cannot easily reach. The leader is baffled by the strange attack and demands to know what Hyunsu is doing. A second tip confirms Hyunsu's idea. With such overdeveloped upper body muscles, Dekinos cannot reach his own back. Dekinos realizes too late that his physique has created a blind spot. Hyunsu mocks the leader's obsession with training and prepares to exploit it completely. He activates a power-boosting brooch and a weight control bracelet, doubling his stats and manipulating weight through magic. Using those tools, he forces crushing weight onto Dekinos and taunts him like a trainer correcting bad squat form. Even fortitude triggers again, but the leader is now trapped in a position where his strength cannot solve the problem. Hyunsu admits the skill is absurd, but now he has found a way to turn that absurdity against the boss. He drives his arm deeper into Dekinos' vulnerable back. Then he channels fire directly inside the leader's body, asking whether fortitude can save him from being burned from within. Firebomb erupts internally and detonates through Dekinos' body at point-blank range. The great tribal leader finally collapses, his strength extinguished. Hyunsu stands over the fallen boss, stunned that he actually pulled it off. The system confirms that he has defeated the great tribal leader, clears the quest, awards 2,000 points, and grants a starter kit bonus to all stats. Hyunsu can barely process that he has really done it. The system announces that the orcs now fear their new tribe leader and that Hyunsu will be safe for the next 24 hours. At last he celebrates openly as the system records Jo Hyunsu's victory over Dekinos. With the battle won, the system sends him back to the field. The battle ends with the last traces of violence still hanging in the air. Exhausted but thrilled, Jo Hyunsu realizes he truly managed to defeat a genuine 3-star boss. The tower immediately acknowledges his victory and begins distributing rewards. One reward turns out to be another piece of the Hyalton Ruins key, confirming that each floor boss drops part of it. He combines it with the piece he obtained earlier from the 7th floor. The merged key looks closer to its original form and is revealed to carry a faint divine power tied to the ancient holy kingdom of Hyalton. Even without knowing where the ruins are, Hyunsu grows excited at the thought of the treasure waiting there. Then he remembers there is still one reward left to inspect. What appears next is so strange that it leaves him staring in disbelief. When he picks it up, he can barely process what he is holding. The item is identified as a condensed medicine containing the power of the great tribal leader, promising raw strength and stamina. Hyunsu is disgusted by its appearance, and immediately doubts whether it is really medicine at all. Still, he recalls that such enhancement drugs are extremely valuable because they let people preserve strength even outside the tower. He even remembers a famous case of a hunter rising from A class to S class after taking a powerful medicine. Although this 8th floor version is supposedly inferior, he decides it is still too useful to ignore. He resolves to swallow it despite how revolting it looks, while Deokshin reacts with horror. Forcing it down, Hyunsu commits himself to gaining strength at any cost, and the system confirms he has absorbed the medicine. The power of the great tribal leader floods into him, reducing his physical exhaustion and sharply boosting several of his stats. Drunk on the sudden surge, he proudly turns to Deokshin for approval. He grins through the disgusting aftertaste and asks if he looks stronger now. Instead of praising him, Deokshin smacks him hard across the face. Hyunsu protests, but Deokshin makes it clear that his filthy mouth needed to be shut. Once the excitement settles, Hyunsu turns to practical matters. He grabs a purchased shower item to finally clean himself up. After washing, he feels restored and admits he really had been reeking, while the shower skill proves worth the points. He also sets an alarm around his camp so no one can sneak up on him while he rests or prepares. Using points earned from selling the great tribal leader's halberd, he appreciates how useful these purchasable life skills are. He spends more points on simple conveniences like digging a pit and starting a fire. As he settles by the campfire, he reflects that points are handy inside the tower, but ordinary money still matters more overall. He shares a meal with Deokshin and takes a brief moment of peace. While eating, he decides to use the downtime to write and publish another strategy guide. Now accustomed to the system, he quickly drafts an 8th floor guide focused on fighting sweaty orcs. Because he keeps publishing and updating useful tactics, his strategist title's contribution score rises to 89, bringing him close to the next reward. The speed of that increase surprises even him. Checking the popularity rankings, he realizes the jump is tied to a trending post by someone with a familiar name. That post celebrates destroying the Sangoon Guild, showing that his earlier chaos has become a floor-wide trend. Hyunsu is stunned that someone would imitate such a reckless act so casually. The imitator openly admits there was no deeper reason behind it. Seeing that a major guild was wrecked for no purpose at all leaves Hyunsu baffled. He concludes the culprit is simply competing with the bald troublemaker he already knows, making the whole thing even more absurd. That realization leads him to a more serious question about whether the former disposal officer Oji Hyuk was actually defeated. When another user asks if the destroyer is strong enough to beat everyone, the reply reveals the captured man was not Oji Hyuk at all. Hyunsu learns that the disposal officer position recently changed hands, meaning the man he beat was someone else. Further replies suggest Oji Hyuk did not fall but instead moved up to a higher floor. Hyunsu immediately understands that Oji Hyuk may be climbing after him, and that he needs to grow stronger even faster. Worse, by releasing information about the starter kit, Hyunsu may have helped not only Oji Hyuk but other major guild members become stronger too. That thought kills any urge to relax, and he decides to resume climbing at once. With his orc count already well advanced, he prepares to continue the grind and move forward. Elsewhere on the 7th floor, an orc suddenly becomes prey instead of hunter. A violent strike lands before the creature can even react. The attacker is revealed to be Oji Hyuk, moving with overwhelming speed and precision. He cuts cleanly through his target with a gleaming blade. The goblin dies instantly under the force of the blow. Oji Hyuk finishes the kill without hesitation. That death completes his 100th goblin for the starter kit requirement. The system confirms his goblin quota is complete, and he coolly checks the result. Recognizing that Pwede Princess's public information was accurate, Oji Hyuk starts wondering whether the rest of the tutorial strategies are trustworthy too. He reflects that his own memories have become strangely unreliable, lending credibility to the rumors about Baekwan's amnesia. At the same time, He cannot understand why someone would uncover such valuable secrets and spread them instead of hoarding them. Far away, Hyunsu suddenly feels as if someone is talking about him. Meanwhile, Oh Ji-hyuk reports to Sang-gun that the starter kit information from the target's strategy was correct and is ordered to verify the 8th floor guide as well. As he accepts the order, the narrative identifies him as former Sang-gun disposal officer Oh Ji-hyuk and mentions the promising rookie Choi Sang-mo. Remembering how elite other guild rookies can be, Oh Ji-hyuk questions whether he can really handle the competition ahead. That doubt hardens into resolve as he stares at the system window. He decides that he can still become stronger through the starter kit. At the same time, another scarred man challenges him to see whether he can climb high enough to matter. Hyunsu's mocking image lingers in Oh Ji-hyuk's mind, feeding his anger and humiliation. He swears vengeance on the people who made a fool of him. Back with Hyunsu, he finally completes the orc requirement by standing atop a mound of corpses. With the 8th floor cleared, he notes that the 9th is the last floor of the gross section and prepares carefully before advancing. He reviews his inventory for anything that might help with what comes next. Among his useful items are a soul stone and the now 2-part Hyalton Holy Kingdom key piece. He also confirms he still has a powerful burst flame scroll available. Satisfied with his supplies, he decides to move up immediately. The system announces his arrival at the entrance to the 9th floor. He steps into a new mountainous forest region. The floor objective appears, requiring him to defeat horned wolves. He quickly judges them to be different from goblins and orcs, lacking weapons or darts, but likely dangerous in their own way. Sensing trouble, he warns himself to stay cautious. That caution proves justified the instant he feels a sudden threat. A horned wolf lunges so fast that it nearly reaches his throat before he can react. He catches the beast by its horn and learns that these pack hunters kill prey with those horns. Even so, he judges their raw strength to be below that of orcs. Using that opening, he drives the horned wolf down and kills it. Its death only draws the rest of the pack in around him. The situation reminds Hyunsu of the helplessness he once felt in the past. But this time he refuses to freeze. He slips past another charging wolf instead of being skewered by it. Declaring that he is no longer the same person, he strikes back with confidence. He turns the pack's encirclement into an opening for his own counterattack. A crushing step snaps one of the wolf's horns. He pins the broken horn underfoot to control the battlefield. Standing over the trapped beasts, he seizes the momentum. Then he activates a weight bracelet to amplify his finishing power. He decides to end the fight in one decisive move. The empowered strike tears through the wolves in a burst of force. As the slaughter ends, Hyunsu mentally closes out the strategy he plans to publish for the 8th floor. He knows that by posting guides for every floor, he has also been leaving a trail for others to follow. He suspects the guilds have already narrowed down his location, especially since security was tighter by the time he reached the 6th floor. To avoid being trapped again before reaching the 10th floor, he decides he must release the 9th floor strategy as quickly as possible. Even while imagining pursuit and confrontation, he refuses to slow down. The safe zone on the 10th floor matters too much, and he believes its NPCs can offer quests and hidden rewards that will let him grow stronger. With major guilds now hunting him, he concludes the only safe path is to clear the 9th floor at maximum speed. He unleashes Firebomb at level 3, blasting a huge section of the forest and the wolves within it. The explosion wipes out 30 horned wolves at once, massively advancing the objective. Then the system checks his qualifications and notes that he now possesses 2 of the 3 Hyalton Ruins key pieces. The mention of qualifications catches him off guard. Before he can understand it, the system announces that night has fallen. A new warning follows. Delken, the wolf that calls for the night, has revealed itself and will become complete on the 7th night. Hyunsu is alarmed by the sudden appearance of a vast dark presence. As the first artificial night begins, he lights his surroundings with a light stone and immediately senses something is very wrong. The horned wolves have vanished, leaving the forest unnaturally empty. His unease sharpens into dread. He scans the darkness, trying to find what is stalking him. Then he feels something rush past him at impossible speed. For a moment he wonders if fear is making him imagine it. A mocking laugh from the dark proves he is not imagining anything. He swings instinctively at the unseen attacker. His blade cuts through a ghostly body, but the creature simply reforms. The apparition reveals a grotesque smiling face, showing that ordinary attacks mean nothing to it. One of the specters closes in on him at point-blank range. Hyunsu lashes out again, trying to drive it back. Instead, the creature passes straight through his body as if he were air. Certain he has just been fatally struck, Hyunsu panics when he feels no wound at all. He waits for pain that never comes. Realizing he is still alive, he struggles to understand what the attack actually did. The answer appears when the system reports that an Optector has stolen part of his power. Another notice explains that the stolen stat will be absorbed by Delken and that its seal will weaken as a result. The monsters are identified as Optectors, possession-type apparitions that awaken during the artificial nights and serve Delken. They cannot be harmed by normal attacks. They steal stats from their targets, and they keep attacking until they have drained everything. Hyunsu realizes the nightmare at once. He cannot kill them normally, yet every contact makes him weaker. Surrounded by them, he also grasps that each theft is helping break Delken's seal. Furious that they are literally taking his hard-earned strength, he looks for another option. His eyes fall on a mysterious artifact as glowing script appears, hinting that something is being awakened through the stolen power. The system reveals the hidden quest 7 Nights Nightmare, ordering him to eliminate Delkin before 7 nights pass and promising the final Hyalton key piece and Delkin's first scarf as rewards. The server broadcasts that the 9th floor's hidden quest has been uncovered and adds a special title reward called Nightcaller. Even while fleeing for his life, Hyunsu is tempted by the title and the rewards. His greed and determination flare up together, and he decides he wants that prize no matter what. Deokshin, far less convinced, questions whether they can actually defeat something like this. Before Hyunsu can answer, more Optectors swarm him and steal additional agility while he tries to fight back with fire. He hurls an explosive attack at the mass of spirits in desperation. As he retreats, he anxiously checks whether the blast had any effect. The Optectors emerge laughing, showing that the explosion failed to stop them. Hyunsu realizes with horror that even his magic is ineffective against them. Reduced to physical resistance, he kicks one away, only to lose more strength in the exchange. The drain and pressure finally knock him to the ground. Deokshin is thrown free and can only cry out helplessly. The little companion lands alone as the Optectors close in around him instead. Now Deokshin is the one surrounded by the laughing apparitions. Hyunsu can only watch in horror as the swarm descends on Deokshin. As he panics over Deokshin, the system confirms another Optector kill and a small mana gain from the starter kit. The blue monsters close in again, but a sudden burst of power interrupts their attack. He realizes Deokshin has somehow reached max level in the middle of the fight. That impossible growth leaves him stunned, even as the battle keeps pressing in. Deokshin begins changing, gathering a strange new energy. The transformed frog lashes out with a chaotic attack that tears through the Optectors. More enemies fall, and the system reveals Deokshin has evolved into a Chaos Frog. He learns Chaos means an ability that can blend with everything at once, hinting at unusual versatility. That revelation makes him wonder whether attacks with special attributes can bypass the monster's defenses. Before he can finish the thought, another Optector rushes him, pushing him to test the idea immediately. He grips the Hyalton Ruins key piece, drawing out its faint divine power. Using that sacred energy through his fist, he strikes and proves he can personally kill the Optectors. The result confirms his theory. Sacred power works effectively against them, and the key piece carries that power. As more monsters surround him, he calls Deokshin back into the plan. He decides to combine Deokshin, the key piece, and the Shining Stone into one coordinated strategy. That combination releases the first seal, pushes his absorbed stats past the threshold, brings day, and jumps the Optector count dramatically. The sudden success leaves him overwhelmed, but he immediately starts thinking ahead. He concludes that lifting the seal was only possible because he had something capable of channeling divine power. Even if his bare hands can work, he recognizes that fighting this way is inefficient. Because he can only attack properly with one arm, he admits he has too many blind spots without a weapon. He decides to search the store for something he can convert into a sacred weapon using the key piece. That plan is interrupted when a horned wolf suddenly appears. The wolf lunges straight at him before he can prepare. Instead of mauling him, the beast clings to him in an unexpectedly affectionate way. He recognizes the horned wolf as a familiar ally from before and greets it with genuine emotion. Feeling its horn and body, he realizes this creature can become the material he needs to hold the monsters back. He forcefully breaks off the horn to use as a weapon component, despite the wolf's pain. The system counts the horned wolf as defeated, while the other wolves recoil from what they just saw. His mood turns feral as he starts hunting the remaining wolves himself. He taunts the wolves and keeps killing them at close range until the count surges. After 30 horned wolves are defeated, the second night arrives exactly as expected. By nightfall he has crafted a handmade holy mace, gained night vision, and added a sacred leather pocket to the weapon. He reviews the crude but functional recipe, place the key piece in the pocket, pack it with sand, tie it shut, and the mace is complete. Armed at last, he charges back toward the Optectors with confidence. The holy mace proves effective immediately, smashing through another Optector. With the new weapon, he tears through the swarm far faster than before. His momentum keeps building as the kill count races toward completion. Once he understands the mace's rhythm, the remaining Optectors become easy prey. He finally reaches the full requirement and wipes out the last Optector. The system confirms every Optector has been eliminated, and he notes the mace is flimsy but good enough for now. Still, he celebrates because he has cleared the entire set. Resting by the fire, he accepts that he failed to preserve the second seal, but comforts himself that the first seal should not break again and that nights can now be spent resting. He thanks Deokshin for helping him discover that elemental or attribute-based attacks were the key to surviving this floor. Then he worries that the others climbing behind him may reach the 9th floor without knowing this trick and get wiped out. At that moment, the community feature suddenly opens. He sees people already joking and chatting there, which proves the system can be used to communicate with other climbers. From the posts, he realizes most people are still stuck on the 8th floor. Since they could arrive before he fully clears the 9th, he decides to share the crucial information immediately. Using his Pretty Princess alias, he posts a warning that the 9th floor monsters require sacred weapons and even offers to explain how to make one. He plans to prioritize the weapon instructions first and save the boss strategy for later. Before he can continue, he notices comments and responses appearing right away. Among them is a friend request from someone named Lee Junsiek. He remembers that name as the person who had previously left supportive comments on his strategy posts, so he checks the message. Lee Junseok confirms that the earlier growth section advice was real and says he personally received a starter kit by testing it on the 8th floor. That outside validation excites him because it proves his guides are already influencing other players. He basks in the feeling of being recognized. He starts imagining that repeated success stories will raise his credibility and influence even more. That growing contribution triggers an upgrade to his attacker title. The title evolves into a growth type that grants him 10 points to all stats and resets progress toward the next reward. On top of that, a new separate stat is created for him, luckiness. The description tells him luck will reveal rare opportunities through subtle signs, though he has no idea how to use it. When he looks back at Lee Junseok's friend request, the acceptance option shines with golden light. He takes that glow as the kind of sign the luck stat was talking about. Even though he had planned to refuse, he accepts the request because he believes it will bring him good fortune. Lee Junseok responds instantly, which makes the connection feel even more significant. He answers in his usual flamboyant pretty princess persona, leaning fully into the act. The action is visibly disgusted by the performance, but he ignores it. Lee Junseok then reveals the real reason he reached out. He wants to speak with the person who knows Baekwon's truth. That shocks him, because it suggests Lee Junseok may have known about Baekwon before he did. He is even more startled to learn Lee Junseok's dead brother had once been a rookie in the Nine Dragon Guild. He recalls that a rookie in a major guild is not a beginner, but a heavily invested next-generation elite. Since the Nine Dragon Guild is the strongest of the major guilds, he concludes Lee Junseok's brother must have known many hidden truths. Still, he doubts that merely learning this background could be the lucky opportunity he was promised. Then Lee Junseok sends something tangible, saying he was impressed by the guide and wants to offer help. He hesitates, unsure what exactly he is being asked to accept, until a new item window appears. To his amazement, the gift is a guide for the 13th floor. Lee Junseok explains that he and Pretty Princess share the same enemy, because the big guild responsible for his brother's death must be exposed. To prove his sincerity, he gives a truth-certified confession item that guarantees he has not lied. The protagonist is stunned that Lee Junseok spent an extremely valuable item just to earn trust, despite already having wealth. That convinces him he can rely on Lee Junseok and use the guide. He immediately decides to weaponize the information war by posting a 13th floor guide early, hoping to mislead the guilds tracking him. With that distraction planted and the 10th floor safe zone ahead, he prepares to move on. By the 6th night, he has spent his time strengthening his core skills and knows this is the last chance to prepare before Delkin appears on the 7th night. Even so, he still wonders whether his current strength will be enough. After reviewing everything that has happened, he admits he has survived more through fortunate breaks than overwhelming ability. He resolves to prepare properly this time and opens the store. A set of skill boxes appears before him. He decides to test his new luck stat by opening 5 low-level skill boxes and then synthesizing whatever he gets. Before opening them, he even lays out a cloth as if performing a ritual. He and Deokshin treat the moment like a solemn ceremony. He prays for something useful. Then he commits to the gamble with manic determination. He opens the first box expecting luck to finally pay off. Instead, he gets fake death, a skill so underwhelming it feels like mockery. He explodes in disbelief at drawing such a useless ability. Trying to stay positive, he jokes with Deokshin and pushes on to the next box. The second reward is Fatal Pose, which is hardly any better. The third gives him Defense Curl, making the streak feel even more cursed. His frustration boils over as the supposed luck stat seems to be ruining him. Collapsed on the ground, he curses both the results and his own foolish expectations. Just when he is ready to give up, the system announces that luck is finally arriving. The next box delivers Mana Emission, a genuinely useful D-rank skill that lets him gather and release mana. Another box follows with Love Shot, a skill that boosts attack damage after taking a hit. Now encouraged, he realizes these new skills could combine into something powerful. He immediately activates Skill Synthesis to fuse the set together. By the 7th day he has finished the starter kit's full Horn Wolf quota, and the kit shuts down after reaching its limit. With only 30 more Horn Wolves needed to trigger the artificial night, he prepares to force the boss event on his own terms. He understands that once those wolves are cleared, the boss game will begin. He strikes decisively to push the count over the edge. His sword work cuts through the last wolves in a blur. Blood marks the final kills. As the battlefield falls quiet, he braces himself for what comes next. The 7th night begins, and the atmosphere of the entire floor changes. The system announces that Delkin's seal is about to be released. Moonlight pours down like a ritual force from the sky. A monstrous wolf starts to emerge, but the system reports an error. Only 2 of 7 seals have been released. Even so, the first seal opens fully. Then the second seal opens as well, confirming the boss will still appear in a weakened but dangerous state. A deafening howl signals Delkin's arrival. He steadies himself and answers the roar with his own fighting spirit. The system warns him that Delkin, the wolf who calls the night, has awakened. He instantly recognizes the boss is moving toward him. He draws his sword and takes a ready stance in the darkness. But when Delkin's presence engulfs the area, he realizes he can barely see anything at all. His upgraded night vision reveals the problem. Delkin's eyes look like 2 moons, and the darkness itself is distorting his sight. The system confirms Delkin has begun its attack. The boss closes the distance in an instant, overwhelming him with sheer speed and pressure. He responds by calling on his strongest fire skill before Delkin can tear him apart. A level 5 fire bomb erupts point blank into the charging boss. When the smoke clears, he sees Delkin is a 4-star darkness attribute boss even with only 2 seals released, and he starts doubting whether the fire attack did anything meaningful. Realizing how terrifying Delkin would be at full release, he throws out buff dice to raise his odds and power. Empowered, he charges in with a flaming sword strike, determined to burn through the boss directly. The blow lands, but Delkin meets it head-on instead of collapsing. He discovers Delkin can exert full force with one hand and that a skill called Hellite is interfering, though the gap in power prevents him from seeing the full details. From the exchange, he figures out the black flame around Delkin acts like a shield, just like the Optector's protection against ordinary magic. Before he can adjust, Deoxys is caught in the fight and cries out in pain. In response, Deoxys fires a chaos-infused attribute attack straight into Delkin. That confirms the crucial rule again: special attribute attacks can pierce what normal magic cannot. Using the opening Deoxys creates, he rushes Delkin and continues the assault at close range. He concludes that darkness must be countered by light or divine power, not ordinary elemental force. With that answer in hand, he commits to ending the fight with sacred weapons. He launches himself forward before Delkin can recover. A violent clash of power erupts as he closes the distance. He drives in with sword and holy mace together, attacking from both sides. Delkin retaliates brutally, forcing him to endure a savage exchange at point-blank range. Even under that pressure, he keeps pressing inside the boss's guard instead of retreating. He roars through the pain and commits everything to the final approach. Using the divine power and the holy mace, he focuses on neutralizing Delkin's Hellite shield first. Then he follows the opening with a blade thrust meant to pierce straight through Delkin's body. His sacred strike finally bites into the boss, drawing a furious roar from Delkin. The young climber rejoices when his newly inserted setup finally takes effect in the middle of the fight. The corrupted wolf immediately answers with a savage counterattack, refusing to give him any breathing room. The beast's blow sends him flying and nearly ends the exchange on the spot. He barely recovers and realizes just how absurdly dangerous this opponent is. Even so, he confirms his synthesized skills are letting him survive damage that should have overwhelmed him. He steadies himself and prepares to continue despite the gap in raw power. The wolf escalates further, unleashing a terrifying aura that dwarfs him. A dark energy gathers in the monster's mouth as it prepares a ranged finishing move. He is stunned that the wolf can use a breath-like attack despite being no dragon. Seeing the attack form, he knows he cannot tank it head-on. But just as the projectile should fire, something goes wrong and the attack stalls. A system notice reveals the reason. One of the beast's abilities is still sealed and cannot be used. The wolf itself is confused by the sudden restriction. He instantly understands the opening that mistake has created. He realizes the creature is still incomplete because its seal has not been fully released. Deciding this is his best chance, he commits to an all-out attack. He strikes in close, trying to exploit the monster's temporary limitation. The wolf still has enough strength to fling him away and break his momentum. His improvised mace is ruined in the exchange, costing him one of his few options. Forced back to his sword, he keeps slashing while the beast presses in. The duel turns into a brutal close-range clash that favors the monster. As he takes more damage, his temporary buff expires and his situation worsens sharply. He admits to himself that the sword alone will never be enough to win. With the wolf looming over him again, he abandons straightforward combat. He calls on Deoxys and switches to a backup plan. The little frog answers, ready to help despite the danger. He uses the wolf's movement to get himself into position above it. The beast notices too late that he is setting something up. He gives the signal for the frog to act. Treating the moment like a desperate team combo, he orders Deoxys to fire. The frog spits a strange pink projectile toward the wolf. The shot splashes onto the beast and disrupts it instead of dealing obvious damage. A cloud of mist spreads over the wolf, obscuring the battlefield. He uses the cover immediately, declaring himself the next piece in the attack. He dives onto the wolf's back and turns the fight into a grapple. The beast is startled that he has chosen to cling to it instead of retreating. It thrashes violently through the forest to shake him off. Even while taking more damage, he refuses to let go. Pinned to the monster, he activates every remaining enhancement he can, hardening himself and doubling his buff stats. The heat tearing through his body becomes unbearable, but he keeps forcing the plan forward. He decides that if the monster's Hellite burns this hot, his own flames can be used the same way. He detonates fire bomb at point-blank range while riding the wolf, turning both of them into living explosives. The repeated blasts tear up the ground as he keeps the beast trapped in the inferno. The wolf roars in agony but still struggles to break free. He realizes the combined heat is melting his own body as well, and accepts that this has become a suicidal tactic. The beast continues rampaging with him still attached, trying to outlast him. His damage climbs to the brink of death, leaving him with almost nothing left. He reveals why he endured this long. He had fused all his defensive and offensive skills into one final trump card. The moment his accumulated damage reaches the absolute limit, the condition is finally met. The system unlocks his prepared skill, and he decides to finish everything in one move. He activates Reverse, a skill that stores all received damage and releases it at once. This was the ace he had been building toward from the start. After the release, he can only gasp for breath. The wolf's body begins collapsing under the reflected damage. Looking at the ruined monster, He is shaken that this was only a partially unsealed version. He starts to boast weakly about surviving, only to be interrupted by Deoxy's alarm. His relief vanishes when he realizes the beast still has not fully died. The wolf rises again in a darker, more monstrous form, proving it can still fight. A system message explains that Delkin is risking its own existence to use some of its sealed power. Its body transforms into halite, and it unleashes a catastrophic last attack. He is horrified that the monster is literally betting its existence on this final exchange. Deoxy senses the incoming danger before he can react. The frog throws itself forward despite its fear. He urgently tells Deoxy to get out of the way, but the little creature does not listen. Instead, Deoxy engulfs him inside its body to shield him. From inside that protection, he refuses to stay passive and prepares one more response. He forces out the last of his strength and channels a final flame attack. The skill he uses is a single-use burst flame scroll, his last remaining weapon. A massive stream of fire erupts outward from Deoxy's protection. The flames collide with Delkin's desperate form in a final head-on clash. Deoxy cries out as it keeps protecting him through the impact. He uses Fog Sprint to slip through the chaos, reassuring the frog even while battered and half-burned. A warning says the fog will end soon, and he promises Deoxy he will survive with it. At last the system confirms that Delkin has been eliminated. The stolen abilities taken by the Optectors are restored, and he can barely process that they actually won. The tension breaks and he collapses flat on the ground from sheer exhaustion. His consciousness starts fading as the strain finally catches up to him. When he comes to, the battle is over and he wonders if he blacked out. He notices his body is covered in healing slime, and realizes something saved him after the fight. Deoxy appears completely drained, confirming it spent itself to keep him alive. He hugs the frog and gratefully recognizes how much it did for him. The system floods him with rewards for clearing the hidden quest, defeating a legendary being, and earning a huge point bonus. He also receives the first piece of the Hyleton Ruins key as the quest reward. Then the final key piece appears, meaning the full key can finally be completed. The scattered fragments begin flying together on their own. They fuse into the restored key to Hyleton's Ruins, an item that can guide him to the ruins. He is thrilled that the long search is finally over and that the next destination is now within reach. Additional rewards arrive, including Delkin's first scarf and notice of a special reward. The special reward is a title, Caller of the Night, which boosts him at night and lets him summon an artificial night and use an Optector under strict limits. He is delighted by how absurdly valuable the rewards are and briefly wonders if he should share the method with the community. Checking the community, he sees other players still struggling and joking around without understanding what he accomplished. He decides not to post the full strategy yet because it would expose his location, but leaves a small encouraging comment instead. With the ordeal over, he and Deoxy agree to rest and recover. The 7-night scenario officially comes to an end. The story shifts to the safe zone on the 30th floor, far from his battlefield. A rookie from the Sangoon Guild fumes over Jihyuk's failure to stop the mysterious climber. He mocks Jihyuk for not even being able to trap the target on the 6th floor despite guild support and artifacts. Still, he admits he is exhausted from being blamed by his superiors over the incident. 2 other powerful rookies arrive when he calls them in. One threatens him if this meeting turns out to be pointless, while the other urges patience. He thanks them for coming and moves straight to the matter at hand. He explains that the fugitive from the 6th floor may have reached the 10th floor, and apologizes for dragging them into the chase. The blonde rookie argues the target could still be on the 10th floor even if a strategy for the 13th floor has already appeared online. To support that theory, they use floor access and account behavior to reason that the strategy posts may be coming from helpers rather than the climber directly. The black-haired rookie points out that if so, the target is not alone and likely has a team. But they still lack certainty because the account behind the post has never been identified. The scarred rookie concludes that the anonymous 6th floor player and the account named Pretty Princess are probably the same person, Kim Yoon-soo. He asks the others to cooperate so Jihyuk can keep operating on the 10th floor and continue the pursuit. Though reluctant, he promises to avoid causing trouble while hunting the target. The black-haired rookie suggests that if the main target is hard to catch, they should pressure the people around him instead. That means going after the player's nicknamed hair loss and licking the top of his head, whose names sound ridiculous but who are clearly connected to him. The blonde rookie notes that one of them has many witnesses and the other is harder to track because he only appears at night. The scarred rookie decides to start by capturing hair loss first. The scene returns to the safe zone on the 10th floor, where players move freely under protection. This floor is explained as a recovery hub with facilities, NPCs, and a ban on player killing. The protagonist arrives there at last, pleased that his allies are doing well in the community, and relieved to have reached a safer place. He immediately finds himself buried under overexcited praise from another player who treats Pretty Princess like a legendary hero. That same player also dumps more strategic information on him about the guilds controlling the 10th floor, which only makes him feel more burdened. Before he can settle in, something suddenly strikes him. He falls over and looks up to find a strange figure standing over him. As he tries to identify the attacker, he gets poked again. The culprit apologizes and offers a hand, revealing no hostility. He notices fox ears first. Then he spots the foxtail and realizes this is no ordinary player. The sight leaves him stunned. The fox girl cheerfully introduces herself by asking whether he wants a quest, and he recognizes her as the notorious NPC Rilke. He recalls that quests are usually desirable, except for a few infamous cases that are effectively traps. Rilke's request is exactly one of those disasters, a forced occurrence quest from a major NPC that comes with fatal conditions. He remembers that once it appears, the player is dragged into it whether they accept or not. Other players notice Rilke has latched onto a newcomer and pity his terrible luck. He panics because being singled out by her in public will attract even more attention from the big guilds. His first instinct is to run before things get worse. Rilke casually chases after him with ease, amused by the attempt. She cuts off his escape in an instant. He is shocked by how effortlessly she catches him. He realizes he cannot outrun her at all. Rilke strolls up as if the chase was a game. When he checks her information, he learns only that she is a Red Fox NPC and far beyond his ability to read properly. Remembering that even major guilds avoid provoking strong NPCs, he tries to reason with her carefully. Instead, he vents his frustration and calls her forced quests terrible. The quest details confirm why he is furious. She wants rare materials from higher floors, including a fire-armored dragon scale, and everything must be delivered to her personally. He points out that one required monster is even stronger than Delken, making the task absurd for him. Worse, he concludes that even success would likely cost him at least one death and send him back to restart from the 10th floor. He bluntly tells Rilke that this reputation is exactly why everyone says her quests are the worst. Rilke ignores the criticism and keeps encouraging him with infuriating confidence. Then her attention shifts from the quest to the unusual things he is carrying. She becomes especially interested in Delken's fur scarf and the other rare items he obtained. What truly catches her eye, however, is Deokshan, whom she immediately tries to appraise as a valuable creature. He snaps back at once and warns her not to covet someone else's pet. Rilke calmly reveals her real angle by offering to buy the frog for a very high price and asking him to name it. Despite being offered a fortune in rare gear, the young man refuses to sell his treasure bag. The buyer tries to tempt him further by revealing that the goods inside include S-rank items valuable even outside the tower. The offer escalates to absurd levels, ending with an SS-rank skill book, but he is still being pressured to give up the bag. Rilke sweetens the deal and offers better terms, making it clear she wants the bag badly. His frog companion violently snaps him out of any wavering, forcing him to stay firm. He declares his loyalty to Deokshan, rejects every offer from Rilke, and leaves her behind. Rilke accepts the refusal with a playful smile instead of pushing further. She casually reminds him to handle the quest she gave him and runs off, leaving him bewildered. He insists to Deokshan that he was never truly tempted, even as the denial sounds weak. Rilke, meanwhile, decides his refusal proves he is worth the price because a real merchant would not spend recklessly. He comforts himself by deciding that whether Deokshan is S-rank or SS rank, what matters is raising him well. Even so, he cannot hide how emotional he feels after protecting the frog instead of cashing out. After the chaos, he reaches the 10th floor inn, secures a respawn room, and plans to settle in with Deokshan. As he walks, he realizes most of the worthwhile quests have already been taken because of Rilke. The easy, famous quests he had hoped to exploit for rewards are no longer available. Rather than dwell on that setback, he turns to a new target. He heads for the Kilda's Hall event, an arena run by NPC killers. The tournament is a contest of strength with major rewards for the winner. Confident that no one on the 10th floor can match his stats, he decides to claim the prize for himself. To avoid attention, he puts on an evil eye mask before entering. He slips inside to register under disguise. Instead of a proper reception, he finds the arena operator asleep at his desk. He politely asks Sir Kildas to sign him up for the event. Kildas wakes just enough to notice the masked visitor. The mask makes Kildas mistake him for a monster intruding into the safe zone. Without warning, Kildas attacks with overwhelming force and blasts him through the building. A hidden defensive item automatically activates and barely saves him from being killed outright. The explosion shocks everyone nearby and turns the safe zone into a scene of panic. He crashes into the ground in a cloud of smoke and rubble. Though battered, he survives the impact. Someone approaches the crater to see what remains of him. Kildas, still expecting a monster, checks whether his target is dead. When the dust clears, Kildas is baffled that a supposed monster appeared in a safe zone at all. Then he realizes the truth and is stunned that the intruder is actually human. Kildas grabs him in disbelief and demands an answer. The young man, more worried about Kildas than himself, admits he thought the NPC had nearly died too. He is horrified that a single casual hit from Kildas left him in such terrible shape. Once they calm down, Kildas apologizes and brings him inside to talk. Kildas explains that the mask caused the misunderstanding, and the young man learns Kildas is the 10th floor arena operator whose full power is unreadable to him. He angrily questions how a simple misunderstanding justified such a brutal punch, while Kildas can only awkwardly apologize again. Kildas moves past the embarrassment and registers him for the battle arena under the alias Evil Eye. As compensation, Kildas promises to arrange something extra for the eventual winner. That is not enough for him, because he only cares about first place. Kildas insists he has a strong feeling Evil Eye will win, since surviving that punch already proves abnormal toughness. The young man rejects that logic as nonsense. He counters by citing the rules that punish NPCs for attacking climbers without cause and presses for a better settlement. To strengthen his case, he theatrically acts like a badly injured victim and accuses the NPC of unfair violence. Kildas finally gives in. He seals the room with a secret barrier so they can speak privately without outside interference. Inside the isolated space, Kildas admits he cannot directly hand over forbidden benefits because of his role and restrictions. Still, as arena manager, he can improve the prize structure in ways that stay within the rules. He gives Evil Eye a seed ticket that lets him skip the preliminaries and go straight to the final qualification round. Because preliminaries and finals happen on the same day, the shortcut would save energy and conceal his abilities. The young man realizes the deal is useful because it lets him hide his skills until the finals. Kildas sweetens it further by offering him a direct seat in the finals due to the bracket now having an odd number of participants. At last he accepts, pretending he is only doing so because Kildas begged hard enough. Privately, he is delighted by the lucky break. He bows to leave, and Kildas drops the barrier behind him. Kildas stops him one last time to revisit their secret conversation. The young man plays innocent, asking if something else happened. Amused, Kildas decides he likes this strange climber and sends him off warmly. After he leaves, Kildas lingers on the alias Evil Eye. He looks forward to the coming tournament now that an interesting participant has appeared. Back outside, the young man happily plans to shop for supplies now that his registration is settled. He also hopes his authority and luck stats will help him find something useful for Deokshin. As he browses, a commotion erupts nearby. He ends up carrying a pile of food while moving through the market crowd. Deokshin is thrilled by the feast, and the young man is pleased to indulge him. Among the purchases, he also picks up a dagger. The dagger turns out to be cursed so that the blood curse only affects its owner, making it dangerous but potentially exploitable. Before he can think further, he hears someone shouting about a stolen item. A victim screams for the thief's handler to appear and threatens retaliation. The young man arrives just as the victim claims his item was stolen. The crowd identifies the culprit as a pickpocket and turns hostile. A flamboyant man steps in and orders everyone aside, taking control of the scene. The newcomer is Lee Jin-moo, a 10th floor disposal officer and killer from the Daesung Guild, a man who clearly enjoys attention. Recognizing the title, the young man immediately understands someone dangerous has arrived. Lee politely takes over from the victim and promises to handle the criminal himself. The victim eagerly leaves the matter in Lee's hands, terrified by the officer's presence. Lee disarms the pickpocket and strips away any chance of resistance. Then he turns punishment into spectacle, offering to pardon the thief only if the thief can defeat him, while threatening to cut off his wrist if he loses. The pickpocket begs for mercy, but Lee ignores him. The crowd, hungry for blood, urges Lee to mutilate or kill the man. Lee's power rises with his authority and the crowd's reaction, and some of that increase can even become permanent. Watching closely, the young man realizes Lee complicated the situation on purpose because he wanted to show off. The crowd's hatred only feeds Lee further as he toys with the terrified thief. Driven into a corner, the pickpocket decides to fight back. He lunges with a knife in a desperate attack. Lee dodges effortlessly, treating the attempt like a joke. The thief throws everything into a killing strike, but Lee still stays ahead of him. Lee slips behind him and mocks his speed. He openly ridicules the thief, turning the execution into entertainment. The young man notices again that Lee's strength is tied to the authority he is displaying. Lee unleashes his power with theatrical delight, basking in the crowd's awe. As the spectators praise him, Lee grows even stronger from their approval. The young man concludes that although the thief is too weak to reveal Lee's full limits, he has learned enough to understand the pattern. Lee wastes movement to look impressive, so the best counter would be to deny him an audience. Satisfied with that insight, the young man leaves the scene and quietly promises to face Lee later. He decides the matter is over for now and tells Deokshin they should return and rest. Before he gets far, a hidden man sitting beside a glowing chest stops him. His sharpened senses pick up a lucky signal from the strange figure. The glow is coming from the chest itself, not the man. He is startled by the source of the signal and focuses on it. The hidden man notices his attention and finally acknowledges him. Instantly switching to salesman mode, the man invites him over to a potion shop. The seller explains that he has alchemy power and can use it in many ways. He bitterly admits he is too weak for combat and has resigned himself to being a low-rank support type, hoping a major guild will someday recognize him. The young man checks the displayed products and sees they are all low-grade failures that no serious buyer would want. He asks whether the glowing chest also contains potions. The seller says it does, but claims they are all failed products too. Those hidden failures are even worse, with effects like draining strength or causing addiction instead of curing poison. Even so, the young man decides to buy everything in the box. The seller is shocked and warns that he cannot take responsibility if those potions cause trouble later. The young man refuses to back out. He offers 200 points for the whole box and says he can carry it himself. The seller protests that the contents are useless failures and should not be bought at all. He cannot understand why anyone would want them. The young man quietly confirms his decision anyway. The seller awkwardly pretends everything is normal while trying to process the absurd sale. After accepting the deal, he bows repeatedly in gratitude as the young man leaves with the box. Once alone, the seller drops the act and reveals a far more calculating side. Later that night, the young man walks through the quiet streets and reflects that his senses have become sharper after sleeping. He realizes the same suspicious man from earlier is following him. Deokshin confirms the tale, proving the danger is real. The seller trails him in secret, convinced the treasure bag must be worth stealing. He decides to find out where the young man is staying before making a move. Then he suddenly loses sight of his target and panics. Unable to find him, he fears missing his chance. He reveals his true motive. Someone from Daesung promised recruitment if he could identify where the owner of the treasure bag lives. Hearing that, the young man realizes his suspicion was correct. He understands that using the treasure bag in public right after the 7th floor guide spread made him look suspicious. He vows to be more careful about exposing the bag from now on. The seller decides he should report immediately before anyone else beats him to it. He briefly considers murder, but abandons the idea and instead decides that gifting his handmade potions will be enough to earn Daesung's favor. Pleased with that plan, he hurries off. Watching from above, the young man decides to solve the problem directly. The seller reaches Daesung's people and claims he found someone carrying a treasure bag. He insists he is certain because the man bought 20 potions and stored them all in that bag. Li Jimu asks whether the seller also checked where the suspect is staying. The seller admits he lost him, but says he remembers the place where the man vanished. Li immediately infers that the suspect noticed the tail, and is likely someone already trying to hide, possibly one of the people Daesung is hunting. He dismisses the seller for now and says he will contact him later. Desperate to prove his worth, the seller offers what he calls the best potion he has ever made and asks for cooperation. Li agrees that if the lead is real, recruitment will be considered, and the seller eagerly accepts the promise. Li's subordinate doubts the seller, but Li believes the report is probably accurate. Li confirms the target is still on the 10th floor and therefore still within reach. Confident the target will remain there for a while doing quests, Li orders his subordinate to seize the seller immediately. The subordinate is caught off guard by the sudden command. Li explodes in anger and repeats the order to grab him at once. Before the subordinate can react, the seller's offered potion erupts into a sinister effect, catching him by surprise. The chaos he caused by exposing the poisoned seller as an assassin throws the community into panic. By the next day, he turns his attention back to Deokshin and praises the frog for helping him so much. He learns Deokshin has evolved further, gaining recovery, poison, and flame-related traits. The new bond goes even deeper, because if he dies, Deokshin will revive with him in a safe zone. He realizes the failed potion was a blessing in disguise, since it gave the frog healing and offensive utility. Grateful, he credits Deokshin for making his trick against the poison seller possible and enjoys imagining the fallout. He even fuels the rumor mill online by posing as a concerned community member and condemning attacks on the big guild. Privately, he insists Deokshin deserves the real credit for the whole scheme. With that done, he heads out to finish Rilke's quest before the next event begins, while hearing gossip about the poisoning attempt. The public now believes the culprit was tied to Pretty Princess, and everyone is gathering for the disposal officer's exit ceremony. He realizes his sabotage worked, but the mention of an exit ceremony makes him stop short. At the plaza, the disposal officer publicly executes the accused poison seller under the guise of giving sinners one last chance. When the condemned man protests, the officer makes clear this is not justice but a formal execution. The officer kills him without hesitation. The victim loses coins with the death, showing the punishment is meant to erase him piece by piece. The crowd cheers the disposal officer as if this cruelty were entertainment. When the man respawns, the officer orders the cycle to continue. The terrified victim breaks down as the crowd demands more blood. He understands that an exit ceremony means repeated killings until a player's coins run out and they are expelled from the tower. Even while condemning the guild's abuse of power, he admits the poison seller brought this fate on himself. He feels conflicted, because the spectacle disgusts him even if the victim deserves punishment. In the end, he coldly decides the man has earned whatever comes next. Back on the quest, Deokshin's flame helps him corner and attack a viper in the volcanic zone. He cuts the monster down and secures the kill. The hunt pays off with enough kills and a viper skin drop. Relieved, he confirms he has gathered all the skins needed so far. Rilke's request updates, revealing the final missing ingredient is a fire-armored dragon scale. Seeing the dead viper makes him reconsider how monster byproducts are classified. He recalls that only certain monster remains count as usable items, usually those tied to destruction, crafting, or artifact functions. Since he lacks the right harvesting skill, he decides he must obtain something else that can solve that problem. Searching the battlefield, he spots exactly what he wanted among the drops. It turns out to be a firearm resistance skill book, a perfect passive for the dangers ahead. The viper is still alive enough to lash out, refusing to die quietly. He shuts it down with another slash. A second reward appears as poison resistance, giving him another passive he badly needs. Delighted, he grabs both books at once. He immediately acquires firearm resistance and poison resistance together. Because firearm resistance is passive, the heat of the volcanic floor starts leveling it up on its own. While resting, he checks on the children and the other players through the community network. The others complain about the protectors but report they barely escaped safely. He learns the group is still clustered around the 9th floor and jokingly competing over who will reach the 10th first. He proposes raising the stakes by letting the winner claim a wish from the losers. The others eagerly accept, turning the race into a game. He smiles to himself, pleased that they are distracted and in good spirits. By the 12th floor, he keeps clearing monsters in the volcanic region. After another wave falls, the floor is cleared and a portal opens onward. He encourages Deokshin to endure a little longer because the hard part should be nearing its end. He steps through the portal, determined to finish the quest. The next challenge begins immediately. He discovers the new floor is not a normal battle but an 8-hour survival trial. He cuts down incoming monsters quickly, but they are only the beginning. A larger predator announces itself from above. He mocks the weak enemies, only to be interrupted before he can settle in. The sudden shift in pressure warns him something far worse has arrived. The fire-armored dragon finally appears, towering over the battlefield. Its status reveals it is a 5-star ancient dragon so dangerous that the system itself warns players to avoid it if they want to live. Faced with a monster far beyond his level, he panics over how he is supposed to beat it. His first instinct is to hide and simply survive the timer. But because Rilke's quest demands the dragon's scale, he knows he has to confront it somehow. As he studies it more carefully, he notices something strange. The dragon casually drinks lava, proving ordinary fire attacks will never matter against it. Instead of despairing, he decides that this bizarre habit might be the opening he needs. He commits to a reckless attack plan. His strike lands, but the dragon barely reacts. He follows through with a full force slash anyway. He pours everything into the blow. The effort ends in failure, and he is left screaming in frustration. He wakes back in bed, realizing the dragon killed him and sent him back through Deoxyon's revival link. Deoxyon is shaken too, having shared the death and revival with him. He accepts that he really did die again. The humiliation stings even more because the dragon crushed him effortlessly. So he resolves to gamble everything on a single decisive attempt, gathering every buff item he has. He launches that desperate assault with boosted speed and power. He even adds Firebomb to the attack, hoping stacked force will finally break through. The sword still snaps against the dragon's body, proving his current weapon is worthless. That failure finally makes the real problem obvious to him. The dragon remains untouched and menacing, while he is left with nothing but a broken blade. He can only stare upward, realizing brute force alone will never work. The system rewards his suicidal courage with points, but the prize is useless compared to what he actually needs. Back in bed again, he clenches the sheets in frustration. Reviewing his skills, he notices Reverse has fully charged from the damage he suffered. He bitterly realizes that being trampled once was enough to max out the stored damage, which says everything about how overwhelming the dragon is. When Deoxyon asks about the broken weapon, he admits the real answer is finding a proper sword. He concludes that only the right weapon can make the quest possible. Then a sudden idea sends him rushing off. He heads straight for the place where the innkeeper said he could find the quest giver. Following that lead, he searches the city for Rilke. A message from above reassures him that help is on the way, strengthening his resolve. He politely interrupts a private meeting. Inside, he finds Rilke together with the demon merchant who has been backing her. Rilke greets him lightly, as if his arrival were expected. He addresses her directly and gets her full attention. Then he cuts to the point by reminding her she wanted Deoxyon badly enough to make a quest around him. He proposes a bet between himself and Rilke, using that desire as leverage. He lets the challenge hang for a moment to force her to think. Rilke quickly sees through him and states his real aim. He needs a sword of at least B rank to fight the fire-armored dragon, and he wants to borrow hers through the wager. He shamelessly raises the stakes by offering Deoxyon's ownership if he fails to return in time, while promising to give the sword back if he succeeds. Rilke and the demon merchant laugh at how brazen he is. The demon explains the absurdity from their side, amused that a player wants to borrow a quest giver's weapon to clear her own quest. Instead of backing down, he starts dismantling Rilke's position with a simple question about how many challengers have even tried her quest. He points out that no one has completed it, meaning she has been using players to gather ingredients for years without delivering results, which is ruining trust in her as a merchant. That accusation hits home and leaves Rilke unable to answer cleanly. He presses harder, declaring that he is the only person who can actually finish the quest for her. To prove it, he throws down a piece of the dragon's scale he already tore free by force. The sight shocks Rilke into finally taking him seriously and accepting the request. The demon tells her to stop panicking and look carefully at what he brought. He explains that the scale was ripped off by force and therefore is not recognized as a proper item, but it proves he can clear the quest with the right support. Now he demands that Rilke decide whether she will help or lose her chance. Rilke hesitates, calculating the risk. At last she agrees and repairs her damaged Frostfire sword into a usable A-rank weapon, though it still cannot show its full power. He is thrilled by the unexpected upgrade and takes it as a sign that luck has finally turned. Rilke hands it over only after securing Deoxyon as collateral in case he steals the sword and disappears. She treats his silence as consent and takes the frog into her arms. He is startled by how quickly she snatches Deoxyon away, but she calmly sets the rental terms. He gets the sword for 1 week, and all he has to do is bring back a proper fire-armored dragon scale. If he fails or runs, Rilke claims Deoxyon for herself and already imagines the frog as her prize treat. Even so, he accepts the deal immediately because he has no better option. Before leaving, he asks one last question about whether the sword can withstand what he plans to do with it. Rilke confidently assures him the blade will not break no matter how hard he pushes it. He leaves Deoxyon behind and promises to return soon. The demon tries to stop him, but he is already moving. As he goes, he equips a new skill book called Slaughter, which will make monster byproducts count as items after a kill. The demon approves, noting that the skill will make the bet fair because now the dragon's remains can actually be harvested properly. Armed with the sword and the new skill, he heads back before the arena event begins. After he leaves, the demon remarks that he did not expect Rilke to trust him with the weapon. Rilke brushes it off, though the comment reveals she may already be more invested than she admits. He returns to the volcanic floor knowing exactly what he has to do now. The battlefield is still a furnace, and time is running out. He admits the heat is becoming unbearable even with his fire resistance. Since he cannot catch the dragon outright, he focuses on the single exposed scale at the center of its neck, the one players call Yokrin. He recalls the key detail. That scale protrudes and leaves a gap whenever the dragon lowers its head to drink lava. So he waits for the exact moment the dragon comes to feed. When it finally appears and starts drinking, he knows the opening has arrived. He steadies himself and prepares the decisive move. Then he charges with the frost fire sword. He first smashes the terrain to create the angle and force he needs. The shock wave from the strike tears through the ground and launches the next stage of his plan. His items combine into a powered shock wave that drives the attack forward. Using that momentum, he hurls himself straight at the dragon's back. The impact slams him into the monster, but this time the sword bites in. He is thrown clear by the recoil before the dragon can crush him again. The dragon retaliates violently, blasting the area apart, but the sword remains lodged in the back of its head exactly where he wanted it. Battered and aching, he still recognizes that the setup worked. He survives the follow-up only because he redirected himself with firebomb at the last second. From cover, he confirms the first half of the plan is complete. The sword is planted in the back of the dragon's head. Now all that remains is to use the blade as a lever and force the opposite side to pop the neck scale free. He names the tactic with smug satisfaction and commits to it completely. Facing the dragon again, he vows that this time he will definitely claim the scale. As the dragon roars and turns with the sword still embedded, the final confrontation is set. The young fighter forces himself into a berserk state and commits to a desperate all-out attack. He launches upward at the armored fire dragon, aiming straight for the scale he needs. As the beast bears down on him, he braces and fires back while charging in. He closes the distance through the burning air, gambling everything on one opening. He stacks his buffs, using weight bracelet and fire bomb to push his body and power beyond its limit. Even as his weapon catches, he urges himself forward and refuses to stop. His attack detonates against the dragon, but the blast throws him away instead of finishing it. He crashes across the scorched ground, battered and nearly out of options. Realizing the target scale is still intact, he understands his first attempt failed. The dragon recovers immediately and turns its full fury back on him. His sword remains stuck, leaving him disarmed at the worst possible moment. He admits to himself that he is cornered and close to death. Another eruption tears through the volcanic field, making escape even harder. The dragon charges after him, and he can do nothing but run for his life. He flees blindly, trying to buy even a few more seconds. The monster keeps pursuing, smashing through the terrain to crush him. A sudden disturbance in the molten ground catches his attention and interrupts the chase. He notices the dragon has stumbled and briefly lost balance. Instead of running any longer, he decides to fight until his temporary buff expires. He taunts the lizard to focus on him and prepares one last attempt to take the scale. With reckless confidence, he declares that this time he will rip the scale free. The dragon answers by lunging straight at him. Faced with its jaws, he nearly freezes as death closes in. At the last instant, he activates Fog Sprint, choosing speed over defense. The dragon slams into the ground where he was, missing by a hair. He uses the opening to drive himself onto the beast's back and reach the embedded sword. His hand closes around the weapon before the dragon can shake him off. He tears the sword free and regains the only tool that can finish the job. Standing atop the monster, he steadies himself for a final skill. He gathers dark energy into his free hand, preparing a stronger technique. He unleashes Nightcaller, summoning a field of darkness over the battlefield. The system confirms that an artificial night has been created. Because the battlefield is now treated as night, his abilities are immediately strengthened. Using that boost, he drives his blade into the dragon's vulnerable scale again. He forces the strike deeper with everything his body has left. The dragon thrashes violently, trying to throw him off before he can finish. In response, he summons spectral helpers to distract and restrain the beast. He orders the summoned creatures to keep the dragon occupied while he works. The dragon's body begins to crack under the combined pressure and darkness-enhanced attack. Heat and blood erupt from the wound as the scale finally starts to give way. He endures the searing backlash while hanging onto the sword with both hands. His grip weakens from pain and numbness, but he refuses to let go. The blade slips loose from the wound, threatening to ruin everything at the last moment. He abandons the sword and grabs the loosened scale directly, deciding he cannot miss this chance. Burning his hands in the process, he rips at the scale with raw force. He realizes the heat is destroying his body and that this is truly his final move. With no strength left to spare, he commits completely. The scale tears free from the dragon's body at last. He triumphantly claims the scale, cursing the monster as he wins the objective. The dragon retaliates with a massive blast, and he triggers reverse in a last attempt to survive. The recoil and damage push his body into a monstrous, unstable state as he screams through the pain. Even while collapsing, the system registers a new skill from the brutal extraction. It confirms that he has obtained the fire-armored dragon's scale. The quest tied to Rilke is also marked complete, and he is told to go find her. But before he can enjoy the victory, the system coldly announces his death. The story shifts to the 10th floor Safe Zone Arena Hall, where a huge crowd gathers for the finals and guild scouts watch closely. One recruiter sees the tournament as a cheap chance to snatch up strong independents before rival guilds do. Others note that many of the spectators are guild officials, turning the event into a recruiting battlefield. Two disposal officers from major guilds, Lee Ji-moo and Park Si-hyuk, recall how this arena once launched their own careers. Lee boasts about his past victory, and warns that anyone clinging to old glory will soon be overtaken. Park points out that their former peers have already advanced while Lee remains stuck in a lower role. Lee insists he will rise eventually, no matter how long it takes. Park reminds him that promotion depends on completing the mission they were assigned this time, capture Hair Loss, dead or alive. They dismiss the target as a fool for entering the arena where he can be cornered so publicly. The arena manager Kilders welcomes the crowd and formally begins the finals. At that same moment, the protagonist revives from death and realizes the event has already started. Clutching the dragon scale, he sprints toward the arena, desperate not to miss his chance. He forces his way through the packed crowd, apologizing as he shoves past spectators. An official stops him only to explain that the preliminaries are over and direct him to the finalist waiting area. Relieved that he is not too late, he prepares to enter under his disguise. When he steps into the arena and sees the scale of the event, he is stunned by the enormous audience. Kilders revels in the spectacle, pleased by how much attention the finals are drawing. The crowd roars with excitement, feeding the arena's chaotic energy. The protagonist steels himself and vows that he will win no matter what. As the finalists are about to be announced, he waits in disguise behind his strange mask. The bracket is revealed, and the tournament is split into groups A and B. He learns he is in Group B and is pleased that only 2 wins would send him straight to the final. The audience notices there are 15 finalists instead of 14, and immediately accuses the extra entrant of cheating. Kilders watches the uproar with interest rather than concern. He activates his authority over the arena with a max-level silence skill. A wave of power spreads through the stadium and forces the entire crowd quiet. The spectators are shocked into speechlessness. Even the loudest complainers can only stare in fear. Kilders declares that no complaints will be accepted because the decision was made after his own review. The crowd and the disguised protagonist are left stunned by how absolute his control is. Kilders ends the silence effect once he has reasserted dominance. The protagonist can only gape at the sudden shift in power dynamics. Kilders smoothly reframes the controversy, saying the extra finalists should still receive a penalty for fairness. The crowd eagerly agrees, while the protagonist realizes he is being publicly betrayed. Kilders pretends to be generous and says the penalty will not be too severe. He proposes sealing one of the extra finalists' skills for the duration of the event. The audience accepts the punishment immediately, and Kilders basks in their approval. The protagonist stays calm, reasoning that most fighters on this floor only have a few skills, but he has many to spare. He reviews his long skill list and concludes that losing one should not cripple him. Confident that even major guild rookies will still fall behind him, he prepares to gamble on the penalty. Kilders announces that, for privacy, only the sealed skill's grade and level will be shown, not its name. The random result appears as an E-rank level 4 skill. The crowd laughs, assuming his main ability must have been locked because of the high level for such a low rank. But the protagonist privately sees that the sealed skill is only night vision, making the punishment almost meaningless. With the penalty settled, Kilders officially starts the finals and calls the first fighters forward. The first announced contestant is introduced as a rising star expected to become the next disposal officer of the Eclipse Guild. That fighter, Yoon Ki-hak, enters to a strong reception and obvious confidence. The protagonist waits to hear who Ki-hak will face. He is caught off guard when the absurdly long name of the opponent is announced. The answer is a bizarre man in a skin-tight green suit who treats the arena like a stage. The man's ridiculous self-introduction reveals he is the same lunatic who won a bet and wants to use a wish coupon to dine with Pretty Princess. The protagonist is horrified as he realizes this clown must be Hair Loss, the target everyone has been chasing. Checking the community post confirms it. Hair Loss bragged about reaching the 10th floor and challenged others to watch him in the arena. Another message makes it clear that the green-suited man really is Hair Loss. The protagonist is baffled that someone would use such a ridiculous name in front of every major guild. Hair Loss, meanwhile, is simply relieved he did not use his even more embarrassing real nickname. Some spectators instantly recognize him anyway and excitedly call him out. The protagonist decides this problem can wait because someone else will surely deal with it first. A hidden observer notices Hair Loss with sudden interest. Hair Loss looks up and senses that someone in the arena is watching him closely. Ki-hak fixes on him and realizes his opponent is no ordinary joke contestant. Hair Loss cheerfully mistakes Ki-hak's attention for admiration and thanks him. Ki-hak praises his appearance and strength in a way that only deepens the protagonist's confusion about what is happening. The green suit's stats are revealed to be absurdly good, especially its overwhelming defense. That equipment explains why Hair Loss can act so recklessly despite looking ridiculous. Ki-hak dismisses the spectacle and asks whether Hair Loss is connected to Pretty Princess. Hair Loss asks in return whether Ki-hak also likes her. Ki-hak admits he wants to meet her, but only because capturing her would secure him a rookie position. Hair Loss takes that as proof of her popularity and accepts Ki-hak as a rival. The match begins, and Ki-hak attacks first with a heavy downward strike. Hair Loss slips inside the attack and tells him he can chase Princess if he wants, but only through him. He declares himself the one truly tied to Princess and counters with absolute conviction. Ki-hak tries to defend, but he is already too late. Hair Loss lands a devastating punch he calls Rival Elimination Punch directly into Kihak's face. The blow shatters Kihak's composure and leaves him unable to understand what just happened. Hair Loss stands over the wreckage as Kihak collapses in a single exchange. The announcer declares Yoon Kihak knocked down and begins the count. Kihak cannot recover before the count ends, and the match is ruled over. Hair Loss is declared the winner of Group A's match after a one-turn kill, and the crowd erupts. Watching from the side, the protagonist is impressed enough to consider speaking to him later. Hair Loss dedicates the victory to Pretty Princess and is described as both romantic and dangerously insane, convincing the protagonist to abandon that idea. The audience can hardly believe Kihak was beaten so easily. Lee Ji-moo and Park Si-hyuk immediately realize Hair Loss is far stronger than expected and will not be easy to capture. Hair Loss notices their hostility and cheerfully decides that ambushing them after the event sounds fun. Lee, however, is already thinking the same thing and plans to strike once Hair Loss is exhausted. He clenches his fist and vows to crush Hair Loss himself. Lee's murderous intent is interrupted when a staff member rushes in with urgent news. He demands an explanation at once. The staff member nervously reports that several major guilds have suddenly submitted requests. Those guilds want to recruit Hair Loss instead of let him be hunted. They have even threatened to report Lee's capture plan to upper management and force him to withdraw. Enraged, Lee grabs the messenger and demands to know who is interfering. The report makes clear that nearly every major guild except Eclipse, Daeseong, and Sangoon now wants Hair Loss for themselves. Elsewhere, an older spectator is jolted by Hair Loss's performance, suggesting the arena's power balance is shifting again. Hair Loss follows up his first victory by crushing another opponent and advances to the final of Group A, proving he is no joke at all. As the arena roars, the orange-haired fighter is stunned that the crowd is already treating Hair Loss as a champion destined to confess to Pretty Princess. His disbelief deepens when another contestant openly declares love to Princess in the middle of the event, making the whole spectacle feel absurd. He realizes the silly title may be making people mistake his identity, and for now he decides that ambiguity works in his favor. The announcer moves Group B to its fifth match and builds suspense over the next entrant. That entrant is revealed as Evil Eye, a newcomer to the arena whose appearance immediately draws attention. Instead of admiration, Evil Eye is met with hostility because he advanced bye-bye, and he notes that the free pass has already damaged his reputation. Before he can settle in, the announcer reveals who will face him next. The orange-haired fighter judges that if Hair Loss dominated Group A, then Group B's strongest threat must be this opponent. That threat is introduced as Oh Ji-hyuk, an elite disposal officer from the Sangoon Guild, and the crowd expects him to crush Evil Eye. Facing Ji-hyuk, Evil Eye notes that the man tracked him down faster than expected, likely with help from a major guild. To avoid being recognized by his voice, Evil Eye resolves to stay silent, while Ji-hyuk hints that his body matches the person he has been hunting. Ji-hyuk makes his intent plain by vowing to strip away the mask and expose who Evil Eye really is. Evil Eye answers with open mockery, provoking Ji-hyuk and shocking the audience with his nerve. Even the host finds the provocation entertaining and calls for both fighters to prepare. The two stand off as the tension between them becomes so intense it feels like the match has already begun. The signal is finally given, and the fight starts explosively. Evil Eye immediately uses Afterimage to create multiple attack angles and force Ji-hyuk onto the defensive. Ji-hyuk answers with a sharp kick, proving he can still read through the opening rush. Evil Eye keeps pressing with sword feints and duplicate movements to hide his true line of attack. The layered assault lands hard enough to stagger Ji-hyuk from both sides at once. Ji-hyuk realizes he cannot afford even a moment's lapse because Evil Eye's pressure is overwhelming. Evil Eye watches closely for the instant Ji-hyuk's guard slips. Ji-hyuk suddenly launches something from below, turning defense into a hidden counter. Evil Eye understands too late that Ji-hyuk threw a digging skill the moment he drew his sword, planting a delayed trap under the arena floor. That hidden setup lets Evil Eye dive in for what should have been a decisive strike. But Ji-hyuk survives by raising a shield at the last second and buying himself room to react. Evil Eye immediately strips that shield away, refusing to let Ji-hyuk stabilize. Ji-hyuk retaliates with a brutal kick to create distance and seize momentum. He follows with a water attack that splashes across Evil Eye's face and disrupts his rhythm. The impact sends Evil Eye spinning back through the air. Still airborne, Evil Eye forces himself into another downward strike rather than yielding the initiative. Ji-hyuk plants himself and absorbs the shock through the arena floor. The crowd is stunned that Evil Eye has driven Ji-hyuk to one knee, while Evil Eye decides to finish the match before the momentum turns. As he commits to the finisher, Evil Eye suddenly senses something wrong. Ji-hyuk's real trap activates, binding Evil Eye in sticky mana lines that lock down his body. With Evil Eye immobilized, Ji-hyuk declares that he has finally caught the man he was chasing. Evil Eye refuses to panic and prepares to counter even while restrained. He lunges anyway and manages to crash into Ji-hyuk with a headbutt despite the bindings. That desperate hit is followed by small black spheres dropping around him, revealing another hidden tool. Ji-hyuk recognizes the spheres not as bombs but as a smoke screen meant to break his visual control of the trap. The smoke swallows the arena, and Ji-hyuk loses sight of Evil Eye just as the crowd starts shouting for him to clear it. Inside the haze, Evil Eye tries to cut the mana strings before Ji-hyuk can capitalize. Ji-hyuk slips through the smoke, grabs him from behind, and triggers the automatic helmet around Evil Eye's neck, confirming his suspicion about the masked fighter. Now certain of the identity behind the disguise, Ji-hyuk addresses him as Kim Young-soo. Young-soo rejects the greeting and admits he has far too many questions to let Ji-hyuk walk away. Ji-hyuk explains that upper management checked Pretty Princess's strategy posts and found that nearly all of them were accurate. Because those strategies proved true, Ji-hyuk concluded that Pretty Princess was unlike the manipulative major guilds. He says his certainty grew after seeing a 13th floor strategy that should only have been known to Sangun and Nine Dragon, which convinced him Pretty Princess had a wider information network. Young-soo privately realizes that part of that information came from Lee Jun-seok, so Ji-hyuk's deduction is not entirely wrong. Still, Young-soo asks whether Ji-hyuk really caused all this chaos just to interrogate him. Ji-hyuk answers that time will reveal whether Pretty Princess's information is truly reliable. If it is, he says he intends to help Pretty Princess as well, even without understanding the group's real purpose. Young-soo insists there is no grand agenda, only a practical guide to becoming strong without dying unfairly. Ji-hyuk accepts that answer more calmly than Young-soo expected. He admits he is the only one currently pursuing Young-soo and is willing to give him some room for now, even if that looks like betrayal. For Ji-hyuk, that betrayal is justified because his loyalty to his guild runs deeper than appearances. He reveals that he joined a major guild not for status but because he hates monsters and wants the strength to destroy them. Young-soo appreciates the honesty and decides that if the talking is over, they should settle things properly. Both men agree to decide the winner through combat rather than words. Young-soo charges first, determined to prove that his earlier loss on the 6th floor means nothing now. Ji-hyuk counters with mana lines again, trying to reassert control before Young-soo can build momentum. Young-soo reads the move in time and slips through the opening. He drives a heavy blow into Ji-hyuk's face and finally breaks the stalemate. The hit carries both of them to the ground, with Young-soo forcing Ji-hyuk down under his weight. Young-soo decides the cleanest way to win is to overwhelm Ji-hyuk with raw destructive power. He grins with genuine excitement, thrilled to have found a fight this enjoyable. Ji-hyuk realizes too late that Young-soo has set up something far more dangerous. Young-soo detonates a firebomb at point-blank range, turning the clash into a towering explosion. The blast engulfs the arena floor in smoke and flame. As the dust rises, the announcer wonders who could possibly have survived such a detonation. Young-soo emerges standing over Ji-hyuk's fallen body, protected by fire resistance, and declared the winner of the match. The crowd erupts at the upset, realizing an independent fighter has defeated one of the major guild's elites, and could send 2 independents to the finals. Guild recruiters immediately scramble to identify and sign the independents before anyone else can. Young-soo celebrates advancing to within 1 match of the final. He points toward Hair Loss and promises that their showdown is coming. Hair Loss accepts the challenge with confidence, and the 2 rivals agree to meet in the final. While the arena is being cleared and Ji-hyuk carried away, the host announces a short recovery period before Group B's last match. A horned official asks whether the next match can begin immediately if both sides consent. The request is barely finished before a furious brute crashes in, making his answer obvious. The new opponent mocks Young-soo for feeling proud after beating someone he considers weak. He vows to tear Young-soo apart in 5 seconds and demands the match start at once. To prove the threat, he crushes a chunk of stone in his bare hand. He hurls the rock with enough force to smash a nearby figure and show how violent this fight will be. The announcer counts down, and Young-soo is declared the winner of Group B before the next bout even properly unfolds, because 1 second was enough. The host announces that the final round will begin after the damaged stadium is restored, while observers note again how powerful Young-soo is. Hair Loss studies Young-soo's previous fight and concludes that his style is both aggressive and calculated, especially in how he used terrain and firepower against Ji-hyuk. He also notes the strange use of afterimage and decides Young-soo's trickiness makes him dangerous. That analysis sharpens Hair Loss's focus as he prepares for the final. Meanwhile, Young-soo boasts that he was hunting monsters long before entering the tower and insists that, despite Hair Loss's talent, victory still belongs to him. In his imagination, he already sees himself winning in dramatic fashion. He fantasizes about dedicating the trophy to Pretty Princess as a hero standing against overwhelming power. The fantasy grows even more theatrical as he imagines a perfect movie-like ending. Pretty Princess, watching from afar, is amused and charmed by how devoted Hair Loss has become. Young-soo, lost in his own delusion, laughs to himself with complete satisfaction. He openly revels in how cool he thinks he looks, while his own followers can only stare. Then he wonders whether Pretty Princess is watching the battle right now. A message arrives from Pretty Princess confirming the promised wish ticket and noting that major guilds are already trying to recruit Hair Loss. Young-soo is thrilled to learn Pretty Princess really was watching all along. But the next message reveals that Pretty Princess expects Hair Loss to win first place too, meaning there is another wish coupon in play. Worse, Pretty Princess plans to use that second coupon to invalidate Young-soo's wish, and casually admits they are not even on the 10th floor right now. Pretty Princess adds a new condition: if Young-soo wins the event, they will finally meet. That promise hits Young-soo like a physical blow. He immediately swears to win no matter what and to bring Pretty Princess the trophy himself. Privately, Pretty Princess decides it is still too early to reveal their identity, and resolves to win before Young-soo can reach them. Young-soo answers that challenge in spirit by declaring he will prove who is stronger than Hair Loss. Fireworks announced the long-awaited final, a match between 2 independent fighters, and the host teases the event prizes before the battle begins. The crowd buzzes over the rewards, and guilds even try to negotiate for Evil Eye's winnings in advance, showing how valuable the prizes must be. Third place is revealed to be 1,000 points and access to the arena training room, which barely impresses anyone. Second place raises the stakes with a B-class item and 3,000 points. That reward shocks the audience, and makes them realize first place must be extraordinary. The host saves the best for last and unveils the winner's prize. First place will receive a trophy, 5,000 points, and a B-class skill book. The final reward is what truly matters, an S-class right to summon Kildas for up to 24 hours. Most spectators do not understand the item's true value, but the informed ones instantly recognize how game-changing it is. Major guilds go wild because that summon could help one of their rookies clear the 59th floor and create an S-class hunter. With the prize revealed, the host finally starts the final round between Hair Loss and Evil Eye. Hair Loss declares that he had been holding back before, but now he intends to fight with everything he has. Young-soo welcomes that seriousness and draws his sword with a grin. The final begins instantly with Hair Loss exploding forward and forcing Young-soo onto defense. Young-soo is shocked by just how fast Hair Loss really is. That speed makes him realize the final will be far more dangerous than his earlier matches. Hair Loss follows with a crushing upward strike that nearly catches Young-soo cleanly. Young-soo recovers fast enough to praise the attack even while countering. Hair Loss keeps up the pressure with relentless close-range blows. The exchange becomes a violent crossfire of sword arcs and punches as either side yields ground. In the middle of the clash, Hair Loss asks whether Young-soo also knows Pretty Princess, then claims he knows them better. That claim rattles Young-soo more than any physical strike could. Hair Loss presses the psychological attack, and Young-soo rejects it furiously, insisting that his promise with Pretty Princess is real and that he understands them best. Driven half by obsession and half by pride, Young-soo decides he will destroy anything standing between him and victory. Hair Loss answers with a named finishing punch that unleashes a massive green shockwave across the arena. When the attack clears, Hair Loss is startled that Young-soo is still standing. Young-soo reappears from the smoke using Fog Sprint to circle behind him and steal the initiative back. Hair Loss realizes he let Young-soo slip away for a critical instant. Young-soo stops Hair Loss's next rush with a flat palm, abruptly freezing the momentum of the fight. He calmly declares checkmate as flames begin to bloom around Hair Loss's face. Young-soo detonates another firebomb at point-blank range, engulfing Hair Loss in a close-range explosion. The blast spreads so widely that the whole stadium seems to catch fire, and the crowd can only scream at the scale of it. Young-soo tries to end the match immediately while he still has the opening. But even before the smoke clears, he realizes something is wrong. Hair Loss emerges transformed by self-defense power, his body surging with monstrous force after taking what should have been a fatal hit. Instead of breaking, he declares that not even fire can burn away his determination to meet Pretty Princess, leaving Young-soo exasperated by his madness. Hair Loss praises the fire attack, but makes clear that against him it was not enough to decide the match. He reveals another trump card, Invincible, which boosts him when he suffers a mortal wound, meaning Young-soo's supposed checkmate only made him stronger. Young-soo is horrified to learn Hair Loss possesses 2 A-class skills and remembers with bitter irony that he himself wrote the strategy post explaining how to obtain them. Hair Loss combines those passives with fighting instinct and strong and weak, letting his stats rise as the battle drags on and making him especially dangerous against a strong opponent like Young-soo. Now empowered by authority, a supernatural S-class combat skill, Hair Loss taunts Young-soo and asks how it feels to face someone built entirely for battle. Young-soo recognizes the terrifying truth. Hair Loss has stacked multiple combat passives and even S-level power into one body. A colossal fire and force clash erupts again, and Young-soo can only marvel that Hair Loss seems to have every advantage at once. The arena disappears into smoke and heat as the final reaches another impossible level. When Hair Loss reappears still standing amid the flames and even winks through the damage, the only possible reaction is that beating him should be impossible. Evil Eye opens by using intimidation to freeze his opponent for a moment and seize the initiative. The runner-up mocks the trick instead of panicking, showing he refuses to be mentally dominated. Evil Eye immediately adds crushing weight to his sword, turning the next strike into a brute force attack. Confident in his defense, the runner-up dares him to try breaking through anyway. He answers with a powered punch, choosing to meet force with force rather than retreat. Their attacks collide head-on, and neither side gives way easily. The impact throws Evil Eye back and leaves him coughing from the recoil. Realizing his heaviest sword strike still was not enough, Evil Eye starts reassessing the matchup. He notices the runner-up is protected by self-defense, and a trait that makes him stronger when critically wounded. That means trying to kill him outright will only make him harder to beat. Evil Eye decides he needs a different path to victory, and reaches for another option. He activates Frostfire Sword, turning his weapon into a source of freezing air. The new blade gives him an opening, and his confidence returns. He stacks more gear and power boosts onto the sword, preparing a decisive counterattack. The runner-up charges in aggressively, trying to overwhelm him before the setup is complete. Their clash detonates across the arena, drawing alarm from the crowd. Evil Eye presses the attack through the blast and drives straight into close range. The runner-up answers with water skills and dismisses Evil Eye's freezing tactic as ineffective against him. Evil Eye combines water with digging skills, turning the arena floor itself into part of his offense. Water spreads over the runner-up as Evil Eye starts controlling his footing. He then breaks the ground under the runner-up's step, disrupting his balance. Evil Eye reveals he already studied this style from the runner-up's earlier match with OG Hyuk. The runner-up insists Evil Eye's setup is only a cheap trick and tries to crush through it with raw power. He smashes down with overwhelming force, convinced strength alone will erase the trap. Instead, he concentrates everything into a finishing punch backed by a shockwave gauntlet. Evil Eye slips inside that attack and launches a targeted counter he calls Rival Elimination Punch. He multiplies the strike with Referee's Blow, turning it into a devastating chain of hits. The arena erupts again as the amplified attack lands. When the dust clears, the runner-up is still standing, battered but grinning through it. He tells Evil Eye to stop resisting and accept defeat. Evil Eye coughs hard, showing the exchange has pushed him close to his limit. Even so, he calmly begins to concede just enough to lower his opponent's guard. He praises the runner-up's combat sense, confusing him with sudden respect. At that moment Evil Eye springs his real plan, explaining that the runner-up's linked growth makes him stronger the longer the fight drags on. So the only answer is to ignore that growing power entirely. He triggers reverse and sends the runner-up's own overwhelming damage back at him. The runner-up is stunned as Evil Eye admits he really had been in terrible condition, but that weakness was part of the trap. A blinding burst explodes outward, terrifying the spectators. The organizer intervenes to keep the blast from spreading further. Kilda seals the explosion inside a space-blocking barrier. With the arena locked down, the announcer declares this final exchange will decide everything. When the smoke clears, the runner-up has fallen while Evil Eye remains standing, making Evil Eye the winner of the Battle Arena event. Kildas publicly confirms the victory and promises the championship rewards. Evil Eye's attention shifts when he notices the VIP section has suddenly emptied. He realizes the disposal officers and even their assistants have vanished without explanation. That disappearance, along with a suspicious smell, tells him something is wrong behind the scenes. Elsewhere, the defeated runner-up wakes up in a recovery room, still trembling from the fight. His first hilarious thought is a love-struck cry for Pretty Princess. The system coldly informs him he only placed second. He receives consolation points, which only confirms the loss. Then he is granted a reward called Green Dragon Breath, a toxic power-up tied to a green dragon. He swallows it without hesitation. The reward boosts his physical stats and grants strong poison resistance, restoring his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Evil Eye reflects that this floor holds stronger people than he expected, and that he was wrong to think he already stood at the top. The runner-up snaps himself out of self-pity because he still regrets failing to win the trophy for Pretty Princess. When he sends an apologetic message, Pretty Princess immediately mocks him instead of comforting him. That only irritates him further as he storms out. He opens the door still fuming and ready to complain. Instead, he finds a corridor full of hostile figures, including 2 killers from Eclipse, waiting for him. They announce his arrest and warn that rebellion could justify immediate execution. He learns Eclipse is a top-ranked guild and that many of the people present are disposal officers from the 10th floor. The scale of the ambush makes it clear this was organized long before the tournament ended. The runner-up realizes they prepared from the start to seize him the moment he was vulnerable. At the same time, the floor's official staff confront Eclipse for interfering with their recruitment plans. Eclipse orders its people not to let the local officers interfere and claims authority over the 10th floor. One captured official protests that he has already reported the abuse upward. An Eclipse officer replies that no counter-order has arrived, so he will proceed with the original capture order. The local side argues that even a higher-ranked guild must obey the floor's rules and the disposal officer in charge. But Eclipse insists the runner-up is especially important because of his connection to Pretty Princess. Hearing that, the runner-up understands they are targeting him because of her and breaks free. He decides he will not let them use him to trouble Pretty Princess, and challenges them himself. The corridor erupts into a melee as both factions rush him. Elsewhere, Evil Eye searches the halls for Rilka, assuming she came to watch the arena. He is intercepted by Kildas before he can keep looking. Kildas congratulates him on the win, but Evil Eye is more concerned about unfinished matters. Kildas admits the other matches became uninteresting after the finals, so he came to see Evil Eye personally. Evil Eye asks if Kildas has seen Rilka. Kildas instead notices Evil Eye has already obtained the fire-armored dragon scales and offers to guide him. As they walk, Kildas asks what kind of person Evil Eye faced in the finals. Evil Eye describes the runner-up as slower than himself but powerful and fast at climbing the tower, and Kildas wonders if they know each other. Evil Eye hesitates, unsure how much truth to reveal. He decides to admit they know each other while hiding that he himself is Pretty Princess. Kildas says he understands the feeling, then jokes about the runner-up's hair loss nickname. He brushes it off as a memory from the past, and says he liked the man's spirit. Kildas finally brings Evil Eye to Rilka. Rilka is in pain and startled when they arrive. She is shocked to see Evil Eye because she expected him to return much later. Her surprise turns into outright panic. When Evil Eye shows the fire-armored dragon scales, she blurts out that he was not supposed to finish the quest so quickly. Evil Eye ignores the complaint and happily announces he has come back to claim his reward. What he finds instead leaves him speechless. Rilka's room is filled with absurdly cute creatures and a sugary atmosphere that clashes with everything he expected. One small creature notices him first. It immediately launches itself at him with overwhelming affection. Rilka complains that the creature, Manju, never hugs her like that despite all her pampering and outfits. Manju calls to Evil Eye as if recognizing him. Rilke proudly shows off the ridiculous wardrobe she prepared for the creature. Manju slaps Evil Eye hard when he reacts badly to the fashion display. The creature then demands an apology, and Evil Eye gives in. Still dazed, Evil Eye admits he cannot believe they have met again. The system confirms he has completed Rilke's request and that his favorability with many NPCs has increased. It also confirms he won the bet and that ownership of the Frostfire sword now belongs to Cho Hyun-soo. Before he can enjoy the rewards, a disturbance outside grabs both his and Kilda's attention. Kilda's immediately suspects the trouble is caused by the same people from earlier. Public messages begin spreading that the hair-loss man is fighting disposal officers right after the tournament. The gossip quickly connects the attack to Pretty Princess rather than to prize theft. Evil Eye realizes with alarm that the runner-up has been targeted because of him. Kilda's offers a sudden quest, explaining that he cannot intervene directly outside the arena because of system restrictions. Evil Eye accepts at once and rushes out with his sword. The quest makes him responsible for saving the runner-up in Kilda's place, with a B-class elixir as the reward. As he runs, Evil Eye blames himself for not paying closer attention to the people who trusted him. He also realizes the attackers are hiding their identities behind disposable aliases, while the runner-up is still acting like the center of a romance story. The sounds of battle lead Evil Eye straight to the fight. He arrives to find the runner-up surrounded and still resisting despite the ambush. The attackers assume the exhausted runner-up should be easy prey after the finals. But the runner-up keeps forcing openings and refuses to collapse. One of Eclipse's men notices their formation has been breached from the empty side. Their leader realizes too late that someone else has entered the battle. Evil Eye dives straight for the leader, deciding the fastest way to break the ambush is to cut off command. The runner-up recognizes Evil Eye and is shocked that his former opponent has come to help him. The attackers also recognize Evil Eye as the same dangerous fighter from before. His arrival explodes through their ranks and throws the battlefield into chaos. The lower-ranked attackers panic as one of their officers is taken down. Evil Eye openly declares he has come for the runner-up. The runner-up, weakened by multiple debuffs from the ambush, can only stare in disbelief. Evil Eye explains that he came because Pretty Princess asked him to, which instantly gets the runner-up's attention. The runner-up starts competing over who is closer to Pretty Princess, then forces himself to focus on survival instead. Evil Eye cuts through the nonsense and proposes they fight together because both of them are still drained from the finals. He asks how long the runner-up can keep going under his current condition. The runner-up says he can last only 3 to 5 minutes, and Evil Eye decides 3 will be enough. They launch a coordinated counterattack into the encircling enemies. The runner-up takes the front with brute force, smashing through the nearest attackers. More enemies pile onto him, trying to pin him down before the pair can gain momentum. Evil Eye cuts them off with a sweeping strike and keeps the pressure from closing in. He checks on the runner-up mid-fight, and the runner-up admits he is still standing only because of Evil Eye's intervention. The runner-up then blasts the crowd back with a shockwave, buying them breathing room. Even Eclipse's leader is forced to admit the two still have absurd stamina after such a brutal final. At last, outside interference arrives and a protest goes up that the capture order should be cancelled. The Eclipse leader complains that the crowd's mixed reactions are preventing him from gaining the emotional buff he wanted. Even so, the chaos slightly raises Lee Jinma's skill level, and Evil Eye notices the shift. Evil Eye reads the situation instantly and confirms again that the leader must be taken down first. He tells the runner-up to hold out while he goes after the real threat. Then he tears through the surrounding enemies in a rapid sword rush to clear a path. The Eclipse leader intercepts him and demands to know why Evil Eye is protecting the runner-up. Evil Eye answers with another heavy strike, meeting the leader's axe directly. He taunts the leader as being even less impressive than Oh Jae-hyuk, trying to shake his composure. The insult lands, and the leader loses his temper. While locked in the clash, Evil Eye judges that the leader's natural stats are not the real problem and that his equipment is carrying him. He decides the next move is to nullify that equipment as well and has Manju spit out a strange purple effect. The purple power strikes the leader's gear directly, beginning Evil Eye's attempt to strip away the advantage behind the ambush. A wounded enemy suddenly realizes something is attacking his heart from inside, and panic takes over. The orange-haired climber stands over the fallen men and finishes the ambush before they can recover. One victim desperately clutches his chest and understands too late that exposing himself in battle was fatal. The climber coldly drives the lesson home that removing armor mid-fight is a deadly mistake. He kills the assassin and the system immediately confirms the target's elimination. The reward is announced as a random skill from the killer, divided according to contribution. With the assassin dealt with, he turns his attention back to rescuing his battered companion. Before he can move far, more attackers stomp his injured friend into the ground. The friend breaks down completely and begs to be saved. The climber blasts the attackers away with firebomb, clearing space around them. He rushes to support his friend and checks if he can still move. More footsteps close in, proving the chase is not over yet. A fresh wave from the big guild surrounds them, and he realizes the pressure will keep coming endlessly. Carrying his friend, he admits he is reaching his limit just as a strange line of energy catches his eye. He senses that the new phenomenon matters and immediately tries to identify it. Following the line upward, he spots someone waiting above the battlefield. He recognizes Jae-hyuk, who has arrived exactly when help is needed. Jae-hyuk calmly prepares several dark spheres, showing he came ready to intervene. He drops the spheres into the middle of the pursuing crowd. The guild members hesitate, not understanding what has landed among them. The spheres erupt into a blinding burst that throws the whole area into chaos. As smoke spreads, the pursuers fear poison and lose formation, giving the climber an opening. The climber realizes Jihyuk truly kept his promise to help him escape. He seizes the chance and charges through the disoriented enemies while they are still blinded. With his friend on his back, he runs for safety without looking back. He urges his barely conscious companion to hold on a little longer. Once they reach treatment, the friend is placed in a healing machine that can save him if given time. An NPC healer explains that his body and mana were in ruins and that he would have died from any further damage. The climber blames himself for letting his teammate be hunted so badly and vows never to let a major guild corner his people in a safe zone again. He admits he cannot protect everyone alone and needs outside help. He turns to the influential NPCs of the 10th floor, deciding to use their power against the guilds. Kildas offers the promised quest reward, but the climber has another idea. Instead of taking the item immediately, he asks to negotiate. Kildas agrees to hear him out. Before making his request, the climber asks Rilke what rising NPC favorability actually means. Rilke explains awkwardly that it is basically the trust NPCs place in him. Kildas confirms that trust can grow into real friendship, and that NPCs are more than tools to be used. The climber quickly understands that trust might let him ask for favors instead of just rewards. He asks Kildas to convert his reward into a favor. Kildas accepts, even though it means giving up a valuable B-class elixir reward. The climber asks that his other friends who reach the 10th floor, including his injured companion, be protected in this safe zone. Kildas recognizes the names he mentions and realizes these are the climbers tied to the strange newcomers already making noise. When the climber confirms it, Kildas understands exactly who he is dealing with. To prove trust, the climber reveals that he is the player known as Pwede Princess. He treats exposing that identity as a serious gamble, but decides he needs Kildas' help more than secrecy. He formally asks Kildas to protect his colleagues. He repeats the request plainly, asking for protection for his people inside the safe zone. Kildas agrees, and the climber notes that the NPC had already suspected part of the truth. Rilke reacts with delighted fascination to the absurd identity reveal. She bursts into laughter at how ridiculous the name sounds coming from him. Even Kildas cannot help mocking the bizarre alias. Embarrassed, the climber insists he chose the name for reasons he cannot reveal. Rilke immediately decides that if he trusted her with that secret, she will help him too. She asks Kildas how it feels to interact this way with the player, as if they were fellow NPCs. Kildas admits he is willing to join in, partly because he also dislikes the big guilds dominating the floor. He promises to personally look after the injured friend. The climber gratefully asks both of them to keep his identity secret as well. Rilke agrees, but immediately demands something in return. Her price is shamelessly simple. She wants permission to touch the auction whenever they meet. The climber apologizes to the frog companion in advance and accepts the humiliating bargain for the sake of the deal. With the agreement settled, he prepares to leave. Kildas stops him at the last moment with one more gift. He presses a strange dark essence into the climber's hand. The item reacts immediately, and the climber senses a new power taking root in him. The system identifies it as the essence of Giant's Heart, a defensive giant-type power with mocking flavor text. Kildas presents it as a personal gift rather than a formal reward. He sends the climber onward, telling him to keep climbing until there is nowhere left to go. The climber silently takes in the weight of that encouragement. Then he starts walking again with renewed resolve. He steps back into the open, ready to move forward. Looking up at the night sky, he realizes he feels genuine gratitude toward an NPC for the first time in a long while. Trusting Kildas and Rilke to handle the aftermath, he decides to resume climbing. But before leaving the floor behind, he decides to punish the guild enforcers who hunted his people. When Dizong's men try to claim territory and demand his identity, he answers with violence instead. He cuts through them so fast that their threats never matter. An explosion follows, turning the confrontation into a public warning. Using Evil Eye, he declares that they chose the wrong target to bully. The blast sends another enemy flying and makes the message impossible to ignore. Watching the destruction, Kildas seems to understand that the climber is changing the balance of the floor. Rilke notices Kildas is acting differently than usual and presses him about it. She points out that he is bending his own rules to help a stranger and suspects he has a deeper motive. Kildas brushes it off by saying he was only searching for an heir. He explains that whoever succeeds him must have the body to endure his brutal training, and he sees that potential in the injured man. Rilke is stunned that he would choose a successor so casually. She reminds him that he can only name an heir once and demands to know why he would bet everything on that man. Kildas reveals he has already begun, secretly infusing some of his own power into the man during treatment. Rilke complains that trying to read Kildas' intentions gives her a headache, and he shuts her up by handing her food. She sulks, but the snack works immediately. Even while eating, she admits the injured man reminds her of someone important, which is why Kildas is taking the risk. Elsewhere, the climber notices his stats have risen and reflects that hidden bosses give far better growth than ordinary monsters. He confirms that killing the hidden boss paid off exactly as he hoped. He also receives a hidden reward, the black chroma key, along with a new armor piece. The system identifies the armor as a gargle leather suit with strong defensive bonuses. To avoid being recognized, he immediately changes the armor's appearance. Satisfied with the loot, he decides to rest briefly and post a strategy guide. He opens the community to spread what he has learned. The forum is already in chaos with reports that the 10th floor's major guilds were beaten and their disposal officers thrown out. He confirms to himself that the two men who hunted them are truly dead and expelled, even if he had not originally meant to kill them. Deokshin boasts that this will make other guilds think twice before provoking them again. The climber starts typing his own warning. He posts that Dezong and Eclipse members should be careful on the 10th floor because Kildas is no longer tolerating them, and the guild forums erupt in disbelief. Then a formal notice appears banning hunters from Dezong and Eclipse from 10th floor arena events for 5 years. A second notice adds that anyone who attacks event participants again, or commits player killing in the safe zone, will face the same punishment. The climber is shocked by how severe the arena ban is. He realizes Kilda's response was even stronger than he expected, whether from personal conviction or because of the favor. He concludes that the punishment will force other large guilds to treat NPCs more carefully from now on. At the same time, other players he knows are arriving on the 10th floor, though their timing is awkward. Kildas announces that arena events themselves will be suspended for about 2 months because of the current situation and his own reasons. Roka adds a playful threat that anyone causing trouble from now on will receive a terrible quest. The climber tells them to aim those awful quests at the real troublemakers and leave him out of it. Instead, Roka gives him a second force quest, asking him to gather rare materials and promising more trust and access to other NPC quests in return. He accepts that he will need help later and decides he may have to call Sam eventually. The system explains that, thanks to Roka's influence, most NPCs will now be hostile to climbers who commit crimes and may even deny them quests and safe zone services. Roka herself posts a blunt public warning that anyone who harms her friends or the injured man will die. After uploading both warning and strategy, the climber heads onward, pleased that his contribution title is rising fast. He enters the 15th floor and receives a new extermination objective against skeletons, charcoal zombies, and pulse witches. The moment he arrives, he compares the place to what he read on the community. The ruined village looks unnaturally burned, as if the entire settlement had been deliberately set on fire. He recalls the enemy types and the story attached to them: burned villagers, buried dead, and a witch tied to the disaster. This cursed place is known as the burned village of Tunganis. The undead immediately swarm him in a frenzy. He identifies the setting as a village destroyed by plague, witches, and fire, leaving only hateful remnants behind. He understands that these monsters are the victims of a so-called purification. He cuts one down cleanly to test how they respond. Then he tears through the surrounding undead with a wide sword sweep. A lore prompt confirms that Tunganis was once peaceful until plague and fire filled it with resentment. Sensing a hidden piece nearby, he becomes excited that there may be more to uncover here. A pulse witch shrieks, and the system warns that her scream strengthens all undead in the area. The nearby monsters immediately surge with new aggression. He finds himself surrounded as the empowered undead close in from every side. He realizes the pulse witch is not just a caster but a battlefield controller for the undead. He blocks another rush while reassessing the enemy's behavior. Choosing to remove the source first, he leaps straight toward the witch with fire gathered in his hand. He decides to crush the witch before dealing with the rest. The witch lunges back at him instead of retreating. He slams down with explosive force, blasting the area apart. After the impact, he judges the floor manageable so far and almost too easy. Then something about the aftermath makes him stop. The undead are still advancing through the flames instead of recoiling. They keep coming as if the fire is feeding their madness rather than stopping it. Both he and Deokshin are startled by the contradiction. Reviewing the results, he notes that he killed nearly everything except 2 witches, but the pattern still feels wrong. He realizes the earlier undead reacted abnormally to fire and explosions, which means he may have misunderstood the rule. Now he sees the truth. These undead are not afraid of fire at all. A skeleton hand bursts from the ground, revealing a different kind of threat. At the village's western outskirts, he reaches the skeleton zone and faces a new wave of enemies. He tests firebomb again at a higher level, blasting the skeletons apart in one strike. But from the flames, eerie skull-like spirits begin to emerge instead of simply dying. The burning skeletons reform into something worse, proving fire only transforms them. He finally counters the new form with water magic, discovering that water, not fire, is the key to destroying these skeletons for good. Unable to kill the skeletons with water, he keeps experimenting and wonders if poison or acid might work instead. Those tests fail too, confirming the skeletons are resistant to more than simple physical attacks. Without noticing, he finishes off the required number of skeletons while testing methods, but more undead still surround him. A sudden idea flashes through his mind as the pressure closes in. He decides the only way out is to wipe them out in one move while escaping at the same time. So he deliberately lures the mindless skeletons after him by taunting them with the promise of fresh human prey. He uses Dig to open a pit directly in their path and lets the horde rush into it. Satisfied that their lack of brains made them easy to trap, he prepares to bury them where they fell. He drops a fire bomb into the pit to finish the trapped skeletons off. The buried skeletons realize too late that they have been sealed in with the blast. From above, he listens as the pit collapses over them and assumes the problem is solved. But the skeletons' desperate cries unsettle him, as if they are not just monsters but victims. He detonates another firebomb to end their suffering completely. The aftermath feels oppressively grim, and he gets the disturbing sense that the dead wanted rescue rather than slaughter. Trying to stay practical, he decides to search the area for a hidden clue tied to the village. During the search, he notices a strange little doll on the ground and picks it up. The object identifies itself as proof of heresy, a warning mark that gives the accused 2 days to convert or be purified. He starts connecting the village's monsters to that warning, wondering if the burned and buried undead were once people condemned as heretics. The idea fascinates him because it suggests the village's horror came from persecution, not random corruption. He catches a crucial detail in the wording and realizes the so-called heretics were described as victims. That makes him reinterpret the monsters as transformed remnants of the condemned, including witches burned by fire and skeletons buried alive. New information reveals that Tungenis was once peaceful before becoming a place consumed by resentment. He concludes the undead may be vengeful spirits born from false accusations and wrongful punishment. Looking over the field of undead, he sees the whole setting as an artificial massacre disguised as a plague story. He realizes the village was not destroyed by disease and witchcraft at all, but by deliberate slaughter. The system acknowledges that he has uncovered part of Tungenis's tragedy and offers him a hidden quest. Since his usual power cannot reveal the rest automatically, he accepts the quest to learn the truth directly. The moment he commits, the atmosphere shifts as if the village itself is responding. The proof of heresy begins to shine in his hand, signaling that it is more than a clue. He loses control of the object as it suddenly flies upward on its own. The doll radiates holy light and starts activating like a sacred device. As the relic awakens, the system announces that the proof of heresy has been activated. A violent force erupts from the ground as something massive begins to emerge. He barely has time to register the danger before the earth opens beneath him. A Phrenos guardian rises from the ground, and he learns it is a divine weapon created by the Church of Fire to purge heresy with flames. The system declares that the purification has begun, turning the hidden history into a live threat. He is caught off guard as the guardian attacks immediately. The giant slams down with overwhelming force, forcing him into a desperate defense. When the dust clears, he sees the undead striking the guardian instead of him. He realizes the undead are attacking the divine weapon and ignoring him completely. This is unlike ordinary monster turf wars, because the entire field has turned into a full-scale battle against the guardian. Even with his information ability, he still lacks the full explanation for why this conflict is happening now. He keeps thinking through the plague story, searching for the hidden logic behind the village's curse. The sacred weapon and the proof of heresy now seem clearly linked as the tool that started the massacre. He identifies the guardian as the likely murder weapon behind the village's destruction. He reasons that the Church of Fire first sent the warning relic, then unleashed the guardian when the villagers refused to convert. That means the undead are the villagers themselves, condemned as heretics and slaughtered by the church. Because the quest appeared only after he learned their story, he concludes the hidden quest is aligned with the undead rather than the church. He decides the way to clear the quest is to confront the true cause of the tragedy instead of merely surviving. With that in mind, he cuts through nearby undead to reach the guardian's weak point. Remembering that golems are defeated by destroying the core inside them, he targets the glowing relic embedded in the guardian. He slices out the core, separating the proof of heresy from the guardian's body. He follows through with a powerful strike to shatter the construct around it. But no new information appears, telling him that destroying one guardian is not enough to resolve the quest. He pauses just long enough to reconsider what he knows. The undead should fear divine power, yet these villagers charge straight at it, which means vengeance overrode instinct. He wonders if their hatred is so deep that they would rather die again than let the guardian stand. Another guardian blasts fire across the battlefield, burning through undead without hesitation. The attack draws a furious curse from someone hidden in the chaos. He gets scorched as well and angrily demands to know why the guardian is targeting him too. In response, he orders his frog companion Deoxys to unleash its special fire attack. Deoxys erupts in a massive blast of flame that tears through the battlefield. He praises the frog's timing as the attack buys him space. Even while he recovers, more guardians keep fighting, proving the threat is larger than a single construct. He notes that divine power can still push the undead back, but it is not stopping their advance completely. He plants his sword and prepares to reposition for a better view of the battle. From higher ground, he sees both guardians and undead being driven toward the center of the village. That movement is not random, because both sides are converging on the same place. He realizes they are all fighting as if the center of town is something that must be defended or seized. That convinces him the true key to the quest is hidden there. He watches the guardians continue forcing their way inward while the undead resist from every side. The clash intensifies around the ruined center, as if reenacting an old siege. He rushes into the plaza to investigate the focal point himself. There he notices that the center of town is far more heavily ruined than the surrounding streets. The place feels unnaturally cold, and the system detects a weak divine power buried in the wreckage. His frost fire sword reacts too, making him suspect that this hidden divine power was once condemned as heresy. At that point, he becomes certain he has found the real heart of the quest. He identifies a buried object beneath the rubble as the key to breaking the hidden quest open. When he clears the debris, he confirms that something sacred is sealed inside. The object is revealed as a statue of Prelia, goddess of ice, along with records showing the Church of Fire erased the Church of Ice even though the ancient kingdom was founded on both. He pieces together the implications of that suppressed history, and sees the village as a remnant of the defeated faith. The name Hyalton shocks him, because it links this ruined village to the ancient kingdom he has heard of before. Among the rubble he also finds a key, but it does not seem to be the main answer. Embarrassed by the false lead, he sets the key aside and keeps searching for the real clue. Additional records confirm that ice and fire were once one faith, and that the kingdom might not have split if a royal sword had arrived sooner. Another testimony bitterly asks where the kingdom's shield was when the village was trampled, revealing the villagers' despair before death. He reconstructs the past as a violent schism in which the Church of Fire crushed the Church of Ice. The current battle now looks to him like a reenactment of that ancient betrayal, though he still needs to know how to end it. Since the Guardian attacks the village while the undead block it, and the quest began among the undead, he finally sees which side he is meant to support. He reaches the truth of the village and resolves to protect Tunganus this time instead of letting history repeat itself. The system responds by promising to reveal the full quest information. As the revelation unfolds, the buried statue begins to crack apart under swirling sacred script. The statue fully manifests as Prelia, goddess of ice, returning to the battlefield as a divine presence. Her awakening opens radiant eyes, signaling that the village's forgotten god has answered at last. The system announces that the guardian of Prelia is arriving, shifting the balance of the battle. He stares in disbelief as the impossible actually happens. The undead are suddenly infused with divine power, overturning the rule that only the church's side should wield it. His sword stands planted nearby as the battlefield itself seems to reset around this miracle. An undead foot lands beside the sword, showing the transformed villagers are now stepping into a new role. One of the empowered undead roars as ice and fire coexist in the same body, proving the old division can be broken. He can hardly believe what he is seeing and asks his frog if this is real. The villagers' forms evolve into armed defenders, including skeletal soldiers and other stronger undead. The hidden quest is finally spelled out. Tunganus is the last village that still worships Prelia after the Church of Ice and Fire split apart. The reenactment clarifies his role by placing him beside the village's defenders against the church's constructs. His objective becomes explicit: defend Tunganus from the Church of Fire that swallowed the Holy Kingdom. A full allied force forms around him, from skeleton archers and warriors to stronger ghouls, all now fighting under Prelia's protection. He is stunned that the weakest undead have been upgraded so dramatically. The transformation goes even further, producing elite forms like a skeleton knight and a huge zombie. The village's monstrous strength swells as the upgraded undead prepare for a real counterattack. Even the pulse witch is remade by divine power into a new form. She becomes a 4-star creature priest, a resurrected cleric who serves as Prelia's guardian. His initial admiration vanishes when he sees her face is still horrifying despite the holy makeover. With the defenders reorganized and the priest floating above them, the village finally has a coherent resistance. But a larger enemy appears behind the guardians, suggesting the church's true enforcer has arrived. That figure identifies as an agent of purification, a sacred weapon of the Church of Fire empowered by the fire god Pitoridon. The sudden arrival of an undead ally at his side startles him almost as much as the new boss. Assessing both armies, he judges the overall balance is roughly even for the moment. The problem is that his strongest ally is a support-type priest rather than a frontline powerhouse. So he decides he personally has to deal with the agent of purification, who is clearly built for combat. Because his best temporary buffs are still on cooldown, he searches for another way to overpower the enemy. He pulls out a giant's heart essence and decides to use it as his trump card. The spirit floods him with major boosts to strength, agility, stamina, mana, and physical resistance, and he revels in the surge. His newly empowered allies gather around him, ready to follow his lead. He rallies the entire undead force into a direct assault on the church's army. Using his boosted power, he cleaves through a guardian with brute force. Even so, the guardians keep coming, and he realizes the battle will drag on unless he reaches the true commander. He concludes that the agent of purification must be stopped as well, not just the constructs it commands. When the priest lunges after the enemy leader, he wants to chase too but restrains himself. He reminds himself that the quest is to protect the village, so he can only pursue the leader if the defenders can hold the line. The villagers themselves offer no reassuring answer, leaving him uncertain whether they can endure. Then the creature priest invokes Prelia's power and begins casting a large-scale blessing over the battlefield. The system grants him the blessing of the tainted priest, which heals him, shields his body with ice power, and reduces the oppressive heat. The blessing also empowers his undead allies, mounting the skeleton knight and huge zombie in icy divine energy. With the defenders stabilized, he thanks the priest and commits to taking the fight forward. He leads a charge with the upgraded undead straight into the church's front line. They slam into a wall of guardians that has been formed as a barricade around the enemy leader. He immediately sees that breaking through this defensive ring will not be easy. The skeleton knight offers him a ride so they can punch through the blockade faster. A path opens as the mounted charge begins battering the guardians aside. From above, the guardians finally notice the fast-moving threat bearing down on them. He praises the skeleton knight as the mount carries him cleanly over the enemy line. Ahead, the agent of purification stands behind a mass of guardians and prepares to crush them with overwhelming force. The mounted charge lands inside the enemy formation, but the final wall is still too dense to leap through completely. He decides to dismount and continue alone, trusting the skeleton knight to hold the opening behind him. As the knight keeps the guardians occupied, he pushes forward with gratitude and urgency. The agent of purification pounds its own guardians onward like disposable tools, tightening the trap around him. Rather than hesitate, he launches himself straight at the towering sacred weapon with reckless confidence. He drives his frostfire sword directly into the burning core at the center of its body. The blade pierces through the divine core, cracking the enemy from within. But the agent of purification erupts in a violent backlash, blasting him away even as his strike lands. The young swordsman opens by hacking at the purifier, trying to stop it before it can recover again. He realizes the creature's regeneration is far faster than ordinary damage can overcome. He decides the only reliable answer is to destroy its core outright. A sudden inconsistency makes him hesitate as he reassesses what the core actually is. He discovers the enemy's entire body functions as its core, not a single weak point. Instead of panicking, he takes that as proof the thing can still be killed. He presses the attack, convinced that if it has a body, it has a way to be destroyed. The purifier counters with brute force, smashing down with its hammer-like weapon. He slips around the blow and keeps moving, looking for a better opening. He unleashes his freezing skill and commits to immobilizing the whole body at once. The purifier is trapped in ice, buying him a brief advantage. A warning from behind reveals that freezing one enemy has left him exposed to another threat. The frozen purifier's body begins to rupture under the strain of the ice. He skids away to reposition before the situation turns against him. The split body seems to confirm success, and he briefly thinks he has broken the enemy in two. He even jokes about the result, assuming the kill is secured. That confidence collapses when the system announces the purifier is regenerating from the split halves. He looks up in disbelief as the danger escalates instead of ending. The single enemy becomes two full purifiers, both armed and active. Now trapped between them, he braces for a coordinated attack. He tries to rely on his speed skill to escape the pincer. Even with that burst of movement, he cannot fully avoid the closing strike. The combined assault detonates around him and blasts him away. He crashes hard into the ground, badly shaken. Still conscious, he forces himself back up while gasping for breath. He bitterly realizes he has made the fight worse by splitting a monster that should never have been split. One purifier immediately capitalizes on his weakness and slams him again. The blow sends him tumbling across the battlefield. He struggles to recover as the pressure keeps mounting. The two purifiers descend together, determined to finish him before he can think. Their synchronized attack shows his speed skill has improved, but not enough to save him outright. Seeing him cornered, the purifiers decide to withdraw from the duel and move on to their real objective. He turns in alarm, realizing they are abandoning him for something more important. One of them drops directly onto him to pin him in place while the other advances. From the ground, he hears that the remaining purifier intends to kill. The second purifier charges its weapon for a devastating strike while he lies helpless. Certain he is about to die, he resigns himself for a moment. Then a new presence interrupts the killing blow and snaps him out of that despair. A skeletal knight appears and blocks the attack at the last instant. The swordsman recognizes the unexpected savior as the skeleton knight he knows. The knight growls out his defiance and holds the line. The knight orders the swordsman to leave the fight to him and get moving. He promises he will hold them off, despite the odds. The knight throws himself against both purifiers, buying time with his own life. Using that chance, the swordsman retreats behind cover and hurriedly drinks a recovery potion. Watching the knight risk everything for him, he resolves that he has to find a way to win. He concludes his only chance is to separate the two purifiers before they can act together, especially with one heading toward the town. When he confirms one purifier is indeed moving toward the village, the stakes become far larger than his own survival. He decides he must stop it before the town is destroyed. He admits his current abilities are too focused on raw explosions and still fall short of the church's sacred weapon. So he gambles on the system and demands a new skill on the spot. He reviews the pieces he has available, including blade damage, freezing, surprise attack, and fragmentation. The possibilities make him pause as he searches for a combination that can actually turn the battle. He senses he has finally found something promising. The system offers skill synthesis, revealing he can combine abilities even before fully mastering them. He accepts immediately, betting everything on the fusion. The synthesis begins by combining death-related and ambush-related abilities. The result is Return to Death, an A-rank skill that massively boosts him at the moment of death, removes debuffs, and accelerates recovery for a short time. He is stunned that such a high-rank skill has appeared from the fusion. That success restores his confidence, and makes him believe the impossible fight can still be cleared. He studies the synthesis rules and learns that large rank gaps normally cause stronger skills to absorb weaker ones instead of truly merging. Even so, he decides to keep pushing the system for another breakthrough. His next attempt fails at first because the gap between his skills is too large. The system reports multiple contradictions, including lack of mastery and an invalid level, but it still forces both skills into a combined state. That abnormal result triggers a legitimacy check, as if the system itself suspects something is wrong with him. He and his frog companion are racked by violent energy while the system investigates. The system proceeds to verify his qualifications. He can only wait tensely for the verdict. The system clears him because he is in the middle of a hidden quest and allows the process to continue. Relieved, he clings to the confirmation that nothing is wrong with him after all. The second synthesis produces Frozen Break, an A-rank skill that freezes a target and shatters frozen enemies for extra damage. At the same time, he fully masters Return to Death, Frozen Break, and his cutting skill, and his mood flips from desperation to vengeance. He steps back into the fight and taunts the remaining Purifier with renewed confidence. He tests the enemy with a quick slash, measuring its reaction. He declares he will kill this one quickly and then protect the town. The Purifier responds by entering full combat mode. He answers with a direct charge, using his new power instead of retreating. The Purifier swings down, but he keeps advancing through the pressure. He plants himself and prepares for the one opening he needs. The Purifier raises overwhelming force again, trying to crush him before he can act. He commits to a single decisive chance rather than a prolonged exchange. His speed skill rises again, and his body begins to blur like living mist. The system marks him as effectively dead while in that fog state, setting up the trigger for Return to Death. The Purifier's attack passes through the moment he needed. That near-death condition satisfies the activation requirement. He moves through the lethal strike instead of being stopped by it. Return to Death activates and transforms him into a far more dangerous version of himself. All his stats surge, and every debuff or resistance blocking him is stripped away. With that boost, he catches the Purifier's weapon and instantly freezes it solid. The ice races up the enemy's arm before it can recover. He follows through without hesitation, eyes fixed on the kill. Frozen Break activates as he carves through the immobilized Purifier with a freezing slash. The enemy starts cracking apart from within, its body no longer able to regenerate through the freeze. The Purifier shatters into fragments, finally destroyed for real. The system acknowledges the feat as an exceptional achievement. It confirms that he has defeated the agent of purification. For a moment he stands triumphant, but the battle's aftermath is not over yet. Another Purifier elsewhere also enters combat mode, reminding him the wider threat still exists. He cuts through the remaining danger in a final decisive strike. The last frozen remains collapse, ending the immediate fight. As a reward, he obtains the essence of fire and realizes it may be part of something larger. Around him, the undead and monsters who had been trapped in the quest begin to reappear in calmer forms. The hidden quest is declared complete, and the battlefield settles as the nightmare ends. The once hostile undead react with joy rather than aggression, leaving him awkwardly unsure how to respond. Their expressions make it clear they see him as a liberator, not an enemy. A robed woman steps forward from among them, trembling with emotion. Then the entire crowd bows to him in gratitude. He starts to thank them for the buff that saved him, only to be interrupted by a sudden vision. A radiant blue-haired woman appears before him like a holy revelation. She offers heartfelt thanks, as if speaking for those he has just saved. The system declares that the truth of the 15th floor has now been revealed. The ruined village around him returns to its normal appearance, exposing that the nightmare had been masking a real town. He realizes the peaceful scene of a night and a woman together was an illusion tied to the floor's hidden history. The sword in that vision is identified as the Frostfire sword, a key clue to the floor's mystery. He tries to reach the figures, desperate to understand what happened here. Instead, the vision shifts to the town's destruction, showing flames consuming everything. He sees civilians slaughtered by fire-driven constructs while others cower helplessly. The brutality of the memory leaves him horrified. He wonders whether arriving earlier could have changed the tragedy he is witnessing. That thought lingers as the vision forces him to confront his own helplessness. When the nightmare fully clears, he is granted extra stats but remains disturbed by what he saw. He keeps asking himself what the dead knight was trying to show him. A small blue light appears near the broken statue, drawing his attention. It becomes the essence of ice, another treasure of the Church of Ice and Fire, and he immediately suspects it pairs with the fire essence. He pieces together the larger conflict between the Church of Ice and Fire and the Holy Kingdom of Hyalton. The Frostfire sword, the essences, and the hidden quest all seem to be parts of the same buried story. He concludes that his unusual luck reacted earlier because this floor's hidden quest was always connected to the Frostfire sword. Even with that insight, he still cannot fully explain the unease the vision left behind. The smiling holy woman and the grateful dead overlap in his mind, making the truth feel more sinister than comforting. He decides to leave the mystery for later and move on despite that lingering discomfort. He steps into the portal to ascend, but the blue flame remains behind for a moment. The lingering light drifts back toward the ruined statue instead of vanishing immediately. Rain begins to fall over the restored town, as if cooling the memory of the fire. The system identifies Tungenis as Hugo Arte's hometown and a refuge meant to temper the heat of flame. It also reveals that Hugo Arte is grateful to him and that the dead knight's favor has increased. As a hidden quest reward, he receives divine fire protection from Jo Hyunsu. On the 16th floor, however, his first reaction is frustration that he still did not get the specific hidden reward he truly wanted. He complains that the hidden quest's best prize slipped through his fingers. Even with bonus stats and the essences, he feels the most important thing is still missing. His sulking is interrupted when a group of harmless fire spirits gathers around him affectionately, and the system labels them friendly. He pauses, realizing there may be more to spirits than he first assumed. The system explains that spirits are counted as monsters but can also aid climbers. It further reveals that anyone granted a spirit-related power can themselves act as a kind of spirit. He takes that to mean the 16th floor may be chaotic, but he is immediately distracted by how adorable the fire spirit is. The The little spirit responds with delighted affection, clearly attached to him already. He jokes with his frog companion while the fire spirits crowd around him for attention. The jealous frog smacks him in the face for fawning over the newcomers. He quickly apologizes and flatters the frog to calm it down. Trying to recover, he boasts that he has obviously been taking good care of the frog. With fire spirits all around and an entire floor seemingly made of flame, he looks ahead to whatever this new stage will demand next. Hyunsu confirms that the fire on this floor no longer threatens him much. His repeated exposure pays off as fire resistance reaches level 10. Seeing the threshold met, he immediately spends points to promote the skill into a higher grade. He realizes the next bottleneck is no longer combat skill but the rank of the store itself. The store upgrade demands more points than he has, leaving him bitter that his earnings vanish as fast as they come. Even so, his overall stats have climbed to a level that makes him confident in his strength. That confidence turns into swagger as he imagines tearing through weaker monsters with his bare hands. With his immediate upgrades handled, he finally turns his attention back to the community he had ignored while climbing. He finds one climber mocking another for halting the arena and threatening to come beat him up. The target explains that he is trapped in special one-on-one training with Kildas and cannot leave even if he wants to. From that exchange, Hyunsu learns that Kildas can move freely while the trainee remains confined. He pieces together that major guilds are currently unable to interfere with climbers because of the pressure created by Kildas and Rilke. Another post reveals that Kitty Punch is tied up on a quest after being taken in by Empress Jumchin. That surprises Hyunsu, since reaching Jumchin's household is difficult, meaning Kitty Punch must have somehow caught the Empress's interest. Once he realizes the obsessive climber is effectively unattended, he decides to head for the 20th floor and chase the so-called princess himself. Hyunsu is stunned to realize that the stalker's target is likely him. Not wanting to meet that lunatic on the same floor, he decides to move up quickly and avoid a direct encounter. As he heads out, his frog companion reminds him that he still has not posted the strategy for the 15th floor. Hyunsu hesitates, deciding that the hidden quest there is too unstable to publicize before he is safely ahead. He stops at the portal, reconsidering his priorities for a moment. Before leaving, he warns the fire creatures to submit if they ever meet the stalker, treating the threat like a joke. Then he finally advances to the 17th floor. A new presence immediately takes notice of him. The stalker, now revealed in a bizarre helmet and suit, has already found his trail. Delighted by the chase, the stalker frames their pursuit as a game of catching or fleeing. He openly challenges Hyunsu to a competition, making clear the obsession is only escalating. Hyunsu arrives in a desert stage where the mission is to kill sand monsters and find an oasis. He decides the oasis is the real priority, and leaves the monster count for later. Using speed and mobility, he launches himself across the desert instead of trudging through it. He commits fully to the shortcut, blasting forward through the air. The reckless leap nearly backfires when he loses control mid-flight. Still, his gamble pays off when he spots the oasis much sooner than expected. The water source comes into view, confirming he found the key objective first. Relieved, he celebrates how close it turned out to be. That relief vanishes when he realizes he is still falling badly. He panics and flails for a way to recover before impact. The crash becomes inevitable. At the last second, his frog companion is flung free while Hyunsu tumbles toward the oasis. He spins helplessly, unable to correct his landing. He saves both of them by activating Fog Sprint and redirecting the fall into the water. They survive the landing and reach the oasis safely. The frog immediately protests the rough treatment. To Hyunsu's annoyance, the frog answers by smacking him in the face again with its tongue. Instead of getting angry, Hyunsu laughs at how often the frog has done that to him already. The frog retaliates by blasting fire straight into his face. Hyunsu is left momentarily stunned and singed by the betrayal. He complains that using fire in a slap fight is unfair just as the desert monsters begin converging on them. Sandworms and sandmen swarm in, drawn by the disturbance around the oasis. Hyunsu cuts through the first wave in a burst of overwhelming force. The frog warns that the monsters are getting more aggressive as the fight escalates. Hyunsu welcomes that, since their rush saves him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. He sharpens his focus as the battlefield fills with enemies. Soon he is surrounded, but the encirclement only gives him more targets. He admits the frog's complaint about the monsters being irritated is accurate. Then he wipes out the remaining sandmen and sandworms in one decisive sweep, clearing every objective at once. The floor acknowledges the clear and prepares the exit portal. With the fight over, Hyunsu decides to rest briefly at the oasis. During the break, the key he carries begins reacting to something hidden nearby. He recognizes it as the Hyalton Ruins key and realizes the oasis is concealing more than water. Following the reaction, he searches the oasis for the hidden entrance. Convinced the ruins are buried here, he starts digging around the oasis despite having no idea how archaeology is supposed to work. When the frog lounges uselessly on a rock, Hyunsu orders it to stop playing and help. The frog finally responds. Its answer is to spit up a strange chunk of debris instead of doing any real labor. Hyunsu notices the debris resonates with the key and realizes the frog accidentally found something important. He praises the frog as a genius once the item is identified as Hyalton Ruins debris. Using the key's reaction, he begins actively searching for the true entrance. He locates a deep opening hidden beneath the oasis water. The depth makes him hesitate, since reaching the ruins means going underwater. He turns to the store to look for breathing gear or any underwater solution. The options are expensive but clear: temporary air, a breathing bubble, or other aquatic aids. A parasitic gill would work too, but its cost and drawbacks make him reluctant. Remembering Lee Jun-suk's offer to help, Hyun-soo decides to exploit that connection instead of paying full price. He contacts the princess account and learns she is currently underwater and can only breathe there, which means she is stuck and miserable. Lee Jun-suk answers with general advice about water transport on the 30th floor, which is useless for Hyun-soo's immediate problem. Jun-suk adds that underwater movement and breathing are restricted and hints that large guilds possess exclusive information about dealing with it. Hyun-soo pretends not to remember the details and pushes Jun-suk to share the secret so he can spread it more widely. The bait works, and Jun-suk hands over a file on how to make a human face mask, exactly the kind of workaround Hyun-soo wanted. Hyun-soo immediately starts processing the skin of a human-faced fish according to the recipe. He follows the instructions carefully, soaking the material in acid while treating the whole thing like a lab project. After drying and preparing the pieces, the crude equipment begins to take shape. The result is a disposable fish mask that allows underwater breathing, though it is fragile and unpleasant. Hyun-soo is thrilled because one expensive fish skin can be turned into dozens of masks. While celebrating the profit, he notices the discarded scales have their own hidden value. The scales turn out to be advanced potion ingredients when combined with the right materials. That revelation makes the entire haul even more lucrative, and Hyun-soo gleefully starts collecting every scale. The frog can only watch his greed spiral out of control. Once the scavenging is done, he finally dives into the oasis. Wearing the crude mask, he and the frog descend toward the glowing structure below. They sink deeper into the hidden chamber beneath the water. The mask works, letting Hyun-soo breathe long enough to continue the descent. At the bottom, he finds the sealed entrance to the Hyalton ruins. The key fits the mechanism, confirming he has reached the true gate. He unlocks the entrance with the reacting key. The ruins answer with a surge of light and power. Hyun-soo and the frog brace themselves as the gate opens. The system rewards him for being the first on the server to discover the Hyalton ruins. He steps through and enters the hidden dungeon. The transition strips away the surrounding water as he is transported inside. The first thing he notices is that the fish mask reeks horribly. The frog calls out, drawing his attention away from the smell. Inside, Hyun-soo finds a grand shrine dedicated to the twin powers of ice and fire, with sacred relics promised to the worthy. He immediately guesses the towering figures before him represent the goddesses of fire and ice. Already thinking ahead, he regrets that the place offers relics rather than some larger sacred device he could steal. Before he can inspect further, his sword begins reacting to the shrine. He suspects the weapon itself is resonating with the ruins. That reaction triggers the first gate of the altar. The trial is announced as a proof of power. Stone guardians of both fire and ice emerge to test him. When even more of them appear, Hyun-soo recognizes the same kind of enemies he has already been farming. Rather than panic, he treats the first wave as a warm-up. He cuts into them immediately. After smashing through the initial mass, he judges the challenge to be roughly equivalent to a huge pack of 2-star monsters. The trial escalates by sending out stronger 3-star guardians wielding sacred weapons of fire and ice. The two elite guardians charge together in a coordinated assault. Their speed forces Hyun-soo onto the defensive for the first time in the trial. He realizes the fire guardian is much faster than the earlier stone mobs. The sudden pressure catches both him and the frog off guard. The fire guardian lands a heavy blow, showing that brute force alone will not be enough. The ice guardian follows up from behind, nearly trapping him between the pair. The two sacred weapons combine into a synchronized attack that threatens to overwhelm him. Hyun-soo recognizes the danger and is impressed by how well the two guardians coordinate. He answers by ordering the frog to join in and show its own power. The frog's corrosive spit strikes the ice guardian and begins melting through its chest. That unexpected damage shocks the enemy line. The fire guardian lashes out in response, trying to punish the opening. Hyun-soo counters with raw physical force, punching through the fire guardian's body. He tells the remaining enemy to prepare itself, now fully in control of the fight. With the first gate cleared, a crowned guardian appears and explains that this altar chooses those who may become pillars of the Church of Ice and Fire. Because Hyun-soo already proved his basic qualifications, he is allowed to choose a sacred relic directly. To demonstrate that the choice is real, the guardian casually destroys part of the chamber and reveals the relic vault. Hyun-soo is swept toward the selection space as the relics are presented. The guardian warns that the chosen relic can only be experienced briefly for now and cannot yet be kept permanently. Hyun-soo ignores the warning and gets excited by the sheer amount of treasure on display. Among the many relics, he spots high-grade artifacts tied to defense, flame, and other divine functions. His attention narrows as he searches for the most valuable option. He decisively points to one relic that stands out above the rest. The guardian asks him to confirm his choice. The guardian is visibly startled when it realizes which relic Hyun-soo selected. Hyun-soo chooses the blade of the Frostfire sword, a broken sacred weapon that still retains the energy of both fire and ice. The guardian admits it is an excellent choice. The relic floats into Hyun-soo's reach and accepts his selection. The dormant essences of fire and ice rush toward the blade. Both divine powers fuse into the weapon at once, restoring what had been missing. Hyun-soo watches in disbelief as the relic transforms beyond what he was promised. The chamber erupts with power while he braces for the change. Instead of a temporary sample, the Frostfire sword fully regains its original form and reveals itself as a true sacred treasure of the Church of Ice and Fire. Its description shows overwhelming bonuses, including strong resistance, recovery, divine power, and a connection to another order's pillars, making Hyunsu realize he has obtained something far beyond normal S-class gear. Even when warned that the relic will be sealed unless Ragnarok acknowledges him, Hyunsu simply vows to make the sword his no matter what. The Guardian accepts his resolve and begins the next trial, stepping forward personally to test whether he can truly claim it. The young challenger is jolted when something massive crashes into the chamber before him. The impact escalates immediately as stone and debris burst outward, announcing a far stronger trial than expected. A system notice identifies the enemy as a 3-star Phalanx Guardian, Ragnarok's alter ego, and judge of the Church of Ice and Fire. The Guardian declares that this encounter is a test and explains that the Church is built on 3 doctrines. It begins with the doctrine of protection and asks him what he values most enough to defend. The question forces him to stop thinking about combat and confront what truly matters to him. He first remembers that his parents are gone and cannot be the answer. He admits he has no close friend outside the tower either, deepening his sense of isolation. That leaves only the companions he has made inside the tower, though he hesitates to call them precious. He bitterly realizes how empty and dull his life has been until now. At that moment his frog companion nudges him, quietly demanding to be noticed. The reminder breaks through his gloom, and he clutches the frog as the one thing still by his side. He declares that deoxys is what he treasures most, and the Guardian accepts the answer and moves the test forward. The judge warns him that protecting something precious means fighting back with everything he has. The Guardian gathers divine power in its fist and prepares to strike. The challenger braces himself while shielding deoxys against the incoming blow. He counters with his sword as the Guardian unleashes a destructive wave of divine force. Even while resisting, he realizes the enemy's power is not ordinary, and suspects his sword is clashing with true divinity. Knowing brute force will fail, he switches to magic and forms a fire attack in his free hand. He hurls a blazing blast to keep the Guardian from overwhelming him. The attack damages the construct but does not finish it, leaving it smoking and unstable rather than destroyed. The Guardian begins restoring itself, revealing that simple damage will not be enough. Refusing to let it recover, he orders his precious companion to attack as well. Deoxys' chaos attribute takes effect, and the system confirms that the Guardian's regeneration is slowed. With the opening created, he rushes in and carves through the weakened body with a stronger sword technique. He briefly wonders if the fight is over, but the judge immediately dismisses that hope. The Guardian explains that part of its duty is to create enemies suited to the challenger's level. In response, it summons multiple sacred weapons at once, including 2-star high scavengers and more 3-star Phalanx Guardians. Surrounded on all sides, he realizes the test is escalating into a full assault. He rolls his buff dice again and gains 3 points, a buff that rewards repeated attacks on the same target. The system explains the effect, and he immediately plans to exploit it through rapid consecutive strikes. Because there are too many enemies for careful dueling, he decides to charge into close combat and cut a path through them. He adds a firebomb to the rush, turning his advance into an explosive sweep. The blast throws him through the smoke, but he uses the momentum to stay on offense. He follows with a wide sword arc that shatters several constructs at once. The surviving Guardians close in, but he keeps spinning through them before they can regroup. From the judge's perspective, the challenger tears through the summoned army faster than expected. The Guardian admits that the challenger is stronger than it first assumed. It becomes even more interested when it notices he carries a sacred relic, something no previous challenger brought here. The lesser Guardians then merge together, abandoning numbers in favor of a single stronger form. The system identifies the new 4-star dummy Knight Guardian, created by combining 5 Phalanx Guardians. The fused Knight roars and surges with power, raising the pressure of the test again. It launches itself like a living projectile, forcing the challenger to react instantly. He is relieved he preserved his artifacts, because he now needs every advantage they can provide. The giant Knight fires a crushing divine attack, and he meets it head-on instead of retreating. Their powers collide in a violent exchange that scatters coins and debris across the chamber. He taunts the enemy while quietly tracking the damage needed to fill his brooch, using the battle itself as fuel. The Guardian attempts to turn his own force back on him with reverse. The reflected power surges outward, threatening to overwhelm the challenger with his own attack. A massive blue explosion erupts through the hall, obscuring both sides in smoke and light. When the blast settles, the challenger is still moving inside the haze, refusing to go down. He emerges from the smoke with his sword ready, searching for the enemy's core among the rubble. He spots the remains and the exposed green core, realizing the construct is not fully dead yet. He drives his sword down to pin the remains and prevent another regeneration attempt. The strike cracks the core's housing and further disrupts its recovery. He follows with Frozen Break, blasting the remains with ice to lock them down completely. Confident after stopping the regeneration, he asks for the next doctrine as if the first trial is already his. The judge watches in silence, measuring him more carefully now. The challenger keeps up a confident front, pretending the Guardian's surprise proves he has the upper hand. Inside, however, he admits to himself that it is mostly a bluff because he is already in poor condition. He notes that his brooch's power-up will expire soon and realizes he has already shown too many of his best moves. With time running out, he starts planning a final reserve strategy instead of another straightforward exchange. He decides his last card will be a combination of Fog Sprint, Return to Death, and Deoxan's Chaos attribute. The Frog's Chaos power remains central to his plan, because it can disrupt what pure force cannot. Before he can act, the chamber shakes again, signaling that the trial is not finished with him. The judge formally congratulates him for clearing the first doctrine of protection. The remains of the earlier guardian crumble away, confirming that phase of the test is over. He is briefly left standing alone in the suddenly empty hall, unsure what comes next. The buff dice effect ends, and he immediately chooses to roll again despite his worsening state. This time he lands a 6 and gains Spirit of Command, a far rarer result than before. He is stunned by the lucky roll, realizing he has drawn the best possible outcome. The excitement fades when he feels how much mana the new power consumes, making it dangerous to use recklessly. Even so, the skill summons a spectral warrior behind him, answering his call. The spirit descends calmly, carrying itself like a veteran who has seen countless battles. The system reveals it as a spiritual being tied to Joe Hyunce's magic, someone who once climbed as high as the 84th floor. That revelation shocks the challenger, because the summoned figure is far beyond anything he expected the system to grant him. The spirit immediately warns him not to exceed his own magical limits, and forcibly stops his reckless impulse. The challenger accepts the rebuke and agrees to fight only within what he can actually sustain. The judge recognizes the skill as unusual and acknowledges that the challenger has gained a remarkable ally. The spirit's presence unsettles him enough that he tries to push the trial onward before his weakness is exposed. The judge begins the second doctrine, the virtue of fire, and notes that the challenger already bears fire's protection. The crown flares with blazing light as the second trial starts in earnest. The sudden radiance blinds the challenger, and leaves him open for the next lesson. In that blinding moment, a brutal truth is forced on him as the doctrine reveals itself through pain and loss. Blood bursts across his face as the attack lands, making the lesson personal instead of symbolic. He reels in shock, unable to process what just happened. Then the system delivers the cruel verdict that Deoxan is dead. The challenger breaks down instantly, screaming for Deoxan to wake up and refusing to accept it. His grief hardens into a stunned, trembling rage. The judge coldly commands him to rampage like fire, turning his pain into the core of the second doctrine. He answers with raw fury and attacks without restraint. The guardian meets the charge head-on, provoking him further instead of avoiding the blow. He unleashes sword strikes and repeated fire bombs in a berserk assault, pouring everything into revenge. Even Deoxan's image seems to burn within his mind, feeding the rage rather than calming it. Through tears, he fixates on the frog and the fact that he failed to save it. He condemns himself for not being able to protect what mattered most. The judge says that honest emotion is also part of fire's virtue, treating his grief as another lesson. He rejects the sermon and keeps attacking, no longer willing to hear any doctrine from this enemy. He combines water and ice techniques around the guardian, trying to bind and crush it with overwhelming force. The judge absorbs the assault and continues to stand, proving that rage alone still cannot finish it. Ice engulfs the guardian's body, briefly locking it in place. Yet even while frozen, the judge asks whether this outburst has truly satisfied him. The taunt makes him falter for a moment, because his fury has not brought Deoxan back. He tries to steady himself, but the emotional shock is still tearing through him. The summoned spirit steps in and intercepts the guardian's counterattack before it can crush him. The spirit reveals that the challenger had only been surviving by clinging to rage, not by controlling the battle. Pushed to the edge, the challenger activates his own desperate state and commits fully to killing the judge. Frozen Break erupts again as he pours his remaining strength into one more decisive strike. He layers firebomb over the attack, forcing ice and flame to detonate together. The judge is caught between the two elements as the chamber fills with colliding blue frost and orange fire. The challenger then invokes Spirit of Command, finally using the rare buff to direct the battle instead of merely surviving it. The spirit answers by ordering a full-force charge, turning the challenger's rage into disciplined momentum. The summoned warrior accepts the command without hesitation and prepares a finishing blow. He strikes with overwhelming spiritual force, blasting through the judge's body and shattering its stability. The impact lands cleanly and violently, breaking the guardian's posture at last. The challenger drops to one knee in the aftermath, exhausted and nearly spent. The judge's body is left cracked and leaking dark energy, but it still has not fully fallen. Seeing the challenger's condition, the spirit admits he has little magic power left and offers to withdraw. Before leaving, the spirit explains that beings with divinity can only be destroyed by stronger divinity, or by magic and chaos that can corrode that divinity. He adds that the tower is full of losses, speaking like someone who understands that pain too well. With a final regret that he cannot stay longer, the spirit fades and the system erases both the buff and the summoned ally by mutual agreement. The challenger is left alone again, stripped of the support that had just saved him. The hall falls quiet for only a heartbeat before movement returns. He triggers Return to Death, tripling his stats in exchange for pushing himself into a lethal state. Now consumed by revenge, he swears that the judge will pay for killing Deoxan. He extends that promise to total annihilation, vowing to kill the guardian no matter the cost. The judge answers with reverse again, sending his power back in a violent counterburst. The explosion tears through the chamber and throws the challenger across the rubble. He drags himself back up, cursing as he realizes even this desperate boost may not be enough. Still, he forces himself to stand and look up at the enemy again. The crown remains intact, and the system reveals the reason the judge cannot truly be destroyed while it endures. The challenger immediately understands that he should have targeted the crown from the beginning. The judge praises him for the second doctrine of revenge, admitting that no challenger has pushed it this far before. It explains that his anger burned fiercely like fire, but also reminds him that flame eventually consumes itself and vanishes. He refuses to listen and answers only with more hatred. The judge roars back, still towering over him despite all the damage it has taken. As the challenger gathers himself again, the judge announces the third and final doctrine. It teaches that ice and fire are incomplete alone, and that true harmony comes when each tempers the other. The final doctrine is forgiveness, presented as the union of those opposing virtues. The judge urges him to accept reality, let go of his anger, and forgive. Then it demands forgiveness for itself, turning the doctrine into a direct challenge to his heart. For a moment he is stunned by the sheer audacity of that request. The shock becomes another wound as the image of Deoxygen's death flashes through him again. His eyes flare with fury instead of peace, proving the doctrine has failed to calm him. He rejects the judge's authority completely and attacks again rather than submit to its lesson. Driven by grief and hatred, he throws himself into another killing charge. He denounces the very idea of forgiveness after the loss of someone he considered family, and demands only the judge's death. The guardian warns that he has no mana left, and cannot keep forcing power from an empty body. Even so, the challenger keeps swinging until the strain reaches his hand and his grip fails him. His sword slips from his grasp as the judge reminds him that something simply cannot be done. The church's judge tries to calm the challenger by warning that rage alone cannot solve this trial. Magnarok orders the fight to end, still speaking as if this is a test of character rather than a battle. The young man answers with violence instead of restraint, and throws himself back into the attack. His fury erupts completely as he rejects every word of moral instruction. Even while he charges, Magnarok keeps commanding him to stop. The challenger ignores the warning and keeps swinging through the pain. Magnarok unleashes power to halt him by force, but the man still refuses to back down. As the attack throws him away, Magnarok declares that anger has already consumed him and disqualifies him from becoming a pillar of the church. The challenger dismisses the church's standards entirely, and says all he wants is freedom from this monster. He defines peace as the power to avoid being ruled by Magnarok and attacks again with that conviction. Bound by the judge's power, he admits he cannot forgive Magnarok. Magnarok coldly answers that someone like him does not deserve the peace he seeks. The challenger argues that forced forgiveness is just surrender and demands an apology before any forgiveness can exist. Magnarok ends the trial, decides to reclaim the sacred relics himself, and sentences the challenger to die there. The man's anger sharpens into personal hatred as he accuses Magnarok of preaching until the end without ever apologizing. In desperation, he notices a hidden property of his dagger. If it drinks its owner's blood, it awakens the bloodbane curse. Still restrained, he drives the dagger into himself to trigger that last resort. Magnarok mocks him for hurting himself with anger, believing the act is only self-destruction. The dagger begins absorbing his blood exactly as intended. When the blood count reaches its limit, a hidden option activates, and the curse of the bloodbane is awakened. Unaware of the reversal coming, Magnarok offers a painless death as his final mercy. That confidence breaks for the first time when he senses something has changed. The challenger reveals his real goal was to reclaim the Frostfire sword and shocks Magnarok by turning the situation around. The curse transforms him into a red, monstrous state as the final exchange begins. A death notice appears, but it is only the trigger for his escape plan rather than his end. Magnarok is left staring at the empty space where his victim should have been. He realizes too late that the challenger has slipped away with the relic. The system confirms the man has resurrected in the safe zone and earned the title Relic's Looter for stealing from the Church of Ice and Fire. He wakes back in the safe zone, alive and successful. Now safe, he swears he will take proper revenge on Magnarok. His reunion with Deoxygen begins in confusion when the little frog suddenly appears beside him. The sight of Deoxygen alive overwhelms him with relief. He grabs the frog in a rough embrace, joking through the emotion as if he were hugging a ghost. Once he confirms Deoxygen is really there, relief gives way to tears and nausea from the stress. He remembers that returning to the safe zone revives companions too, and scolds Deoxygen for making him worry. Deoxygen answers the affection with an annoyed, squashed expression. Their noisy reunion spills out into the city around the safe zone. After calming down, he tells Deoxygen it is time to move on. The two set off together again, both visibly relieved to be reunited. While walking, he learns the Frostfire sword is sealed because Ragnarok, the church's judge, does not acknowledge him, but he accepts that the raid still paid off. He checks the blood-cursed dagger and realizes its curse only works for its owner, making it a normal weapon in anyone else's hands. He also notices that surviving with Deoxygen has raised his poison resistance, another small gain from the ordeal. The new title seems worth it, so he studies what Relic's Looter actually does. He discovers the title grants divine power, lets him temporarily use stolen relics, and unlocks a new divine power stat. Excited by the possibilities, he decides to test the title immediately. Elsewhere, Magnarok is introduced as a supposedly indestructible being. The challenger decides that if Magnarok cannot be broken physically, then he will break him mentally instead. Back in the Hyleton ruins, the church senses another challenger entering. Magnarok notices the new arrival and prepares to judge yet another intruder. The church acknowledges that this challenger has already passed the path of fire and reached the path of ice. Magnarok compares the newcomer's quality to the infuriating challenger from before. He remembers that man with mixed regret and admiration, thinking he could have been great if he had known forgiveness. At the same time, the challenger is already plotting to mock Magnarok again and steal more relics. As the doors open, Magnarok hopes a decent person has come this time. The church itself prays that a true pillar of the faith will finally be born. Another divine presence echoes that hope and asks for a new evangelist to restore the fallen church. Magnarok outwardly welcomes this supposed new hope, though inwardly he is just eager for entertainment. The system announces the challenger's entry into the Church of Ice and Fire. Magnarok grandly welcomes the newcomer to the altar. His composure shatters the instant he recognizes who has returned. The same challenger appears again, openly insulting him and making it clear this is personal now. He immediately attacks, using the stolen relic's power to bombard the church. Magnarok protests the disrespect while the challenger advances with a glowing sphere of divine power. The bombardment tears into the church floor and forces Magnarok onto the defensive. The challenger keeps pressing, turning the ruin itself into a weaponized battlefield. He carves through the debris with the Frostfire sword, showing he has learned how to handle the church's patterns. Magnarok is stunned that the man can now read and counter his attacks. The challenger taunts him for repeating the same pattern and reveals this is already his 7th visit to the ruins. Magnarok finally loses his temper and screams at him in pure outrage. The challenger answers by charging straight through the pressure with growing divine power. He explains that his rising divine power now makes him far more resistant to Magnarok than before. That growth came from abusing his relic's looter title through community posts, which rewarded him with divine power. The flood of reactions to his absurd tutorials has steadily increased his contribution and power. Now stronger, he demands that Magnarok hand over the sacred relics. Magnarok warns that sacred relics are not toys to be used recklessly. The challenger mockingly repeats Magnarok's own sermon about apologizing after making mistakes. Magnarok senses that the challenger has found another valuable relic and realizes the situation is worsening again. The challenger casually considers giving the new relic away as a gift, provoking Magnarok's outrage at his lack of reverence. He keeps treating the relic like a toy, asking whether it is even a person. That disrespect pushes Magnarok into another furious outburst. The challenger and Deoxys enjoy the reaction, clearly savoring the humiliation. Magnarok retaliates with a massive blast of power meant to erase him. The challenger endures the attack instead of being overwhelmed by it. He emerges almost comfortable, and the system confirms his fire resistance has reached level 10. He mocks Magnarok by asking if he likes things hot while laughing in his face. Magnarok can only choke on his own frustration. Still clinging to doctrine, Magnarok begs him one last time to put down the relics and ask forgiveness. The challenger turns that demand around and orders Magnarok to bow and apologize to Deoxys instead. Magnarok refuses on principle, insisting that as the embodiment of the church and of being born from God's will, bowing would mean the whole church kneeling before him. The challenger dismisses that pride as Magnarok's problem and prepares another cruel lesson. He threatens to repeat the torment until Magnarok finally apologizes. For the first time, Magnarok visibly trembles under the pressure. At last he drops to his knees. Broken by fear and humiliation, Magnarok apologizes directly to Deoxys and begs forgiveness. The challenger forces him to correct even the honorific, making the apology more degrading before asking Deoxys if he feels better. Deoxys answers by smacking Magnarok, adding one final petty blow. Magnarok is left too stunned to react. When Deoxys' spit lands on him, the humiliation reaches a new low. The challenger realizes he can now understand Deoxys' voice, and even Magnarok is horrified by what the frog is saying. Deoxys gleefully celebrates the revenge in his own language. Satisfied, the challenger leaves the floating relic behind because Deoxys says he is no longer angry, and Magnarok gratefully accepts the mercy. Before leaving, the challenger warns Magnarok never to harm other people's family again, while Magnarok inwardly rejoices that the nightmare is finally ending and thanks him for the parting gift. The peace lasts only a moment before something else goes wrong. The challenger tears off Magnarok's crown as one last act of theft. He escapes with the crown while Magnarok desperately reaches after him. Magnarok lunges in rage, but he is too late to stop the theft. The challenger slips away laughing, already planning his exit. With a cheerful goodbye, he deliberately pricks himself with the blood-cursed dagger. The blood-bane curse activates again, and the system declares him dead. Magnarok crashes forward helplessly as his enemy vanishes from the ruins once more. Left behind, he can only weep in frustration. He swears vengeance and vows never to let that filthy intruder return. Back in safety, the challenger sits happily with Deoxys and the stolen crown while Magnarok's distant screaming echoes in his memory. He examines Magnarok's crown and learns it grants kingly authority, though most of its power is sealed until his divine power becomes much higher. Since the crown itself does not raise divine power, he immediately starts thinking about stealing even more sacred relics. The system responds by confirming multiple relic thefts and recognizing that the ruins seal themselves once all relics are depleted. As a result, Jo Hyun-soo is permanently barred from entering the Hyalton ruins again, and the key to the place is destroyed. He notices the restriction only when the key in his hand crumbles away. He accepts the loss easily, deciding he already had enough fun tormenting Magnarok. Then a user named Licking the Top of His Head sends him a personal transaction with a mysterious gift. He guesses it is repayment for the human fish mask he shared earlier and receives an unidentified piece of parchment without understanding its value yet. After a week of repeated deaths and constant ruin runs, he collapses in exhaustion but consoles himself that the point gains made it worthwhile. The system rewards his first 10 deaths with a veteran deceased bonus and 10,000 more points. Now holding a large stockpile, he opens the silver class store and prepares to spend aggressively. He buys a silver coupon for 7,000 points. He also buys a bronze coupon to raise another skill. Using the coupons, he upgrades Firebomb to its next rank and improves buff dice as well. The first upgrade pushes Firebomb into A rank. The second upgrade raises buff dice to B rank. He considers upgrading more max skills, but the cost is too high to keep doing it carelessly. That realization leads him to a blunt conclusion. In this world, money itself is power. Instead of spending everything on upgrades, he decides to invest the rest in a new way to make even more money. He activates skill synthesis to create a profit-making combination. Because the store expanded after reaching silver rank, he now has more options to combine into something useful. After weighing the possibilities, he commits to a specific synthesis. The result surprises him so much that he immediately realizes it could change everything. He erupts in joy because the new skill opens a path to becoming rich rather than merely stronger. Soon after, he overhears other climbers talking excitedly about a new post from Pretty Princess that is causing a stir. He learns the community is in chaos because of whatever she just revealed. Her new post introduces a sweet new skill instead of a strategy guide. The first featured skill is Camera, which lets climbers preserve moments in the tower. The second is Photo Registration, which allows those pictures to be uploaded to the community for personal and merchandise transactions. She openly tells everyone the skills are expensive and urges them to grind points to buy them. Then she promises 2 free skills to whoever makes her heart flutter, sending her followers into a frenzy. Some climbers worry this could let major guilds dominate even more, while others are thrilled by the opportunity. 2 rookies from rival guilds react with immediate concern as the implications spread. Their alarm spikes when someone suddenly arrives in a rush. The newcomers reveal themselves as rookies Kim Chan-Hu of Eclipse and Lee Haeun of Daeseong, and they make it clear they came for answers. Another rookie, Choi Sangmo of Sangoon Guild, says he saw the same post and joins the gathering. He tries to calm everyone down first, signaling that this discussion about Pretty Princess and her disruptive new post is only beginning. The guild leaders lash out at Pretty Princess, blaming him for dragging not just them but the other major guilds into a humiliating crisis. Instead of backing down, he presses them to explain what the other guilds are actually after. They admit the big guilds want them to stop interfering with him and to let each guild deal with him through separate contracts. That would leave these smaller players cut out and possibly sold off as part of the bargain. Realizing they are already falling behind the top guilds, they decide they cannot afford to lose access to his new skill. As the mood turns desperate, they gather everyone and admit that continuing like this could destroy them. Pretty Princess calmly reveals that he already has a plan. He greets the panic with amusement, clearly enjoying how much leverage he now holds. He opens the new camera and photo registration functions and immediately sees a business opportunity. He calculates that although the camera is expensive to make and register, selling it this way can more than repay the production cost. Demand floods in at once from buyers offering points, barter, and even premium prices just to get one. He realizes that beyond the big guilds, many high-floor climbers also have money and influence to spend. So he decides to target top players and influential independents, even giving some freebies to build connections. He judges that cultivating powerful independents will keep the big guilds from monopolizing the situation. Soon even major guild representatives begin apologizing and promising protection in hopes of winning his favor. He revels in the absurdity of having the second and third rank guilds trying to curry favor with him. The community starts praising him for putting pressure on the major guilds all by himself. One user warns him that he should learn the private trading options before making more deals. That advice catches his attention because it suggests a way to control who can buy from him. He discovers a special condition that lets him forbid big guild members from purchasing an item, with violations deleting the product. Seeing how useful that is, he immediately decides to use the restriction to his advantage. As his points climb rapidly, he relaxes and checks how well his new business is performing. The buyers are already using the cameras to post ridiculous action shots and personal updates, like a new social feed. Watching people turn the feature into a kind of social media, he realizes he has created more than a simple item sale. Even Kitty Punch announces a move into merchant work with backing from Empress Jumchin, showing how his influence is reshaping others' plans too. Another user casually invites him up to the 20th floor, revealing that someone else has already reached it. That reminder makes him realize he is still one floor behind while he has been busy fighting Ragnarok. He decides it is time to stop profiteering for the moment and resume climbing with the auction. He enters the 19th floor, where the trial begins the moment he steps inside. He learns that the 19th floor, called the Pillar of Fire, is not a hunting ground at all but a boss chamber. Since reports about this floor are contradictory, he decides not to overthink it and to keep challenging it until he finds the answer. He prepares with potions and brute determination, ready to force a solution if necessary. The system confirms that he has entered the boss room. The chamber erupts in flames the instant he arrives, surrounding him with a wall of fire. He and Deokshin are caught off guard by the sheer heat and scale of the trap. Before he can react, a voice appears right behind him and greets him as if it had been waiting. He is stunned that the boss has closed the distance so quickly. A massive warrior nearly crushes him with a sudden strike from point-blank range. Just as he thinks he is finished, the attack is interrupted by something absurdly harmless. Instead of killing him, the boss excitedly welcomes him like an old friend and declares that he missed him. The protagonist instinctively tries to flee the bizarre situation. He reaches for a weapon, expecting the fight to resume at any second. But the boss abruptly seats him at a lavish table and starts feeding him like an honored guest. The protagonist can only stare in disbelief as the supposed boss tells him to eat well. The warrior explains that each challenger receives a different form of acknowledgement, and for this challenger it begins with sharing a meal. That makes the protagonist realize that the meal itself is the condition for recognition on this floor. Deokshin ignores all caution and devours the food immediately, forcing the protagonist to worry about poison for nothing. The protagonist follows suit, trusting his poison resistance and deciding to test the food directly. The first bite shocks him because the meal is genuinely extraordinary. Soon both of them are stuffing themselves, and the system even notes that some monsters can eat far beyond their size. The boss is delighted that they appreciate the food so much, taking pride in their appetite. By the time the plates are empty, Deokshin is bloated and satisfied. The protagonist assumes the trial must be over now that the meal is finished. Instead, the boss announces that the real trial is only beginning. Deokshin panics and leaps away as the room shifts back into combat mode. The protagonist protests that they already completed the meal, but the boss separates gratitude from recognition and insists the true test remains. The boss finally reveals the floor's rule. He cannot fully release his own power. He is a self-blaming saint protected by fire, and the meal was only a gift. At the same time, the protagonist receives a fire-related blessing that completes him as a vessel of fire and greatly strengthens his affinity with flames. Even Deokshin becomes stronger from the meal, leaving the protagonist baffled that the feast was actually a buff. The boss calls it a favor and says the vessel is now ready, so the trial can properly start. He raises a wall of fire between them, turning the chamber into a burning gauntlet. He declares that if the challenger can break through him and reach the destination beyond, he will grant a great gift. The protagonist accepts the challenge immediately and draws his improved guide sword. He charges through the burning corridor toward the shield-bearing guardian. To counter the flames, he unleashes water magic at full force. The boss plants himself in the fire and refuses to be moved. He mocks the water attack as a cheap trick that will not work in this trial. The protagonist answers by using speed and mist to slip around the defense instead of trying to overpower it head-on. He points out that he does not actually need to win the duel, only reach the marked point beyond the boss. The guardian sees through the tactic and doubles down on blocking every shortcut. A heavy counterattack forces the protagonist back before he can slip past. He skids along the floor, still searching for a path through the fire. The boss boasts that passing him will not be easy. The protagonist clicks his tongue and reassesses the situation. He launches a stronger sword technique, trying to break the defense by force. Even as he attacks, he realizes his current power still is not enough. The boss answers with an overwhelming vertical strike that threatens to crush him outright. The protagonist recognizes the Guardian's style as one built on absolute defense followed by brutal counterattacks. So he activates a brooch and buff dice, gambling on a reflection effect to turn the boss's own damage back on him. He follows that gamble with a fire bomb, trying to bait the boss into hurting himself through the reflected blast. The boss immediately guesses the trick and refuses to be fooled by hiding attacks inside explosions. Rather than being angered, he praises the idea as a clever approach. Then he freezes the ground with a powerful ice technique, showing he can use more than fire. He breaks free at once and charges again, proving the ice alone cannot stop him. The protagonist reveals that the freezing was only the setup and that his real move is still coming. He combines his attacks and drives them into the boss's defense with a divinity-empowered strike that ignores protection. The blow lands hard enough to finally wound the Guardian. The boss laughs in delight, sincerely impressed that the challenger managed to hurt him. Still, he retaliates with a massive shockwave that sends the protagonist flying again. Even while praising his toughness, the boss reminds him that he expected nothing from him at first. The protagonist refuses to break, noting that several relic options remain and that the fight is not over yet. He steels himself and decides he cannot afford to give up on this floor. He activates a relic that cools the area and extinguishes the surrounding fire for 30 minutes. The chamber is suddenly flooded with cold energy, disrupting the boss's greatest advantage. With the firewall gone, the protagonist declares that he will take control of the battle from here. He then combines his knight title with relic looting, creating artificial night and summoning spectral protectors. Dark creatures answer his call and swarm into the chamber. The boss orders the summoned beings to absorb as much power as they can. The protagonist realizes too late that the creatures can even absorb divine power, turning his own strength into fuel for the enemy. The boss uses the swarm and a holy claw technique to herd him toward the corner and limit his movement. As the pressure closes in, the boss suddenly notices something strange about the protagonist's weapon. He sees that the protagonist is carrying a sword that should not exist and is visibly shaken by it. The protagonist uses that opening to ask the boss to pause for a moment. The boss, now distracted and emotional, halts his assault long enough to listen. The protagonist senses the shift and turns to face him directly. At that moment, the system announces the rise of the Pillar of Fire, and the boss's power surges again. The Guardian declares once more that the challenger still cannot pass. He tells the protagonist to witness his full answer for himself. A torrent of blue-white power erupts from him, revealing a far more dangerous form than before. The protagonist is stunned by the sudden transformation. The boss unleashes a devastating wave of power that tears through the chamber. When the smoke clears, he stands in the aftermath with his sword drawn, still dominant. The protagonist braces himself and tightens his grip on his weapon. He activates relic looting fully, drawing more power into himself and into the sword. Even while blocking, he realizes the complete Frostfire sword is so overwhelming that using its original power once nearly breaks him. The boss is amazed that the protagonist survived that exchange and admits that such a blow would be enough to open his own heart. The protagonist understands that if the boss's heart opens twice, the Guardian will die. So he combines his titles and relic powers more deliberately, forcing the Frostfire sword into a balanced state. The blade stabilizes into a true fusion of ice and fire. With that balance achieved, he launches a decisive Frostfire strike. The boss recognizes the weapon instantly, and is horrified that the protagonist possesses the complete Frostfire sword. The clash of ice and fire explodes across the chamber as the sword's true nature is revealed. After the strike, the protagonist realizes that even one proper use of the sword's original power could make him far stronger if he ever masters it. He steadies himself, already thinking that controlling this weapon could eventually make becoming a ranker realistic. The system then declares that he has reached the arrival point. He is acknowledged as the winner, and a portal opens to mark the floor as cleared. He admits he barely understands how he pulled it off, but the trial is over. The boss, however, is no longer focused on the trial and stares only at the sword. He demands to know where the protagonist got it, insisting that the complete Frostfire sword should have been impossible to obtain because it was destroyed. When the protagonist cannot answer properly, the boss grabs him and shakes him in desperation. He begs for the sword outright, no longer hiding how badly he wants it. Deokchun can only watch the sudden bargaining turn with exhausted disbelief. The boss apologizes for the rough treatment and awkwardly tries to make amends. The protagonist immediately asks for his promised reward, while quietly preparing to bolt if the boss tries anything over the sword. The boss examines the protagonist's current dagger and identifies it as a blood-cursed weapon whose curse only affects its owner. Because he wants that dagger, he offers a better replacement as the official reward. He hands over the Seal of Fire, saying it will help the protagonist more than the cursed blade. The seal checks the protagonist's qualifications, accepts him as a vessel of fire, and grants a major boost to fire-related stats and divine power while recognizing him by the Church of Fire. The protagonist is thrilled by how powerful the reward is, but he immediately fixates on the meaning of that church recognition. The boss explains that since the protagonist has already entered the 17th floor ruins and uses sacred relics, this recognition ties him to the Church of Fire. He adds that the protagonist still has not been properly recognized by Magnarok, so this seal is only half of what he could eventually obtain, but it will let him use Church of Fire relics. That possibility shocks the protagonist because it opens access to an entirely new class of relics. Seeing his reaction, the boss timidly returns to the subject of the Frostfire sword and asks for it again. He promises that he is not trying to take it for free and will trade anything the protagonist needs in return. To prove it, he offers Pellin's red helmet, a set piece that matches the protagonist's current equipment and can regain its original power if the remaining parts are found. The protagonist realizes this is exactly the kind of item he had hoped to find through quests or ruins, and that the 19th floor boss has been holding it all along. He instantly agrees to the deal. The two shake hands and settle the trade on the spot, both delighted with the outcome. With the bargain complete, the protagonist heads for the portal, while the boss sends him off with sincere good luck. He steps through the portal carrying new fire recognition, a powerful seal, and a valuable equipment piece, leaving the strange guardian behind on unexpectedly friendly terms. The scarred red-bearded man calls out the hidden fox-haired girl and demands that she stop lurking. Rilke finally appears, cheerfully reporting that the climber already cleared the task with ease and left, while teasing that this man had been waiting for him. The man admits he has not felt this excited in a long time and hurries after the subject of his interest. He reveals that he pushed the climber hard on purpose because he wants to witness the true ability of an exceptional talent, despite concern that such pressure could have killed him. Pointing to the shattered remains of the test, he praises the climber for breaking through with an unimaginable final strike, while Rilke mocks the poor quality of the material used. Rilke pointedly asks whether a pillar of the Church of Ice and Fire would really rely on something so cheap. To prove her point, she summons a far more imposing red shield relic. The red-bearded man is stunned the moment he touches it and senses that it is no ordinary item. A system message confirms that the relic has awakened after recognizing someone qualified to use it. The relic identifies him as a rightful fire bearer and reveals itself as Guardian of Fire, a sacred shield reserved for those with the fire emblem. Rilke explains that it took time to prepare because no one had gathered the scales of the fire-armored dragon from the 10th floor, then asks if he is heading to the 29th floor now. He decides that he should move on. Rilke warns that taking the relic may draw resentment, but he accepts that as something he must bear. He laughs it off by invoking the Church's doctrine of forgiveness and shows no intention of hesitating. Armed with the awakened shield and a linked Frostfire sword, he departs for his next destination. As he goes, he declares that he is now coming for his target. On the 20th floor safe zone, Deokshin arrives and finds the area already charged with tension. He notices that the crowd is much thinner than on the 10th floor and that people seem concentrated in a few places. He assumes Lick must be somewhere on this floor as well. While searching, he remembers that Rilke told him to meet her on the 20th floor and wonders where she is. Rilke suddenly comes sprinting toward him in a panic. Her blood-stained mouth makes him think she has been attacked. She grabs him and begs for urgent help, sending him into alarm. He immediately focuses on the red stains around her mouth and fears the large guild has already hurt her. His anger spikes at the thought that the big guild might have started targeting her. Rilke drags him to Bella's snack stall and demands that the vendor settle the matter. Deokshin freezes as the scene abruptly stops, looking like an emergency. He realizes the red stain is not blood at all. Rilke proudly reveals that it is just tteokbokki sauce, making his panic pointless. Bella scolds Rilke for bringing outsiders to her stall and for constantly eating on credit despite having money. Rilke shamelessly greets Deokshin as if nothing happened and treats that like a game. Still upset, she complains that Deokshin has been avoiding her. She insists he once implied she could touch him whenever they met, only for Deokshin to deny ever saying that and grows suspicious of her wording. Her use of a feminine term for him makes Deokshin blurt out a ridiculous suspicion about his own gender, leaving his frog companion baffled. Nearby players recognize Rilke as someone who always causes a scene and note that anyone standing with her draws attention. Deokshin shuts down her flirting by saying she can touch him only after paying off her debt, and she calls him stingy. Rilke immediately transfers Bella the full amount she owes. Bella confirms the payment, while Deokshin is shocked at how much Rilke had been trying to dodge. With the debt cleared, Rilke demands the promised contact, but Deokshin instead insists they talk somewhere private. Bella thanks Deokshin for helping settle the debt and invites him back, while Rilke eagerly follows him away. In a quiet alley, Rilke jokes about his habit of bringing her to secluded places. Deokshin ignores the teasing and asks whether, as a merchant, she also buys and trades useful goods. He reveals his real purpose by saying he wants to buy the scarf he is wearing and asks whether she knows anything about Pelin's set. Rilke pauses to think over the name. Deokshin clarifies that he means the armor and helmet he is currently wearing. He explains that he has already obtained 2 pieces and is trying to complete the remaining 5 while also advancing her quest. He offers a trade if she has any part of the set. To tempt her, he produces Holy Crab, a sealed sacred relic of the Church of Ice and Fire. Rilke immediately recognizes it as a relic from Hyalton's ruins and admits it is valuable enough that she can no longer find another one. Hearing that, Deokshin eagerly pushes to make the trade. Rilke ruins his excitement by admitting she does not actually have Pelin's set. When he nearly loses his temper, she hurriedly adds that she knows an NPC who might have one of the pieces. She says she knows someone who possesses Pelin's right arm, though she cannot promise the rest. Rilke admits getting it will be difficult because that NPC refuses to do business with her. She explains that the NPC became obsessed with his own domain and was eventually expelled, making him impossible to negotiate with directly. Deokshin decides that difficulty does not matter as long as a deal can still be made. He demands every detail she has about the NPC, including location, personality, and surroundings. Rilke immediately asks whether he will hand over the relic in exchange for that information. Deokshin refuses the crab relic for this trade and offers a different item instead, a card that can chill an area and extinguish fire for 30 minutes. Rilke accepts the substitute at once, while making clear that she is only selling information, not guaranteeing results. She says the location is somewhere he needs to visit anyway because it is tied to her quest. Deokshin realizes she has trapped him with another forced request and learns the NPC is on the 24th floor. Her frog companion adds that the NPC can be found in the snowy mountain region there, but warns that the place is dangerous. The scene shifts to a poolside lodging area where the frog is being shown around. The frog happily confirms that this is the accommodation with the pool Deokshin had mentioned. Rilke, now clinging to the frog, complains that Deokshin is setting conditions after receiving her affection. Deokshin asks if the frog is satisfied and leaves it there to play while he checks the new item. He examines the red helmet he obtained. The helmet is revealed as Pelin's red helmet, a strong C-rank piece that partially restores the original power of the set. Its paired yellow armor is shown to be much weaker on its own, but the seal loosens when the 2 pieces are combined. Deokshin sees the set bonus and dismisses the default equipment options as worthless by comparison. The combined effect grants broad stat boosts, comfort, self-healing, indestructibility, and integrated defensive power, leaving him ecstatic. He realizes that if just 2 pieces are this strong, the full 7-piece set must be extraordinary. Wanting more clues, he opens the community board to check what other players are doing. He finds players discussing the fire spirits on the 16th floor, but one fool admits he attacked them instead of befriending them and gets mocked as an animal abuser. From the chatter, Deokshin notes that players share useful discoveries quickly, even if many of them are idiots. A post catches his eye. Herr Lost says he will handle the event on the 20th floor and claim first place. Deokshin immediately focuses on the words event and first place. He realizes this must be the major defense event on the 20th floor. Back on the 2nd floor safe zone, he notices the countdown and remembers the event is about to begin. He identifies it as the 20th floor main event called defense. The event allows participants to choose one of 4 sectors on the 20th floor as their defensive area. Players must hold off waves of monsters for a set time, and their performance determines their score. Contribution points decide the rankings and rewards, making placement highly competitive. He learns that this is the tower's first cooperative event, which changes the usual rules of competition. The system warns that each player can participate only once, non-participants and NPCs are restricted during the event, and no one can leave after choosing an area. Participation must be registered through an NPC who assigns the defense area. Deokshin realizes he needs an NPC to enter and immediately thinks of Bella. He returns to Bella's stall, and she greets him as if he has simply come back to eat. He notes that the market is nearly empty because everyone is preparing for the event, which makes business even harder for her. Bella confesses that the western sector is unpopular. She explains that the area has too few buildings to use as barricades, making defense much harder. With so much open ground and so little cover, the west offers few safe options even though buildings there are worth extra points. She warns that dying means getting no reward at all, no matter how hard someone fought. Worse, the points of dead players are redistributed to survivors in the same area, so some people deliberately let others die. Deokshin reflects that cruelty like that exists everywhere in the tower. He immediately sees the strategic implication that deaths can be exploited to inflate one's own contribution. Bella tearfully explains that because no one defends the west or south, those sectors suffer heavy damage every time, trapping local NPCs in a cycle of rebuilding and lost business. Deokshin realizes Rilke had been extending credit to someone far poorer than she let on. He concludes that the event naturally divides defenders unevenly, with most players flocking to crowded sectors. That means someone who survives in an underpopulated sector could monopolize the contribution points there. Bella sadly says this time will probably be no different, and urges him to abandon the west before it is too late. She worries that too many players around an NPC can be troublesome, then anxiously asks whether she is bothering him. Instead of answering directly, Deokshin takes her hand. He tells her he cannot ignore a woman's tears, turning her despair into stunned silence. He declares that he will personally take care of the western side and starts dreaming of all the contribution and rewards he can claim there. Bella tries to stop him, but a system notice shows that her favorability toward him has risen. Overwhelmed, she calls him a truly good person and impulsively clings to him. Deokshin screams in pain and begs her to let go, proving that grateful NPCs can be as dangerous as monsters. After apologizing, Bella admits that these NPCs can be rather monstrous themselves. She regains composure and promises to explain everything she knows about the defense event. As she begins, the narration shifts toward the event itself. At the same time in the southwest of the 20th floor safe zone, local NPCs anxiously wait for the next monster wave. One old man grumbles that if the system did not bind them, he could wipe out the invaders himself, only to be told to stop boasting and make his move in their board game. The others point out a lone worker who is still laboring over the defenses. They note that he has been working by himself for days. The elders warn him that the barricade will collapse if the larger monsters push it, and advise him that digging traps would have been smarter than piling up weak earth walls. The worker snaps back that they should have said that earlier instead of criticizing him after he already did all the labor. The old men bicker with him, blaming his poor timing for driving away customers, until another voice tells them all to stop arguing. Despite the complaints, they admit he is at least trying to protect the area. They recall hearing that he intends to win first place by defending this sector with only a tiny team and wonder if that is even possible. One elder decides it might be possible if the worker is truly that capable. The worker finishes his preparation and is revealed as the independent player licking the top of his head. Elsewhere, Deokshin finishes checking his gear and asks whether his frog companion is ready. The frog answers from inside his coat, happily stuffed with snacks. Deokshin arms himself with the expensive A-rank weapon he bought from Rilke, convinced it is necessary to secure first place. He wonders how the other major players, especially Lick, will approach the defense event. The community answers for him. Herr Loss is racing up from the 10th floor, Kitty Punch is still on the 18th, and everyone is shocked that Lick somehow reached the 20th already. Lick boasts that he has already beaten Herr Loss and demands to know where the others are, while Deokshin refuses to reveal his own position. Deokshin judges that Lick is driven almost entirely by competitive obsession. Herr Loss, meanwhile, frames the coming clash as his next challenge after surviving the 10th floor. The system announces that the defense event has begun, and Lick greets it like a game he intends to enjoy. Participants are teleported to their assigned sectors, and Deokshin finds himself among only about 30 defenders, far fewer than in the popular zones. He scans the group, looking for Lick, but sees only ordinary players and their listed powers. One independent survivor with an A-rank crisis sense ability catches his attention as a rare competent ally. Deokshin is pleased to find at least one strong player in the sector, until that man notices him. The survivor abruptly flees the moment he spots Deokshin, leaving him confused. Deokshin decides to stop worrying about that and look for the next useful person instead. He then notices an independent woman named Kim Sodam, a hidden powerhouse with an A-rank mechanical ability and a massacre title, calmly preparing her equipment. Recognizing another hidden master, he moves in at once. Before he can act, a necromancer named Park Wongsik rallies the scattered western defenders, arguing that they should cooperate because the west has little chance if everyone acts alone. To prove his value, Wongsik declares himself a precious necromancer and pulls a goblin corpse from his inventory. He commands the corpse to rise. The goblin corpse reanimates into a zombie under his control. The sudden undead summon startles the nearby defenders, but it also shows that Wongsik can provide disposable frontline troops. Wongsik warns everyone to keep their distance because he will not take responsibility if they get hurt by what comes next. He begins channeling more power into the corpse. A blast erupts nearby, making the defenders flinch as the battle atmosphere intensifies. The ground cracks open with a roar, signaling that the first real threat has arrived. As panic spreads, Deoxin steps forward to recruit the frightened players, confident that his firepower is more than enough to handle low-tier enemies and turn this weak sector into his chance at first place. A smug player gathers people around him and declares that anyone who wants to team up must obey his lead. When he notices the masked red-haired player nearby, he immediately tries to rope him in as well. He openly invites the masked stranger to join his group. The masked player calmly refuses, saying he prefers to handle things alone. The recruiter is caught off guard by the rejection. He quickly recovers and pretends to be generous, leaving the door open if the masked player changes his mind. A system notice announces that only 5 minutes remain before the first wave begins. The event rules appear, explaining that defense performance will be ranked for rewards, and the masked player is prompted to choose an event nickname. Pleased with himself, he decides on the name Evil Eye. The system moves on to reveal the rankings. Area rankings appear, including a first-place player using the taunting name "I'll show you how to take the first place, Baldy." Evil Eye immediately judges that first-place player as the real threat, and realizes they picked an unpopular zone just as he did. When Evil Eye's nickname appears, other players recognize him as the arena winner and realize he has already become famous. The first wave begins. Seeing the rival name again, Evil Eye treats the event like a personal race for first place. The ground trembles as the monsters arrive. A huge horde of goblins, beasts, and other monsters floods into the area. The ordinary players panic at the overwhelming numbers and start to lose hope. Before the monsters can tear into them, Evil Eye bursts forward to intercept. He cuts through the front line in a single rush, instantly earning points and climbing the rankings. His attack expands into a spinning slaughter that tears apart the monsters surrounding him. The stunned survivors can only stare at the sudden reversal. Inspired by his strength, they decide to join the fight instead of fleeing. One of them leaps in recklessly, trying to contribute to Evil Eye's assault. The whole group charges after him with renewed courage. The second wave starts, bringing larger monsters into the western area. A massive ogre roars and charges into the battle. Even as that threat looms, Evil Eye keeps moving through the battlefield with complete control. He casually manipulates stones as part of his fighting style, showing he has already planned around the terrain. He confirms that the nearby buildings remain intact, because protecting them will matter for scoring. He briefly recalls being praised for protecting structures and realizes that kindness is not the reason he is doing it. What he really wants are the building defense bonus points for himself. Still, he admits that this area's small group is at least decent enough to work with. He identifies Kim Sodam as a key ally, a fighter who creates mechanical blade drones to suppress enemies. He notes that her machine production is constant and efficient, proving why she earned a fearsome reputation. He also singles out Lee Sang-ok, whose crisis sense and assassination skill let him kill monsters before they understand what happened. Having judged the two strongest allies, Evil Eye calls the others over to support the formation around them. The overeager recruiter urges everyone to help Evil Eye, assuming they can safely share in his success. He even starts finishing off weakened monsters to steal easy points. The group happily divides the stolen kills and celebrates the free score. Their leader boasts that following him will earn them points even without effort, and the others buy into the lie. A projectile suddenly streaks toward the battlefield. The freeloaders panic and scatter from the incoming strike. Evil Eye realizes they have been pretending to fight while secretly pelting him with stones to steal his kills. Instead of apologizing, the group insists they did nothing wrong and tells him not to overreact. Their leader argues that Evil Eye cannot kill them without becoming a murderer, so they should stay together and keep exploiting him. Evil Eye is disgusted that they are bragging about taking the last hit on monsters weakened by others. A giant monster suddenly raises its weapon over Evil Eye. He slips past the blow and counters with a clean slash. The monster drops behind him before it can touch him. The western area clears the second wave first, earning a bonus for finishing ahead of the others. Evil Eye assumes that being first to clear should be enough to secure first place overall. Then the southwest area also clears, and the system prepares to update the event ranking. The new ranking reveals that Baldy's area is still in first place, with Evil Eye only in second. Evil Eye is stunned that he lost the lead despite clearing first in his area. He immediately suspects the freeloaders cost him too many points, while their shameless leader celebrates reaching 99th place off Evil Eye's work. That man keeps acting like a benevolent captain and promises more points to his followers if they keep obeying him. Evil Eye decides to watch how far the scammer will push things. The third wave begins in the southwest, where Baldy's area is suddenly overwhelmed by harpies and ground monsters at once. A gunner there is nearly torn apart when a harpy gets through their defenses. The aerial assault starts breaking their formation apart. Baldy responds by unleashing uprated gunfire in every direction to drive the harpies back. The harpies keep screaming and diving despite the barrage. He traps them with a clay net before they can escape. The net catches the airborne monsters in one sweep. He detonates the trapped harpies and cashes in the points immediately. With the sky secured, Baldy turns to the land monsters and confidently expects to seize first place. He forms a dense stone sphere in his hand as a new weapon. He hurls the stone mass with overwhelming force. Then he channels energy into it from behind. The attack becomes a devastating beam that drives the projectile straight through the battlefield. The blast tears through the ground monsters in a wide line. The surviving monsters are left confused by the sudden destruction. Baldi escalates further by releasing an even stronger power. A glowing core forms in the middle of the horde and drags the monsters into its radius. The compressed energy detonates and wipes out the clustered enemies. He mocks the nagging people around him and enjoys turning the trash they created into points for himself. The explosions continue chaining across the battlefield. Both the southwest and western areas finish the third wave. Baldi is pleased because he believes he won the race for this wave. The updated ranking proves it, putting Evil Eye in first and Baldi in second. Baldi is furious that even after that performance he still lost the top spot. Back in the western area, the fifth wave arrives with 3-star monsters, and the freeloaders beg their leader to save them. The new wave includes elite monsters like a goblin zombie, a giant reptile, and a deadly harpy, far beyond what the group can handle. Their leader panics the moment he faces real danger. The reptilian monster shrugs off a weak hit as if it were nothing. The scammer realizes in terror that he cannot even make it flinch. Evil Eye intervenes with a firebomb and finally damages the monster. Instead of gratitude, the scammer accuses Evil Eye of deliberately leading them into danger. Evil Eye coldly realizes the man is only whining because his own power stopped working in this high-level zone. He cuts down a nearby monster and dismisses the complainers as he moves on. Even then, the scammer tries to act brave in front of his followers and insists he will not die easily. He orders them to grab monsters by the ankles if they want to survive, while cursing Evil Eye for abandoning them. Evil Eye keeps carving through the elite wave on his own. He sees that the enemy force is still enormous despite how many he has already killed. He decides the fastest way to break through is to link up with Kim Sodam and Lee Sang-ok. At the same time, those two are suddenly pressured because the battle line has collapsed around them. Evil Eye notices the shift and wonders why their side has abruptly fallen into trouble. The answer is that Park Wong-sik, the scammer, ran back toward them while being chased, dragging monsters into their formation and shouting that Kim Sodam will save everyone. Evil Eye realizes the man's mind is completely twisted. He quickly reconstructs the battlefield in his head and sees that he had been holding the center while Sodam and Sang-ok covered the flanks. Wong-sik's panicked retreat destroyed that balance and exposed both sides at once. Watching his allies endangered by one coward's selfishness, Evil Eye decides that if the man wants to die, he should die alone. He also remembers the event rule that when someone in the same area dies, their points pass to the survivors. That is exactly how Wong-sik's ranking jumped to 78th, revealing how much he has already profited from others' deaths. Wong-sik now hopes even more teammates will die so he can climb higher, while Evil Eye keeps the wave contained. The system confirms his hidden power, feigned death, which lets him be treated as dead and ignored by monsters. Evil Eye understands that this ability warped Wong-sik into a parasite who survives by exploiting the dead. He resolves that he cannot allow someone like that to keep benefiting from the chaos. He launches himself back into the collapsing line. Kim Sodam is still fighting desperately while being surrounded. She is shocked when Evil Eye suddenly appears beside her. He grabs her without hesitation to pull her out of the kill zone. As the monsters close in, he whirls her clear of the encirclement. Even while being buried by enemies, she keeps calling out to him. Evil Eye activates a freezing power. Towering ice guardians erupt around him and lock down the monsters. The frozen constructs shatter the immediate threat and open a path. Using that opening, Evil Eye carries Sodam to safety. She starts to thank him, and he tells her to hold on. Before they can regroup, Lee Sang-ok cuts in to clear the next wave of attackers. The three of them finally come together in the same lane. Evil Eye unleashes another sweeping strike to keep the monsters off both allies. Sang-ok is startled by how decisively Evil Eye has taken control of the situation. Evil Eye then physically throws Sang-ok out of the danger zone while still carrying Sodam away from the crush. Behind them, the monsters surge again and an explosion erupts near Wong-sik's side. The trapped players realize too late that Evil Eye has left them behind. Wong-sik desperately tries to turn that into another speech, claiming there is still a way to live if everyone chases after Evil Eye. Evil Eye hears the plea for rescue and immediately understands what Wong-sik is trying to do. Wong-sik openly begs Evil Eye to save him as the monsters close in. Evil Eye answers with a firebomb that blasts the monsters around Wong-sik instead of opening the barrier for him. One of the followers survives the blast and realizes Evil Eye really did save them from immediate death. The shaken survivors start begging to follow Evil Eye because they can no longer endure Wong-sik's leadership. Wong-sik still tries to laugh it off and claim his judgment was right because they are alive. Evil Eye steps in front of him with open contempt. He reveals a new skill, Guardian's Will, which creates a sacred protective barrier. The barrier activates at once. Wong-sik grabs onto Evil Eye in panic, hoping to be dragged inside. Evil Eye carries him only as far as the barrier's edge. When Wong-sik begs to be let in, the system makes clear that movement is restricted across the barrier boundary. Wong-sik screams in disbelief that Evil Eye is not saving everyone. Evil Eye tells him plainly that people who manipulate others for personal gain are the kind he despises most. Then he throws Wong-sik back outside and tells him to survive on his own if he can, even with his fake death trick. Wong-sik breaks down and begs Evil Eye to come back for him. The monsters gather around the barrier while Wong-sik is left alone outside it. He desperately pleads to be allowed in as the monsters close from every side. His begging ends in a scream as the monsters tear into him. The system announces Park Wong-sik's elimination, and Evil Eye coldly decides he got what he deserved. With the parasite removed, Evil Eye turns back toward the remaining horde and prepares to finish the battle himself. From behind the barrier, Sodam and Sang-ok can only wonder whether even someone as strong as Evil Eye can really handle that entire mass of monsters alone. As the battle reaches its limit, his allies realize Evil Eye is risking himself to save everyone else. A sudden surge of power erupts around the survivors, jolting them with hope and fear at once. The blast tears through the battlefield with overwhelming force. The people under protection look up in alarm, wondering whether the man carrying them is still alive. A system notice reveals that Guardian's will has been dispelled. The collapsing skill leaves behind a strange relic-like object, drawing immediate attention. As the dust clears, they suspect Evil Eye may have died and taken his skill with him, until they spot a figure still standing. Evil Eye reappears alive and calmly tells everyone the crisis is over. The system confirms that the Western Area's defense has ended. The Western Area is declared the first to clear all waves and earns bonus points for it. The survivors erupt into celebration, hailing Evil Eye as the hero who saved them. Those who had once followed Park Wong-sik admit they were wrong and thank him for rescuing them. Rather than hold a grudge, Evil Eye tells them to leave the past behind. Kim Sodam and Lee Sang-ok formally introduce themselves to him with gratitude. Kim Sodam reveals she had watched his 10th floor match and was impressed by how he saved Hairlessman. Lee Sang-ok says he only heard about that feat through the community, then awkwardly brings up Evil Eye's connection to Pwede Princess. Trying to sound dignified, Lee Sang-ok admits he wants to meet and thank Pwede Princess, while Evil Eye privately realizes yet another fool has become her admirer. Evil Eye remembers that Lee Sang-ok used to avoid him, and presses him about it. Lee Sang-ok explains that his power warned him not to provoke Evil Eye, and now that he knows who Evil Eye is, that warning makes sense. He and Kim Sodam reveal they are followers of Pwede Princess too, and credit her strategies for helping them grow stronger. When they ask whether he belongs to Princess Union, Evil Eye is completely lost. They explain that Princess Union is an informal network of Pwede Princess followers who share information and intend to make the name famous. Evil Eye wonders who could have created something so absurd, only to learn that Lee Junseok founded it because of his own connection to Pwede Princess. That revelation makes Evil Eye curse Lee Junseok for secretly turning admiration into a fan club, even as the others praise him for finishing second. He is thrown off by the mention of second place, and starts paying attention to the rankings again. A new notice announces that the Southwest area's defense has also ended. The rankings show Baldy still in first place and Evil Eye in second, despite Evil Eye's Western victory. Seeing the huge score gap, Evil Eye demands to know how Baldy got so far ahead. The answer comes quickly. Baldy was the only survivor in his entire area. Unlike Evil Eye's area, Baldy defended his zone completely alone. That means Baldy personally earned every point from his area, and he revels in it. When Evil Eye moves to leave, the others try to stop him and keep talking about Pwede Princess. He refuses, declaring that he has to chase first place immediately. He heads for the boundary of his assigned area, looking for a way out. The system blocks him and states that no one can leave their designated area until the event fully ends. Unable to move on, Evil Eye turns his frustration toward the barrier and calls his sword to him. As he draws the sword of the corrupted angel, the system reveals its grim history as the weapon of a celestial traitor who once escaped an eternal maze. He slams the sword into the barrier with all the divine power he can force through it. Apologizing to Lick in advance, he vows that first place will be his instead. The ranking still shows Baldy ahead, making his challenge feel impossible. Meanwhile, Baldy celebrates too early, convinced he has already won. He starts plotting how to mock Baldy once the event ends. Then he notices the rankings shifting unexpectedly. To his shock, Evil Eye suddenly jumps into first place by a narrow margin. Baldy cannot understand how Evil Eye's score rose after his own waves were already finished. His competitive spirit flares so hard that even the system identifies him as the embodiment of rivalry. Furious, he insists it makes no sense for Evil Eye to outscore someone who cleared an entire area alone. Even so, he swears he will beat Evil Eye next time. His pride hardens further, as he invokes his real-world fame and genius to justify his outrage. The defense event officially ends with Evil Eye in first place and Baldy in second. Baldy can only clutch his head in disbelief as the result becomes final. The system moves on to distributing rewards according to the final rankings. All barriers vanish, and absent players and NPCs return to their areas. Baldy is immediately called out by name as people rush toward him. A second-place banner is unfurled in front of him like a grand honor. Members of several guilds arrive cheering, leaving Baldy baffled by the sudden attention. One of them warmly offers him a drink in appreciation for his hard work. Baldy assumes they came to fight and prepares to throw the first punch. The guild members panic and insist they came unarmed. Their leader explains that they actually brought a gift and want Baldy to tell Pwede Princess they mean no harm. Baldy realizes they are trying to repair relations with Pwede Princess and Baldy through him, but what truly enrages them is something else. To them, an independent player taking second place is an incredible achievement worthy of admiration. That praise only makes Baldy angrier, because second place is exactly what he cannot stand. He explodes, shouting that being second means nothing and threatening everyone around him. Elsewhere in the safe western zone, Bella thanks Evil Eye for keeping his promise. Because her shop survived, she rewards him and his companions with a lavish spread of food. His companions are instantly captivated by the feast. Evil Eye questions why they are helping themselves so freely when they did nothing to earn it. Rilke cheerfully says the owner invited them to eat as much as they want, while Evil Eye privately concludes she has no common sense. Even so, he reasons that Bella would never exploit disaster for profit and must have had some plan in mind. As he reflects on how easy his own work was compared to Bella's generosity, he casually lets his companion take the pastry at once. While they eat, the community erupts with sensational posts claiming Evil Eye attacked the 20th floor defense event, defeated Lick, and is hunting down Petit Prince's followers. Kitty Punch jokes that this second place feels like first, while Lick fumes that guilds keep clinging to him and wonders if they are trying to recruit him. Someone directly asks whether he was scouted by guilds. Lick admits several guilds approached him and even wanted him to endorse them and sell skill books, but he rejected the idea outright. He starts thinking about climbing higher himself, but first decides to ask Rilke something important. He calls Rilke over while she is still busy eating. He shows her a mysterious parchment fragment and asks if she knows what it is. Rilke bluntly admits she has no idea either. Bella suddenly remembers that she has seen something like it before and runs to fetch it. Lick is startled that an NPC might possess the same kind of item, while Rilke points out that NPCs can indeed hold strange gifts. After examining the fragment, Rilke concludes it is an item with no inherent options and likely only works under certain conditions. That insight makes her realize what it really is. She excitedly identifies the fragment as a trigger item, something meant to activate a hidden event. In her mind, that means it is probably tied to a quest or ancient ruins and therefore potentially very valuable. Lick follows the logic and wonders why Bella would have something connected to a quest or ruin. Rilke reasons that Bella is still an NPC, so she may be carrying it as part of some unknown quest line. Lick then asks the deeper question of where NPCs get quest reward items in the first place. Rilke explains that NPCs obtain such items either through system trades, from merchants like herself, or sometimes directly from the system. When he asks for details about system trading, Rilke immediately turns the explanation into a business opportunity. She names a steep price of 50,000 points for that advanced information, leaving him stunned. Rilke adds that if an NPC's favor is maxed out, the information or item might even be given for free. Lick realizes favor points may matter after all and thanks her, even patting her head in appreciation. Bella returns just in time to see Rilke happily accepting the head pat, and remarks that the two seem unexpectedly close. Rilke, mortified by being caught enjoying it, lashes out and kicks Lick in embarrassment. She storms off, reminding him not to forget her quest and to come back safely. Lick is left confused by her sudden hostility until Bella explains that Rilke was simply embarrassed. Bella adds that NPCs are bound by predetermined roles, and Rilke, as a merchant, can only help through trade. Still, Bella is impressed enough by how he won Rilke over that she waives the usual appraisal fee and gives him the matching fragment as a reward for protecting the shop. Lick accepts gratefully, though he still has no idea how he earned that level of favor. Bella then reveals the real secret. The parchment is part of a map, and rumor says a buried treasure lies on the 28th floor. The system identifies it as the rogue treasure map of Farragos, a record of a rogue who stole and sealed away a so-called treasure that he warned was actually a disaster. That ominous history only makes Lick more determined to uncover the hidden cache. Before leaving, he thanks Bella again and promises to repay her for the meals. At the same time, Petit Princess publicly promotes Bella Snack to her followers as the best restaurant on the 20th floor. Bella immediately realizes that endorsement will flood her shop with customers and boost her sales. On the 21st floor, Lick clears the stage objective by defeating all 50 double-horned bears. He finds a cold-resistant skill book and a portal appears to mark the floor's completion. Reviewing his gains, he notes that he has now collected poison, fire, and cold resistance along with several intermediate skills from the defense event. He is especially pleased by the rare rewards, including an A-rank skill book and upgrade tickets. He studies a low-stat upgrade ticket and wonders where to invest it. The floor clear rewards also raise his basic stats, and he decides his magic is already sufficient enough to focus on the harder-to-raise divine power instead. That thought makes him reconsider what counts as truly difficult to improve. He activates the ticket with that in mind. Instead of a normal stat gain, the system says good luck is with him and reveals his hidden attacker title growth, boosting all stats, luck, and divine power at once. His lucky stat immediately reacts to the upgrade, producing an instant side effect. A new parchment fragment suddenly appears nearby as if drawn out by that luck. The treasure map updates to show that the route is becoming clearer. Studying the new lines, Lick realizes the map traces a path of right-angle turns like a maze, and that one fragment alone is nowhere near enough to solve it. He concludes that even if he finds one fragment on every floor up to 28, he will still be missing pieces and will have to gather them the hard way. On the 22nd floor, he trains by enduring freezing water, rapidly leveling both cold resistance and iron body. The training becomes unbearable, but he forces himself through it. Even while suffering, he recognizes that the icy immersion is an efficient way to raise his skills and starts considering upgrading their grades too. The combined cost for all the required upgrade coupons comes to 52,000 points, but he decides he can always earn more later and pays it. He reviews his growing list of skills, now broad enough to cover movement, offense, resistance, and utility. His frog companion suddenly demands food again. Lick generously tells it to pick anything it wants from Roka's store while he handles other matters. He turns his attention to crafting materials, starting with the iron stone tail fragment needed for a high-level potion. He confirms that monster insect body fluid can serve as a volatile bomb ingredient. Using Stargazing Eye, he verifies that the human-faced fish scale is another key ingredient for a high-level potion. The system confirms that he has now collected every ingredient required for the potion and adds more information. With the materials secured, he decides the next step is buying manufacturing skills so he can actually make the potion. To raise the points for that, he plans to sell off lower floor items he no longer needs and even jokes about holding a fan meeting. At that moment, Pretty Princess contacts Lee Junseok directly, teasing him about the fan club he started for her. Lee Junseok is thrilled by the attention and eagerly offers to help with anything she wants. She asks him to obtain a potion crafting skill book, sending him the boiling up power brooch and 5,000 points as payment. Lee Junseok is touched by the gift and the extra points, while she tells him to use them to treat himself and the fan club. He decides that if he can secure potion making, the cost of feeding his followers will be trivial, and proudly notes he still has 45,000 points left. He then asks his frog companion what it wants to eat, promising to buy anything even if it costs 1,000 points. The frog immediately spends all 45,000 points in a single transaction. When Lee Junseok checks the receipt, he can barely process what he is seeing. He whirls around in horror as the frog keeps croaking innocently. He grabs the frog and demands to know what it bought with all his money. Seeing the order list, he realizes the frog somehow purchased an absurdly expensive special course that should not even exist in a normal silver-grade shop. He briefly wonders if exhaustion has made him misread the system window. Then the truth sinks in and his mind goes blank. The system identifies the purchase as a reservation for Hell Dying Kitchen, a catering buffet that prides itself on perfect taste and service. A follow-up notice thanks him for contacting the catering service, warns of delays, and even upgrades his order to a higher special course as a first customer benefit. Lee Junseok screams in despair, unable to believe a catering buffet exists inside the tower at all. Still reeling, he can only ask why anyone would ever run a catering business inside the tower in the first place. The young man explodes at his frog companion for buying something completely unrelated to their food plan. The frog proudly reveals it searched up a place called Hell Dying Kitchen and even made a reservation. He tries to cancel the absurd order as soon as he sees the price, only to realize too late that it is already locked in. The terms make it clear that once an order is placed, the kitchen starts hunting ingredients immediately, and anyone who backs out may be dealt with by force. He understands that canceling would put him in the sights of elite monster hunting suppliers, so the frog's mistake has become a real threat. Defeated, he concludes that the system is basically forcing him to shut up and eat, and he swears never to trust the frog with shopping again. Since the money is already gone, he decides they have no choice but to keep moving and make the most of the meal later. Remembering Roka's advice, he turns his attention back to the real objective and heads for the NPC on the 24th floor to get the Peline set. After clearing the 23rd floor, he enters the snowy 24th floor while grumbling that they are behind schedule because the frog drained their funds. He keeps blaming the frog for the hole in their wallet as they press deeper into the snowfield. To start Roka's forced quest, he decides to hunt one-eyed yetis first. He reviews the quest requirements and reminds himself that the materials are meant to be offered as gifts to win NPC interest, not simply hoarded as loot. At the entrance to the one-eyed yeti cave, he learns these monsters have their own culture and religion, so brute force alone will not solve everything. He cuts through the weak snowball monsters on the way in, nearly finishing one of the floor objectives. The last snowball lunges at him, and the system warns that the cute creature is actually highly poisonous. Since the real yetis still have not appeared, he dismisses the snowballs as weak trash and keeps fighting. One of the snowballs tries to bite him directly, hoping to poison him. Its poison lands, but only for a moment. His poison resistance nullifies the effect completely, letting him turn the attack into a joke. Even the snowball is left confused when its best weapon fails to work on him. Deeper inside, he finds the path blocked by a wall carved with a strange mural instead of a normal passage. He guesses the mural might react either to power or to some ritual gesture. Rather than force it, he decides to imitate the pose shown on the wall. The hidden mechanism responds immediately and opens the way, proving the mural was a key rather than decoration. Encouraged, he keeps copying the movement as he advances through the newly opened route. He commits to the ridiculous ritual even more seriously when it continues to work. With the frog joining in, he fully matches the mural's posture and pushes onward. By the time the passage opens completely, he is exhausted from the absurd performance. To his own embarrassment, he realizes he is actually starting to enjoy the strange dance. The system rewards him with a basic courtship dance and declares him qualified to participate in the One-Eyed Yeti Festival. The dungeon's true nature is finally revealed as the One-Eyed Yeti Festival, a cultural event where combat is forbidden and achievements must be shown through art. He is stunned to learn the special quest now requires him to place in the top 10 of a dance survival contest if he wants the rewards and to stay in the dungeon. Before he can process it, the preliminary round begins. He realizes this floor is not a battle challenge at all but a breakthrough trial based on dancing. The surrounding yetis immediately mock him as a human, a race they consider incapable of dancing. Insulted, he insists they have no idea who they are looking down on and tries to defend his pride with a ridiculous boast. His confidence collapses instantly when the system announces that he has already been eliminated in the preliminary. At least he is not thrown out entirely, because he is still placed into a loser's revival round. Facing the same jeering Yetis again, he decides he will test what this revival battle really is. He sees that 10 contestants have already been eliminated and assumes he has no realistic way to climb back up through normal dancing skill. So he tries a direct attack instead, hoping violence might still create an opening. The dungeon effect blocks all damage, confirming that combat is truly disabled here. He refuses to give up and turns to the action, betting the frog's chaotic nature can break rules the system itself enforces. He orders the frog to start a competitor disposal operation. The frog strikes a contestant, and although normal damage is denied, the system reacts badly to the chaos attribute itself. That proves his theory that chaos can pierce the dungeon setting even when ordinary attacks cannot. The nearby Yetis are horrified as he starts laughing at the loophole he has found. Just as he is ready to exploit it further, the candidates are called together for the revival round. The loser's revival battle officially begins and all participants are summoned to the stage. He ends up standing alone and awkward on stage, still not understanding what kind of contest this is supposed to be. Then everyone else disappears, and he wins the revival round by default because no other candidates remain. The system advances Jo Hyun-soo straight to the finals. A new announcement calls the finalists to the stage for the last round. When he sees the 2 Yetis who mocked him earlier among the finalists, his desire to prove himself flares up again. He vows to show them up no matter what. The finals begin with the 2 veteran Yetis and Hyun-soo facing the crowd under the festival lights. His rivals immediately launch into confident, stylish performances that show why they ranked first and second. The audience boos Hyun-soo for freezing up and not dancing at all. As the music rises, the pressure mounts and the Yeti band drives the contest forward. At the crucial moment, he decides to stop hesitating and go all in. He activates a fire effect around himself, turning his entrance into a dramatic spectacle. He follows it with a water effect to build even more visual impact. Then he stacks a radiation buff on top of the elemental display, deciding that if he cannot outdance them cleanly, he will overwhelm them with effects. Finally, he combines all of it with the courtship dance he learned in the cave. He throws himself into the ridiculous routine with total commitment. The one-eyed Yetis are so moved by the performance that they begin crying on the spot. He suddenly understands that the quest reward about tears was literal, and that emotional impact is the real scoring method. When the rankings appear, he is only in 3rd place despite the reaction he caused. The stylish Yeti in glasses holds 1st place. The cap-wearing Yeti takes 2nd. Seeing himself still behind them, Hyun-soo refuses to accept the result. He unleashes a hidden ice technique as a final trump card, determined not to lose. A massive pillar of ice erupts onto the stage, turning the finals into a full spectacle. The ice shatters dramatically at the climax of the move. Out of the explosion, he lands in a newly acquired deadly pose that completes the performance. The Yetis are overwhelmed again and cry even harder, some to the point of nosebleeds from sheer emotional shock. As the crowd erupts, the finals end and the winners are announced. Jo Hyun-soo is declared the winner of the One-Eyed Yeti Festival. He seals the victory with a shameless idol-like gesture, sending the audience into even louder frenzy. The dungeon recognizes his phenomenal achievement, clears the floor, and begins distributing rewards. He receives 53 tears of the One-Eyed Yeti, rare gems formed when the creatures are deeply moved. That haul more than completes Rilke's quota for Yeti-related quest materials, though the Snow Spirit's crown is still missing. Looking back, he admits he would have repeated the humiliating performance if necessary, then immediately regrets how carried away he got. His embarrassment eases when he sees the reward list is excellent enough to justify everything he just did. Even though he hates the memory of the dance, he still learns the courtship dance skill because it may be useful later. He equips the dancing master's crown after deciding its strong stats and royal authority are worth the embarrassment. He also gains the title Incarnation of Fire and Dance, which grants buffs when dancing around a bonfire. Testing the title, he performs the dance by a small fire and confirms that it improves mood, healing, and temporary stats. The effect is undeniably powerful, but he feels ridiculous doing a cave dance around a torch like some primitive ritualist. Even so, he cannot deny that part of him genuinely enjoys it. Back on the snowy mountain, he searches for the NPC's home and notes that the area is littered with dead giant Yetis, proving how dangerous the territory is. When he crosses a boundary line, he realizes he has entered the NPC's personal domain. Recalling that Alios likes gems, flowers, accessories, and dresses, he tries to imagine what kind of person would have such bizarre tastes. Since he has plenty of Yeti tears to offer as gifts, he decides to meet Alios directly. The moment he steps through, he senses something is off. Inside the territory, the snowy wasteland gives way to a completely different, peaceful environment. A disembodied warning tells intruders to leave immediately because they are in Alios' territory. Hyun-soo ignores the threat and calmly announces that he came specifically to meet Alios. He tries to present his gift before even seeing the man face to face. Instead of a conversation, he is instantly cut down for ignoring the warning. A shadowy figure appears over him, coldly telling him to learn how to present a gift properly as the system declares him dead. He respawns in the 20th floor safe zone, furious that he died before he could do anything. When he complains that Alios killed him and stole all the Yeti tears, The innkeeper dryly notes that the NPC clearly is not ordinary. Hyunsu rages that he only asked to talk and got his throat cut, but the innkeeper hints that the problem may have started with him. She then shows him that her business is thriving, drawing his attention to the crowd in the safe zone. He realizes she is marketing the place with the absurd pretty princess image, and she hurriedly begs him not to say it out loud. When she asks whether he will try again, he swears that even if he dies repeatedly, he will land at least one hit on Alios. That determination is immediately undercut by another death notice, showing how badly the rematch attempts are going. A montage of repeated failures follows as he keeps charging in, cursing Alios as a thief and pervert, while dying over and over. After 12 deaths on the 24th floor, he wakes in the respawn zone with his throat still feeling phantom pain and his frustration boiling over. He admits he cannot even bear to look at Alios' face anymore because of how badly he has been humiliated. At last he accepts that brute force will not work and that he needs help from his teammates. He remembers Kitty Punch's connection to the Kingdom of Flower and the fact that one of their tasks involves trading with NPCs. Kitty Punch confirms that Alios is actually their Gogan, someone tied to the Kingdom of Flower's network. Using a trading badge borrowed from Kitty Punch, Hyunsu plans to approach Alios under the protection of that affiliation. He enters Alios' territory again, this time intending to wait for an opening once the NPC lowers his guard. Alios immediately recognizes him as the climber who has already died to him more than 10 times and wonders if he has endless coins. Hyunsu corrects him that it has been 12 deaths, while Alios repeats his usual offer to spare him if he leaves. Instead of backing down, Hyunsu openly provokes him. Alios' blade flashes toward him again, but this time Hyunsu does not flinch. By holding up the Kingdom of Flower badge at the last instant, he finally forces Alios to stop and reveal himself. Alios appears in full and immediately notices the trading badge. Hyunsu smoothly claims to be from the Kingdom of Flower and presents a bouquet as a formal gift. He adds that there is another gift as well, setting up a second move. That second gift turns out to be a punch disguised as bread, showing he still cannot resist trying to hit Alios. Alios effortlessly counters and smashes him from behind before the punch can land. Hyunsu is sent flying across the ground, once again completely outclassed. The next thing he knows, consciousness returns in a different place. He wakes up furious, convinced he has died yet again. But instead of the inn, he finds himself in an unfamiliar room and realizes something different happened this time. He discovers that Alios brought his unconscious body into his own estate rather than killing him outright. Hyunsu privately calls him a psychopath for cracking someone's head and tossing them into storage, while Alios complains that he even lit the fireplace and still gets no gratitude. Once they finally sit down, Alios demands to know why Hyunsu keeps clinging to him while pretending to belong to the Kingdom of Flower. Hyunsu drops the act and bluntly states that he came for the Peline set. Alios reacts as if the answer is obvious and immediately asks about the Yeti tears as well. That sets Hyunsu off, and he explodes about the suffering he went through to gather those tears. Instead of being offended, Alios laughs and admits that the bizarre persistence actually suits his taste. He praises Hyunsu's fearlessness, unusual coin count, and stubbornness, amused that the climber kept returning even after repeated deaths and failed deception. Alios correctly guesses that Rilke was the one who told Hyunsu about the Peline set. He notes that Hyunsu must be on good terms with Rilke, then asks why he keeps intruding when he already knows how territorial Alios is. Alios explains that Rilke is genuinely dangerous, far more troublesome than the rest of the Kingdom of Flower, and not someone to underestimate. He insists he does not want his own home destroyed, which is why he is so strict about keeping people out. Hearing that, Hyunsu starts to reconsider Rilke and decides he wants no part in anything truly dangerous. Alios then reveals that he only brought Hyunsu inside because, unlike Rilke, he judged the climber to be harmless. Even so, Alios admits that Hyunsu's effort has earned him a little more conversation instead of another immediate execution. As proof of goodwill, Alios produces Pelin's blue right arm, one piece of the set Hyunsu came for. Hyunsu is thrilled, but Alios makes it clear that the item will only be handed over if Hyunsu can offer something worthwhile in return. Hyunsu realizes he has already lost his best bargaining chip with the stolen Yeti tears and is left with nothing obvious to trade. Alios sees straight through him and points out that what Hyunsu really wants is not a trade but a chance to punch him. With a grin and a surge of overwhelming power, Alios invites him to try if he dares. Alios Furno raises the stakes by promising the item if Jo Hyunsu can land even one hit on him within the time limit. Jo Hyunsu steadies himself and draws his sword, committing to the challenge despite the danger. Recognizing that Jo is charging in anyway, Alios decides he deserves no mercy and activates Shackles of Guilt to suppress 98% of his own power. Even while handicapped, Alios reminds him he only has 10 minutes, turning the duel into a race against time. Alios taunts him to try landing a single strike, making clear how wide the gap still is. Their blades collide in a violent exchange as Jo immediately tests whether the handicap is enough to matter. Jo realizes every blow from Alios is still overwhelmingly heavy, but for the first time, Jo can at least read and block attacks that once would have been too fast to even perceive. Alios acknowledges the improvement while continuing to pressure him with clean, controlled swordplay. Jo answers with a fire attack, trying to force an opening through raw explosive power. Alios cuts through the blast and points out that such a direct hit should have been nearly impossible to avoid. Jo barely evades the follow-up and realizes Alios is still dictating the fight. Alios closes in again, his sword already moving before Joe can regain balance. Joe activates stargazing eyes to sharpen his perception and search for a way to survive the barrage. He launches firebomb at close range, gambling that a sudden explosion will disrupt Alios's rhythm. Alios curses as the blast forces him to react, and Joe notices that the man had been protecting the mansion during the fight. That observation gives Joe a new idea about Alios's priorities. He deliberately baits Alios by threatening the house again, testing whether the mansion matters more than the duel. A massive explosion erupts toward the building, forcing Alios to abandon the exchange and intercept it. Alios angrily realizes Joe has figured out he is intentionally targeting the house to manipulate him. When Joe vanishes from his sight, Alios is briefly thrown off. Using Fog Sprint, Joe reappears inside the mansion and calls out, luring Alios away from the courtyard. Alios rushes after him, shocked that Joe slipped past him so quickly. Inside, Joe openly mocks how attached Alios is to this place. As Joe threatens to fire an A-rank skill at the mansion, the soul stone in his possession suddenly reacts. The unexpected response catches Joe off guard. Alios is even more shaken, immediately recognizing the significance of the item Joe is holding. When Alios demands to know where it came from, Joe is left wondering why it surfaced on its own now. Joe reveals it is his bound item, meaning only he can retrieve it, and asks whether Alios intends to kill him anyway. He explains that unlike other items, he stored this one in his treasure pouch, which made it uniquely tied to him. Alios, desperate for the soul stone, insists he will take it by force if necessary. Joe counters by threatening him with a blood-cursed dagger whose curse only affects its owner, making himself a dangerous hostage. Unable to attack freely, Alios offers to stop fighting if Joe hands over the soul stone. Joe refuses to trust a promise that has no binding force. Alios admits NPCs are bound by the system and cannot create contracts on demand. Joe points out that even if Alios gets the stone, nothing guarantees he will spare him. To solve that, Alios offers something far more serious, and says he will make Joe his successor. He explains that an NPC cannot attack their own successor. The system confirms that Alios Furno wants Joe Hyunsu to become his successor and asks for acceptance. Joe reads the rules and realizes this choice would permanently prevent Alios from harming him. Seeing no obvious downside, Joe decides the offer is worth taking. He accepts, and the system formally names him Alios Furno's successor. Protected by that bond, Alios immediately asks for the soul stone. Joe stalls for a moment, and Alios senses he is about to try something. Now safe from retaliation, Joe punches Alios in the face to satisfy the original condition of landing a hit. Joe gleefully declares himself satisfied after exploiting the loophole. With the duel settled, they move deeper into the mansion. Joe examines a blue armored arm he has acquired and discovers that, despite its shabby appearance, it grants strong stats and belongs to the Pelion set. He realizes the set bonus is exceptionally valuable, offering broad stat boosts and defensive functions. One detail catches his attention in particular. Each individual part enhances attributes further. That change also affects his water ability, which has evolved from simple splashing into a floating, controllable mass. Joe notes with surprise that he can now manipulate the water precisely. He tests the improved control by wrapping the water around his frog companion. The frog reacts with delight, and Joe jokes that without the soul stone it never would have gained such a power. Alios dismisses Joe's claim of having won the soul stone fairly, making clear he sees the matter very differently. He heads to Penny's chamber, intent on using the stone at once. When the chamber opens, a freezing aura pours out from the sealed room. Joe is hit by the brutal cold and realizes how extreme the preservation magic is. Inside, Alios approaches a crystal coffin surrounded by flowers, where Penny's body has been kept. He reveals that Penny is the reason he has endured everything and that she is the center of his life. Joe finally understands that Alios's hostility toward intruders came from protecting this room, though the depth of his devotion still unsettles him. Using his ability to read information, Joe questions the strange connection between an imperial prisoner and a princess. Alios brushes it off as a common kind of story, refusing to explain directly. Joe guesses she might have been his wife, but Alios denies ever marrying. Joe keeps guessing at their relationship, only to learn Alios never even got that far. That makes Joe demand to know what their bond actually was. Alios grandly describes it as the beginning stage of love, and Joe concludes he is simply obsessed. Ignoring the mockery, Alios brings the soul stone to Penny's crystal and calls for her to wake. The system confirms that the soul sealed inside the soul stone is reacting. Alios channels the stone's power into the crystal, beginning the resurrection process. The strain knocks Joe back as the ritual surges through the room. Alios exults that Penny is returning to life, while Joe worries he may have interrupted something important. In the middle of the ritual, Joe's luck triggers and causes a new item to appear. The reward turns out to be Alios's boots, a powerful piece of gear with major defensive and mobility bonuses. Alios notices immediately that Joe has somehow acquired them. Joe casually reports that Penny should awaken soon, trying to distract from the theft. Grateful for Penny's revival, Alios sincerely thanks him and lowers his guard. Then he notices something is wrong. He looks down and realizes Joe is already wearing his boots. Joe shamelessly claims he was only trying them on because they fit perfectly. Alios fumes, while Joe smugly acts as though such a reward is only natural for Penny's savior. Joe celebrates his good fortune, delighted by how much he keeps gaining from this encounter. Putting the joke aside, Alio says he has something important to explain and asks Joe to come with him. Outside, he begins teaching Joe about NPCs and successors. He explains that NPCs are beings trapped in the tower after paying a heavy price, some as bosses and others as merchants or service providers who survive by earning points. Joe asks what happens when they can no longer fulfill those roles or pay what the tower demands. Alio's answers that they lose themselves completely and become nothing more than true NPCs, absorbed into the tower. Joe then asks what role Alio's himself serves, since he cannot remain in the safe zone. Alio's explains that most NPCs live in the single safe zone, but his situation is different. He reveals the cost of his existence. He is split across many floors at once, with versions of himself present wherever challengers reach his assigned levels. Joe is horrified by the pain of a soul being divided like that and asks whether Alio's can endure it. Alio's admits he has little time left because he took on part of Penny's burden through a contract with the system so she could return. At best, he says, he has 10 years before he can no longer maintain his sense of self, and NPCs are only freed if their successors clear the tower. That makes Joe his final chance, so Alio's insists Joe must grow stronger enough to break the system that trapped him. He warns that many NPCs will target Joe from now on. Some will be desperate failures seeking a last chance, some will want a successor, and others will simply torment him for amusement. Alio's urges him to become strong enough to conquer the tower, or he will end up trapped the same way they are. The bond between them deepens, and Joe gains a fragment of Alio's essence, unyielding swordsmanship. Alio's formally entrusts his legacy to Joe, presenting himself as the sword master who once tried to devour an empire, and its last knight. The system notes that the challenger who reached the 99th floor is now imparting knowledge to his successor. Alio's immediately begins drilling Joe, demanding more as Joe struggles to apply the newly inherited swordsmanship. Joe throws himself into the training, trying to force the technique into his body through repetition. Alio stops him and points out that Joe is overburdening his shoulders and still failing to use the art properly. He bluntly says 10 years will not be enough for Joe to clear the 100th floor if he keeps going like this. Then Alio's reveals that it took him 10 years just to reach the 99th floor. That number shocks him even now, as if he had not expected to say it aloud. Later, Joe finds Alio's in the craft room in a frenzy because he has sensed Penny's energy returning. Alio's panics that she will wake soon and insists he must finish a gift for her before that happens, while the system starts a 10-minute resurrection countdown. He decides to make a gemstone necklace using Joe's one-eyed yeti's tears, immediately claiming the rare materials. Joe protests because those are his quest items, but Alio's asks how many he needs. When Joe blurts out 30, Alio's unexpectedly agrees to provide that many because Joe saved Penny. He then demands the correct carving knife as if Joe should naturally assist in the project. Joe can only watch in exhausted disbelief as Alio's works at impossible speed. Within moments, Alio's completes an iced her necklace and proudly announces it is ready. They hurry back to Penny's chamber as the crystal reaches its final stage. The system declares that Penny Juniper has been revived. Penny emerges from the shattered crystal, alive again in radiant golden form. But the system immediately reports that Alio's is taking on Penny's ego collapse as the price of her return. It then warns that Alio's own ego collapse is accelerating. Joe rushes to support him, but Alio's insists he can still endure it. Penny approaches, sensing something is wrong with him. She recognizes Alio's at once and calls to him with relief. Alio's greets her with overwhelming joy, but she instantly notices his condition. Penny learns that only the tower remains and realizes the empire they came from has already fallen. She then notices Joe beside him, and Joe introduces himself awkwardly. Penny introduces herself as Princess Penny Juniper of Greatfront, confirming her identity. Joe apologetically asks her to explain what happened, since she has only just awakened. Penny begins recounting how the tower appeared in Greatfront and called many people, including the knight Alio's. She explains that when Alio's failed on the 99th floor and returned, the gates opened without end and the world was destroyed. To save her, Alio's exploited a loophole and turned Penny into an NPC even though she had not been chosen by the tower. He sealed her soul in the soul stone and her body in crystals within the tower, but losing the stone left her trapped until now. Joe confirms that failing to clear the 100th floor means the gates will keep opening and destroy the world, while Alio's tries to brush past the danger and focus on being reunited with Penny. Instead, Alio's presents the gift he made while waiting for her. Penny admires the necklace's beauty the moment she sees it. Alio's nervously asks whether she likes it, only for her response to take an unexpected turn. Penny admits she was never especially interested in jewelry or crafts, crushing his confidence on the spot. She explains that she only accepted his old gifts because refusing them would have made him mope and bother the knight. What she truly loves, she says cheerfully, is cooking. Joe immediately realizes Alio's has always misunderstood her, while Alio's is too stunned to know whether to interfere or collapse. Penny then tells Alio's to follow because she has prepared something for him instead. Joe quietly orders the dazed Alio's to stop arguing and pretend he understands. Penny leads them onward, excited by her own surprise. She brings them to a lavish catered feast and welcomes them to a hell-dying kitchen buffet. The spread is so extravagant that it leaves them speechless. Penny happily urges Alio's to taste the food, but he is too overwhelmed to respond. She notices his blank stare and asks whether he is all right. Joe covers for him by claiming the meal was so delicious that Alio's was momentarily dazed. Once Penny is distracted, Joe pulls Alios aside for a private word. Watching Penny enjoy herself, Joe gently asks whether Alios is pushing himself too hard. Alios admits his ego collapse is progressing faster than expected, but reassures Joe that even if he loses himself, Joe will remain his successor. The orange-haired climber explodes in frustration when Alios insists he cares about him more than the successor title. Alios admits there is no safer option, then tests whether the climber would do anything for Penny and gets an immediate yes. Satisfied, Alios orders him to bring the finest gem he has ever crafted, leaving the climber confused about why that matters. Alios refuses to explain, hints at a larger plan, and tells him to hurry, so the climber agrees to trust him. The climber is startled when Alios vanishes at once to carry out the request. Almost immediately, Alios returns with a completed piece, proving just how absurdly fast he is. The gift turns out to be a masterwork called the Golden Snake Brooch, built around a brilliant red gem. With the brooch ready, the climber opens a chat with Kitty Punch to put Alios' plan into motion. Their exchange begins in the usual embarrassing roleplay tone, with Kitty Punch delighted that he contacted her first. Watching the sugary chat unfold, Alios feels his dignity collapsing while the climber keeps going. The climber snaps that he is enduring the cringe only because he is trying to help Alios. He thanks Kitty Punch for lending him her badge and tells her he has prepared a present in return. He sends both the borrowed badge and Alios' brooch to her as the promised gift. Kitty Punch is stunned by the brooch, and the climber steers her toward using it to impress Empress Jumption at the Kingdom of Flower. When she asks if it is truly good enough, he confirms it is and reveals that Alios made it. Kitty Punch recognizes Alios only as the notorious Man from the 24th floor. Even while being called a psycho, Alios is grudgingly praised for his extraordinary talent. The climber pushes further and proposes that Empress Jumption formally contract Alios to keep making jewelry for her. Kitty Punch quickly secures the agreement and promises that a contract will soon be delivered, completing the deal. As the plan succeeds, the climber reflects that NPCs may preserve their identities either by serving the system or by earning enough points to justify their continued existence. Grateful, Alios thanks him and urges him to keep earning huge amounts of points. The climber also wins favor with Hell Dying Kitchen, whose Empress enjoys his support enough to invite him back regularly. System notices confirm that his bond with Alios has deepened and that his swordsmanship assimilation rate has increased from the relationship boost. A demon butler from Hell Dying Kitchen approaches him politely and asks whether he likes the food. He answers honestly that he has only tasted a little but already finds it excellent. In response, the butler hands him a VIP invitation to a private Hell Dying Kitchen party. The climber is baffled by the special treatment and asks why he is being invited as a VIP. The butler explains that the restaurant is trying to build friendly ties with many factions because its procurement team alone cannot handle everything. The climber immediately realizes that means he could both become a regular customer and supply monster corpses as ingredients. The butler praises him as unusually friendly toward NPCs, while the Empress eagerly calls him over to taste more dishes. Before leaving, the butler frames the invitation as a personal favor and introduces himself as John Feddick. The climber does not commit fully, but he leaves the door open by saying he may attend later. He settles in to enjoy the feast, now fully accepted among these powerful NPCs. The meal turns into a lively banquet where he, Alios, and the Empress eat together in surprising harmony. Night falls after the successful alliance building and celebration. Back at the inn, the climber sleeps with the auction tucked beside him. At dawn, a voice drags him out of bed before he is ready. Alios bursts in, orders him to pack immediately, and makes it clear there is no time to argue. Outside, Alios reveals that people from the Flower Kingdom are arriving that morning and that he has decided to start working openly as a gem cutter. The climber accepts the decision, only to be told that the auction must be left behind before the visitors arrive. Alios explains that the Flower Kingdom's envoys are all skilled information gatherers, making them especially dangerous. Worse, they already know the name Pwede Princess, so they could connect the auction to Alios' successor. He warns that once a successor is identified, any NPC seen as a threat may be targeted, and the climber starts wondering how successor inheritance really works. Alios clarifies that a player can inherit from multiple elite NPCs, though each NPC only gets one successor. The climber tries to reassure himself that the Flower Kingdom might simply want him for his talent. Alios bluntly crushes that fantasy, saying he is not yet at the level to attract Empress Jumption and that she likely already has another successor in mind. He adds that successors are destined to compete, making conflict inevitable. Then Alios points him toward the summit and tells him to aim for the very top, insisting his abilities might make it possible. Forced out for the auction's safety, the climber heads into the snowy field with his sword and companion. He grumbles about being kicked out so harshly, even as he keeps moving. Alios, watching him go, says this is the only protection he can offer and promises to inform Penny so the climber will not be left unsupported. Once alone, the climber consoles himself by examining the parting gift Alios secretly left him. The gift is a memory battle replay skill book that can reproduce remembered fights during sleep, though it risks mental exhaustion. Along with it comes a memory fragment containing the priceless battle experiences Alios accumulated in life. Realizing how much Alios actually cared, the climber fondly labels him a complete tsundere. He prepares to create a portal and move on, but a sudden message interrupts him. Kitty Punch warns that Empress Jumption is actively looking for him and that her NPCs have already departed for the 24th floor. That reminder collides with his own urgent goal of retrieving the snow spirit crown, forcing him to rethink his route. Before he can act, he spots movement in the snow and realizes the Flower Kingdom's pursuers have arrived. Their insignia confirms that the search party belongs to the Kingdom of Flower. The leader is a masked, white-haired swordsman whose presence alone feels lethal. He senses someone hidden above them and immediately becomes suspicious. Trusting his instincts, he identifies a concealed presence in the high ground. One subordinate rushes off to investigate, while the others hold position. Hidden nearby, the climber debates fighting but knows he cannot beat NPCs of this caliber, and must avoid exposing himself for Alios's sake. He realizes that if they catch him here, his identity will be revealed and escape will become impossible. When the swordsman suddenly closes in, the climber decides to gamble everything on a desperate move. The swordsman notices something off just as the climber slips away from the spot he had been tracking. The searchers inspect the snow and discover a subtle depression that proves someone had been hiding there. Still, they convince themselves no ordinary climber from the 20th floor could vanish so completely and start to move on. The leader accepts that reasoning and orders the search to continue elsewhere. Then a new command arrives from above, making it clear the Empress personally wants that hidden person found and spoken to. Back in the 20th floor inn, the climber reappears through his blood-cursed dagger's death return effect, disgusted by the self-inflicted escape method. He replays the moment of the swordsman's attack in his mind and recognizes how close he came to being caught. The system confirms his death and return to the safe zone, proving the escape worked exactly as intended. The memory of that near-fatal encounter still hangs over him as he steadies himself. He decides that retreating from the 24th floor and climbing up again from the 21st is the safest option, and Deokshin agrees. Soon after, he successfully enters the 25th floor. He complains that the Flower Kingdom NPCs were obsessive enough to camp for 2 full days just to catch him, but Lilka's scouting finally let him slip past them. Inside the new floor, he notices this field is unlike the others, with cramped frozen corridors and a laboratory atmosphere. While exploring, he accidentally steps on a book and notices it might be important. The record describes an ice shelter collapse scenario in which humanity's last refuge is failing after generators and air systems are mostly destroyed. That description reminds him of the ruined world from the 16th floor and suggests this place may be another fragment of a dead civilization. He imagines the ruined world's beings turning into the monsters haunting this floor as well. The possibility unsettles him enough to stop and think more carefully. His poison resistance activates as he senses a toxic aura spreading through the facility. Following that clue, he enters a room flooded with strange dark coolant. The substance is identified as phrenooctatoxin, a coolant that becomes poisonous when mixed with water. Seeing potential value in it, he bottles several liters for later use. He notes that the facility's technology feels surprisingly close to modern machinery. Deokshin suddenly alerts him to something nearby. He finds an emergency exit but discovers it is sealed shut. Unable to force it open with his current powers, he jokingly pretends to give up. Then he notices a mechanical presence waking up behind him. A double rifle robot rises as a new robot-type monster armed with twin weapons. Its opening barrage tears through the corridor and nearly catches him off guard. He turns to face the machine and recognizes that this floor's monsters are far more technological than anything he has fought recently. Instead of panicking, he feels an old combat instinct return and welcomes the challenge. That instinct recalls the ruined battlefield where monstrous armies once overwhelmed human defenders. He remembers soldiers desperately ordering indiscriminate fire as the old world collapsed around them. The memory of that terror sharpens his resolve rather than breaking it. Now he spits out the fear and grins, realizing he is no longer the helpless person he once was. He reflects that even with a low-grade hunter shuttle item, he has somehow become one of the strongest people on this floor. Laughing at how unpredictable life is, he lets that confidence fully settle in. He charges the robot head-on with his sword and prosthetic arm, refusing to be pinned down. The bullets that once would have terrified him now feel almost trivial as he closes the distance. With a single empowered slash, he cleaves through the robot before it can stop him. The machine collapses in crackling pieces, proving he can now destroy this kind of threat outright. He realizes there are no more weak survivors cowering from gunfire here, only him and the monsters. After activating all 3 laboratory power nodes, the system creates a portal and opens the central emergency exit. In the now brighter right corridor, he surveys the wreckage and feels the floor finally responding to his progress. He starts salvaging the destroyed robots for anything useful. He judges the rifles to be low quality but still worth keeping, though he admits he lacks the expertise to use machine parts properly. That makes him remember Kim Sodam, the mechanically gifted member of the Princess Union. He contacts Lee Junseok for help, and Junseok responds instantly, apparently having been waiting for a message from him. Junseok reports that he already found the potion crafting skill book the climber requested, and even gathered extra books just in case. The climber receives potion crafting, equipment crafting, and enchantment skill books all at once. Junseok proudly explains that the whole Princess Union pooled resources to obtain them, while the climber begs them not to get any weirder than they already are. He immediately asks for a more practical favor by having Kim Sodam use the salvaged robot parts to make guns. He sends the dismantled rifle components over, explaining that if they can be turned into weapons, they could help the younger climbers survive. After learning the new skills, he considers trying the crafting himself rather than waiting on others. His first attempts raise his crafting levels and produce a serviceable turret rifle and a decent potion, though the results are still only modest. Even so, he is satisfied enough to keep moving now that the central emergency route is open. At the central facility, he notices the portal sits before a room that remains dark despite the restored generators. That inconsistency makes him suspect the system is trying to lure climbers upward while hiding something important in the dark room. Looking up, he spots a suspicious vent or shaft directly above the portal. A mischievous idea forms, and even Deoxys can tell he is about to do something reckless. His eyes light up with excitement as he commits to the plan. He throws Deoxys upward through the shaft and loudly cheers him on. When Deoxys succeeds, the climber celebrates him like a hero. A lucky trigger activates his eyes that watch the stars, letting him perceive what was hidden behind the wall. He discovers the supposed wall is actually a secret door disguised as a decorative panel, and he deduces there must be a switch elsewhere. He sends Deoxys to find that switch and open the hidden room from the other side. Moments later, the secret door slides open exactly as he predicted. Inside, he reasons that this chamber must be receiving the power routed from the central warehouse. That theory is confirmed when he finds rows of life support pods submerged in blue fluid. The pods contain preserved humanoid remains, revealing the terrible truth behind the facility. A record explains that the people of the fallen nation entered life support devices in hope of revival. But as power dwindled, their hope died with them, and the system rewards him for witnessing this fragment of a fallen world. The climber is shaken by the realization that he is looking at the remnants of an entire civilization's final gamble. He accepts this as the fate of the fallen people and quietly moves on with the action. Yet one green corpse-like figure seems to linger in his awareness, hinting that not everything in those pods is truly dead. On the 26th floor, he unleashes Frozen Break to shatter a semi-vampire host hidden in a giant skull-shaped glacier. The kill rewards him with a piece of Ferragus's treasure map and opens another portal. A guide message explains that the host was a humanoid lizard man and even gives exact directions to its location, making it obvious someone is feeding him strategy information in real time. The anonymous helper signs off in Petit Princess style, and Kitty Punch immediately messages to boast that he followed her strategy perfectly while asking what the 20th floor has become. As players compare notes, none of them recognize the bizarre storm-like phenomenon now raging on the 20th floor. The community starts piecing together that the disturbance is unprecedented and may signal a major event. Then another player calmly suggests it is not a disaster at all but a sign that new recruits will be arriving in 10 days. Junseok reaches him again at just the right moment, drawing his attention back to the growing implications of the 20th floor's change. Kitty Punch confirms the new recruits rumor while Junseok reports that Kim Sodam has already begun preparing weapons, and Petit Princess orders the finished arms to be distributed to small and independent groups rather than the major powers. Petit Princess publicly announces a plan to gather materials, mass-produce high-level potions, and hand them out for free, winning immediate praise from climbers. As support surges and people celebrate the blow to the big guild's monopoly, word also reaches hostile guild rookies that the 30th floor newcomers are gathering on the 6th floor, though Petit Princess calmly says they already have allies. She quietly sets another move in motion by sending an item through Lee Junseok and asking him to pass it to Sangoon Guild officer Oh Jinhyuk. Junseok realizes she has already built ties inside a major guild, and she brushes it off before leaving the rest to him. With the bait planted, the protagonist waits to see how the major guilds will react. He immediately heads for the 30th floor with the auction to watch the next stage of the plan unfold. In Sangoon's conference room, rookies from Sangoon, Daesun, and Eclipse gather as Sangoon's representative reminds them that new recruits will enter the tower in 10 days. He confirms that all of them were ordered to move to the 40th floor once those recruits clear the tutorial. The others complain that rival guilds have already moved faster than they have, putting Sangoon behind. Sangoon's rookie leader points out that this delay makes Petit Princess especially dangerous, because she and her followers must be planning something while the guilds are distracted. He warns that if the wrong tutorial strategy spreads, Sangoon could be overturned from within, so he needs the other guilds involved and asks for their help. His immediate request is to reinforce the 6th floor safe zone with more personnel and tighter control. The Daesung and Eclipse rookies agree to help, saying Sangoon is in a worse position than the others and promising to stay in contact. Even so, one of them worries that openly helping Sangoon could ruin their chance to obtain Petit Princess's camera and photo registration skills. Elsewhere, Petit Princess realizes the 3 guilds pushed too hard and drove her to pass the skill to other guilds instead, leaving them with no choice but to catch her or give up. Back in the meeting, a subordinate suddenly bursts in and calls for Oh Jinhyuk. The interruption reveals that Oh Jinhyuk has successfully obtained the camera and photo registration skills, instantly changing the mood in the room. Sangoon's representative is stunned by the report. One ally immediately asks whether this unexpected success could reverse Sangoon's situation. After a brief pause, Sangoon's rookie leader admits that it can. News spreads on the 27th floor that Petit Princess handed the skill to Sangoon despite supposedly refusing to trade with large guilds, leaving everyone confused. Watching the rumors ignite exactly as intended, the protagonist notes that making the transfer public has already set the whole tower talking. Other guilds, alarmed that Sangoon got the deal first, begin begging Petit Princess for partnerships and better offers, just as she hoped. She enjoys the result, knowing the major guilds will now watch both Sangoon and her every move in case another trade happens. While the big guilds hesitate and monitor each other, the protagonist takes advantage of the opening and pushes upward. On the 27th floor, he identifies the cold-blooded grove walkers as plant monsters that drain the life from everything around them. Seeing an entire dead forest where they live, he realizes the whole area itself is the nest of those monsters. The forest attacks first, but he meets the ambush head-on. He cuts through the attacking trees in a sweeping burst of sword power. From the scale of the attack, he concludes that every tree in the forest is effectively a grove walker. He keeps moving through the swarm instead of slowing down. His sword flashes repeatedly as he carves a path through the living forest. The kill count quickly exceeds the mission requirement, and a portal appears as the floor objective is cleared. Because the enemies are packed everywhere, he remarks that clearing the mission was actually easy. Constant use of the sword raises the assimilation rate of his SS rank swordsmanship, confirming that active combat is accelerating his growth. With the floor mission done, he turns to Lilka's forced quest and starts searching for the Snow Spirit's crown. Reasoning that the treasure floor is above and the safe zone is just beyond that, he decides the Snow Spirit is most likely hidden here on the 27th floor. He concludes there is nowhere else the crown could be obtained and keeps searching. A faint tapping draws his attention to a strange, weak-looking grove walker nearby. It seems too feeble to be an ordinary monster, which makes him hesitate. He jokes about killing the ugly thing, but Deokshin urgently stops him. When he asks why his leg is being tapped, he finally realizes the creature is trying to communicate. The little being keeps gesturing toward the other trees, as if asking him to deal with them first. He interprets the plea as a request to wipe out the rest of the forest quickly. Pleased that he understood, he promises to help after he finds the Snow Spirit's crown. He reassures the trembling creature to hold on until then. The creature drops a withered crown, revealing that the Snow Spirit's vitality has faded so badly that its flower can no longer bloom. The protagonist is shocked to realize the weak tree itself is the Snow Spirit he has been searching for. Its miserable tree form makes him doubt it at first, but the tears convince him it is telling the truth. When a giant enraged tree spirit appears behind them, he immediately apologizes for his thoughtless teasing. The larger spirit lashes out in fury. He answers with a fiery blast that tears through the area and knocks the threat back. Then he decides to burn down the entire Grove Walker forest, promising that within an hour no other trees will remain. He unleashes repeated firebombs across the forest. The system rewards him for setting the cold-blooded Grove Walker forest ablaze, and he coolly asks the weakened Snow Spirit what it thinks of his solution. The little spirit trembles as something begins to change. A green sprout emerges from it, signaling recovery. A burst of light erupts from the spirit's body. A radiant winged figure appears and thanks the climber, making him realize the Snow Spirit is more like a goddess than a monster. He shields his eyes as the transformation completes. The restored spirit explains that she survived because of his help. Though she has regained form, she admits her power is still lacking, leaving the protagonist baffled about who she really is. She introduces herself as Hainu, Queen of the Snow Spirits, and says his actions temporarily restored some of her strength. The protagonist struggles to understand how a snow spirit could shift from tree form to human form so suddenly. Hainu dismisses his confusion as typical climber ignorance. She decides to explain the truth herself, and tells him to pay attention. Hainu reveals that snow spirits are the origin of druids and elves, and that their natural form is that of trees. She adds that they normally appear as they do now, but when they lose power they revert to trees. Satisfied with the explanation, the protagonist immediately asks for the crown she promised. Hainu assures him that spirits always keep their promises. She begins to release the promised item. A freezing wave pours over him as part of the transfer, forcing his cold resistance to rise again. Even while shivering, he notes that her power is no joke despite her weakened state. Hainu gives him a crown crafted by the Snow Spirit Queen herself, an item that protects its user with snowflakes and increases affinity with druids and elves. He drops into exaggerated gratitude, only to be warned that the way he is staring at her is disrespectful. He shamelessly insists he is looking at her with the utmost respect. He assumes Lilka's second request is now complete, but the quest still refuses to count the crown. Seeing the objective remain unfinished, he is left confused. He finally realizes the problem is that he obtained the Snow Spirit Queen's crown, not the ordinary Snow Spirit's crown the quest demanded. That leads him to another realization. The item was said to contain the last remaining power of the Snow Spirits. Hainu confirms that all Snow Spirits have disappeared for now, which is why the quest condition cannot be met so simply. She explains that as queen she can give birth to new Snow Spirits through herself, and promises that if they are resurrected she will reward him with what he wants and more. Then she directly asks him for help. A unique quest appears asking him to help Hainu return as a seed, grow into the world tree, and resurrect the Snow Spirits in exchange for the Snow Spirit Crown, a title, and a seed of resurrection. The protagonist is thrilled by the appearance of a unique quest. Hainu suddenly weakens and collapses before he can celebrate for long. He rushes to catch her and checks whether she is alright. She says her power has faded too much and that she will soon revert into a seed, so he must find a place to plant her. He bluntly paraphrases that as burying her, earning a weary correction from Hainu. At that moment two familiar figures appear, a high elf and a druid, just as the topic turns to who could help revive her. Hainu says that if he can find a high elf or druid, they may be able to help with the resurrection. Before she can finish explaining the future of the snow spirits, he interrupts with something else he wants her to see. He shows her a treasure map fragment describing the rogue Farragos, who stole and sealed away a coveted treasure that he called not a treasure but a disaster. Hainu is shocked and reveals that she and her comrades once helped to bear and seal that very thing, calling it the calamity of the Great Front Empire. The mention of the Great Front Empire catches the protagonist's attention immediately. When he asks whether she also knows Penny and Alios, Hainu confirms it and dismisses Alios as pathetic, proving she is tied to the same ancient history. He tries to coax more information from her by pretending he might gather that calamity again just to destroy it, but she sees through him at once. Even so, she points him toward a hilltop as the place where he should plant her seed. He presses for any extra advice, especially anything useful for conquering the labyrinth. As she begins turning into a seed, Hainu's final practical advice is simply to make sure he has enough food. She entrusts the future of the snow spirits to him and leaves behind the seed of the world tree, a sacred seed tied to the realm of the snow spirits. He finds the strange seed oddly satisfying to hold and decides to head for the hill before moving on. After planting Hainu, he checks the treasure map again and sees that he now has 8 of the 12 fragments, including 2 newly gained pieces. The assembled fragments finally resemble a real map, though the exact treasure location is still missing from an unrecovered section. Since the remaining pieces must be nearby, he resolves to gather them all and claim the hidden treasure. With 9 days left before new climbers arrive, he decides they need to clear at least one more floor first. He reaches the 28th floor, where the mission is to arrive at the last island within 5 minutes. The cold is brutal, but thanks to Hainu his cold resistance has risen enough for him to endure it. He moves forward with Deokshin through the frozen landscape. The timed objective completes, marking his arrival at the last island. A portal appears, and he judges the floor's difficulty to be manageable. What waits beyond looks less like an island and more like a castle, and he decides to inform Lick that treasure may be hidden on the 28th floor. He contacts Lick, who replies that he has just entered the 28th floor as well. Putty Princess tells him to stay put and asks whether he still has the parchment she gave him, and Lick says he even found another fragment while climbing. She excitedly reveals to everyone that the parchment's true nature is a treasure map, setting off a frenzy of reactions. She tells them there is hidden treasure somewhere on the 28th floor and orders them to clear the floor according to her strategy and wait. Meanwhile, the protagonist decides it is time to begin a real search for the treasure himself. Following the pull of the map, he rushes into the castle, convinced the treasure is calling to him. Inside the ruins, he asks where they should go as he studies the fragment. His lucky stat activates, and he eagerly expects it to guide them. Instead of helping cleanly, the luck effect suddenly feels wrong. The floor collapses beneath him, and he bitterly realizes this was not good luck at all. He and Deokshin crash down into a hidden lower chamber. After the fall, he checks on Deokshin first. Then he spots a sealed door and realizes they may have stumbled into a hidden place. The system confirms it is the entrance to the labyrinth of Farragus and warns that entering could be extremely dangerous. That warning only excites him more, and he chooses to enter without hesitation. Inside the labyrinth, he learns the rules are severe: no shop windows, no personal transactions, and no escape for a full week. He braces himself as the atmosphere shifts around him. The ruins immediately assault him with A-rank acid fog that can melt flesh and muscle. He barely avoids a second trap as explosive arrows detonate on contact with living beings. Realizing the labyrinth is packed with traps from the very entrance, he advances more carefully. He notices more hidden hazards, including sharp spears waiting ahead. A strange humming begins to echo from a dark passage. He stops and tries to locate the source of the sound. In the darkness, an eerie green glow takes shape. The glow becomes a monstrous ghostly face, startling him. The system identifies the phenomenon as the Lamp of the Dead, and he realizes he has stepped into a notorious legend. Surrounded by ghostly green flames, he remembers hearing of this cursed tale before. The legend says that when a green light appears in the tower, it heralds the Lamp of the Dead. Those who once treated it like a rumor are left confused as it manifests for real. The tale continues with an overwhelming flood of ghosts pouring out and reducing people to helpless fools. The protagonist curses that he thought it was just a ghost story and swings his sword, but the ghosts keep closing in. His attacks fail just as they did against the Optectors, and the ghosts inflict sensory dullness, lethargy, confusion, and loss of motivation, so he orders Deokshin to use Chaos Attack instead. Deokshin unleashes a fiery blast that finally affects the ghosts. The protagonist is delighted that his pet's attack works exactly as hoped. His relief vanishes when he notices the swarm is still far from finished. The ghosts continue multiplying around them, proving the danger warning was no exaggeration. As the swarm tightens and Deokshin keeps firing, the protagonist realizes they may be getting overwhelmed. Above the mass of ghosts, a dark lamp-like object appears, hinting that the true core of the Lamp of the Dead is finally revealing itself. A malicious ghostly artifact announces itself with eerie laughter as it stirs to life. Its attack is abruptly disrupted, leaving the spirit confused that something could interfere with it. A path of sacred fire surges up, revealing a stronger force entering the contest. The young climber stays calm, recognizing this as a kind of ghost he has dealt with before. He admits he is spending his last sacred relic here, using a fire path artifact to seize control of the situation. While flames hold the spirits at bay, He orders Deoxin to get rid of them and activates his analysis skill. His inspection reveals the lamp of the dead can be claimed simply by covering it, so he acts at once. The lamp transfers ownership to Jo Hyun-soo, and he delights in having secured an A-class artifact. Drunk on success and overflowing energy, he decides the rogue's labyrinth must hide even more treasure and pushes onward. He continues deeper through the maze-like halls. At a three-way intersection, he realizes the markings on the walls may be guiding the routes. He studies the symbols carefully, convinced they carry specific meanings. By comparing them with his notes, he starts decoding the map, identifying one sign as a dead end and another as a trap route. His deduction is confirmed when a dead-end path leads only to a Hydra shell, proving the square means dead end and the triangle means traps. Even so, the trap route pays off with an A-class Hydra shell pearl, and he considers farming those paths before checking the circle mark. He rewards Deoxin with the pearl for helping, treating the little companion like a starving pet finally getting a feast. Deoxin eagerly devours it and begins changing on the spot. A burst of light erupts from the frog, startling Jo Hyun-soo. The evolution completes, turning Deoxin into a sturdier chaos frog with armor, poison, acid, recovery, and even fire-breathing traits. As he admires the upgrade, a forwarded message from Oh Ji-hyuk arrives through Lee Jun-seok. The long, irritated message boils down to this: Ji-hyuk gained a semirarchy privilege, Phoenix has taken over the 6th floor, and they should exploit the confusion among trapped newcomers. Jo Hyun-soo immediately sees a political angle, thinking Phoenix's low rank could create friction with Sangun if handled properly. He replies that he has a chance and asks about safely moving the newbie upward, while Jun-seok promises to handle it and tells him to focus on potion making. Back in the labyrinth, he notices another circle mark and pauses on the thought. Reviewing the map fragments, he realizes the best treasures must lie in the missing sections he still has not obtained. Remembering that Haine's comrades each carried map fragments, he concludes there must be a place he overlooked. Following the circle-marked route, he finds every trap already destroyed, meaning someone else entered this path before him. That discovery makes him question who reached the labyrinth first, and why no first clear notice ever appeared. Because there was entry information but no discovery or challenge notice, he suspects people who climbed the tower before him may have been here. He decides to investigate the circle route directly instead of just theorizing. Repeating the symbol to himself, he searches for what the circle is really pointing toward. A sudden realization hits him as he races through the corridor. He finds the hidden treasure chamber, sealed behind a warning that the unprepared should turn back. His analysis confirms he has found the true destination, and his excitement spikes. Without hesitating, he forces the doors open and enters. Inside lies the rogue Fergus's legacy, a vault of stolen noble treasures where only one prize may be chosen before the labyrinth closes. The one-choice rule reminds him of another ruin, making him immediately suspicious of a hidden catch. As he surveys the glittering treasures and sees no obvious disaster among them, a dark presence begins to seep into the room. A voice from the shadows demands to know who has entered the labyrinth. The speaker reveals itself as a skeletal being who recognizes him as a climber. Jo Hyun-soo learns the guardian is Lich Fergus, a once-human baron who gained immortality through a demonic bargain and now eternally guards the treasure. He braces himself as the guardian's full presence closes in. The name Fergus shocks him because it ties the monster directly to the rogue whose legacy he has been chasing. Seeing the Lich's half-human nature, he realizes Fergus is no ordinary undead but a transformed being. The Lich notices the demon summoning horn among the treasures and reacts sharply to it. Jo Hyun-soo identifies the horn as an S-class item that binds immortals to demons and terrifies lesser demons, instantly understanding how Fergus fell. Fergus accuses him of being blinded by greed and says he never should have entered the vault. Jo Hyun-soo laughs in his face and turns the accusation around, saying Fergus was the one blinded by treasure. The taunt lands hard, and he openly accuses the Lich of sneaking in alone to monopolize the treasure. When Fergus calls his transformation a noble sacrifice, Jo Hyun-soo points to the horn's note and asks whether weak will and temptation were the real cause. Enraged, the Lich lashes out with a blast of blue hellfire. Jo Hyun-soo survives the hit through layered defenses and reversal effects, though he is left suffering a fatal burn status. Fergus declares that Jo Hyun-soo will die here anyway. Jo Hyun-soo counters by stacking buffs, raising a shield, and igniting his weapon with flame attributes. He charges in, determined to fight the Lich head-on. Fergus responds by drawing on deeper darkness and preparing a killing strike. The Lich unleashes his AAA-class Death Scythe, a scythe of darkness meant to end the battle instantly. Jo Hyun-soo appears to be caught by the attack. A violent clash of dark and bright power tears through the chamber. Confident in his weapon, Fergus mocks the mortal and orders him to submit to death. Instead, Jo Hyun-soo reappears alive behind him, grinning that he is not dead yet. He reveals Return to Death, a skill that removes debuffs and massively boosts his stats and recovery after surviving death. With that resurrection surge, he launches a brutal counterattack. His blade pierces the Lich's skull, finally landing a meaningful wound. Fergus howls in outrage at being injured by someone he considered beneath him. Jo Hyun-soo follows with an overwhelming sword technique, activating unyielded swordsmanship. The strike smashes the Lich's head apart and sends him crashing down. Yet even with his skull broken, the undead eye still burns, proving the body alone is not enough. Fergus reforms and coldly tells him resistance is futile. Jo Hyunsu remembers the rule of liches. They revive endlessly unless their soul vessel is destroyed. He orders Deokshin to search the treasure vault for the life vessel, while he keeps the lich occupied. To distract him, Jo Hyunsu starts probing at Fergus's past, contrasting his lonely undeath with Alio's living on as an NPC. The mention of Alio's shatters the lich's composure, and he desperately demands to know where his former comrade is. Jo Hyunsu presses harder, accusing Fergus of pretending loyalty to the Empire while really serving his own desires. He then brings up Hainu, the comrade who protected the treasure map to the end, and asks if Fergus betrayed even that promise. The accusation that he became a lich with the very item he was supposed to seal leaves Fergus visibly shaken. Jo Hyunsu applauds the revelation with mocking enthusiasm, savoring how badly the truth is hitting him. He even ridicules the circle marks in the labyrinth, as the pathetic trail Fergus left behind to crawl back to the treasure. Humiliated and furious, Fergus erupts with dark flame and insists no one understands what he sacrificed for the Empire. Jo Hyunsu dismisses the self-pity and keeps attacking while saying the lich's excuses are none of his concern. His sword tears into Fergus again, forcing another scream from the Guardian. Watching the lich's clumsy spell use, Jo Hyunsu questions whether Fergus is even a proper lich, since his magic is so poor. Fergus answers with bitter laughter and begins explaining the brutal logic that shaped him. He says tower climbers become NPCs, but ordinary people who never reach the top are left with only one law: survival first. He confesses he was just an ordinary man who only reached the 35th floor and was forgotten by history. Jo Hyunsu reduces that confession to its core, saying Fergus made a demonic contract to force himself into power. Fergus admits it, claiming that in a dying world serving a demon was the only way to enter the future with dignity. He recalls trying to become a demon's follower so he could be absorbed into the Empire rather than discarded. When the Empire ignored his warnings and chased its ambitions until the end, he was left trapped in the tower, and now resents being told to simply move on. Still fighting, he asks if Jo Hyunsu knows who his demonic master truly is. Fergus insists that if his master had been the one involved, he would have saved him no matter where he was. He proudly names that master as Kildas, ruler of the 7th Hell. The name catches Jo Hyunsu off guard because he recognizes it from elsewhere. A memory surfaces of a cheerful demon NPC on the 10th floor, making the claim instantly absurd. Jo Hyunsu points out that Kildas is currently just running around the 10th floor as an NPC, casually selling ice cream and minding his business. Fergus refuses to believe it and calls Jo Hyunsu a liar. He insists Kildas is far too powerful to be trapped in the tower, and says that same ruthless being turned him from a weakling into a lich. Jo Hyunsu considers summoning Kildas on the spot just to prove the point, but decides wasting an S-class ticket on a 4-star boss would be ridiculous. Instead, he wonders whether Deokshin has already found the life vessel. Hidden among the treasure racks, Deokshin finally locates something suspicious. The frog bites into the concealed object and triggers a burst of light. Fergus senses the disturbance immediately, and realizes his secret has been touched. He explodes in outrage, declaring the insult unforgivable and surging with power. Deokshin emerges holding the lich's life vessel, exposing the boss's greatest weakness. Jo Hyunsu mocks the panic, telling Fergus that even if the truth were obvious, he would never accept it. With the life vessel compromised, Fergus begins collapsing, and the system announces the first server clear of Fergus's labyrinth. Jo Hyunsu escapes the labyrinth alive and happily breathes in the fresh air outside. Reviewing the rewards, he is thrilled that his luck paid off again and that he gained powerful new skills like electric shock and aurora beam. He immediately decides to test the new long-range attack for himself. He fires the rainbow beam from the cliffside with reckless enthusiasm. The blast detonates spectacularly below, and he is delighted by how destructive it is. Though he had wanted something closer range, he admits the new beam is still an excellent prize. He then sends the completed 28th floor treasure map and route information to his allies, saying it should help them. The others celebrate that the map is finally finished. When asked whether he really beat a 4-star lich, he confirms it and adds that he even found the hidden location of the life vessel. The group erupts in praise for Petit Princess, though one of them notices hair loss is nowhere around. They explain hair loss is rushing upward because the 30th floor requires climbing with a companion, and he seems to be hurrying to pair up with Petit Princess. That revelation hits Jo Hyunsu like a disaster. He screams in horror at the thought of being forced to climb together with hair loss. Even so, he reaches the 29th floor and receives the task of earning recognition from that floor's boss. He notes there is only one floor left before the dreaded 30th floor party stage. To prepare, he keeps training in the freezing environment with Deokshin on his back, deciding they need even better concealment and more resistances. Deokshin asks for poison resistance training too, and Jo Hyunsu agrees to help. They grind through the pain until poison resistance levels up, and Jo Hyunsu demands even more progress. Elsewhere in the 30th floor safe zone, rookies from the major guilds assess the situation and note that Petit Princess has not unlocked new skills lately. Lee Haeyoung argues they cannot wait forever for skill books that may already be sold out. Kim Chang-hoo warns that if newcomers keep reading Petit Princess's guides, both Petit Princess and the Princess Union will gain even more influence. The big guilds decide they will resume climbing when the next wave of newcomers arrives. They also note that Oh Ji-hyuk will temporarily oversee the 30th floor when that happens. One of them asks whether they intend to tell Ji-hyuk the truth they have been withholding. Choi Sang-mo decides there is no need to restrain Ji-hyuk yet and says they will simply watch him until he reaches the 30th floor. Haeyoung remarks that Ji-hyuk is climbing unusually fast, but Chang-hoo insists he only moves when the timing suits him. Sang-mo cuts the discussion short and says they need to finish their preparations before restarting. The 8 guilds then publicly announce that Pwede Princess, her members, and her followers are expelled from the tower. Unaware of the decree, Jo Hyun-soo celebrates his resistance training goals with absurd enthusiasm in the snow. A tidal effect lifts his mood even further, and he jokes that the spirit of a dance master is awakening in him. At that moment, the 29th floor boss finally appears before him, and he realizes why the boss had not shown up sooner. Caught half-dressed from training, he desperately tries to explain that his embarrassing behavior is only for a title buff and not some strange habit. The boss ignores the excuse and simply tells him to follow. As she leads him inside, his analysis identifies her as Magneta Pratt, a pillar of the Church of Ice and Fire and the Sword of the Holy Kingdom. The titles stun him because they connect directly to the mysterious church and kingdom from earlier clues. Inside, he finds the former 19th floor boss waiting there in a bizarrely cheerful pose, greeting Magneta like an old acquaintance. The man claims forgiveness takes time but immediately starts making excuses for himself. Magneta coldly reminds him that his followers from the Church of Fire burned the last believers of the Church of Ice, and his apology does not erase that. As Jo Hyun-soo watches, he identifies the Frost-Fire Sword, a relic symbolizing the union of the two gods and tied to the church's pillars. A vision or memory reveals Magneta and a powerful warrior together, confirming the church's pillars were once a pair. Jo Hyun-soo suddenly recognizes them as the same couple he saw in Tunganus's illusion on the 15th floor. Magneta confirms it, admitting they were the pillars of the church who committed many sins and carry deep guilt. She bows to Jo Hyun-soo and thanks him for washing away those sins. With quiet emotion, she adds that because of him, she can finally meet Hugo again. A church representative decides the newcomer does not need to be tested and dismisses the doubts of those who think he is too weak for higher floors. Confident in his own qualifications, the representative chooses to reward the newcomer instead of examining him. Using saintly authority, he grants the newcomer the Seal of Ice and formally ties him to the lost faith. The gift makes him an honorary paladin of the vanished Church of Ice and Fire, though only as a remnant of what the church once was. The representative admits their sect failed, Hyalton perished, and their church collapsed, but he still believes revival is possible. He charges the newcomer to climb the tower, spread the church's name, and keep it alive until it can be restored. The newcomer eagerly accepts that mission without hesitation. The representative warns that accepting the seal will hurt, then begins the transfer. The ice power surges into the newcomer's body and starts freezing him from within. As panic sets in, he learns the Seal of Ice will kill him unless he also uses the opposing Seal of Fire. He is told to draw in fire energy to counterbalance the freezing power. That fire spreads through his body and stabilizes the new divine force. The two opposing powers erupt together around him as the transformation completes. System messages confirm the Seal of Ice has taken root, his honorary paladin status is recognized, and a new title tied to the Forgotten Church is created. His divine power rises sharply, and he is told that as a church member he can now use its relics freely. Seeing he lacks sacred abilities, the representative decides to grant him a skill suited to survival. The newcomer lights up at the offer, and the representative insists the church's new face cannot remain unable to use sacred power. The chosen sacred skill turns out to be absurdly violent, built around beating enemies into peace, which leaves the newcomer baffled by the church's logic. Even so, he accepts the help gratefully and realizes the representative has been unhinged from the start. He studies his new title and learns that the church's reputation and his sacred power will grow as he achieves things while climbing. Thankful, he asks how far the two church remnants themselves climbed the tower. Before answering, the larger man offers one final piece of advice. They explain that when Hyalton split apart, the church's core was swallowed into the tower. What had once been one church divided into opposing halves and eventually died out. Their hope is that the newcomer will unite what they could not and avoid repeating their schism. He is left confused by their talk of division and reunion, but they can offer nothing more than a blessing. A portal opens beneath him, abruptly ending the meeting. As he is sent away, the two remnants cheerfully say goodbye and he thanks them for the gifts and guidance. His parting joke about how well the two look together leaves them flustered as he disappears. He lands hard on the 30th floor and realizes he has finally reached the next major stage. A stormy sky and the timing tell him the next wave of newcomers is about to arrive. He decides to start by finding a place to stay and getting his bearings. The streets seem strangely empty, which immediately puts him on guard. A sudden noise from a nearby alley draws his attention. He discovers a group of armed men cornering someone and demanding surrender. Recognizing the attackers as members of major guild factions, he wonders why they always move in packs. The victim turns out to be Lee Sang-ok, battered but still resisting with his sword. The newcomer is stunned to find him here in this condition. Listening in, he realizes the attackers are hunting the Princess Union and specifically searching for the princess herself. Their leader, Fireflow's disposal officer Lee Do-jun, offers to spare the newcomer if he obediently cooperates in their extermination campaign. Lee Sang-ok defiantly identifies himself as part of the Princess Union and refuses to back down. The The newcomer is horrified to see the attackers even use the Union's cute mascot symbol while mocking them. The attackers boast that the major guild alliance will wipe the Princess Union out completely. Hearing that, the newcomer realizes an extermination order may already be in effect, even though his allies have not warned him yet. He decides that whatever larger scheme is unfolding, saving Lee Sang-ok comes first. Before he can act, Lee Do-jun orders his men to kill their target. The assault closes in on Lee Sang-ok from all sides. The attackers taunt him for having no allies left to save him. At that moment, the newcomer reveals himself under the evil eye disguise and steps into the fight. Lee Do-jun instantly recognizes him and redirects everyone to capture him instead. In a flash, the attackers around Lee Do-jun are knocked down, leaving the officer stunned and exposed. Realizing the situation has turned, Lee Do-jun orders an immediate retreat. As he flees, he warns that his Union leader must be told what happened. He threatens that unless the Princess Union abandons its strategy within the week, the major guilds will escalate to open war. The attackers withdraw in a hurry, still trying to sound intimidating as they run. Left with that warning, the newcomer starts piecing together that the guilds are hiding something serious behind their obsession with suppressing the tutorial strategy. Elsewhere on the 25th floor, Oh Ji-hyuk receives orders from Sangun to help wipe out the Princess Union and execute anyone who revives on the 30th floor. He is promised promotion and secret knowledge once the job is done, but he resents being used for dirty work again. Having learned the truth of the tutorial, Oh Ji-hyuk rejects his role as the guild's obedient killer and decides to turn against them. He resolves to atone for the many sins he committed while serving as a disposal officer. With murderous intent, he prepares to sever ties with his former masters by force. He vows that Choi Sang-mo will soon pay for everything. Back on the 30th floor, the newcomer sees the clear sky and concludes the new arrivals have safely entered the tower. He hopes they can reach this floor without falling into the major guild's trap. At the same time, the Princess Union broadcasts instructions to the newcomers to clear the 6th floor, regroup there, and rely on the items they distributed. Those support items include powerful weapons and healing supplies meant to keep beginners alive. They also handed out single-use firebomb stones to improve survival. The reports come in, and the Princess Union celebrates an astonishing 70% survival rate among the newcomers. The newcomer notes that the major guilds have been quieter than expected, which only makes him more suspicious. He recalls Lee Do-jun's warning that the guilds gave them 1 week before war. Fresh messages reveal the large guilds are already sending teams to the 31st floor and planning to ambush the Princess Union there. Rather than avoid the trap, the newcomer decides to blow it apart before it can close. Meanwhile, the Princess Union openly recruits parties on the street while preparing for what comes next. One of their fox-like members desperately tries to sell merchandise because business has been terrible. Her complaints continue as the others look on with weary familiarity. She gets smacked for being obnoxious, but that still does not stop her. The newcomer arrives and is amused that this chaotic group somehow counts as an NPC faction worth protecting. He casually takes responsibility for the troublesome fox girl, Rilka, and apologizes to the others for her behavior. He tells her to stop bothering people, though she protests that he always hits her head. He teases her right back, treating her like a harmless nuisance rather than a threat. Rilka brightens immediately, and he privately decides her simplicity makes her easy to handle. He asks whether she gathered the quest materials he needed and presses her to succeed this time. She proudly reveals that he has collected the tears of the one-eyed yeti, but she then reminds him that the most important item, the crown, is still missing. He admits he already has the crown, leaving her outraged that he kept that from her. He shows her the crown of the Snow Spirit Queen and explains that all the snow spirits are gone, but he found this instead. Rilka is unimpressed because the crown is not what she wanted at the moment. Seeing her despair, he tells her there is still another way to solve the problem. He produces a world tree seed and explains that planting it can restore the snow spirits. Rilka is thrilled because she has already obtained a quest directly from the Snow Spirit Queen. He reminds her that he promised he would definitely make it work, and tells her he will handle the hard part if she stops harassing others. She happily agrees, and her favorability toward him rises. When she asks where to plant the seed, knowledgeable forest spirits explain that the world tree can grow almost anywhere if a high elf or druid keeps feeding it mana and protecting it. Rilka admits there are only a few people capable of that, and reaching them may be difficult. When he says those candidates are beyond the 70th floor, she realizes the obvious problem with that plan. She remembers a druid priest on the 35th floor and offers that as a more realistic option. But she warns that this priest was expelled and exiled after trying to eradicate the human kingdom out of hatred for humans who burned his village. The newcomer cheerfully claims he has no problem with that and accepts the lead without hesitation. With a new objective in mind, he decides he needs a team to reach the 31st floor first. Since the next section requires at least 4 people per team, he starts looking for companions he can trust. His attention lands on Evil Eye, the masked identity he has been using, and he decides that persona is the easiest way to approach the Princess Union. Kim So-dam greets Evil Eye enthusiastically, delighted to see him again. Before he can react, she proudly presents the rest of the Princess Union as if unveiling a celebrity entourage. The newcomer is internally horrified by how seriously they are taking this ridiculous identity. The group swarms around Evil Eye, declaring friendship with the Princess Union and acting jealous of his connection to Pretty Princess. So-dam assumes he is already one of them and sweeps him along before he can object. She even hands him official Princess Union merchandise on the spot. They force him into a gaudy outfit and praise how perfect it looks, while he wonders what possible meaning their ugly emblem is supposed to have. Pretty Princess herself then formally invites Evil Eye to join their team if he still needs one. He checks their abilities and decides the group is more capable than their antics suggest. So he accepts the invitation and commits to climbing with them. Asked what role he wants, he claims his specialty is explosions and says he works best when no allies are nearby. He therefore declares himself the vanguard, charging ahead as the team's frontliner. As they prepare to move, they realize the major guild teams have already arrived at the same stage. Rumors spread that the large guilds may soon clash openly, but the Princess Union members reassure themselves that Evil Eye makes them untouchable. They laugh off the threat, convinced even disposal officers are no match for him. The newcomer can only force a strained laugh while listening to their blind faith. The Princess Union team enters the portal to the 31st floor, while the guild teams watch and take note of Evil Eye's presence. The new stage is revealed as a team obstacle race through floors 31 to 39, where only 5 teams can reach the finish and any eliminated team dies. They learn there are multiple guild teams, 2 Princess Union teams, and 1 independent team competing for those limited survival slots. The newcomer immediately takes off to locate the finish line before anyone else. He cuts through the forest at high speed, clearing obstacles as he goes. From a high vantage point, he spots the distant goal and confirms the route. He shouts directions back to the others, but his teammates instantly misunderstand and run the wrong way. Go Daejin takes charge of scouting with Evil Eye and proposes splitting their search paths. The moment they separate, a hidden threat lashes out from the trees. A giant snake ambushes the newcomer from above, forcing him into close combat. The beast opens wide to swallow him whole. He counters with a sharp energy strike that tears into the monster. The snake is split apart, but the newcomer notices something strange emerging from its corpse. He identifies the creature as a green Medusa and realizes it is a parasitic variant rather than an ordinary snake. The Medusa reveals itself fully and tries to curse him with petrification. He braces himself, weapon ready, refusing to be caught off guard. Recognizing the curse, he curses back at the monster and prepares to finish it fast. He crushes the Medusa before the petrification can take hold. Relieved, he notes that the curse only works through eye contact, though it still makes these monsters troublesome. His teammates catch up and anxiously check whether he survived the ambush. They also realize Daejin is missing and that an explosion was heard elsewhere in the forest. Pretty Princess notices something wrong with Daejin's chest as he returns. Daejin reveals he found enough curse-resistant skill books for the whole team hidden inside a rock. The newcomer praises him as exactly what they needed against Medusa curses. The others happily share the books around, and the newcomer starts to feel he may have joined a better team than expected. Pretty Princess asks whether they should investigate the distant noise or avoid it, noting that caution would normally mean going around. The newcomer volunteers to investigate alone, using a rare camera skill to gather information while the rest continue ahead. He parts from the team with a casual promise to catch up later. Moving through the forest alone, he suddenly senses another presence nearby. A bright opening in the trees reveals the source of the disturbance. He finds a brutal fight already underway between another team and monstrous enemies. One of the combatants is being overwhelmed by skeletal wolf-like beasts. The newcomer immediately unleashes Pilgrim of Hellfire, sending a wave of flames into the battle. A masked fighter the Union calls Mr. Evil Eye throws himself between a monster pack and the injured, ordering the others to stay back where it is safe. While he holds the line, he sends healing potions to the Union members and tells them to treat the wounded. He cuts into the surrounding beasts before they can break through to the survivors. A violent blast erupts through the forest as he wipes out the swarm in one stroke. The survivors can only scream in shock as the last monsters are finished off around them. With the battlefield cleared, he casually assures them that the danger is over. The rescued Union members, overwhelmed, start praising him as their savior instead of the villainous figure they expected. He recognizes them as part of the Pwede Union and asks what happened, and they explain that major guilds used a debuff against rival teams. They recount how a notice about monster temptation appeared and immediately drew monsters onto them. They also reveal that the enemy had already reached the rocky area and activated an artifact there after redirecting monster aggro onto competing teams. Realizing the enemy is already ahead, he decides he needs to prepare a present for them. At the rocky area, one of the large guild teams follows insider guidance to another hidden obstruction artifact. Confident in their route, they hurry deeper into the cave to secure it. Their leader boasts that once they gather 2 spellbooks, they will become untouchable. That confidence breaks when something suddenly interrupts them. The team rushes out in alarm, trying to understand what has gone wrong. Instead of safety, they run straight into green Medusas and are instantly threatened with petrification. They are baffled that a forest monster has appeared in the rocky zone at all. Mr. Evil Eye slips through the chaos of petrified enemies without being affected. He cheerfully thanks them for the useful information and the artifacts they helped him locate. Pleased with how well his curse item worked, he notes that bringing it along was a very good decision. The green Medusa hisses beside him, fully under his control. He confirms that enduring the curse has even raised his curse resistance to a higher level. Examining the newly stolen spellbook, he realizes these hidden debuff artifacts are scattered across the map. He starts thinking about bringing back more gifts for his teammates. Using another artifact, he pinpoints the exact location of more hidden spellbooks in the rocky area. When he learns they only appear in this zone, he is delighted by how many there might be. Back with his team, He explains that these spell books can debuff competing teams and admits he already sabotaged 2 major guild teams by himself. His teammates are stunned and thrilled, convinced these artifacts finally give them a way to resist the large guild alliance. Now ranked first on the 31st floor, the team heads through the mountain path toward the finish line. On the way, the armored teammate asks Sodam for jerky because he is starving. Sodam takes out the jerky to hand it over. That makes Mr. Evil Eye realize he can no longer keep his own little companion hidden from the team. He hesitates, knowing the secret is about to come out. He accepts that with trustworthy teammates beside him now, there is no reason to keep hiding it. So he asks for some jerky too, drawing everyone's attention. When they wonder how he could eat through the mask, he reveals the jerky is not for him. He opens his coat and brings out the tiny frog-like pet he has been hiding. He feeds the jerky to the creature and matter-of-factly explains that it is his pet. The team instantly melts at how absurdly cute the little thing is. They start petting it and asking its name before he can even answer. Sodam affectionately names the pet Deoction on the spot. When she repeats the name, the others are caught off guard by how casually it was decided. They can only stare at the strange naming choice in baffled silence. Their joking ends when they reach the final obstacle, a deadly slope of falling rocks where movement skills are sealed. Mr. Evil Eye immediately takes command, telling everyone to tie themselves together and follow his lead. The team commits and steps onto the hazardous descent. He endures the barrage head-on, his defensive skills rising as he forces a path through the falling debris. While leading the rope line, he keeps checking that everyone behind him is still holding on. The others answer with renewed confidence, believing they can make it if they keep following him. That is when an enemy spellbook activates against them, inflicting slowed movement and worsening condition. More debuffs pile on at once, draining them and plunging them into total darkness. Even half-blinded and exhausted, he tells the team to hold on. He suddenly notices a way out of the trap. As Sodam loses her footing and falls, the sealed movement skills leave them unable to save her normally. He realizes that only skills are sealed, not relics or other tools. That insight sparks a desperate countermeasure. He activates Holy Crab, calling forth a giant crab despite the skill restrictions. The crab rises from the rocky slope like a living platform. Its massive claw slams into place to intercept the fall. The summoned crab catches the team, with Mr. Evil Eye holding Sodam safely in his arms while the others land on the claws. The crab then dissolves away after completing the rescue. The team collapses on solid ground, coughing and recovering from the ordeal. Sodam thanks Mr. Evil Eye and realizes he deliberately waited until their stamina was nearly gone before using the enemy's own spellbook against them. He reveals he still had a usable item left to get them through the final stretch. With the finish line now in sight, the others urge him to hurry across with them, but he stops them. He decides the enemy deserves payback first, and the large guild team below is left confused that their debuff somehow failed to stop him. He answers their confusion by implying the gap in level between them is simply too large. Then he surges forward alone toward the finish line despite the enemy's efforts to stop him. He reaches the goal first, clearing the 31st floor and earning special rewards, including points and advanced random skill boxes. The whole team is transferred to the 32nd floor waiting room, fully healed and given time before the next match. His teammates excitedly point out that each of them received 2 advanced random skill boxes. Sodam offers her boxes to Mr. Evil Eye, insisting he should take them. The others back her up, saying their first place finish was really thanks to him, and that this is their gratitude. Embarrassed, he tries to deflect the praise by saying they succeeded because everyone stayed together and refused to leave anyone behind. But Sodam still presses the gift on him, saying good things should be shared among teammates. The others enthusiastically pile their boxes into his arms and treat her words like a noble creed. After they leave him alone to rest before the 32nd floor, he grumbles that he never actually said to share the good stuff. Back in his room, he reviews how much his defensive skills have grown from the previous floor. He decides to open the advanced skill boxes right away. The first box gives him another copy of Firebomb, a useful but disappointing duplicate. He accepts the duplicate for future skill synthesis and moves on. His lucky stat triggers on the next opening. This time he hits a jackpot and obtains the A-grade skill magic nullification, which can ignore magic attacks with a set probability. He celebrates wildly with the auction, thrilled that the second box more than made up for the duplicate. That celebration is cut short by an urgent message from Lee Junseok reporting that the large guilds are indiscriminately attacking union members on the 30th floor. A second message warns that teams on the 33rd and 34th floors are being destroyed because of a rookie from the 30th floor. The report is shown to a union member being violently thrown aside. Another message reveals that officers are killing union members again after resurrection and expelling them from the tower. The brutality of the crackdown becomes unmistakable. Lee Junseok warns that if this continues, countless union members will be expelled. The culprit is revealed as a large guild enforcer marked killer, who orders a purge of all Twinks's union members on the 30th floor. Elsewhere on the 27th floor, a union member called Hair Loss is still clearing monsters with ridiculous confidence, unaware of the crisis. He finally notices an incoming message. The Putty Princess urgently asks whether he has reached the 30th floor yet, and warns that the large guilds are targeting them now. She begs for immediate help, and Hair Loss instantly volunteers to go, while still trying to flirt in the middle of the emergency. The princess tells him she will be waiting on the 50th floor, and he takes that as a promise they will meet soon. Enraged that anyone would attack the princess's fan club, he vows revenge. He points dramatically and promises the princess he is on his way. On the 32nd floor, the new challenge begins as an occupation battle where teams must seize designated areas within a time limit, or die. Mr. Evil Eye and Sodam assess the battlefield and realize that 6 large guild teams have allied, leaving only 1 defender in each occupied zone, while the rest bombard everyone else. He concludes that the enemy is not trying to win fairly but to exterminate the opposition. Seeing that simple retreat will only end in their annihilation, he decides they need a decisive counterplan. He orders the Union members to retake the occupation zones while he lures the enemy forces as far away as possible, assigning 1 person to each area. The others protest that even someone as strong as him cannot face more than 20 enemies alone. He insists there is no better strategy at the moment. Privately, he reassures himself that with free use of relics and a newly synthesized skill, the odds are actually in their favor. His plan is to drag away every attacker except the lone defender left in each occupied zone. Then the Union members can quietly eliminate those isolated defenders and seize the areas. Even if he slips up, the enemy will be too far from the zones to reclaim them quickly. Sodam realizes his plan amounts to risking himself so everyone else can live and calls it absurd. The Union members, moved by his resolve, agreed to follow his strategy and place their trust in him. Sodam still fights against the decision emotionally, wanting to stay and fight beside him. He gently tells her this is the best option and asks her to trust him. After a long, tearful pause, she accepts. He promises he will definitely come back and dashes off with the auction in tow. He launches himself into the enemy's path to begin the diversion. Standing before the large guild forces, he openly announces himself as the evil eye they have been hunting. He deliberately provokes them and demands that all 20 attackers gather around him. The enemy answers with a barrage of killing blows and magic, but his curse resistance and new magic nullification let him push through the assault. Their leader orders everyone to kill him at once. One subordinate points out there is still time left in the battle and questions whether chasing him is worth it. Before the leader can finish answering, a sudden strike interrupts him. The leader reveals he had expected another cheap trick and tries to counter it. That confidence vanishes when he is abruptly killed, leaving his men in shock. Herr Loss arrives on the battlefield, casually wondering if the dead man was the one he pelted with stones earlier. The remaining large guild fighters switch to curses and abnormal status effects to bring Mr. Evil Eye down. He is hit with multiple debuffs like lethargy and sensory impairment, but he stays calm. Rather than panic, he treats the debuffs as just another nuisance. He answers by igniting fire in his hand and preparing a countermeasure. Using a bizarre tidal effect, he starts dancing around a bonfire to generate a buff for himself. The enemies are thrown into confusion and fury as the ridiculous performance disrupts their vision and concentration. He mocks how embarrassing it is to dance so passionately that people literally lose sight of him. Then he activates his overwhelming swordsmanship ability and begins cutting through the crowd. In a blur of purple slashes, he tears through multiple attackers at once. Enemy mages answer with fireballs and magic missiles, but he keeps advancing. Magic nullification proves its worth as their spells fail to stop him. He triggers another prepared effect to escalate the battlefield. Even while bleeding, he keeps fighting with savage intensity as pythons all tears into his enemies. A powerful foe with an eyepiece sneers that an A-grade skill cannot be blocked so easily and prepares a counterattack. Herr Loss answers by unleashing Aurora Beam, blasting through the enemy's attack with overwhelming force. Mr. Evil Eye realizes the fight is becoming truly dangerous and decides it is time to use the last thing he prepared. The surviving enemies think they have finally cornered him. He only grins through the blood and asks who exactly has caught whom. That confidence sends a chill through the remaining large guild fighters. He activates Holy Crab and Frozen Break together, forcing the enemy to retreat as ice erupts across the field. The attackers panic at the sudden freezing terrain and scramble to reorganize. Then Guardians will seals off their escape route behind them. With the battlefield trapped, he spreads his arms and asks if everyone likes fireworks. As Fig Sprint activates and flames begin to surge, he smiles behind the mask and declares that the show is about to begin. After taunting his opponents to enjoy themselves, Evil Eye unleashes a newly synthesized time bomb and triggers a massive blast. The explosion still catches him badly even after he tries to evade with Fog Sprint, leaving him sprawled out and injured. With only a little time left before anyone outside the occupied area dies, he realizes he has to reach safety immediately despite barely being able to move. As he coughs and wonders if he overdid it, he hears someone rushing toward him. Seeing the timer drop further, he is relieved that at least the others seem to have made it to safety. Pretty Princess spots him and breaks down in panicked tears, calling for him. Her team reaches him in time, and they explain they came back because they feared he was in trouble. Even with the countdown nearly over, they refuse to leave him behind, insisting the risk is not only about themselves. Evil Eye watches the final seconds vanish as the occupation battle ends before he can respond. Instead of abandoning him, the Union members rally around the idea that comrades must be saved together. They carry him out in triumph, celebrating both Evil Eye and the Princess Union for surviving together. Later, in the waiting room on the 32nd floor, he wakes up alive and recovering. The memory of his comrades refusing to abandon him lingers strongly in his mind. He quietly admits that he survived because of them. After apologizing to Deokshin for fighting recklessly, he explains he had wanted to test the new skill he just acquired. He reviews the result of his skill synthesis and notes that time bomb combines strong destructive power with the ability to stack effects. He also recognizes that setting the bombs in advance makes the skill useful for traps and ambushes. On top of the new attack, he has earned the Bomb Demon title, which boosts all explosive abilities. Pleased with the outcome, he decides to take advantage of the still active synthesis and test his luck further. He checks the Princess Union message board and finds that Pretty Princess has returned to posting and promoting more skill books to her followers. Seeing how active and popular the Union remains, he notices he has received a picture. The image surprises him enough to make him stare in disbelief. Elsewhere on the 30th floor, members of a large guild casually brag about murdering Union members and treat it as beneath notice. Their cruelty is interrupted when Hair Loss appears behind them like a grim visitor. Before they can react properly, he silences one of them with brutal force. Hair Loss declares that anyone who kills Pretty Princess fan club members has made himself his enemy. He answers with an explosion that tears through the area. Standing over the fallen, he grandly proclaims himself Pretty Princess's Black Knight and the Great Hair Loss. Back in the waiting room, Evil Eye sees the uploaded proof that Hair Loss has arrived on the 30th floor and realizes the floor has been relieved. He follows the public reaction and sees opinion turning sharply against the large guilds for causing chaos in what should have been a safe zone. The backlash spreads even inside the major guilds, confirming that Pretty Princess's strategy is shaping public opinion exactly as intended. Satisfied that the political pressure is working, Evil Eye decides they can focus on the next floor without distraction. When the team gathers, he confirms he has recovered and asks Young Mi to lend him an arrow for an experiment. She hands it over without hesitation. Using enchant, he infuses the arrow with firebomb power, though the result is weakened because his enchantment skill is still low level. The others immediately recognize the effect as similar to the explosive arrows he had previously supplied to newcomers. As they connect the dots, Evil Eye casually admits that Pretty Princess asked him to help with enchantment because his firebomb was especially effective. Embarrassed by the praise, he agrees to keep producing more enchanted ammunition. He quickly turns out a large batch of explosive arrows, earning warm thanks from the team. The new arrows instantly become prize gear, and the others start fighting over who gets one first. Their bickering turns flirtatious so fast that Evil Eye can only watch in numb disbelief. He dryly concludes that this absurd scene is what passes for winter inside the tower. Retreating from the chaos, he clings to Deokshan as his only dependable companion. Soon after, the competition team selection finishes and they are sent onward to the 33rd floor. On the 33rd floor, the new mission is revealed: escort a designated patient to the safe zone within 5 hours. Before they can even plan, the system marks someone among them. The indicator settles on Evil Eye. The system formally designates Evil Eye as the patient. He is stunned to learn that he, of all people, is the one who must now be protected. The burden of the mission immediately drops onto the team as he collapses into the role. The rules make the danger clear. If the patient dies, the team fails over time. Another member becomes the patient, and only a limited number of teams can reach safety. Accepting the situation, his teammates begin moving him at once and urge him to hold on. Evil Eye discovers an additional restriction on the patient role that prevents him from using skills, leaving him unable to rely on his usual power. Since his skills are sealed, he turns to an item instead and activates a weight bracelet to alter his condition. The sudden change nearly throws Seo Jian off balance while carrying him. Evil Eye apologizes and checks whether the item worked, while the others admit he scared them for a moment. Seo Jian abruptly halts the group after sensing trouble ahead. A large guild team appears in their path almost immediately, confirming they have run into enemies far too soon. Evil Eye reasons that if they let a major guild gather its members first, they will be overwhelmed before reaching the safe zone, so it is better to thin them out now. The team accepts Seo Jian's plan and launches a preemptive strike. The enemy is caught off guard as the Princess Union attacks before they can organize. One guild member is blown apart by the opening assault. The team surges forward together, determined to kill before being surrounded. Pretty Princess's floating blades carve through one opponent at close range. At the same time, Seo Jian cuts down another enemy while Evil Eye's explosive support adds to the chaos. The sudden losses leave the remaining guild members reeling. One survivor tries to call in the rest of his guild, furious and desperate for reinforcements. He activates a signal to summon everyone nearby, threatening to turn the skirmish into a full-scale hunt. Deokshan reacts instantly and releases a powerful blast in response. The resulting explosion engulfs the battlefield and wipes out the enemy team before they can regroup. The system confirms Team 10 has been eliminated, while Deokshan's protective barrier shields the Princess Union from the blast. Inside the barrier, the team survives and can only marvel at how willing their enemies were to self-destruct. Evil Eye gratefully praises Deokshan for saving them again. Their route is soon blocked by a broken path, forcing them to stop at a cliff edge. They spot a cable stretched across the gap and realize it is the only way forward. Seo Jian volunteers to take Evil Eye across first. Once they are hanging over the void, both of them are left in awkward silence. Seo Jian admits that the situation is miserable, then addresses Evil Eye seriously. He confesses that he normally does not trust people, leaving Evil Eye confused by the sudden honesty. Seo Jian explains that on the 20th floor his own teammates used him as bait and abandoned him, and that surviving only deepened his distrust. But watching Evil Eye has changed the way he thinks about others. He tells Evil Eye that he has never once abandoned his team and is always willing to sacrifice himself for them. Seo Jian points out that even now Evil Eye is still choosing to bear the burden himself. He openly calls Evil Eye a truly admirable man, leaving him too flustered to answer properly. That moment of sincerity is cut short when Evil Eye senses danger approaching. He warns Sodam and Daejin that a surprise attack is coming, and the enemies strike the separated team at once. Youngmi is ordered to protect Evil Eye while the others prepare to hold the attackers off. Before they split, Seo Jian tells Evil Eye that he wants to become someone like him. That resolve triggers Seo Jian's title, the Survivor of Sacrifice. His new power activates along with a charged skill, turning his determination into immediate combat strength. Fight to death follows, pushing him into an all-out state. Power gathers around him as the transformation takes hold. Still hanging from the cable, he promises he will return. Meanwhile, the large guilds confirm they have located the Princess Union. They also identify someone they suspect as Kim Sodam, making her a priority target. Their leader coldly orders his subordinates to handle the Princess Union, while the patient transfer team is hunted down separately. He introduces himself as John Towu of the Sangoon Guild, revealing a calm and calculating enemy commander. He addresses the Princess Union with false politeness, as if they are merely guests who have climbed far enough. Then he tells them to take a break outside while his forces close in to kill them. Pretty Princess and Daejin reject the threat and prepare to fight back together. Her spinning blades immediately tear through the first wave of attackers. As the guild members realize Kim Sodam is their true target, they are ordered to ignore the robot and focus on killing her. Pretty Princess turns and attacks the men rushing her from behind. Even so, another strike nearly reaches her from a blind spot. The attacker is shocked when his blade is stopped by an unseen defense. Daejin reveals himself from stealth and saves her at the last second. He vows to cover her and activates camouflage to keep fighting from concealment. His hidden attacks slash through multiple enemies before they can locate him. Twu mocks his men for failing to use detection skills and activates stealth detection himself to expose Daejin. With Daejin's position revealed, the guild members rush to pin him down. Surrounded, Daejin braces himself as blades close in from every side. At that critical moment, a familiar voice announces its presence. A fiery blast erupts behind the attackers and interrupts the execution. Daejin recognizes the arrival immediately. Seo Jian crashes back into the battlefield with his shield raised, having returned exactly as promised. Empowered by his newly awakened abilities, he eagerly declares that they should fight together and win. Twu is genuinely surprised to see his men being cut down so quickly. With only 3 fighters, the Princess Union has already defeated around 20 large guild members, proving how dangerous they really are. Twu decides the remaining forces should still be enough and prepares to finish the job himself. He smiles as the system reassigns new patients to other teams, treating the shifting deaths as part of his plan. More elimination notices appear, confirming that multiple teams are being wiped out around them. Twu suddenly realizes that if reassigned patients are dying, then the transfer team itself must have been targeted somewhere else. That realization points to the one person he had counted on being with the transfer team. Before he can finish the thought, Oh Ji-hyuk appears and kicks him hard, declaring that the trusted person has betrayed him. Taiwa's followers are horrified to realize their own boss may have been the one who slaughtered the transfer team. Ji-hyuk confirms the betrayal without remorse and tells Twu that now he has to die as well. As more teams are eliminated, Evil Eye realizes Ji-hyuk has arrived at exactly the right moment and grown monstrously strong in a very short time. Youngmi asks whether Evil Eye knows this terrifying newcomer as explosions continue in the distance. Evil Eye downplays the relationship, saying Ji-hyuk is hardly a close acquaintance and only happened to be on the same floor. A brief flashback reveals that Pretty Princess had urgently contacted Lee Junseok after learning Ji-hyuk was clearing the same floor as Evil Eye. When Ji-hyuk questioned why he should help, she begged him to save Evil Eye's team and tried to bargain with him. Back in the present, Ji-hyuk tears through more enemies while Evil Eye reflects that asking him for help on impulse has turned out far better than expected. With the immediate danger gone, Seo Jian rejoins the others and the team is relieved that everyone survived. Then Ji-hyuk approaches carrying Taiwa's broken body and greets Evil Eye with a smile, telling him he looks well and should stop groaning. Evil Eye answers dryly, but he is ready to hear what Ji-hyuk wants. Ji-hyuk reminds him that Pretty Princess's help always comes with a price, and says he even abandoned his own guild in order to claim Evil Eye for himself. Evil Eye finally understands that Ji-hyuk's earlier blush had been a warning sign and curses himself for missing it. Ji-hyuk dismisses the joke and makes clear that he has no interest in Evil Eye's body itself. What he actually wants is Evil Eye's cooperation in killing the rookies of Sangoon, Daesung, and Eclipse. Seeing no better option, Evil Eye agrees to cooperate, though his teammates are baffled by how quickly the deal is made. The others can only conclude that anyone who talks so casually about slaughtering rookies is operating on an entirely different level. Ji-hyuk explains that Choi Sungmo is already out of coins, meaning one major target is effectively finished. He adds that Lee Haeyoung is in the same position and that once the other rookies are dead, the remaining threats on the 34th and 35th floors can be crushed as well, just as the team reaches the safe zone. With the patients recovered, Ji-hyuk proposes that they head to the 35th floor together and annihilate the enemies waiting there. Twu, still alive enough to hear this, coughs blood as the full extent of his defeat sinks in. Ji-hyuk coldly decides he has no more use for Taewoo and finishes him off. Evil Eye mutters that Ji-hyuk really might be a psychopath, and Ji-hyuk casually throws the insult right back at him. Before moving on, Ji-hyuk hands Evil Eye a strange device and tells him he will need it. He explains that it is an artifact that allows communication between guilds. Now armed with a new ally, a new tool, and a shared target, Evil Eye leads the group onward as the system sends them up to the 34th floor. The climbers arrive on the 34th floor and are immediately thrown into a new trial. They learn that 8 teams will compete here, and the team ranked last at the end will be eliminated. As the participants look around, they realize almost every team belongs to a major guild, leaving their side and Team 3 as the obvious underdogs. Even so, some spectators openly back Evil Eye and expect him to carry his team. Other onlookers cheer just as loudly, turning the floor into a public spectacle. The group notices that the entire audience seems to be made up of NPCs rather than fellow climbers. Evil Eye quickly understands that this floor is built like an arena and decides he needs to perform well in front of them. A winged administrator appears and greets the climbers as if rewarding their hard climb. She grants everyone a restorative blessing that removes fatigue, heals injuries, and clears their minds before the match. The administrator introduces herself as Fleta, the NPC in charge of the 34th floor, presenting herself as friendly as long as no one crosses the line. Evil Eye recognizes the name at once because his sword is tied to a legendary traitor among the Celestials named Fleta. Fleta keeps smiling and chatting pleasantly, unaware at first that she has just exposed a dangerous connection. When Evil Eye calls her a traitor, her cheerful mask cracks instantly. The accusation hits hard enough to shake her composure and reveal how sensitive that title is to her. Evil Eye realizes he has struck a nerve and that this administrator is far more personal than she first appeared. Fleta decides he is an interesting problem and invokes her authority over the floor. She raises the difficulty of the match on the spot, making the event more dangerous because of him. The arena terrain changes into a hostile field, and the first victims are caught off guard by sharp plants. Participants discover that even their equipment and surroundings have been altered into a survival trap filled with dangerous flora from higher floors. Evil Eye quickly identifies the plants and realizes the battlefield has been seeded with poisonous and specialized species from floors far above their current level. He understands that Fleta is punishing him personally and wonders what exactly he said to deserve this much hostility. Fleta openly enjoys his discomfort and asks whether he likes the battlefield she prepared for him. Meanwhile, his teammates remain oddly relaxed, admiring the scenery instead of panicking. Fleta moves on to team assignment and announces that combat power will determine how the teams are balanced. When the numbers appear, Evil Eye notices that Ji-hyuk alone is worth the strength of several ordinary climbers. The full breakdown reveals just how absurd Evil Eye's own score is, making him the overwhelming core of his side. His teammates are stunned and start treating him like a monster who has been carrying them all along. Fleta pretends to worry that the teams are too unbalanced, though she is clearly enjoying the chance to meddle further. She reorganizes the teams so the weakest and strongest sides are merged, forcing Evil Eye and Ji-hyuk onto the same team. As a result, teams 1 through 6 are merged into a massive Team A, while Teams 7 and 8 become the much smaller but elite Team B. Fleta keeps the original elimination rule and makes it clear that the lowest ranked side will still be wiped out. Evil Eye calls out her bias directly, but she ignores the complaint. Instead, Fleta turns the whole event into gambling entertainment and invites the NPC audience to bet on the winner. The spectators erupt with excitement and begin throwing in points, items, and artifacts as wagers. Fleta encourages the frenzy, promising bigger returns to those who stake more. The crowd's pressure spills onto the fighters, with some spectators begging Evil Eye to win because they have gambled everything on him. To make the match even more tempting, Fleta announces that 1% of the betting pool will go directly to the winning team. That reward is enough for Team B to embrace the challenge and vow to seize the prize. Pleased by their confidence, Fleta prepares to start the event in earnest. The rules are set as a 6-round match where the administrator alone decides how many fighters enter each round and in what order. Fleta immediately shows that the process is arbitrary by sending Kim So-dam out first while pushing Jo Hyun-soo all the way back to 6th. Evil Eye notes that the assignments are completely at Fleta's whim, but he can only watch for now. The final conditions are brutal. A surrender or incapacitation ends a round, the losing team is treated as dead in the final tally, and a 3-3 draw means everyone is executed. With those stakes established, Fleta officially begins the games. Round 1 ends almost instantly with Team B taking the lead, and So-dam celebrates over the fallen opponents. Round 2 goes the same way, with Ji-hyuk winning smoothly and pushing Team B ahead 2-0. Fleta laughs because Team A is clearly sacrificing certain rounds and saving its real effort for the later matches. Evil Eye refuses to panic and insists that his teammates are stronger than Fleta assumes, and round 3 proves him right when Team A finally gets on the board. One of his allies apologizes for the shaky performance, worried he has let the team down. Evil Eye reassures him that the game is still alive and there is no need to despair yet. But round 4 slips away as well, tying the score at 2-2 and putting everything on the remaining matches. That result leaves Evil Eye visibly tense, because one more loss from his side could doom everyone. He admits that while he excels at survival, direct combat is still not his strongest field, so the next rounds worry him. Youngmi, who has to fight next, is terrified but knows she must win to avoid a fatal draw. She understands that if she loses, even a later victory will not save them from collective execution. When Fleta calls for round 5, Youngmi steps forward under crushing pressure. Before she goes, Evil Eye lights a fire and stops her for one last preparation. He unexpectedly pulls her into a dance, claiming it will calm her nerves. Youngmi is startled and embarrassed by the sudden move, but as he keeps leading her, the panic begins to leave her body. The dance activates a tidal effect that boosts their condition, improves healing, raises stats, and most importantly grants mental protection. With her fear eased, Youngmi regains confidence and agrees to try her best. Evil Eye then points out several special plants in the arena and explains exactly how each can be weaponized against the enemy. Youngmi is amazed by how much he knows and starts seeing him less as a lucky climber and more as a seasoned veteran. That impression deepens as his calm guidance makes him seem like someone with far more experience than anyone on this floor should have. Youngmi heads into battle determined to return victorious, while Evil Eye sends her off with confidence. Round 5 begins with Youngmi facing a group of Team A fighters, and she knows losing here would hand the entire match back to them. She steels herself and commits to surviving no matter what. The enemy rushes her arrogantly, dismissing her as nothing more than an archer they can overwhelm. Instead of standing her ground, she retreats exactly as Evil Eye expected, luring them into pursuit. The pursuers think she is panicking, but they fail to notice the trap she is leading them into. A sudden flash detonates among them and blinds the front line. The flash attack instantly drops one opponent, and gives Youngmi the opening she needs. The rest of the group reels in confusion, unable to understand how a simple archer pulled that off. As they try to recover, Youngmi keeps them focused on her and draws them deeper into the prepared terrain. She shocks a growth vine with her weapon, triggering explosive expansion exactly as Evil Eye taught her. The vines surge upward from the ground and close around the clustered enemies. In a moment, the trap blossoms into a full snare around the entire group. The fighters are bound and crushed together, stunned that they have been caught so completely. Youngmi follows with explosive mushrooms, layering another trap onto the immobilized enemies. Poisonous smoke spreads through the cluster, leaving them disoriented and vulnerable while she prepares the finish. She loads her strongest weapon, an arcane ballista, and commits to ending the round with one decisive shot. Watching from afar, Evil Eye recognizes the technique as the signature attack of the British S-class hunter Rick Shaddle and notes that its only weakness is the long reload. Youngmi remembers that the shot is powerful enough to erase even giant monsters in one strike, so she pours everything into it. One of the trapped enemies tries to lock onto her with a targeting skill, but he is already too late. The group realizes in horror that the blast is about to land before they can escape. The charged projectile tears through the battlefield in a blinding burst. The impact engulfs the trapped fighters in a massive explosion. When the smoke clears, Team A's Round 5 squad has been wiped out. Youngmi can barely believe she actually pulled it off. Her teammates rush in to celebrate, and Team B is declared the winner of the round and the overall match. Evil Eye praises her success, and Youngmi thanks him sincerely for making it possible. Oh Ji-hyuk cuts through the celebration by reminding Evil Eye that the pressure has only shifted onto him now. He bluntly tells Evil Eye that if he does not win the final confrontation, everyone could still fall behind, which infuriates Sodam. Sodam lashes out at Ji-hyuk for piling pressure onto the person who just carried them this far. Evil Eye checks the score and admits Ji-hyuk is right. If he loses the last exchange, the score ties and everyone dies. He also notices that 16 enemies still remain, making the final stage far from over. At that moment, the system updates Fleda's profile to note that she is now close to becoming the target of a formal complaint. Evil Eye reveals that he has been pushing her deliberately, and now understands exactly how to corner her. Fleda bristles when he addresses her as a manager rather than a superior administrator. Evil Eye tells her to end things quickly so everyone can move on, openly treating her like staff rather than a divine authority. Fleda explodes in anger at being talked down to by a climber. She threatens to crush him personally for his insolence, and begins forming a lethal attack. Evil Eye calmly points out that if she attacks outside the system's limits, she herself should be subject to punishment. He presses the issue further, accusing her of openly abusing her role and running the floor in a biased way. Then he threatens to report her to the system, and for the first time Fleda looks genuinely shaken. Unable to hide her panic, she demands to know how he could possibly know enough to make such a threat. Evil Eye enjoys her reaction and offers to test whether he is bluffing, insisting he is simply telling the truth. Forced onto the defensive, Fleda asks what he actually wants from her. He demands that his team be included in the NPC betting pools so they can profit from the wagers too. Fleda is irritated by his audacity, and notes that he never even considers the possibility of losing. Still, she gives in and allows it, limiting each person to a single item bet. Evil Eye immediately orders his teammates to stake their best items now that they have access to the betting system. Though some hesitate, the team follows his lead and places powerful items on Team B's victory, trusting his judgment. With the bets locked in, the final match is declared ready to begin. Facing 16 enemies at once, Evil Eye starts thinking through how to bring them all down together. He turns to his frog companion, Deokshin, for an idea. The frog chirps back with unusual urgency, as if offering a plan of its own. Evil Eye interprets the suggestion instantly and decides it is exactly what he needs. He praises the frog as a genius and begins acting so strangely that the enemy thinks his power has finally driven him mad. He baits the mob by shouting that whoever catches him will be rewarded, turning their greed against them. Then he runs, dropping an item behind him like bait for the pack. One of the pursuers notices the object and stops in confusion as dark energy begins to leak from it. The item is revealed to be the Horn of Demon Summoning, an S-rank artifact that irresistibly attracts those with weak wills. The enemy instantly abandons discipline and starts fighting among themselves over the horn. Their greed turns the chase into a scramble as they demand the item from one another. The first man to grab it is immediately swarmed by his own allies. In the chaos, another artifact is exposed, the Lamp of the Dead. The lamp reacts to the intruders and activates on its own. It begins summoning ghosts into the middle of the clustered mob. The ghosts seize the fighters and inflict crippling abnormal conditions that dull their senses, sap their will, and cloud their minds. The entire enemy force collapses into panic as the summoned spirits overwhelm them. From above, Evil Eye notes that everything unfolded exactly according to Deoxy's plan. Now fed by the chaos, he unleashes a new power and jokes that he appreciates the meal the enemy just provided. That stolen energy becomes an aurora beam, a brilliant multicolored attack. The beam crashes down over the battlefield and engulfs the remaining enemies in a final blast. The system declares Team A completely wiped out, and Team B is confirmed as the final victor with 4 wins out of 6. Fleda mocks the defeated side for failing to catch a single climber even with 16 people. She dismisses them as worthless and prepares to erase them. With cold fury, she personally executes the surviving members of Team A. The condemned fighters can only stare in terror as her power descends on them. Her attack lands, and the execution is carried out without mercy. The system confirms that the lowest-ranked team has died, while Evil Eye's side watches the aftermath in uneasy silence. With the floor cleared, the system begins settling the bets placed during the event. Evil Eye immediately tells his teammates to use the downtime to gather useful resources from the map before settlement ends. While scavenging, he confirms that the horn survived intact, though the lamp is broken and now worthless except as trash. As he moves to discard the broken lamp, something interrupts him. Fleda suddenly appears right in front of him and demands to speak. She reveals her true concern at last. She believes Evil Eye possesses the sword once used to break the boundary of the heavens, and assumes he came here to reclaim it. Evil Eye dismisses the sword as a distraction and instead demands that she hand over the horn, leaving her baffled that he values the S-rank artifact more than her legendary blade. The winged woman dismisses everything else and reveals the crucial fact that the horn can be used to summon Kildras, shocking the listener who realizes she knows that secret too. She explains that she wants the horn because she has unfinished business with Kildras, then stuns him by revealing Kildras is her ex-husband. She recounts that their marriage coincided with the Great War, and because of Kildras she was branded a traitor, leaving them bitterly estranged. The past becomes clearer as she explains that Fleda severed Heaven's boundary for Kildras during the war, implying Kildras exploited Fleda's love to win. Refusing to dwell on old grudges, she offers a deal: surrender the horn and she will provide a way to obtain the Peline set. Her offer immediately hooks him because she somehow knows he is after the Peline set, and she regrets letting such an obvious fool sway her. Seeing his hesitation, she presses him to decide what he will do. He reasons that he owes Kildras a debt, and that forcing a reunion with his ex-wife is hardly a proper repayment. Even so, his greed wins out, and he accepts the bargain while guiltily admitting the Peline set is too tempting to refuse. The stage clears as the system announces their settlement is complete, rewards are distributed, and everyone is moved to the 35th floor waiting room. Back with his team, the group erupts in celebration over their hard-earned victory. As they arrive in the waiting room, he hears Fleda's farewell gift and receives a high-grade jewel box along with a grateful message meant for Kildras. Once the excitement settles, he opens Fleda's one-time subspace stick to inspect the team's rewards. The haul turns out to be enormous, including skill boxes, rare items, armor, candy, and a huge amount of points, leaving him thrilled. The rewards are so good that he concludes the whole party must have benefited greatly. Deoxy becomes fixated on the crystal candy, and he notices the frog wants it badly enough to ask if it wants a taste. He feeds the candy to Deoxy, who devours it with obvious delight. The snack immediately pays off by raising Deoxy's grade to C. Amused by how effective the candy was, he wonders if he should start improving his own specs the same way. He then consumes several reward items, gaining mental protection, resistance, greatly increased stamina, and an overall boost to all stats while equipping new gear. With everyone upgraded and energized, the team rallies behind him and prepares to move out again. On the 35th floor, the system explains that 20 teams are competing, 5 bosses control expanding territories, and survival depends on reaching safe zones while avoiding those areas. The map reveals Zone 1 as a deadly underground monster area with only a 30% survival rate, while Zone 2 offers the best odds at 80%. The remaining zones are laid out as well, including the swamp, the dream path, and the exiled druid's territory, with Zone 5 standing out as nearly certain death at 1%. He realizes the druid he needs to meet is somehow the strongest and most dangerous boss here, so he decides survival and finding a safe zone must come first. He tries to use his eye ability to locate a safe zone, only for the system to block any power that could directly affect the team match except near a safe zone. Frustrated, he recognizes the system is deliberately interfering with his usual methods. Unable to rely on abilities, he asks whether they can simply break through by force and complains that the rules are being bent against them. The team reasons that if they must cross a boss area, Zone 2 is the safest choice, so they begin moving while searching for a safe zone. He agrees to head towards Zone 2, though he notes the large guilds are withholding useful information from everyone else. Before they can proceed, the system suddenly warns that a boss territory is expanding right where they are. The team is swallowed into Zone 3 as the swamp boss's area overtakes them. They sprint to escape, but the system cruelly announces that the new safe zone has been created inside the boss area itself. The team realizes they have been forced into danger and curses the system for trapping them this way. Accepting there is no alternative, they move deeper into the swamp while another team secretly reports their route and orders a quiet pursuit. He overhears enough to realize Team A23 is tailing them, confirming they are being hunted. Before he can act on that, Deoxin senses something ominous approaching through the swamp. A monstrous presence with glowing eyes emerges, and he immediately suspects the worst. The suspicion is confirmed when the Zone 3 boss, Zahalton, appears in full. Zahalton attacks at once, but he meets the blow head-on with his sword instead of retreating. After testing the impact, he judges the boss powerful but not beyond what they can handle. That confidence hardens as he decides the team may actually be able to beat this boss. He clashes directly with Zahalton, trading heavy blows and proving he can stand against it. He checks on his teammates, and they confirm they are safe because he intercepted the danger first. Satisfied no one is down, he immediately shifts from defense to a new battle plan. The whole party commits, turning the encounter into a full Zone 3 boss raid. Elsewhere in the swamp, a scarred man notices the commotion and recognizes that Evil Eye has engaged the swamp boss. He arms himself with a devastating weapon and decides this is the perfect chance to finally confront Evil Eye face to face. But before going after Evil Eye, he decides to settle another betrayal first. He reveals a shadowy subordinate and orders him to deal with the rat traitor who turned against them. The target is exposed as Oh Ji-hyuk, who recognizes the scarred man as Choi Sungmo. Back at the raid, Zahalton is torn apart under the team's assault. Their combined attacks overwhelm the boss with explosions and slashes from every side. He keeps pressing the advantage, driving in with relentless close-range strikes. When the boss is on the brink, he coolly decides it is time to finish the fight. He orders the team to move and commit to the final blow. His finishing attack detonates against Zahalton and ends the battle. The system announces the server's first defeat of Zahalton, grants the title Swamp Dominator, and awards 10,000 points. His teammates celebrate wildly over killing a 5-star boss and earning a title, while he quietly notes how much stronger everyone has become. Because he contributed the most, he receives Greenstone, temporary ownership of Zone 3 with the power to monitor events, alter terrain, and control monsters there. He is delighted by the prize and immediately grasps how useful control over Zone 3 could be. Testing the Greenstone, he discovers that Zone 3 contains 3 separate safe zones. Using its surveillance, he spots Lee Sang-ok on the same floor, isolated and being chased after losing his comrades. He then notices another scene unfolding elsewhere, and realizes something more serious is happening. To his shock, Oh Ji-hyuk is fighting Choi Sungmo directly. Sungmo taunts Ji-hyuk for improving, while Ji-hyuk refuses to be looked down on any longer. Ji-hyuk declares he is no longer Sungmo's subordinate and attacks with a powered kick. Sungmo reads the move easily and dismisses it as too obvious to land. He counters with a far more destructive earth-splitting strike. The golden slash tears through the battlefield and forces Ji-hyuk back. Ji-hyuk realizes too late that Sungmo had already anticipated him. Sungmo punishes that predictability with a brutal follow-up attack. He chains multiple heavy blows together, battering Ji-hyuk without giving him room to recover. Sungmo smugly admits the rivalry has strengthened Ji-hyuk, but insists the gap between them is still larger than Ji-hyuk thinks. Then Sungmo unveils a higher-level finishing skill, intending to end the fight inside Ji-hyuk's own territory. The sheer scale of the attack leaves Ji-hyuk stunned for a moment. Sungmo coldly declares his intent to kill him. Ji-hyuk desperately tries to stop the incoming strike, realizing he may not be able to. Sungmo's attack crashes down like a pillar of destruction. Afterward, Sungmo turns his attention to Evil Eye and promises he will be next. Ji-hyuk, still alive, is shaken by how crude and overwhelming Sungmo's power is. Even so, he refuses to believe he cannot survive the attack. At that critical moment, the system announces that an administrator's privilege is being used. Zone 3's terrain suddenly shifts under Sungmo's attack, interfering with its path. Ji-hyuk is thrown clear instead of being killed outright, realizing someone altered the battlefield to save him. The redirected strike explodes harmlessly into the ground instead of finishing him. Ji-hyuk regains his senses, battered but alive. He looks up and finds Evil Eye standing above him after intervening at the last second. Holding the Greenstone, Evil Eye orders him to get up because there is no time to stay down. He confirms he is there to back Ji-hyuk up and continues adjusting Zone 3. Ji-hyuk, relieved and amused, admits Evil Eye's timing is annoyingly perfect and tells him to stop wasting time and follow. When Evil Eye asks if he plans to chase Sungmo, Ji-hyuk refuses because their priority has changed. Sungmo's forces close in from behind, demanding the two be captured before they can escape. Evil Eye accepts Ji-hyuk's judgment, decides they can deal with Sungmo later, and uses Zone 3 again to cover their retreat. He raises the terrain into walls and mockingly tells their pursuers to reflect on themselves while staring at rock. Sungmo is stunned that Evil Eye can block even his earlier strike this way and begins to grasp how dangerous the administrator privilege really is. As the pair flee, Ji-hyuk regrets losing a perfect chance to finish Sungmo. He demands to know why they are running instead of pressing the advantage. Evil Eye explains that Sungmo's reinforcements arrived and more rookies could have joined at any moment, making a prolonged fight too risky. He reveals the real reason for retreating. There are other trapped allies nearby who need saving more urgently than revenge. The enemy realizes the people they are chasing are connected to Evil Eye and redoubles the pursuit. One of the pursuers orders the others to make sure the escapees are caught. Evil Eye cuts through the encirclement, carving open a path for himself and Ji-hyuk. He reaches his own teammates, who call out to him in relief. Among them is Lee Sang-ok, who survived thanks to Evil Eye's intervention and gratefully admits the debt. Ji-hyuk immediately questions whether Evil Eye really let Sungmo go just to save this one man. Sang-ok reveals that the man Ji-hyuk is dismissing is actually one of Sengun's people, making his rescue strategically important. Ji-hyuk fires back that this criticism is rich coming from someone who has nearly killed himself. Sang-ok grabs Ji-hyuk in anger, but Ji-hyuk warns him not to forget whose help kept him alive. Evil Eye steps between them, smoothing things over by joking about Ji-hyuk's lack of social skills. Once tempers cool, he proposes that instead of fighting each other, they should unite and eliminate every rookie force on the floor before those groups become future obstacles. Using Sang-ok's knowledge, he lays out the scale of the threat, around 80 large guild members, a daunting force even against rookies. Despite that, he confidently says he already has a plan, drawing everyone's attention. He explains the outline. They will use Sodam's robots as bait, then he and Sang-ok will take over the next stage of the operation. He points to the neutral zone as the place where the trap will begin. Meanwhile, Sungmo meets two allies in the neutral zone and admits he failed to catch Evil Eye despite acting confident. He compensates by bringing valuable intelligence. Evil Eye defeated Zone 3's boss and gained administrator privileges. He explains that those privileges effectively make Evil Eye the ruler of Zone 3, able to control terrain and monsters. From that, he predicts Evil Eye's group will likely target other bosses next, believing administrator powers are the key to challenging the large guilds. Sungmo concludes their next destination will be Zone 2, the area with the highest survival rate and the most logical next target. His side decides to turn that expectation into a death trap and make Zone 2 their grave. In Zone 2, one of Sodam's robots waits as bait while the enemy sees no sign of Evil Eye yet. The black-haired woman stays hidden and notes that, according to Sungmo, Evil Eye's group should be appearing any moment. Sodam's robot sits innocently in place, disguising the trap beneath its cute appearance. The ambush begins with a sudden explosion, and the enemy realizes they are under raid instead. The black-haired woman is furious that the rookies dared to ambush them in broad daylight. Evil Eye's allies charge through the blast zone, revealing that the trap was theirs all along and throwing the enemy formation into chaos. As planned, some of the enemy immediately break and run. The black-haired woman orders pursuit, refusing to let the fleeing rookies escape. But she suddenly notices something strange about the direction of their retreat. She realizes the rookies are deliberately escaping into Zone 5, the near-certain death area, and cannot believe it. The enemy is baffled that anyone would choose to flee into a place even more terrifying than their pursuers. A flashback reveals that Evil Eye had already claimed responsibility for handling Zone 5 as part of the operation. Though privately nervous, he prepared by equipping the Snow Spirit Queen's crown, trusting that its affinity with druids and elves would help him there. Standing at Zone 5's boundary, he steels himself and calms his nerves before entering alone. He commits to the plan and steps through the barrier. The system confirms he has entered Zone 5, where even the local creatures react uneasily. Inside, the system immediately issues a dire evacuation warning as the zone's lethal nature becomes obvious. He is confronted by hostile, thorn plant life the moment he arrives. Then he finally comes face to face with Fengril, the exiled druid he had been seeking. Fengril notes that it has been a long time since any intruder entered his domain, especially a human. Evil Eye quickly presents the World Tree and the Snow Queen's crown, insisting he came to talk rather than fight. Fengril rejects the gesture outright, declaring humans unworthy of conversation and preparing to attack. The druid's hostility sharpens as his power flares and his killing intent becomes unmistakable. The zone itself responds violently, with debris and force gathering around Evil Eye as Fengril moves to execute him. Fengril calmly pronounces death and unleashes the attack. A massive dark strike crashes down toward Evil Eye, confirming the negotiation has failed. But Evil Eye had expected this reaction and reveals he came with a backup plan. He uses the summoning ticket for Kildras and asks whether Fengril would rather speak to a demon than a human. Kildras arrives in front of the stunned druid, instantly changing the balance of the encounter. Peline is caught off guard when the demon he once sold out suddenly appears before him, amused by the reversal. The betrayed demon explodes in rage and accuses Peline of abandoning him without hesitation. Peline tries to excuse himself by claiming he only traded an item, but the demon rejects the distinction and blames him for the torment he suffered under Fleta. Peline pushes back, arguing that the demon had always been capable and that Fleta was the one who dragged him into war. The demon furiously denies forcing Fleta into anything and insists the blame is not his. He explains that Fleta fled heaven for the demonic world on her own and asked him to take responsibility because returning would kill her. Before Peline can keep arguing, he is struck hard enough to realize the demon is done debating. As Peline's damaged helmet begins repairing itself, the demon decides to honor the summoning first and deal with Peline later, while Peline realizes a demon has been brought into the crisis. The druid finally addresses the newcomer and demands to know what kind of human he is. The demon answers with mocking humility and immediately identifies the druid as the real reason he was called. Fengril confirms he wanted words first, but the druid's refusal to listen has already made battle inevitable. The demon accepts that only force will open negotiations and prepares to fight. He names the druid as Fengril, the notorious NPC of the 35th floor who annihilated the human kingdom outside the tower. Boasting that he once humbled both heaven and the demon world, the demon challenges Fengril to prove himself. Peline retreats as the clash between two monsters begins with explosive force. Watching their speed, Peline realizes he cannot even track the exchange. The demon's movement becomes a blur as the duel escalates beyond Peline's perception. The demon warns Peline to get out because a serious fight between them would wipe out everyone on the 35th floor, but Peline spots danger behind him. The demon intercepts Fengril's attack in time and shields Peline from being killed. Confident he can handle the druid alone, the demon tells Peline to leave while Fengril demands to know where the human is going. The demon seals off the space between them with spatial block and commits to holding Fengril in place. Peline decides to trust Kildress with the druid and slips away, impressed by how overwhelming NPC battles are. Elsewhere, hostile veterans receive orders to capture the rookies. In Zone 5, Lee Haeyoung confronts the newcomers and mocks them for entering Fengril's territory without fear. She reveals that their scouting devices have been roaming inside her territory the whole time, proving she has been watching them. The pink-haired rookie answers with forced bravado, but Haeyoung dismisses her as naive. Haeyoung's irritation spikes when she notices a hidden attack coming from behind. She casually blocks the ambush, showing she had already anticipated it. Recognizing the masked attacker as Lee Sang-ok, she mocks him for trying to strike from the rear. A sudden blast tears through the area, forcing everyone to react. Haeyoung emerges unharmed and praises the dodge, making clear that surprise alone will not beat her. Sang-ok realizes their attacks are ineffective and asks what they can do next. The pink-haired rookie judges that Ji-hyuk is holding his own elsewhere, but the rest of their side is falling behind. Under pressure, she desperately searches for a way to turn the fight around. Haeyoung taunts them that unless Evil Eye appears, all of them are doomed. She assumes Evil Eye failed to hunt the bosses and died, and declares the rookie's little game finished. Her confidence breaks when an unexpected presence interrupts the battlefield. Peline arrives under the title Night Caller, and the rookies immediately recognize Evil Eye has returned. He summons Optectors that swarm the battlefield and begin draining the enemy's stats. Haeyoung, suddenly pressured by the creatures, demands to know whether Evil Eye really cleared the Zone 5 boss, and what these monsters are. One of the summoned creatures is instantly destroyed by a sacred strike. A priestly ally explains that the creatures are dark attribute monsters and orders everyone to use sacred weapons against them. Peline realizes Kim Chang-hoo is a priest and redirects the Optectors toward the ordinary guild members instead of the rookies who can counter them. The rookies rush in to exploit the opening created by Peline's summons. Peline takes responsibility for Haeyoung and Chang-hoo himself, and powers up to engage them directly. He launches forward in a blazing charge that forces the enemy pair onto the defensive. Chang-hoo survives the impact with healing and admits Peline's attack caught him off guard. Disgusted by Chang-hoo's use of dark power alongside holy abilities, Peline prepares to kill him first. Chang-hoo fully arms himself with blessings and holy war, turning into a heavily protected holy warrior. Now confident, Chang-hoo invites Peline to test himself against that defense. Peline answers by crashing down on him head-on. He follows with a vicious close-range strike, trying to break through by force. Their weapons collide in a violent exchange of sacred and dark power. Haeyoung joins the clash and compliments Peline's knife work even as she tries to cut him down. Peline jokes back, but her bizarre attack catches him by the face with her tongue. Haeyoung uses that tongue to seize control of his weapon and disrupt his rhythm. Realizing he has been trapped, she tightens her hold while Peline curses the situation. Even restrained, Peline starts calmly counting off his targets, beginning with 1. He forces himself through the bind and drives in close despite the pain. After breaking free, he taunts them with how well that first exchange went for him. Chang-hoo admits that even for someone strong, handling 2 rookies at once is not easy. Peline agrees the fight is difficult, but reveals he came prepared for exactly that. He suddenly unveils a second layer to his plan, catching both opponents off guard. Dozens of time bombs appear beneath them, turning the battlefield into a trap. Peline welcomes them to his fireworks show as the bombs begin to trigger. The trap detonates in a massive chain explosion that engulfs both enemies. Peline survives inside a protective barrier while the blast tears through the area. When the smoke clears, Guardian's will has ended, and Peline is pleased the defense held long enough. Chang-hoo emerges with an even stronger sacred relic, Angel's Guardian Wings, which grants overwhelming protection against ordinary attacks. Haeyoung, still in the fight, charges again with murderous intent. She unleashes a barrage meant to finish Peline, but he slips through the assault. Peline darts in with his blade, aiming for a decisive counter. Haeyoung realizes too late that he has already gotten inside her guard. His strike lands, but Chang-hoo's protection prevents it from becoming fatal. Peline recognizes that Haeyoung attacks while Chang-hoo covers perfectly, making their teamwork the real problem. He grudgingly admits their coordination is excellent. Instead of backing off, Peline accelerates straight back into them. The 3 collide again, with Haeyoung pressing offense while Chang-hoo's wings absorb the danger. Peline's blade keeps failing to pierce the Guardian Wings, just as Chang-hoo predicted. Peline activates stargazing eyes and refuses to accept that the defense is absolute. His analysis reveals the wings are weak against attacks carrying both divine and dark power. Using love and peace, he infuses divine power into his own weapon to exploit that flaw. Armed with the right attribute mix, he finally drives a strike through the sacred defense. Changhu is stunned that Peline found a way past the wings at all. Peline mocks the Holy Guardian and keeps pressing, while Haeyoung lashes out in fury. He turns Eyes of the Abyss on Haeyoung, trying to force her into a mental collapse. For a moment she is dragged into the effect and loses her composure. But her mental protection activates, then fails only after resisting long enough to blunt the attack. Changhu dives in again before Peline can capitalize fully. Peline coldly warns Changhu that when Haeyoung wakes up, she will kill him herself for this kind of humiliation. Changhu ignores the warning and chooses to die by Peline's hand if necessary, charging in with conviction. Their weapons meet in another brutal clash. Peline raises his swordsmanship assimilation and begins cutting through Changhu's technique with growing precision. Changhu is forced back and starts to lose control of the exchange. Peline closes the distance completely and gets inside Changhu's guard. He detonates fire bombs at point-blank range to blow apart the holy defense. The blast tears through Changhu's protection and sends him reeling in disbelief. Peline launches him high into the air and turns the fight into a deadly fall. Calling it his favorite ride, Peline increases the drop with weight bracelet and drags Changhu down faster. He adds more fire bombs during the descent, compounding the damage. Changhu realizes too late that Peline is willing to injure himself just to guarantee the kill. Peline activates a divine effect that temporarily ignores defense and commits to the finishing blow. A blinding impact blooms over the forest as the attack lands. The explosion crashes down like a pillar, devastating the ground below. Peline survives the aftermath only because his ring of sacrifice absorbs part of the damage. The ring shatters from the strain, but it has done its job. Changhu lies broken in the crater, and Peline's reverse skill reaches maximum stored damage as he confirms one enemy is effectively finished. He releases that accumulated force to make sure Changhu is completely removed from the fight. Standing alone in the crater, Peline decides he must end everything before Haeyoung regains consciousness. Before he can move, a sudden strike damages his helmet again and interrupts him. Peline uses Fog Sprint to create an afterimage and avoid the follow-up. Haeyoung returns in a berserk demonic state, enraged by Changhu's defeat and swearing to kill Peline no matter the cost. She rushes him with ghost steps and a killing blow fueled by multiple stacked abilities. Peline blocks with Return to Death, barely surviving the force of her transformed assault. He realizes her power is monstrous even when defended against, and worries about conserving strength for Choi Sungmo. Then he notices he has already marked her with Stigma, setting up a counter. Haeyoung tries to finish him with Punishment, a skill that amplifies damage against marked targets. Instead, Peline interrupts her with a perfectly timed hit that breaks her momentum. A black sphere suddenly slams into Haeyoung and sends her flying, revealing another player has entered the battle. Lee So-yeon arrives with his own squad, announcing himself as Peline's old rival and immediately drawing attention. Peline notes that So-yeon has grown far stronger since the 20th floor. So-yeon reminds Peline of their past contest and frames this encounter as a new competition. He proposes they settle things by seeing who can eliminate more rookies this time. Without waiting for agreement, So-yeon orders his men to charge while he personally takes Haeyoung and Choi Sungmo. His followers crash into the remaining combatants and turn the battlefield into a wider melee. Peline immediately changes priorities and runs for Choi Sungmo before So-yeon can claim him. Haeyoung, still furious, tries to pursue Peline despite being intercepted. So-yeon's black sphere smashes into her again and stops the chase. He gallantly tells Haeyoung he will handle her himself, making the rivalry personal. Haeyoung vows to kill him, while So-yeon calmly says he needs to catch both her and Sungmo quickly. He entrusts the rest to his subordinate Lick and commits to that split. Meanwhile, Kildress tumbles across the field in rough shape, drawing Peline's attention for a moment. Peline mocks the ridiculous way Kildress is rolling, and Kildress snaps back despite the pain. Peline then turns his blade on the weakened Choi Sungmo and asks if it is finally time to catch him. Sungmo answers by calling out Evil Eye's name and forcing himself up for one last stand. The two square off at close range, both knowing this is the real confrontation Peline has been saving strength for. Kildress protests that he was supposed to handle Sungmo himself, but Peline ignores him. Kildress can barely stand, and Peline bluntly tells him to look at his own condition first. Even so, Kildress offers a potion and support from the rear while Peline commits to the duel. Peline's sword crashes against Sungmo's massive weapon as the final fight begins in earnest. He tries Eyes of the Abyss again at point-blank range, hoping to break Sungmo mentally. Sungmo blocks it with stronger mental protection and mocks Peline for relying on the same trick twice. Peline answers with a direct overhead strike instead of another feint. Sungmo meets it head-on and taunts Peline for lacking finishing power. Peline catches the next flaming blow with his bare hand and blade, refusing to yield ground. Sungmo unleashes strike that splits the earth, blasting the battlefield apart with raw force. Peline survives inside a protective shell, bracing through the devastation. At the crucial moment, Deoxin the Chaos Frog's outer armor activates around him. Sungmo is outraged that such a ridiculous creature blocked his attack at all. Peline corrects him with absurd seriousness, insisting Deoxin is a frog, not a toad, and immediately counters with a fire attack fused with the Chaos Frog's flame. Choi Sungmo is startled when his side's combined fire attack is stopped by an enemy who can withstand that level of flame. The blast that should have overwhelmed the target instead breaks uselessly around him, shocking the attackers. As the flames clear, Sunmo realizes their joint assault was blocked outright and that their opponent had prepared for it. The man they tried to burn down calmly advances through the fire, completely in control. He emerges unshaken, turning the failed ambush into a display of dominance. With a grin, he reveals he finished analyzing Sunmo long ago and has been planning around him ever since. He lists Sunmo's main abilities and makes it clear he already equipped counters for all of them. Evil Eye tries to deflect the pressure with a joke, awkwardly probing whether this man belongs to the suspicious faction they have been tracking. The question catches Sunmo off guard because it touches something he did not expect them to know. Flustered and defensive, Sunmo blurts out a ridiculous denial instead of answering the real accusation. Even in the middle of battle, the exchange turns absurd enough for Sunmo to complain that they are wasting time. Ji-hyuk uses that opening to launch a fierce close-range attack, trying to finish Sunmo before he regains control. Sunmo meets the assault head-on and shows he is still dangerous in direct combat. While Sunmo focuses on Ji-hyuk, Evil Eye lines up a ranged strike from behind. A newly used Aurora beam tears towards Sunmo, forcing him to split his attention. Evil Eye mocks Sunmo for looking the wrong way, pleased that their coordination is working. Ji-hyuk follows with a named kick technique, pressing the attack while still bickering with his ally. Sunmo barely catches the descending blow, straining to stop it. Ji-hyuk's crescent kick crashes down with enough force to drive Sunmo into a full defensive stance. Sunmo survives the impact by bracing with his weapon and absorbing the shock. Seeing Sunmo pinned down, Evil Eye asks whether that finally knocked some sense into him. Ji-hyuk insists the finishing blow should be his, but Evil Eye casually tells him to go ahead. Sunmo, battered but still conscious, listens while looking for a way to turn the situation around. Someone notes that Kim Chang-hoo is already dead, raising the fear that Lee Hae-young may have fallen too. That possibility drives their red-haired ally to rush in with renewed desperation. She fears Lee Hae-young may also be gone and throws herself into the fight before she can know for sure. Sunmo, still burning with power, finds the resistance almost amusing. He responds by unleashing a towering ultimate attack that engulfs the battlefield in golden force. Raising his weapon high, Sunmo commits fully to Colossus Strike and turns the area into a kill zone. The attack expands overhead like a crushing dome, threatening everyone below at once. Ji-hyuk recognizes it as Choi Sunmo's ultimate move and realizes how serious the danger is. Evil Eye refuses to let Sunmo use that power freely and orders Ji-hyuk to strike the real body rather than the spectacle. Sunmo dismisses them as fools, confident that they still cannot reach him. He layers a magic barrier around himself and adds more defensive effects to keep them out. Then he floods the field with traps, lightning, sticky terrain, and thorny hazards to shut down every approach. Ji-hyuk and Evil Eye suddenly find themselves boxed in by a forest of hostile defenses. Ji-hyuk curses Sunmo for stacking shield after shield and activates Fog Sprint to force a path through. The thorny obstacles lash out, trying to stop his advance. Evil Eye attempts to cast through the chaos, but the spell is interrupted before it can take effect. He realizes Sunmo even prepared a barrier specifically to block his non-physical movement skill. From inside his blazing fortress, Sunmo taunts them, pretending their inability to reach him makes them helpless. That taunt gives Evil Eye an idea when Sunmo casually mentions flying. Evil Eye asks Ji-hyuk whether he wants to kill Sunmo with his own hands, and Ji-hyuk answers without hesitation that he does. Evil Eye promises to make that happen and grabs Ji-hyuk before he can question the plan. He unveils a new skill that turns Ji-hyuk's body into steel, preparing him to survive what comes next. Before Ji-hyuk can protest, Evil Eye hurls the steel-bodied man like a projectile towards Sunmo. At the same time, he loads Ji-hyuk up with dozens of time bombs, turning him into a living missile. Evil Eye stacks firepower on top of that with fire bombs and another Aurora beam, sending Ji-hyuk upward in a suicidal launch. Ji-hyuk slams into Sunmo's barrier amid the layered explosions and elemental force. The impact finally reaches Sunmo directly, shattering his sense of safety. For the first time, Sunmo looks genuinely alarmed as his defenses are breached. The combined detonation blossoms above the field in a violent multicolored blast. Believing Ji-hyuk may have sacrificed himself in the attack, Evil Eye gives him a mock salute for heroic self-destruction. When the smoke settles, Sunmo is still alive but badly wrecked and dragged down into a crater. He groans through the damage, no longer able to pretend he is in command. Evil Eye appears over him with a sword at his throat and declares the match decided. With Sunmo kneeling and stripped of momentum, Evil Eye tells him it is over. Mr. Lick arrives and reports that Lee Hae-young has also been dealt with, closing off Sunmo's remaining hopes. Nearby, Ji-hyuk is still stuck upside down in the ground from Evil Eye's reckless launch plan. As the steel effect ends, Ji-hyuk angrily realizes Evil Eye really did use him like disposable ammunition. Ignoring the complaint, Evil Eye turns back to Sunmo and says it is time to talk. Sunmo, bound by a ghostly restraint, still tries to preach that the Union should disband and obey the current system. Evil Eye cuts through the propaganda and demands to know why Sunmo spread false strategies. Sunmo refuses outright, betting they cannot force an answer from him. Ji-hyuk, furious, moves to beat the truth out of him, while Evil Eye stands by. Even bloodied, Sunmo mocks Ji-hyuk and claims he would have been expelled from the tower already without Evil Eye's help. Ji-hyuk lunges again, but Evil Eye stops him before the interrogation turns into blind rage. Evil Eye notices a token of oath on Sunmo, and realizes the man may be magically prevented from speaking. Mr. Lick confirms the rumor that some rookies are placed under restraints and offers to test whether that is the case here. He steps in front of the captive Sungmo with calm authority. Mr. Lick raises a hand and prepares a release skill aimed at the oath-binding Sungmo. The release partially breaks the restraint, though not completely. Sungmo feels the bond loosen and realizes he has only been granted a temporary opening. Mr. Lick warns that the window will not last long, so Evil Eye must get answers immediately. Sungmo reveals that the restraint was not the only reason he stayed silent, showing he still intends to resist. Evil Eye decides words will not work and shifts to a more ruthless method. He tells his allies to look away, making it clear he is about to do something unpleasant. Turning back to Sungmo, Evil Eye warns that silence will make things hard for both of them. Sungmo boasts that as a Sangoon Guild rookie he is not afraid of torture. He is abruptly cut off when Evil Eye begins a bizarre psychological attack instead of physical pain. Evil Eye activates a ridiculous dance-like skill and starts weaponizing embarrassment itself. Sungmo is stunned by the sheer absurdity of what he is seeing. Even Mr. Lick and Ji-hyuk are left speechless by Evil Eye's shameless method. Evil Eye doubles down with an even more humiliating pose, refusing to stop. He keeps repeating the grotesque display until Sungmo's composure starts to crack. Sungmo throws up mental protection in a desperate attempt to defend his mind from the attack. The defense fails as disgust mutates into fear, and the system registers severe mental damage. Sungmo finally breaks, coughing blood as the humiliation overwhelms him. He begs Evil Eye to stop and promises to tell them everything. Evil Eye is shaken too, realizing his own attack even pierced the eyes of the abyss and bypassed mental protection. Once he starts talking, Sungmo explains that people misunderstand the big guilds as simply evil. He says similar control policies exist overseas too, citing major systems in the United States. He adds that the United Kingdom has its own version, implying this is part of a global pattern. Evil Eye realizes the fake strategy campaign is not just a Korean conspiracy but something much larger. Sungmo insists the deception is meant not to enrich large guilds but to save the world from destruction caused by the tower. He argues that as more hunters appear, chaos worsens because hunters themselves are dangerous, almost like monsters. He claims the rising gate occurrence rate is proof that growing hunter activity is pushing the world toward ruin. Before he can continue, the token of oath reactivates and violently punishes him for revealing too much. Sungmo collapses mid-confession, the oath cutting off the truth by force. Watching him disintegrate, Evil Eye concludes that if even part of the story is true, the situation is far more complicated than it seemed. Mr. Lick agrees there are still unknowns and notes that many large guild leaders reached the 50th floor as initial hunters, which may matter. They decide the only way to uncover the tower's secrets, and the threat behind it is to keep climbing. The floor is declared cleared, and the system allows the survivors to reorganize into new teams. Ji-hyuk joins Lee Sang-ok's team, and the group prepares to head upward together. Ji-hyuk immediately starts acting arrogant about joining, while Sang-ok answers with equal irritation. Evil Eye watches their bickering and dryly notes that they seem to get along just fine. His odd smile draws suspicion from the others. At that moment, the demon lord Kildas appears over Evil Eye and asks whether he should intensify the punishment. Kildas decides Evil Eye has reflected enough and ends the pressure. Relieved to have survived, Evil Eye learns that Fengril is waiting for him in his garden. Still recovering, he asks whether Kildas' business went smoothly. Kildas answers with a demonic proverb about teaching manners through force, making clear he handled things his own way. Evil Eye politely sees him off, now much more careful around the demon lord. Afterward, Evil Eye meets Fengril, who asks what the human wants from him. Evil Eye presents the mysterious seed-like object and says this is the one thing he came to request. Fengril identifies it as a world tree seed entrusted to Evil Eye by the last snow spirit queen, Hainu, because she believed he could nurture it. Fengril explains that spirits cannot abandon their source and thanks Evil Eye for acting differently from the humans he despises. The gratitude becomes tangible as Fengril's favorability toward Evil Eye rises. Sensing an opportunity, Evil Eye awkwardly asks whether that gratitude comes with a reward. Fengril bluntly reminds him that he still dislikes humans in general, even while amused by him. Even so, Fengril decides Evil Eye has earned something valuable. The completed quest grants broad goodwill from druids and elves, along with a title that makes spirits treat him kindly. Among the rewards, Evil Eye receives the Snow Spirit's Crown and the Seed of Resurrection, a rare item capable of saving the dead. The World Tree Seed then cracks open, beginning a new miracle. A new radiant World Tree rises before them, restoring life and hope to the barren place. From the newborn tree, a glowing sphere of snow gathers in Fengril's hand. He explains that it is a newborn snow spirit destined to grow into a queen, and Evil Eye is charmed by it. Evil Eye turns to Mr. Lick, only to notice something strange about him. Mr. Lick reaches for the helmet that has hidden his face the whole time. To Evil Eye's shock, the person beneath the mask is a woman. She reveals she was hiding her identity too, and tells Evil Eye to stop speaking to her so formally. Evil Eye instantly blurts out the nickname Pretty Princess, unable to help himself. She catches him off guard by accepting the reaction with amused confidence. Panicking, Evil Eye tries to deny being the person she thinks he is and insists he is only a normal climber using the Evil Eye mask. She sees through the lie immediately, and refuses to let him keep pretending. Taking charge, she drags him away from the others so they can speak privately. When he protests, she makes it clear he is not escaping the conversation. In private, she tells him to stop acting and be honest now that no one else is watching. When he still resists, she gets annoyed that even after revealing herself first he keeps dodging. To force the issue, she mockingly recreates the humiliating dance he used earlier and threatens to keep going. That is enough to make him panic and beg her to stop before she continues. Desperate, he agrees to remove the evil eye mask and reveal himself. The mask comes off, exposing an embarrassed orange-haired young man underneath. She immediately teases him by comparing his real face to the legendary pretty princess persona. Her delighted reaction only deepens his humiliation as she revels in finally seeing the truth. Trying to recover, he asks how she figured out his identity in the first place. She says Evil Eye and Pretty Princess move too similarly for anyone observant to miss, and suspects Kitty Punch noticed too. She lays out the evidence. He never appeared beside Pretty Princess, always moved with the same speed and habits, and always arrived the instant Pretty Princess needed help. Defeated, he accepts that she has enough proof, and she promises not to expose him to everyone else. Relieved beyond words, he clings to that promise while she reacts with amused surprise at how grateful he is. A rival mockingly reveals that he expects Jo Hyun-soo and the notorious Lick to collide again on the 50th floor, making Hyun-soo realize that all of this teasing may have been aimed at setting up that future clash. Instead of dwelling on it, Hyun-soo accepts a hand and decides to treat the moment as a reset. The two agree to stop losing and turn their rivalry into a race to see who can climb higher first. After sealing that promise, the other climber leaves Hyun-soo behind with a reminder to get back to his real work. That reminder turns out to be about Hyun-soo's neglected strategy posts, and he is pushed to start sharing useful information again. He sits down and resolves to post a new strategy immediately. He opens with his usual cutesy online persona, trying to reintroduce himself to his followers. But the forced cheerfulness embarrasses him so badly that he can barely continue. The act overwhelms him to the point of tears, and he jokingly spends a coin just to recover from the humiliation. While Hyun-soo is still reeling, Fengril notices that something is bothering him. Hyun-soo calls on Fengril for advice. Fengril tells him not to be discouraged by uncertainty and argues that if he can face himself honestly, he should move forward without regret. Hyun-soo finds Fengril's example of regret-free mass slaughter deeply unhelpful, even if he understands the intended lesson. Fengril ignores the awkwardness and encourages him anyway. Taking that push to heart, Hyun-soo steels himself and finally completes the post. The responses immediately flood in, but they are exactly the kind of shameless praise and chanting from Lick that Hyun-soo expected. Remembering Lick's obsession with patting and licking his head only makes Hyun-soo cringe harder. He forces himself back on task and asks Fengril about an item he needs help understanding. Hyun-soo explains that he got Sephir's jewel box through a deal with Fleta and wants to use it to obtain the Peline set. Fengril explains that the box is a one-use exchange item, put in a gem of AA rank or lower, and it returns one item desired by its owner. Hyun-soo realizes the clue was that the jewel box itself could be used to pull out a missing Peline piece. Reviewing the mismatched grades of the feline set he already owns, he concludes he should feed the box at least an A-grade gem, preferably one close to A. He asks Fengril where he can get a gem valuable enough to produce an A-grade item. Fengril points him toward an NPC named Meglet on the 39th floor, who deals with gems. Hyun-soo decides that even if the gem lead fails, the jewel box still gives him a reason to go. Elsewhere, other climbers mock the failure of a junior group, showing that news of setbacks is spreading fast. The chatter continues across the network, with people speculating about who is decent and whether Hyun-soo's group will make it upward too. One hooded observer singles out Hyun-soo for breaking the expected order of ascent and becomes interested in watching what happens next. On the 36th floor, the next trial is revealed. 8 teams must reach an island, and a whirlpool appears once the 7th team arrives. Lick is horrified by the setup, immediately sensing how chaotic it will become. Hyun-soo answers by unleashing a barrage of high-grade skills, blasting a path open with overwhelming force. He taunts Lick as he surges ahead, promising to catch up slowly while clearly doing the opposite. Lick fumes at the petty provocation and takes the bait. His own team tries to follow, only for Lick to start using them as projectiles to keep pace. One teammate is hurled through the air as part of Lick's absurd strategy. Lick keeps throwing bodies forward to brute force the race across the water. Hyun-soo keeps moving while mocking Lick to keep him distracted and behind. Thanks to the chaos and the lack of interference from major guilds, Hyun-soo's team reaches the 39th floor and receives the objective to gather 5 portal creation gems. Hyun-soo reflects that shaking Lick off on the previous floor was crucial, because otherwise he would have been even more troublesome than the big guilds. The team enters a cavernous area and hurries deeper in, hoping to find the objective and leave quickly. Inside, the place feels ominous, though at first it does not seem immediately lethal. Their attention is drawn to a strange, glowing structure deeper in the cave. A system message identifies it as a portal generator that opens only when gems are placed in the correct positions. They realize they need 5 gems to clear the floor. The obvious problem becomes where those gems are supposed to come from. Before they can solve that, the atmosphere shifts and the group senses danger closing in. 2 powerful demonic guardians appear, and the system identifies them as 4-star enemies tied to a labor camp. The area is revealed to be the labor camp of the demons of 5 directions, where minions exploit labor and choose new slaves. Hyun-soo is jolted by the revelation that this place literally selects slaves. The monsters advance to seize them as potential captives. The system confirms that selected slaves are trained by the labor camp overseer, making the threat far worse than simple combat. Hyunsu immediately takes command and braces to fight back rather than be taken. He orders his team to establish a defensive position and prepare for a drawn-out battle. The group responds quickly, spreading out and engaging the towering demons. One gargoyle lunges at Hyunsu, trying to overwhelm him up close. He counters with precise cutting attacks, carving through the creature instead of retreating. As the enemy collapses, Hyunsu's luck activates at the perfect moment. The fallen demon drops a usable portal gem, proving that these monsters are the source of the items they need. Hyunsu notes the mention of demon realms and files away the lore for later, focusing first on survival. That new clue makes him pause just long enough to realize this floor may hide more than a simple objective. Even so, he sees that his team has grown strong enough to bring down 4-star enemies together. When Sodam finds another gem, the team confirms that defeating the demons is the path to clearing the floor. Hyunsu begins slotting the recovered gems into the portal tablet. With the west and south gems placed, the system explains that once all gems are inserted, the portal will open and the 39th floor will shrink. That makes Hyunsu optimistic that they can finish quickly if the drops keep coming. A new demon suddenly crashes into their route, cutting off that easy plan. The creature roars and charges, forcing them back into combat. Hyunsu decides they cannot afford to stand still and orders the team to keep searching for gems while fighting through the pressure. After many kills, however, the drops stop coming, and the team starts to suspect the first successes were only luck. A new system clue reveals that the labor camp overseer, Maglet, personally selects suitable labor candidates. Before Hyunsu can process that, a force drags him away from his team. He is teleported into the labor camp overseer's office, separated from the others. Sodam arrives there as well, confirming that the overseer is pulling people in one by one. They find 2 other climbers already present, including the white-haired Ji-hyuk, and realize multiple teams have been caught in the same trap. With the office sealed and no overseer in sight, the group debates whether to smash their way out before anything worse happens. Sodam voices her unease about the whole labor setup, and the others agree they should leave if possible. Hyunsu privately remembers that Maglet is the NPC Fengro mentioned for obtaining gems, but his instincts tell him meeting this demon directly will be dangerous. He decides to retreat anyway and entrusts the breakout to Ji-hyuk, whose title hints at unusual strength. Ji-hyuk immediately realizes what Hyunsu means by calling him Steel Ji-hyuk. Hyunsu orders everyone to push forward while Ji-hyuk unleashes his power to break the way open. Ji-hyuk blasts the barrier apart, creating their chance to escape. Just as they move, a new voice greets them as lively slaves, revealing that the overseer has been watching all along. The group freezes as the unseen speaker makes his presence known. Maglet finally introduces himself as the labor camp overseer and identifies himself as a demon of the 4th demon realm. He calmly announces that before putting them to work, he intends to train them. Hyunsu instantly understands that this so-called training is just abuse dressed up as procedure. The system formally brands them slaves of the 39th floor and orders them to dig for relics. It further explains that they will remain slaves until death or until a teammate creates a portal. After the brutal initiation, Sodam checks on Hyunsu, who has taken a beating. He pretends he is fine, though his swollen face makes the lie obvious. Internally, he curses Maglet for calling torture training and resents being collared like an animal. Sodam points out that other captives were taken long before them, meaning this nightmare has been going on for a long time. Watching chained prisoners mine endlessly, Hyunsu finally grasps what labor on this floor truly means. He notices demon NPC prisoners too, including Gale and Famerhem, both survivors of clans defeated in the Unification War. That detail makes Hyunsu suspect there is a hidden story behind the floor's setup. Before he can think further, a gargoyle attacks the laborers, showing that even the slaves are not safe from violence. A veteran human slave named Lee Seonman dismisses the attack as routine and introduces himself while continuing to work. Seonman reveals he has endured this place for 490 days, shocking Hyunsu with how long captivity can last here. He explains that escape is nearly impossible because only a team-made portal or death can free a slave, and many captives have either a surviving team nor coins left. He adds that even suicide is prevented by the camp's monsters, leaving almost no path out. When Hyunsu asks if there is any other way, the defeated demons nearby make it clear that none of them have found one. A small rat catches their attention in the middle of that hopelessness. Hyunsu uses the moment to approach the demon prisoners gently instead of as enemies. He offers them real food, trying to win trust through kindness rather than interrogation. The starving demons are stunned by the sight of steak, and even eye the dessert frog on his shoulder. One of them is so overwhelmed that he can barely contain himself. After devouring the meal, both demons are visibly restored and grateful for the first delicious food they have had in ages. Now willing to talk, Gale asks what Hyunsu really wants to know. Hyunsu claims he only wanted friendship, but the demons immediately see through the excuse. Even so, they introduce themselves properly as Gale and Famerhem, accepting his approach. Hyunsu asks why NPCs like them are trapped here, and they explain that they were dragged into the tower and bound to this labor camp. Gale's hatred for Maglet is absolute, and he swears he will kill the overseer if given the chance. Hyunsu is surprised to hear that, but Maglet's own behavior soon confirms that assassination attempts are common. The demon prisoners laugh that trying to kill Maglet during interviews carries no extra punishment, making the interviews their only outlet for rebellion. A system notice announces that Maglet is conducting interviews and summons the slaves to the overseer's office. Gale tells Hyunsu it is his turn, turning the interview into an opportunity. The demon prisoners advise him that first impressions matter, and insist the best opening move is to punch Maglet as hard as possible. Hyunsu heads to the office, trying to steady himself despite the absurd advice. Their final encouragement is that attacking Maglet somehow raises his favorability, which only makes the situation feel more insane. Maglet invites him in with unsettling casualness. Hyunsu follows the advice literally and bursts in with a full-power surprise attack, combining his strongest skills and shouting Maglet's name. When Maglet asks why he is there, Hyunsu deadpans that he came for the interview. The attack barely phases Maglet, who is more amused than threatened by a climber assaulting him on first meeting. Instead of punishing him, Maglet treats the attack as an entertaining novelty, which feels disturbingly familiar to Hyunsu. Maglet starts the interview in earnest, and the system confirms that his favorability has actually risen slightly. Hyunsu is horrified that the demon's ridiculous advice was correct, but he decides to use the opening. Maglet's first question is absurdly personal, asking whether Hyunsu has a girlfriend. When Hyunsu denies it, Maglet mocks him for never having had one, turning the interview into humiliation. The next question is whether he has any issues with his work, and Hyunsu answers yes while Maglet deliberately pretends to hear the opposite. That contradiction finally makes Maglet pause and take a closer look at him. For a moment, Hyunsu thinks the interview may be shifting into something more serious, but Maglet merely drifts off and then returns as if nothing happened. He casually explains the interruption as a minor problem in the labor camp and resumes the interview. Maglet goes right back to pointless personal questions, asking about Hyunsu's ideal type as though this were normal. Hyunsu finally snaps, furious that this degrading nonsense is being called an interview at all. Maglet calmly replies that questioning people is simply the role assigned to him as an NPC. Since Hyunsu has entertained him, Maglet offers to switch to an open-topic interview and answer whatever he wants. Hyunsu immediately asks about the Unification War, aiming straight for the hidden truth behind the labor camp. The question instantly changes Maglet's mood, proving it touches something important. He decides not to ask where Hyunsu learned the term, already assuming the imprisoned demons told him. Maglet makes it clear that he considers those demon prisoners fools for speaking about it. He begins explaining that the Unification War was the process meant to unite the 5 demon clans. According to his version, the white demons absorbed the red demons and the blue demons devoured the black demons as part of that sacred unification. He boasts that the yellow demons were stronger than all of them and never needed to merge with the others. From Maglet's perspective, yellow demons were born superior, so instead of uniting with the defeated clans, they killed and enslaved them. He proudly declares that this slaughter and enslavement is the true story of the Unification War. The system recognizes that Hyunsu has uncovered a hidden aspect of the 4th demon realm and triggers a hidden quest. Hyunsu is stunned as the quest appears in front of him. The hidden quest reveals that the yellow demons betrayed the original ideal of unity and orders Hyunsu to join forces with the labor camp demons to bring down Maglet. Left with that impossible mission, Hyunsu realizes that killing this NPC cannot be done by ordinary means. He decides that escaping will require not just his own strength but the demons and the combined power of every prisoner in the labor camp. As he starts putting that idea into action, a sudden clue interrupts his thoughts. He notices the auction has found a black demon stone of the north, confirming that valuable gems really are hidden in the camp. He quickly warns the child to hide the gem before the overseers notice and steal it. Lee Seon-man gratefully explains that any gem seen by the guards is immediately confiscated. The protagonist checks further and confirms that gems can indeed come out of this mine as well. Seon-man adds that the guards collect them at once, and without a stone tablet the prisoners cannot use them anyway. From that, the protagonist realizes Maglet has been separating out the portal-making gems, and he rewards Seon-man for the information with a rare candy bar. The simple gift overwhelms Seon-man, who has been cut off from even basic comforts for so long. With the pieces coming together, the protagonist reveals that he has found a way for everyone to escape. Seon-man cannot believe it, since they have neither enough allies nor the necessary tablet, but the protagonist insists it can be done. He makes clear that the plan will only work if every prisoner in the camp helps him. By the 3rd day, he has turned repeated beatings during Maglet's interviews into a way to gather information and test the overseer's habits. He keeps enduring Maglet's attacks instead of backing down. Even while smashing him around, Maglet treats the whole thing like a game and mocks his persistence. The protagonist survives the punishment and keeps observing. Those beatings pay off when he discovers that the portal gems are hidden inside the walls. He bursts into laughter at finally solving the mystery. The demons are amused by his madness, and their trust in him rises as he insists every reckless move had a purpose. He explains that he has now mapped the mine and identified the key supplies they need. With the preparation finished, the demons ask what he intends to do next. He answers that their course was decided from the beginning and that he will carry the plan through to the end. He then shares his own strategy with the 2 demons, and they agree to hear him out. The plan begins with hidden detonations set in motion. Maglet, perversely entertained by the protagonist's refusal to stay down, praises his determination instead of simply killing him. That twisted exchange slightly improves Maglet's favorability toward him. Still bored and constantly interrupted, Maglet steps away the moment trouble breaks out in the labor camp, exactly as the protagonist predicted. The protagonist uses that opening to trigger the next stage of his setup. He confirms to himself that Maglet always rushes to inspect the camp whenever anything unusual happens. Working fast inside the empty office, he plants multiple time bomb skills to create a distraction and buy time. When Maglet returns, the protagonist plays innocent and pretends nothing serious has happened. Maglet casually resumes their conversation, still more curious than suspicious. The protagonist steers the talk toward Maglet's obsession by asking why he hoards so many gems. Maglet answers with chilling simplicity that he loves how they sparkle. He goes on to revel in the blood and sweat of the slaves who mine them, exposing just how depraved he is. The protagonist suppresses his disgust and shifts the topic to the high-grade treasure Fengril hinted Maglet possessed. Maglet realizes Fengril told him something important and starts connecting that clue to the camp's hidden secret. He reveals that the true treasure hidden in the labor camp is not merely a gem deposit, but a relic called the primordial gem. The protagonist is startled to learn that the object he was sent to seek was a relic all along. Maglet mocks him for chasing hope in a place meant to break him, yet admits even false hope gives prisoners a reason to keep going. Laughing at that cruelty, the protagonist asks what he must do to obtain the relic. Maglet taunts him that such a rare item is beyond his reach. The protagonist drops the pretense and bluntly says he will just kill Maglet and take it. He immediately undercuts the threat with a careless joke, keeping Maglet off balance. Rather than getting angry, Maglet finds the audacity fascinating. He admits the protagonist has become the only thing relieving his boredom and offers a reward for being so entertaining. Maglet produces a formal contract stating that if Maglet dies, the primordial gem will pass to the protagonist from a covenant vault. He openly invites the protagonist to try killing him and claim it. Maglet is delighted by the thought that this promise will drive the protagonist into even more desperate and amusing attempts. The protagonist answers that he has an entertaining idea of his own. Back in the labor camp, he gathers the prisoners and begins moving them as a group. Standing with his allies, he calls everyone together under his lead. The prisoners sincerely thank him for giving them hope and a real chance to escape. He cuts off the gratitude, reminding them that none of them are safe yet. Even so, the prisoners are moved that someone would risk himself for people the tower has discarded. He clarifies that this is not pure altruism, because he needs their help to kill Maglet, and he sells the alliance with a shamelessly idealistic line about climbing the tower together. The prisoners are absurdly touched and start worshipping the princess he keeps citing as if she were divine. His teammate dryly points out that he now lies with complete ease, and he snaps back that his mask makes eye reading impossible anyway. As Maglet's return approaches, he checks that the demons are in their assigned positions because their roles are essential to the trap. When Maglet arrives, the protagonist launches the confrontation as a group interview instead of another one-sided beating. Maglet is thrilled that the protagonist has escalated things so boldly. The gathered prisoners glare at Maglet with open hatred, which only excites him more. The protagonist promises Maglet that this will be a day he never forgets. Maglet eagerly agrees, treating the rebellion as fresh entertainment. As Maglet powers up for the fight, the protagonist quietly activates the time bomb he planted. The sudden disturbance catches Maglet off guard for the first time. A massive blast erupts elsewhere, forcing Maglet to react. The protagonist is pleased because Maglet has taken the bait and rushed off to stop the explosion. He calms the panicking prisoners, claiming it is part of his skill, and orders everyone to move before Maglet returns. He leads them into Maglet's office while the overseer is distracted. Inside, the prisoners discover stacks of portal creation tablets hidden everywhere. Man worries that tablets alone are useless without the matching gems. The protagonist tells everyone to stand back and prepares the next reveal. He smashes open the wall he had identified earlier. The prisoners shield themselves as debris and light burst outward. Behind the wall lies the cache of gems Maglet had been hoarding, and the protagonist orders everyone to gather the right crystals and slot them into the tablets. Man then raises the final obstacle. Even with tablets activated, the spatial barrier still traps them inside the floor. The protagonist unveils his answer by drawing the sword of the corrupted angel, a weapon capable of cutting through barriers. He slices open the spatial barrier itself. A breach appears, and the route out of the labor camp finally opens. The escapees on the other side recognize Evil Eye and the returning group and call out in shock. Their old companions rush in with relief, embracing them and celebrating that they survived. One of the former allies bitterly reminds them they were supposed to die in that camp and resents being left behind. Ignoring the chaos, the protagonist announces that the camp has been escaped and only one final task remains. He explains that Maglet's endless labor and obsession with the camp were all about collecting portal tablets and expanding the floor through forced mining. More importantly, he reveals the rule governing NPCs. Their existence is tied to their territory, so if their field disappears, they disappear too. Once all the gems are set into the tablets, a portal is created and the floor begins to disintegrate. His teammates urge him to leave with them through the portal before it is too late. System messages show the field rapidly breaking apart, proving the plan is working. But he refuses to leave yet, saying he still has unfinished business with Maglet. His companions protest that facing an NPC alone is reckless even by his standards. He reassures them and entrusts the team to Jihyuk before turning back. Jihyuk answers in his own hostile way, insisting the protagonist is his kill and must not die to anyone else first. The field's collapse passes the halfway point, raising the stakes for everyone still inside. The protagonist races back toward Maglet, hoping the others can hold on until the portal does its work. Meanwhile, Maglet is being physically restrained by the two demons, who are trying to keep him from escaping the collapsing field. Enraged, Maglet spits contempt at the prisoners and demons alike. The blue demon blocks his path and refuses to let him break free. The protagonist rejoins the fight and realizes Gale has been the one holding Maglet in place. Maglet understands at last that the protagonist orchestrated the entire rebellion and accuses him of betrayal. The protagonist answers that Maglet asked to be entertained, and this is the show he prepared. Maglet, furious but still fixated on him, admits he had genuinely taken a liking to him. He drops the playful tone and declares the rebels worthy only of death. The protagonist braces as Maglet unleashes overwhelming power. To survive the assault, he activates Fog Sprint and throws himself into evasive movement. Even while dodging, he sees the field disintegration climbing and knows he only has to stall a little longer. He tells himself that if they can just endure a bit more, Maglet will be finished. Maglet senses the stalling tactic and prepares a decisive strike. A vertical blast tears down through the room and catches the protagonist in its path. The red-haired demon lunges in with the blue demon to stop Maglet from finishing him. Maglet explodes with power and blasts both demons away for interfering. The protagonist is left hurt and exposed as Maglet closes in. Maglet promises to kill him and the demons painfully, then turn them into undead laborers for eternity. He seizes the protagonist and savors the threat, imagining endless punishment rather than a quick death. The protagonist, still defiant, tells Maglet to stop gloating and look beside him. Maglet turns in confusion, not understanding what could still threaten him. At that moment, another explosion hurls the protagonist away from Maglet's grasp. Battered and half-risen, the protagonist thinks the plan may have failed after all. Gale answers that this is not the end and steps forward in a transformed state. He reveals his near-true form after absorbing the black, white, and red demons, becoming an unstable fusion from the fourth demon world. The system confirms that Gale has absorbed every clan except the yellow demon and risen to the rank of archdemon. With Gale now able to stand against Maglet, the protagonist realizes they still have a chance to hold the line. Even so, he notices Gale's new form is unstable and may not last long. Knowing Gale alone may not be enough, he orders Deoxys to prepare a backup plan. Deoxys leaps into action as the field disintegration reaches 88%. Maglet sneers that combining inferior races can never truly threaten him. Gale rejects that contempt and refuses to let Maglet keep looking down on them. He charges Maglet head-on, determined to end the fight himself. The protagonist is thrown back by the shockwaves as their clash tears through the room. He still joins the fight where he can, striking Gale's unstable body to keep him moving and in the battle. Gale crashes down hard, and the protagonist fears he may be finished. At 92% disintegration, Gale apologizes that he could not hold out just a little longer. The protagonist realizes Gale is fading and understands the rest now falls to him. What Gale leaves behind is the blue demon stone, a final piece the protagonist can still use. The field continues collapsing, but time is almost gone. The protagonist drops to his knees, grieving Gale even as the plan hangs by a thread. Then disaster strikes. At 99%, portal creation ceases and the field's disintegration stops before completion. Maglet survives the near collapse and stands over the fallen protagonist, triumphant. He mocks the protagonist for failing at the very last moment, and asks what he can possibly do now. The protagonist points out that everyone else escaped, but Maglet assumes that means no tablets remain and the game is over. The protagonist answers that Maglet has overlooked one last possibility. Maglet is stunned when the protagonist suddenly produces another tablet. Deoxys reveals the hidden backup. On the protagonist's orders, he secretly gathered spare tablets and gems in advance. The protagonist activates that reserved tablet, and a new portal is created right in front of Maglet. For the first time, Maglet panics. The protagonist finally drops the mask of politeness and curses Maglet as the demon he is. Maglet erupts in rage and swears vengeance on the human who outplayed him. As the renewed collapse consumes the floor, the protagonist tells him to disappear with it. The system declares the hidden revenge quest cleared, the contract reward granted, and records him as the first on the server to disintegrate an entire floor. When the tower restores the 39th floor, Gale is appointed as the new NPC in charge, completing the demon's revenge and replacing Maglet's rule. A new ruler appears in the tower, opening a fresh possibility tied to reaching its end. Mr. Evil Eye arrives at the 40th floor safe zone and is immediately recognized. The climbers who followed his lead thank him for believing in them and credit him for helping them earn titles. While the crowd celebrates his team, Ji-hyuk cuts in and dryly notes that he showed up late. Ji-hyuk reveals he only stayed because Evil Eye was delayed, and Evil Eye pushes back at the thought of him leaving first. Instead of arguing further, Ji-hyuk points him toward a sanctuary on the eastern side of the safe zone where he can raise his power level. Ji-hyuk departs with a promise to kill him next time, and the others read the threat as reluctant concern. As Evil Eye jokes about Ji-hyuk's twisted personality, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him. Rilke charges in so fast that everyone mistakes her for danger and panics before realizing who it is. She leaps straight onto Evil Eye, catching him in an overexcited embrace before he can react. Rilke smothers him with affection, and he realizes she has dragged him off for something again. Once she pulls him away, he asks why she has brought him into another alley. He teases her about making a habit of this, and she snaps that people keep avoiding her because of him. Roka decides they should talk at her villa instead, leaving him stunned that she even owns one. She proudly reveals an absurdly decorated estate and presents it like a grand surprise. Inside, she demands admiration for her villa, but he bluntly compares it to a dump and gets scolded for it. After finally washing up and settling in, he enjoys the comfort, while his companion lounges with him. He starts checking the titles he earned and notices one that makes demons friendly and fearful toward him. More titles confirm he opposed a great evil, rewrote the tower's history, and gained a new resource called chaos. Before he can think it through, Roka interrupts and calls him to eat. He stops her to ask whether this chaos is the same kind connected to the auction. The question hits Roka so hard that she nearly collapses in shock. She urgently warns him never to mention chaos to anyone else, especially not to NPCs. When he asks why, she only says he will understand if he climbs high enough. Roka changes the subject and hands over the reward for clearing her forced quest, a ring tied to Obelto's lingering wish. She explains that the rest of the reward will come later as suitable items and hints that a letter on the 40th floor is part of the ring's true purpose. Seeing how carefully chosen the reward is, he asks whether she also deals in jewels. Roka confirms she is a merchant, and he brings out a rare jewel box to ask for high-grade gem trades. She recognizes the box immediately and guesses he is trying to complete the Peline set, while he shows her an absurdly rare primordial gem he refuses to waste. He instead offers an A-grade arcane gem that contains a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone and was made by a legendary climber. Roka agrees to trade items of equal grade, and he accepts the deal. She gives him a new A-grade jewel called Moment of Sorrow No. 3 as the exchange item. Then she cheerfully adds a bonus that turns out to be another forced quest demanding dangerous monster materials. He is horrified when he sees that one target is a 5-star grotesque bird, far beyond what he wanted to deal with. Roka ignores his despair and simply tells him she is counting on him. Even the giant bear mascot around her place seems to protest that she is asking too much. Resigned to being busy again, Evil Eye heads east through the safe zone toward the sanctuary Jihyuk mentioned. Now wearing the 4th piece of the Peline set, he enters the sanctuary of the inner side to test what it can do. At first the place looks like nothing more than a pond, and he recalls Roka describing it as a comprehensive evaluation. Roka's explanation returns to him. The sanctuary tests hardship and rewards growth. The sanctuary accepts him and begins checking his ability. He decides to use the trial to measure how far he has come. The system reviews his rare abilities, his status as an heir, and the fact that he uniquely possesses 3 abilities. It also recognizes that he possesses a chaos value. His overall evaluation comes back overwhelmingly positive in strategy, combat, growth, and ability use. The sanctuary praises his climb so far and prepares a full set of tests. He is told there will be 6 tests, beginning with defeating Delkin, the boss of the 9th floor. To make the comparison fair, 3 seals are lifted but his stats are reduced to what they were back then. He is thrown into a rematch with Delkan and the first test begins. The objective is made explicit: defeat the 9th floor boss once more. Facing the familiar beast again, he braces himself for the old battle. Instead of panicking, he greets Delkin almost casually, showing how much his confidence has changed. Delkin attacks with the same ferocity as before, trying to overwhelm him. His current skills and resistances remain available, making the old threat far less dangerous than it once was. As Delkin hesitates in confusion, he confirms that his gear and skill levels are still intact. He answers with a firebomb that blasts straight into the monster. Watching Delkin suffer under an attack that once gave him trouble, he realizes just how much stronger he has become. Delkin makes one last desperate rush. This time he meets it with confidence and activates his incomplete SS rank swordsmanship. He combines swordsmanship with his beam and slash skills in a decisive counterattack. Delkin falls instantly, and the first test is cleared. With his full stats restored, he is struck by how much he has grown since those early floors. The sanctuary immediately starts the second test, and he readies himself without hesitation. His determination only grows as he pushes through the sequence of trials. By the time the 5th test is cleared, he has already torn through nearly the entire evaluation. He stands over another defeated challenge, proving the sanctuary's earlier praise was justified. Only the 6th and final test remains, and he wonders what kind of ordeal could still be left. The system warns that the last test normally does not involve facing NPCs, which immediately unsettles him. Before he can process that, a familiar purple mist seizes him. He is caught completely off guard and realizes his nemesis has appeared in the worst possible way. Because of his rank and abilities, the sanctuary assigns him a special final test against the unstable NPC Maglet. Maglet appears in person, delighted to meet him again and eager to settle things. The system prevents any attack before the test formally starts, sparing him from an immediate execution. He protests the absurdity of fighting an NPC, while the system imposes limits on Maglet by sealing most of his power and restricting his movement. The pass condition is brutal but simple: evade 3 of Maglet's attacks or land a single hit on him. The 6th test begins, and Maglet welcomes it with obvious malice. Maglet launches his first killing move, promising to skewer him. Evil Eye barely escapes with Fog Sprint, earning credit for one successful evasion. He realizes he might survive by repeatedly abusing Maglet's movement restriction and outrunning each attack. The system immediately shuts that plan down by sealing any avoidance skill after it succeeds once. He curses the system for its pettiness, while Maglet mocks him for trying to run. Forced to improvise, he throws up a flame wall as a desperate defense. Maglet's miss pierces straight through it and tears into him anyway. He digs himself into a hole to hide underground, hoping terrain will buy him time. Maglet simply floods the ground with mist and blasts into the pit, proving nowhere is safe. Maglet openly ridicules him, making it clear that low-level tricks cannot stop his attacks. Badly hurt, Evil Eye realizes the mist ignores ordinary defenses and that he will die from attrition before meeting the evasion quota. Just as he starts to despair, his luck stat activates. The Peline leg responds to that stroke of luck and restores some of its original power, unlocking sealed set skills. He discovers the restored skills have ridiculous names and suspects they only work if shouted aloud. Maglet, amused that he has come out of hiding, decides to stop playing and finish him. Maglet prepares another lethal attack with total confidence. With no better option, Evil Eye forces himself to begin shouting the bizarre activation phrase. He commits to the chant even as the attack closes in. At the last second he screams the full skill name, Rainbow Reflection. The Peline set activates an S-rank counter that reflects the opponent's attack, with better odds when the skill name is shouted. Maglet is too stunned by the absurdity to react before his own power comes back at him. The reflected attack slams into Maglet and blows him apart. Because he landed one hit, the clear condition is satisfied and the final test ends immediately. Evil Eye revels in Maglet's humiliation, while Maglet can barely process that he lost to something called Rainbow Reflection. He twists the knife by mocking Maglet's wording and making the defeat sound even more pathetic. Maglet is left seething in shame as Evil Eye keeps pressing the embarrassment. Before Maglet can retaliate, the Sanctuary dismisses him with the test's conclusion. With all 6 tests complete, the Sanctuary upgrades Stargazing Eyes and Skill Synthesis to SS rank. He celebrates wildly as the system blesses his climb and confirms he now holds 3 SS rank abilities. Back in the safe zone, he tries to enjoy a peaceful, leisurely life again. Lazing around in Rilke's villa, he quickly gets bored and starts calling for her. Rilke refuses to entertain him because she is busy forging equipment. He notices she is casually using an SSS rank hammer, which only makes her workshop seem more outrageous. Unable to relax, he decides to distract himself by checking the community. A bizarrely cutesy post from a user called Pwetty Princess catches his attention. He immediately senses something strange about it. When he looks up, Rilke is standing there with the guilty expression of someone caught in the act. She admits the embarrassing account is hers and frames it as the price of making a living. The system rewards him with a level up in mental protection, as if helping him endure the cringe. Half dead inside, he keeps reading while another user assumes Pwetty Princess was worried about them. Someone else points out that her childish spelling is so bad it barely even says everyone correctly. Then a post about the 39th floor's NPC Gale makes him stop, because that contradicts what he knows. He asks for clarification and learns that Gale is now considered the NPC in charge of the 39th floor. The contradiction deepens when another comment says Maglet is only a minor, unstable NPC, not the floor's ruler. He suddenly connects this to his title and realizes the 39th floor may have been regenerated because of what he did. Reviewing the title confirms that he rewrote the tower's history, opened a new possibility, and gained chaos for it. His upgraded Stargazing Eyes reveals the hidden details behind that change. He learns that the 39th floor was reset. Gale became a demon closer to an original form. He inherited chaos from a climber who reached the 99th floor. An entry to the 100th floor requires over 100 chaos points. The revelation shocks him because it means he cannot even reach the top without accumulating chaos. He calculates that he still needs many more floor-changing events to reach the required amount and doubts whether that is even possible. Desperate for answers, he calls Rilke despite her earlier warning not to bother her. He asks directly where chaos comes from and how he can obtain it. Rilke panics that he is talking about chaos so carelessly again, even in private. He calms her down with shameless flattery, insisting he would only discuss something so dangerous with his trusted best friend. The praise works instantly, and she softens enough to answer. When he explains that he gained chaos by defeating Maglet and changing the 39th floor, she is stunned. Rilke realizes he is the reason Maglet vanished from her customer list, and explodes at him for causing that upheaval. After hearing that Maglet attacked first, she still demands payment in 2 B-grade items before she will share more information. He complains about her greed, but pays anyway because he needs the answer. The moment she gets what she wants, she bolts before he can argue further. From the doorway she finally explains that climbers normally start earning chaos points from the 60th floor onward. Then she slams the door and leaves him with nothing else. He is left staring in disbelief at how little information he bought. When he pounds on the door and calls it a scam, Rilke cheerfully insists she already told him everything. She immediately turns that paid information into a community post, announcing the hidden sanctuary on the 40th floor so others can raise their authority grade. Then she privately asks another user to help deal with the 39th floor situation. By appealing to their sympathy for struggling climbers, she successfully pressures them into cooperating. Having shared all the useful information he can for now, Evil Eye decides to move on and climb again. The system explains that floors 41 through 49 are choice sections meant to define what kind of climber he is. He reflects that climbing itself is really just a long chain of choices. Entering the 40s, he finds a field of razor reeds and notes that even the plants here are dangerous. Using his upgraded eyes, he spots something familiar and promising nearby. He identifies a facade tree that has been struck by lightning 100 times and wonders whether that bizarre history is good luck or bad. He harvests facade tree sap, recognizing it as a useful scent-based trick that would have been especially handy on the second floor. He starts by looting a branch from a tree struck by lightning, judging it useful for future electric gear. As the tower's authority reacts again, he realizes another special opportunity is opening. He decides this is the right moment to secure an electricity resistance skill before going further. The reward appears as an electric resistance skill book that grants permanent protection against electricity. He acquires the skill just as a new threat announces itself nearby. A herd of 4-star monsters charges in, forcing him to assess the danger immediately. The system offers him a choice between fighting metal buffalo or double-horn mustangs. He sees through the setup and realizes the tower wants him to pick only one herd. Instead of obeying, he launches an attack before accepting either option. His sudden strike catches the charging monsters off guard at point-blank range. He openly rejects the forced options and chooses a third path by deciding to kill everything. Both herds surge together, turning the battlefield into a full stampede. He cuts through the mass of monsters with overwhelming force, smashing the ground and their formation alike. The surviving beasts falter as his aggression breaks their momentum. When some try to flee, he activates Guardian's will to stop them from escaping. He blocks their retreat and makes it clear none of them are getting away alive. With a cruel grin, he prepares to finish the herd however he pleases. He detonates repeated fire bombs into the pack, turning the field into an inferno. The massacre levels up his fire-related skills, and he casually tells the auction to feast on the remains. Having cleared the 41st floor, he is automatically transferred upward. The sudden force transfer catches him off guard before he can finish gathering everything. He enters the 42nd floor and learns that clearing it will again require making a choice. He figures out that floors in the 40s move climbers up automatically, which annoys him because it cuts short his looting and the auction's meal. The new floor reveals a ruined castle beyond the grassland, hinting at a different kind of trial. Something about the place immediately draws his attention. He spots an abandoned carriage with a dead skeletal driver still seated on it. Seeing the corpse's condition, he concludes it has been dead for a long time. Inside the carriage, he notices another body arranged strangely and suspects there is more here than a simple death. He realizes the corpse is concealing something, while the auction picks up a scent from within. He dismisses the auction's unhelpful reaction and focuses on the hidden object instead. He reaches into the concealed space to retrieve whatever the dead noble was protecting. His hand closes on a hidden box tucked beneath the corpse's robes. He pulls the box free, disappointed only that the dead man offers no resistance. Trying to stay polite with the dead, he opens the box to inspect the contents. Inside he finds a key to Count Belstein's secret room and learns the Count pursued dangerous occult knowledge to change the world. That discovery gives him a new goal, and he decides to uncover the castle's hidden secrets. When he finds an unreadable letter, he turns to his authority to decipher what ordinary reading cannot. He activates his SS-class authority, Stargazing Eyes. The power lets him piece together that the letter concerns occult items and an approaching inquisitor. He deduces that the Count hoarded forbidden relics, was exposed, and died before he could destroy them ahead of the Inquisition. The tower validates his reasoning and rewards him for uncovering the 42nd floor's backstory. From that, he concludes the forbidden items must still be hidden somewhere in the castle. He turns his attention to the castle itself, convinced the real treasure is still inside. A concealed passage reveals itself within the castle, confirming he has found the hidden route. He rushes through the opening, only to be violently thrown deeper inside by a sudden force. He and Diakshin crash hard, but the blow only confirms they have entered the secret area. He recovers, using his enhanced sight to orient himself in the darkness. Once he sees the chamber clearly, he knows he has reached the right place. The room is filled with strange relics, far more than he expected. He immediately recognizes the collection as dangerous but valuable occult stock. His authority identifies several rare monster parts and relics, revealing them as potent ingredients and materials. The more he inspects, the more he realizes the room is effectively a treasure vault for potion making. Delighted, he decides this hidden room is perfect for raising his crafting skills. Then he notices the central coffin and learns it contains a sealed demi-demon whose prison is close to breaking. At that exact moment, the system forces a choice between fleeing and reinforcing the seal. He understands the trap immediately. If he clears the mission now, he will be transferred away before he can exploit the room. Frustrated by the timing, he lashes out at the coffin in irritation. The sealed demi-demon responds with a threat, warning that a broken seal will mean his death. He instantly backs off, apologizing only because he does not want to trigger the seal prematurely. Instead of fear, he offers the coffin a divine-powered item called Love and Peace as a mocking apology. The holy power tortures the demi-demon, turning its threats into screams. Once the noise dies down, he is satisfied that the prisoner has learned some restraint. He warns the demi-demon to stay quiet unless it wants more divine punishment. The humiliated prisoner silently swears revenge. Ignoring the grudge, he decides to use the strengthened seal as breathing room to grind crafting skills before making any choice. He also plans to train his resistances and electric abilities while he has the chance. His first attempt at pushing electric shock too far backfires and electrocutes him violently. He collapses from an output control failure, learning the hard way that raw power still needs mastery. After sleeping, he wakes refreshed, and his recovery skill continues, reviewing combat experience in his dreams. With a new day starting, he decides to test the potions he brewed the day before. The castle's undead inhabitants provide him with convenient live targets for those experiments. He begins with an elixir of life, a divine potion especially lethal to undead and demons. He throws the potion into the enemy group. The divine liquid devastates even a 4-star undead giant, proving the potion far stronger than expected. A public message from another climber interrupts him, and he recognizes the sender as Hairloss. Hairloss proudly boasts about reaching the 30th floor, and the timing irritates him. Other users pile on with mocking and crude comments, turning the post into a spectacle. Even Pretty Princess joins in with teasing encouragement, making the whole exchange more absurd. Then Lee Junseok announces a new event is coming, which makes him uneasy about what scheme is forming outside. Back in the chamber, he keeps pressing divine power against the coffin, and the demi-demon seethes over the humiliation. The prisoner threatens an even worse punishment once the seal finally breaks. But beneath the threats, the demi-demon is already begging for mercy, exposing its fear. He taunts it by offering more elixir of life, fully aware that the holy substance terrifies it. The demi-demon refuses the offer on principle, trying to salvage its pride. He ignores that refusal and pours the elixir directly onto the seal anyway. The holy corruption burns through the prisoner, drawing another furious scream and curse. The demi-demon swears by its own name that it will tear him apart someday. He only grows more amused and asks if that means the prisoner wants another bottle. When he raises the elixir again, the demi-demon does something unprecedented and tries to negotiate instead of threaten. The system announces a first-ever event on the server. The force choice itself has changed, and he receives a bonus reward. The new options are now pleas from the demi-demon to stop pouring elixir or simply leave, proving he has bullied the system into rewriting the scenario. Broken by the torment, the demi-demon wonders why he is doing this and even suspects he is acting for an angel. He denies any holy mission and casually points out that he even carries the title Friend of Demons. That answer leaves the demi-demon utterly unable to understand what kind of person it is dealing with. 2 weeks pass on the 42nd floor without him making the required choice, setting another server first and drawing interest from angelic NPCs. By then he has spent 15 days mass-producing potions, including nasty utility brews and prank-grade concoctions. One of those experiments nearly gets him killed when Deokshin secretly slips a tasteless potion into his food, then immediately begs forgiveness. Despite the chaos, his long grind pays off with major gains in divine, electric, resistance, and body-strengthening skills. Most importantly, his potion crafting skill rises sharply, reaching a much higher level. Having achieved what he wanted, he finally considers ending his stay and making the floor's choice. The demi-demon, now addicted to the elixir of life, desperately begs for more instead of demanding freedom. Seeing the drool and obsession, he realizes he may have overindulged the prisoner into dependency. A system tip warns that staying in the tower too long can distort a person's personality, and the warning feels uncomfortably relevant. The choice prompt remains still centered on sparing the demi-demon from more elixir or leaving it alone. He decides he has finished everything he wanted on the 42nd floor and prepares to leave. Before going, he mockingly thanks the demi-demon for its noble sacrifice and hits it with more divine power one last time. In desperation, the demi-demon offers a pocket dimension ring and climbing advice in exchange for more elixir. He pauses, suddenly interested in the trade. He jokingly treats the offer like a sentimental farewell gift from a prisoner reluctant to part with him. The demi-demon keeps crying out for the elixir, proving the addiction is real. He decides to hear the offer out and prepares another dose as leverage. He lets the elixir drip slowly, making the prisoner wait for every drop. The demi-demon reacts with ecstatic delight, describing the holy corruption as thrilling. Its rapture becomes so warped that it starts praising the pleasure of being incomplete and corrupted at once. Once the prisoner is pliant enough, he demands the promised item, trusting that demons keep bargains. The demi-demon hands over the pocket dimension ring. He binds the ring and learns it is a convenient storage item whose ownership has been transferred to him. Testing it, he happily discovers he can open a small personal storage space with a gesture. Now curious, he presses the demi-demon for the promised climbing tip and for the truth about what it really is. The prisoner explains that it was sealed after incarnating through a human body, though it keeps getting distracted by the holy power filling it. He notes that the demi-demon has stopped hiding its nature and is now speaking plainly. The explanation about a dying world and migration through incarnation sounds familiar enough to make him suspicious. He recalls a lich in the labyrinth saying something similar about making a contract with a demon to escape a collapsing world. Even while listening, he keeps feeding the prisoner more elixir, and the demi-demon responds with bliss instead of resistance. At last the demi-demon admits that crossing into another world was not salvation at all and only hastened destruction. As the truth comes out, the seal is finally completed and stabilized. The system recognizes another unprecedented feat, rewarding him for fully sealing the demi-demon and clearing the 42nd floor. He is abruptly transferred to the 43rd floor, panicking that the demi-demon may have overdosed on elixir of life before finishing its story. Even as he is pulled away, he desperately begs the prisoner to keep talking. The transfer cuts him off mid-reach, leaving the conversation unfinished. Behind him, the demi-demon finally falls into quiet rest within the completed seal. The 43rd floor is cleared as well, and he earns more chaos points and increased affinity with the fairy race. By the time he reaches the 44th floor, he is exhausted and admits the previous floor's boss was overwhelmingly strong. He reflects that the boss was the larval form of Mastoka, a notorious disaster monster known outside the tower. Still, he is pleased because defeating a 5-star monster brought rewards worthy of the struggle. Among the spoils are new skill books, including tunnel movement and digestion. He also gains a powerful equipment part called Predator's Lump that boosts multiple stats and grants bite to linked gear. Another reward is a purification sticker that can cleanse contaminated substances when attached to equipment. He also collects rare larva materials, including flesh for cooking and an essence pouch useful for skincare. Those drops conveniently include materials needed for Rilke's quest as well. While gathering more resources, he yanks up a legendary mandrake whose scream attacks the soul and whose body is prized by dark magicians. He is impressed by how absurdly powerful the mandrake is, even as it immediately starts screaming. The scream assaults him, but his mental defenses and curse resistance rise as he endures it. Deoxys points out that the scream does not work on spirits, making the mandrake far less threatening to a ghostly companion. Feeling a little sorry for it, he decides to offer the mandrake something tasty instead of just bullying it. Since the mandrake feeds on souls, he summons an obsessive ghost for it to consume. The mandrake devours the spirit, and immediately becomes docile and satisfied. Seeing it calm down, he promises to take good care of it if it behaves. He gives the mandrake the name Deodiak, and despite the terrible naming sense, the new companion is delighted. With Deoxys and the newly named Deodiak at his side, he cheerfully sets off for the next stage of the climb. Jo Hyunsu reaches a new floor and immediately finds a forced quest built around an imminent war between the giant bird and the iron-faced ghosts. He confirms that Rilke's request requires 4 materials, including giant bird eggs and iron-faced ghost masks, so this battlefield can solve multiple problems at once. The system explains that the iron-faced ghosts hate the giant bird because it preys on their kind, making their attack a revenge-driven swarm. It also warns that the giant bird is a stronger dragon-type monster that will fight desperately to protect its eggs. As the clash begins, the ghosts arm themselves and rush the nesting grounds. The giant bird dives into the mob, and the floor erupts into a chaotic battle between the flock guardian and the masked horde. Watching from cover, Hyunsu remembers that Deoxys has an important role in whatever he is planning. He sends the frog spirit with Deodiak and quietly orders it to perform well, revealing he intends to interfere through his companions rather than charge in first. The frog launches itself into the middle of the fight, while the ghosts and the giant bird are fully occupied with each other. Its sudden intrusion catches the giant bird off guard and creates the opening Hyunsu wanted. The bird notices the tiny saboteur too late and realizes something is wrong. The frog strikes with a soul-targeting scream instead of brute force, turning itself into a real threat despite its size. Its special attack gnaws directly at the target's soul, bypassing the usual gap in strength. As the soul attack spreads through the giant bird, Hyunsu praises the frog and judges that the distraction is working perfectly. With the guardian stalled, he uses tunnel movement to burrow toward the nest and starts stealing the eggs while the house is empty. He bursts up from underground right inside the nesting area, grinning at how cleanly the theft is going. 3 giant bird eggs are sitting unguarded, exactly what he came for. He bags the eggs and celebrates the success of his robbery plan, though he immediately suspects fate will not let it stay easy. That suspicion proves right when a furious presence looms over him from above. The giant bird returns to the nest and catches him red-handed with the stolen eggs. Hyunsu shamelessly greets the enraged parent and openly asks for the children anyway, trying humor even while cornered. The bird answers with pure killing intent instead of negotiation. Its attack detonates around him, but Hyunsu survives the blast and refuses to retreat. Standing on the wounded monster, he mocks its resistance and decides that now the eggs are secured, he can move on to harvesting ghost masks too. He realizes this floor's strongest monster is no longer beyond him and starts treating the whole battlefield like a resource farm. He turns back toward the remaining iron-faced ghosts and prepares to wipe them out as the next step of the quest. Activating love and peace, he boosts himself for a rapid finishing assault. He unloads a barrage of elemental attacks into the clustered ghosts, erasing them before they can regroup. When the dust settles, he casually collects the last required masks and notes that even a 5-star monster no longer feels like a major obstacle. With every objective on that floor complete, the system advances him to the 45th floor. The transition leaves him briefly confused because the next scenario appears without warning. He is presented with 2 drowning NPCs, Mobilitic the Earth Spirit and Chihirin the Fairy, and the system orders him to choose only one to rescue. A warning makes the restriction explicit. He is only allowed to save a single target. Hyunsu surveys the scene and asks what is really going on instead of obeying immediately. Rather than rushing in, he coldly asks why either of them deserves saving at all. He pushes the point further, making it clear that begging alone does not entitle anyone to his help. Mobilitic is flustered, and Hyunsu remembers he once earned a title as a friend of spirits, which may matter here. The fairy argues that he should favor her because he killed an enemy of the fairies before, giving him goodwill with her race. Hyunsu dismisses both appeals as too weak and says they do not seem desperate enough to be worth rescuing yet. Only then does the truth start coming out. They are trapped by system restrictions and cannot escape the lake on their own, while Mobilitic's body is even dissolving in the water. When the fairy insults him in panic, Hyunsu jokingly deducts points from her, turning their lives into a bizarre interview. A new reaction from Mobilytic catches his attention. Mobilytic insists it never insulted him, trying to protect its standing in Hyunsu's strange scoring system. Amused by the honesty, Hyunsu restores a point and wins Mobilytic's trust. The fairy protests that Mobilytic is stealing her chance, arguing that the heavy spirit is less practical to save than she is. Hyunsu thinks it over and focuses on what will actually let him clear the floor. Both NPCs wait anxiously for his verdict, hoping to be the one he chooses. He finally reveals his rule: he will rescue whoever offers the best reward. To the two drowning NPCs, Hyunsu now looks less like a savior and more like a demon running an auction over their lives. The bidding begins, and the offers quickly escalate to fairy wing powder, mithril ore, powerful buffs, an underground city entry pass, and fairy mead. Mobilytic formally swears by the name of spirits to honor its promise, which is enough for Hyunsu to accept the deal. Even after accepting, the system repeats that he may only rescue one target, forcing him to think around the rule rather than break it directly. He turns to the auction for help, signaling that he has already found a loophole. Hyunsu proposes that if the frog assists him, he can satisfy the system while still saving both NPCs. He bribes the frog with the promise of another hell-dying kitchen later, and the glutton immediately agrees. The rescue begins with a sudden burst of action. Hyunsu hauls the massive Mobilytic out himself while the frog helps secure the ferry, allowing both rescues to succeed despite the system's restriction. The effort leaves him exhausted, but Mobilytic gratefully thanks him. Once everyone is safe, Hyunsu asks why they were in the lake to begin with. They explain that they were trying to reach a safe zone beyond the lake, but both of them are effectively helpless in water and could not cross. That answer immediately makes Hyunsu suspect there is a hidden quest behind their situation. He confirms that the only way for them to settle in the safe zone is to cross the stormy lake. When he asks why they are so desperate to reach it, Mobilytic explains that the safe zone protects NPCs too. The fairy admits that weaker NPCs are not secure or respected in the tower and often struggle just to survive. Hyunsu recalls earlier warnings that NPCs pay a heavy price to live in the tower, and their fear suddenly feels more real to him. He thinks of other NPCs he has met, and realizes many of them have been living under unfair conditions. The fairy bitterly calls the tower unjust and asks how far Hyunsu himself has climbed. When he says he is nearing the 80th floor, they are stunned by how high he has already reached. They explain that unlike naturally gifted beings, weaker spirits crawl upward through constant struggle, and even their rank among great spirits is fixed from birth. Mobilytic confesses that reaching the safe zone is frightening too, because it may only expose them to stronger people and new discrimination. Hyunsu quietly considers that fear instead of dismissing it. He realizes they may have been stuck not just because of the lake, but because they wanted a better life while also fearing what awaited them on the other side. The system responds to that insight with a new choice: either abandon them and move on, or personally take them across the lake. The fairy immediately begs him to escort them across, insisting that unlike the others who failed, he might actually succeed. Their shared plea becomes a joint quest from both NPCs. The new mission promises increased affinity and blessings even if he cannot fully repay their trust, making this more than a simple rescue. Hyunsu accepts and commits to crossing the lake with them together. He frames the decision as simple practicality and principle. He does whatever he can. Using information from repeated attempts, they brief him on the challenge ahead, including the lake's size and previous failures. The real obstacle is the center of the lake, where constant thunder and lightning make direct passage nearly impossible. Hyunsu rejects the obvious solution of using a cheap boat, since it would never survive the storm and there are no materials nearby for a better one. Instead, he notices that the supposedly barren field is full of dirt, which gives him a new idea. The moment he focuses on the soil, the plan clicks into place. He calls Mobilytic over with sudden intensity, ready to turn the Earth spirit into the key to the crossing. Mobilytic senses that Hyunsu has come up with something bizarre and probably dangerous. Hyunsu praises the spirit's earth-shaping ability and orders it to build, while Mobilytic protests that it is a whale, not the dirt pig Hyunsu keeps calling it. Under his direction, Mobilytic creates a giant mud water slide launch ramp. Hyunsu unveils his absurd strategy. If the storm blocks the middle of the lake, they will simply launch over it. He takes the fairy's horrified reaction as praise and doubles down on the madness of the plan. He then summons water magic to prepare the launch and asks if everyone is ready. Riding Mobilytic like a sled, Hyunsu commits fully and sends the group hurtling down the mud ramp. As they accelerate, he uses repeated firebombs to add explosive propulsion and push them even faster. The improvised vessel blasts off the cliff and sails high above the thunderstorm zone. Hyunsu demands maximum speed, treating Mobilytic like a living engine. When their momentum starts to fail, he activates reverse to manipulate the situation and buy another chance. The passengers panic as it looks like they are about to miss the far side and die in the storm after all. For a moment they clear the thunderclouds, but the arc of the jump begins to drop too soon. The ferry notices the loss of speed and realizes they still may not make it. A whirl of water below threatens to swallow them before they can land. Hyunsu reveals that he expected this problem and already prepared a second step. He unleashes Frozen Break at the exact moment they need another push. By creating and striking ice at the water's surface, he turns the lake into a giant stone skipping course and bounces them forward. The final rebound sends them toward land instead of back into the storm. They crash through the last stretch with barely controlled momentum. Hyunsu braces for impact as the landing tears up the ground. Then they make it, and he triumphantly declares the crossing a success. At the far side they find the Well of Promise, which the system recognizes as the route that will let Mobilytic and Chihirin settle in the safe zone, and Hyunsu immediately asks for payment. Mobilytic keeps its word first by granting a spirit's blessing that weakens evil energy directed at Hyunsu. It also gives him mithril, or a high-grade magical crafting material. Next comes an entry pass to the underground city of Framberg, and Mobilytic reveals that this destination lies somewhere on the 50th floor. The fairy rewards him with a kiss blessing that makes his efforts produce results beyond what they normally should for a week. She also hands over fairy mead, a valuable drink made rarer after the fall of the fairy realm. Finally, she gives him fairy wing powder, another useful magical material. Hyunsu then shows her Odota's ring, and she points him toward the 49th floor, implying that another unfinished fairy-related matter awaits there. With the reward settled, the two NPCs prepare to leave through the well, and Mobilytic is visibly sad to part from him. Before going, they nervously wonder whether they will really be able to live well in the safe zone. Hyunsu tells them he already figured out the truth. They had stayed behind on purpose because they wanted to go together and feared being separated. The fairy is shocked that he saw through them so easily. Mobilytic is equally surprised, and Hyunsu explains that their hesitation made sense once he compared it to his own fears. He admits that he also entered the tower with nothing and no special talent, but kept climbing until he found his own path. Using that experience, he encourages them to rely on each other, face a new life together, and remember that even NPCs can rise far higher than they think. The system records a major increase in affinity with both Mobilytic and Chihirin. He also earns the title Friend of the Fairies and completes a server first choice by escorting two NPCs to the safe zone, ensuring they will never forget what he did. The system awards chaos points and hints that his action has planted hope among other NPCs on the 45th floor. With that chapter closed, Hyunsu moves on to the 46th floor. There he finishes off the remaining stoneback turtle objectives, including the hidden island turtle, wrapping up another part of Rilke's material list. Satisfied that he has cleared the floor and gathered more quest materials, he prepares to head for the 47th floor until a message interrupts him. The interruption is absurd. Lee Junseok has turned the so-called princess into a public idol event, and Hyunsu can only stare in disbelief. A full crowd has gathered to watch the princess appear on stage like a celebrity. The princess herself is bewildered, while Junseok gleefully announces that this surprise fan meeting was his idea. He escalates it into a live Q&A session to boost morale and manage fans, and the audience erupts with excitement. Hyunsu is buried under a flood of adoring messages and photos as the event spirals out of control. The fans' questions are useless and unhinged, ranging from confessions to requests to be insulted by the princess. Junseok even installs a giant screen in the safe zone so everyone can watch, making Hyunsu realize this is the ridiculous event Junseok had been planning before. Junseok fully embraces the role of host and launches the Q&A like a concert MC. Forced to play along, the princess awkwardly greets the crowd and invites questions while silently vowing revenge on Junseok. The incoming messages are mostly nonsense, obsession, or outright threats, proving the audience is more fanatical than helpful. Hyunsu notes with disgust that not a single useful question has appeared yet. Eventually the princess asks whether everyone is aiming for the 100th floor, and the crowd answers with overwhelming enthusiasm. She then reveals a crucial secret. Entry to the 100th floor requires a chaos value above 100, so simply reaching the 99th floor is not enough. She adds that chaos value must be earned through accomplishments beyond ordinary floor clearing, then ends the session by urging everyone to do their best. The event closes with the fans still deliriously devoted, treating even her farewell as a treasured gift. Afterward, Hyunsu is exhausted by the whole spectacle, but one final message catches his attention. A user named Fluffy warns him that higher floors are already watching the princess, and that neutral rookies on upper floors seem especially interested in her. Fluffy also infers from the princess's knowledge that she may already be around the 60th floor, and warns Hyunsu in advance because dangerous people are paying attention. Another message explains that from the 70th floor onward, communication channels split, meaning information from the upper floors becomes much harder to obtain. The warning throws the lower floor users into confusion, but Hyunsu recognizes that the chaos is still useful. He pieces together two important facts: upper tier floors are observing him already, and the channel system itself hides information about what lies above. Thinking ahead to the powerful figures waiting in those upper floors, he decides he must build both strength and influence before meeting them. With that resolve, Hyunsu steadies himself and starts planning his next move with far greater caution than before. On the 48th floor, the climber arrives in a devastated wasteland and is forced to choose between fleeing Haida or hiding in the safe zone for 30 days. He spots the safe zone's barrier in the distance but hesitates, wondering whether he should investigate the floor first. Before he can decide, a small winged figure appears on a rise and catches his attention. His system identifies her as Haida, a broken fairy of destruction who is searching for something, and he realizes he has found the floor's central threat. Haida recognizes him not as prey but as someone connected to a fairy's friend. Mistaking him for a friend, she rushes him with unsettling excitement. Her sudden affection alarms him before he can react. He wakes inside a shack with a pounding head, alongside his companion Deokshin, realizing Haida has carried them away rather than killed them. As he tries to get his bearings, he notices he has been restrained. The system explains that the chains binding him were specifically made to restrain disasters like Haida. Bound in the shack, he suspects Haida has effectively kidnapped him. Haida approaches gently and asks whether he is Odelto's friend. She reveals that she has been searching everywhere for Odelto, and the ring he carries proves he is tied to the one person she cannot find. Seeing the graveyard outside, he realizes she has been burying the dead she found while searching for Odelto. He presses her for the truth about who destroyed the land and killed all those people. Haida breaks down, unable to remember, and the system hints that fairies cannot lie, making her confusion seem genuine. A hidden quest appears, revealing that Odelto prepared gifts for Haida and that the climber must deliver both the ring and a missing letter. When he tells her the ring is Odelto's gift and that he came to deliver more, Haida is overwhelmed with hope. He asks to be released so he can search outside for the missing letter. Haida happily agrees to go with him, clinging to him as her only true friend among all who came before. When he asks what happened to the others she did not consider friends, she casually says she put them elsewhere. That elsewhere turns out to be the graveyard outside. The implication unsettles him, even as Haida continues to laugh innocently. Still, she treats him as both her friend and Odelto's friend, trusting him completely. Once outside, Haida eagerly asks for the item Odelto wanted delivered to her. He lies that he dropped it when she brought him here, buying time to search. Haida immediately insists they search together, while he privately despairs at finding one letter in such a vast wasteland. As they wander, he notices faint traces in the barren ground that may lead somewhere. Exhausted and doubtful, he questions whether the letter is really out here at all. Haida, by contrast, delights in simply roaming with a friend and never seems to tire. Her fixation on friends deepens as she insists that friends should never disappear. He asks whether all of her friends disappeared, and she confirms that everyone she once saw is gone. That answer makes him ask about Danium, the figure she mentioned earlier. Haida explains that Danium sometimes appears only to watch her from afar before vanishing again. The name troubles him because Danium was never mentioned in the quest, suggesting a hidden player. He activates his stargazing eye to investigate further. His enhanced sight focuses on the safe zone and reveals that something important lies within it. He decides they should head to the barrier. Haida recoils in fear, admitting she cannot enter the safe zone even though he can. When he says he will go in alone, she panics and begs him not to abandon her. To calm her, she hands over Diakshan as collateral so he will have a reason to return. He promises to come back quickly, claiming Odelto or Odelto's gift may be inside, and Haida reluctantly lets him go. He crosses into the safe zone alone. Inside, the ruined floor gives way to a pristine mansion, and he realizes the safe zone is hiding an entirely different world. A refined old noble welcomes him as Danium, and the system identifies him as Duke Danium Fragrant, a famed ruler and bringer of destruction. His title alone marks him as someone dangerous and deeply tied to calamity. Danium introduces himself politely, as if this meeting were perfectly ordinary. He assures the climber that the mansion is safe because the monster outside cannot enter. That choice of words immediately makes the climber suspicious, since Haida clearly considers Danium a friend. Danium explains the floor's rule that climbers must remain in the safe zone for a month before moving upward, and invites him to stay in comfort. He plays the gracious host, showing off his estate and urging the climber to treat it like home. The climber refuses to believe in such generosity and bluntly asks what Danium really wants. Instead of answering directly, Danium leads him to a portrait and asks him to look closely. The portrait is Odelto, Danium's son, and Danium reveals that Odelto died before even reaching adulthood. He paints Odelto as a gentle child incapable of harming anyone. Then he claims Haida murdered Odelto and begs the climber to seal her in revenge. A new hidden quest appears, offering rich rewards if the climber seals Haida, though failure could be fatal. Danium reinforces his story by handing over what he says is Odelto's diary, which describes Haida as unstable and treacherous. The diary frames Odelto as someone who tried to guide Haida but was betrayed by her. Even after reading it, the climber cannot reconcile that story with Haida's desperate devotion to her friends. He activates Stargazing Eye again to test the diary's truth. The system exposes the diary as a forgery written by Danium in Odelto's handwriting, confirming Danium has been manipulating him. Realizing the real diary must still be hidden somewhere in the mansion, he begins searching. He pushes his authority again to uncover what Danium concealed. He finds Odelto's real diary and the missing letter attached to it, finally securing the true gift Haida was waiting for. Reading the real account, he learns Odelto and Haida truly cared for each other, and he resolves not to let Danium trick him into killing her. He returns from the search while Danium waits confidently in the hall. Danium greets him warmly, still pretending to be a benevolent host. The climber hides his anger, outwardly agreeing that he understands Danium's grievance while inwardly condemning him as the real villain. He probes Danium further by questioning whether a mere climber could even defeat an NPC like him. Danium seizes on that, acting desperate and claiming the climber may be his last hope. The climber then openly suggests that Danium has not been fulfilling his assigned role as an NPC. That accusation shocks Danium, proving the climber has struck close to the truth. The climber explains that NPCs are bound to roles, and Danium should be giving the quest to seal Haida from within the safe zone, not interfering beyond it. Danium admits that because Haida still remains outside, no climber has succeeded yet. The climber casually claims experience dealing with NPCs, keeping the upper hand in the conversation. Danium drops his dignity and begs again for help, while the climber forces himself to play along instead of punching him. Danium hands over a device that can temporarily capture spirits and fairies, explaining that NPCs themselves cannot use it. He sweetens the quest rewards further, trying to buy the climber's obedience. The climber accepts outwardly while privately growing more disgusted with Danium's act. He returns to Haida, who greets him with pure joy the moment he comes back. He finally gives her Odelto's letter, and she erupts with gratitude and happiness. Her trust in him deepens completely, and he prepares to show her the real diary as well. But the diary reveals an even darker truth than he expected about Danium's cruelty. He learns that Haida was not a murderer by choice but a weapon of war. Odelto's account explains that Haida explodes under extreme stress, and Danium exploited that by sending soldiers and victims to die around her until she detonated. Danium built his military glory and noble title on those massacres, leaving the climber horrified. The diary's final plan reveals that Odelto intended to sacrifice himself, become a homunculus, and escape with Haida to a new life hidden from everyone. With the letter delivered, Odelto's original hidden quest is completed. Then a new message appears from Odelto, insisting that his failed plan still has hope. That hope takes form as a doll containing Odelto's surviving soul, proving he did not truly vanish. The climber is stunned to learn Odelto's soul endured and can still act. Odelto asks him to accept a new quest for Haida's sake. The new hidden quest demands that he resurrect Odelto, reunite him with Haida, and deal with Haida's nightmare, with guidance pointing him towards Sage John trailer on the 52nd floor. He accepts the quest and receives one of the sage's arcane gems as part of the path forward. Odelto adds one more request. He asks the climber to take revenge on Danium as well. That extra reward is enough for the climber to agree without hesitation. Back outside, he also claims the Peline leg piece from the floor's rewards, strengthening himself further. Reviewing his new stats and a powerful attack skill, he decides he now has a real chance against Danium. He even takes a moment to admire the absurdly strong equipment he has just gained. He tells the auction that the little companion will play an important role in what comes next. When he returns to Danium, the Duke assumes the sealing succeeded and eagerly reaches for the storage device. Danium also brings Odelto's portrait and clothes, intending to use Haida's guilt to make her easier to capture. The climber rejects the ploy and burns the keepsakes instead, refusing to let Danium manipulate Haida any further. Danium's horrified reaction only confirms how shamelessly he can lie and perform grief when it suits him. The climber tells Danium to stay hidden and watch while he handles Haida himself. Danium agrees on the surface, but privately reveals he intends not just to seal Haida but to erase her completely, and seize control of the floor. The climber calls out to Haida, drawing her near. She rushes over happily the moment she hears her friend. He asks her for one huge blast, and she obediently agrees without suspicion. Haida unleashes her power, but instead of striking him, the attack veers toward Danium's hiding place. Danium crawls out in confusion, realizing too late that he has been targeted. He panics as the blast closes in on him. Haida's explosion engulfs him in a devastating burst. The climber shields himself from the shockwave and watches the strike land. When the dust settles, he is impressed by the sheer force of Haida's attack. Haida proudly asks whether she did well and immediately asks to meet Odelto now. He tells her to step into the storage device for just a moment, so he can arrange that meeting, and she agrees at once because she trusts him. Haida willingly seals herself in the device for 10 days, clearing Danium's quest on the system's terms. Danium erupts in rage the moment he realizes the climber sealed Haida on his own terms instead of surrendering her. Half destroyed but still alive, Danium demands the storage device back. The climber casually tosses the device to Deoxys instead of handing it over. Deoxys and the other small companion immediately flee through a portal with the device, taking Haida out of Danium's reach. A system tip confirms that a pet crossing first will remain safe in standby until its owner follows. With Haida secured elsewhere, the climber mockingly wonders what he should do next. Danium finally drops all pretense and explodes with murderous fury. The climber taunts him with the truth that Danium's self-awareness is unstable because he abandoned his proper NPC role for too long. Then he declares he will force Danium back into being a true NPC today and powers up for battle. Danium charges him with overwhelming earth magic, intent on tearing him apart. The climber evades and mocks him for forgetting that he too was once just a climber. Danium answers with a monstrous serpent strike, furious at being compared to one. The climber cuts through the attack and keeps moving, refusing to be pinned down. Danium sneers that the climber can only run, trying to reassert dominance. The climber answers by revealing he has plenty of other tricks prepared. He turns Danium's insult back on him and prepares a vicious counterattack. He layers multiple time bomb skills into a trap. With a confident grin, he commits to killing Danium here and now. The trap detonates in a massive blast that tears through the battlefield. But Danium survives the explosion and emerges from the smoke, acknowledging the attack while remaining dangerous. The battlefield fills with smoke and debris as the fight escalates further. The climber answers with repeated strikes of underworld lightning, forcing Danium to endure a barrage from above. Danium withstands the storm and coldly remarks that this much power is the minimum the climber should have brought. He retaliates and batters the climber back through the rubble, still looking down on him as a mere climber. Even while hurt, the climber heals, hardens himself with defensive skills, and mocks Danium's obsession with rank. Danium is shaken that the climber endured 4 consecutive underworld lightning strikes and is still standing. Using that opening, The climber lunges back in with close-range combat, proving he can fight head-on too. Danium's body crackles with darker power as he dismisses the climber's confidence as arrogance. The climber refuses to flinch, asking whether Danium really thinks this changes anything. He answers by unleashing dynamic expansion, escalating the duel into an even more dangerous phase. Danium is certain no ordinary climber can survive what he has become, and he bitterly blames the failure to seal Haida for forcing this confrontation. Hyunsu's fog form ends, but he immediately restores himself with a death return skill that massively boosts him and strips away every hindrance, shocking Danium. As Hyunsu activates a title that strengthens him in the night, he surges straight back into the fight instead of retreating. He commits to finishing the battle now and triggers a short-lived but overwhelming attack buff, accepting the later penalty for one decisive burst. The spirit beast Deodiak answers his call and joins the assault at full force. Danium counters by unleashing soul and eye-based abilities along with his ghostly powers, trying to overwhelm Hyunsu before the boost can decide things. Hyunsu answers with sword authority, slashes, and freezing power, cutting through Danium's defense in a direct clash. He layers fire, reversal, and aurora energy into the exchange, turning the collision into a devastating explosion. When the smoke clears, both sides are still standing, but the balance has shifted and Danium is visibly shaken. Badly damaged, Danium hardens his resolve by deciding to fully become an NPC rather than lose to a climber. The system warns that Danium's mind is starting to break under that choice. Hyunsu realizes Danium still refuses to face what he has done and prepares to force that truth on him. He reminds Danium that after exploiting Haida and killing his own son, his desire to destroy the maddened Haida is nothing but guilt without accountability. Hyunsu presses further, telling him that for all his rage, he still cannot act by his own strength and remains trapped by the system. Then Hyunsu invokes Haida's sealed nightmare, a mass of trauma and horror preserved to protect her mind, and turns it against Danium. He strikes Danium with that nightmare so he can feel even a fraction of the pain Haida endured. The attack drags Danium into a mental abyss where accusing shadows close in from every side. Terrified, Danium suddenly begs for the assault to stop. Inside the nightmare, his buried remorse spills out as he admits he wants to stop and no longer endure what he has become. Back in reality, Danium collapses helplessly at Hyunsu's feet, while the nightmare's hold remains on him. Broken at last, he confesses that everything was his fault and apologizes to Haida and Odelto with genuine regret. The system announces that Danium's consciousness has fully collapsed. Hyunsu coldly answers that remorse now changes nothing. Danium is officially resubmitted to the tower as the NPC of the 48th floor, while Hyunsu earns an unprecedented achievement and a title for defeating a 40th floor NPC. The hidden quest tied to Odelto is also judged complete, granting an extra reward. Satisfied that he has at least honored Odelto's request, Hyunsu asks whether this outcome is enough. On the 49th floor, the tower presents a trial about accepting the consequences of his choices and notes that an unchosen entity has appeared. It reviews Hyunsu's record across the recent floors, listing the destruction, rescues, seals, and disruptions he caused to the tower's intended routes. Because he rejected every offered path, the system classifies him as the first pioneer of a new path. Hyunsu barely has time to process that title before the tower declares that he has never acted according to its will. Chaos intervenes, forcibly changing his type and overriding the tower's judgment. His new type becomes undefined chaos as he is pushed onward into the 50th floor. He arrives in a peaceful town on the merged 50th floor, where multiple servers now overlap, and gains a skill to better interpret what is happening. Even while noting the unusual mix of foreigners, he reminds himself there is no time to relax. Checking his quest item, he confirms Haida remains sealed for only 10 more days, so he must reach the 52nd floor and meet John Trailer before she wakes. With the deadline in mind, he starts reviewing the rewards he just received. One reward is a sword that can occasionally steal an opponent's item, though it demands far more strength than he currently has. Another is an essence that boosts his physical stats and reduces knockback, making it immediately useful. A supposed hero's relic turns out to be nothing more than a spoon, and Hyunsu is openly annoyed that Danium padded the reward list with junk. He heads into town, where everyday life continues bizarrely enough that a panda is calmly serving food while Lilka enjoys a meal. When he pats her head, Lilka bristles at first, ready to snap at whoever dared touch her. The moment she recognizes Hyunsu, her hostility vanishes and she greets him with obvious delight. He tells her to take a look at what he brought back. Lilka is pleased with the high-grade materials he collected, but she immediately notices the missing mandrake and asks about it. Hyunsu reveals he did bring the mandrake after all. Instead of using it as crafting material, he decides to find the creature a new owner. Though he jokes about having grown attached, he sincerely tells the mandrake to get along with its next master. Lilka happily accepts the mandrake, declares the quest complete, and praises Hyunsu for doing well. Hyunsu overplays the farewell to Deodiak for laughs, acting as if he is parting from a treasured companion forever. The system marks Lilka's forced request cleared and announces that her affection has reached its maximum. That immediately triggers a special event in which Lilka offers him a contract. Lilka becomes intensely insistent that he sign, making it clear this contract itself is the real reward. Hyunsu refuses to sign blindly and demands a reward he actually needs since the quest had no fixed payout. He asks Lilka to teach him crafting because he recognizes her as an exceptional blacksmith, and then raises a more serious question. He wants to know what it truly means for a spirit beast to possess the chaos attribute, beyond the simple chaos stat. Lilka hesitates badly, clearly uncomfortable with the subject. She tries to avoid answering and insists he would be better off not knowing. When pressed, she finally explains that a chaos-attributed spirit beast is a sign that a world has entered the transitional phase of destruction. Hyunsu is stunned as she clarifies that it is effectively a warning to struggle before everything disappears. Lilka explains that this phase means more gates will open, monsters will grow stronger, and the world is literally moving toward its end. She adds that Hyunsu's world entered this phase late because someone manipulated the system to reduce the number of climbers needed for the transition, making him suspect the major guilds were delaying the inevitable. Lilka says his world has never produced especially promising climbers and that many quit early, so what matters now is raising many high-level climbers before the transition fully arrives. That reassurance convinces Hyunsu that his efforts to change the system were not a mistake. Lilka warns that fewer people will enter the tower over time, leaving those already inside responsible for clearing it, so preparation must begin now. Even after that grim explanation, Lilka immediately pushes the contract back in front of him and demands that he sign it. Hyunsu insists on reading the terms before agreeing to anything. The contract reveals that if he clears the next quest, he will become Lilka's successor. He is baffled by the idea of inheriting anything from her and asks what that really means. Lilka bluntly declares that she intends to make him her successor. She admits the reason is simple and desperate. She hates the tower and wants to escape it. Because Hyunsu also opposes the tower, she decides he is the one person she can trust with that hope. She explains that NPCs can only become free when their chosen successors clear the tower, making this her last chance to break from the system. Hyunsu is moved by how seriously she is entrusting her future to him, knowing NPCs do not choose successors lightly. He silently resolves to use his infinite coins and chaos points to reach the 100th floor and free her in return for that trust. But when he tries to tell Lilka about the infinite coins, a hidden quest triggers and the system forcibly censors his words. Red warnings flood in, declaring that this information cannot be disclosed, and that severe penalties will follow if he shares it improperly. The final warning makes the threat personal by telling him not to reveal it if he wants to keep the other person alive for a long time. Hyunsu realizes the punishment would not only hit him but also anyone who learns the secret of the infinite coins. Lilka notices only his strange behavior and the contract in front of him, while the system's red warnings remain invisible to her. Furious at the tower's coercion, Hyunsu swallows the truth and signs anyway rather than risk Lilka's life. With both signatures complete, Lilka happily announces that they are now bound together, while Hyunsu immediately suspects the contract contains some trick. He questions the suspicious handprint on the signature line, and Lilka awkwardly claims it is hers despite the obvious mismatch. To prove it, she decides to reveal the truth about herself. Hyunsu braces himself as a blinding transformation begins. The reveal is so absurd that he can only stare in disbelief. Lilka's true comfortable form turns out to be a tiny childlike version of herself, making Hyunsu demand to know who she really is. She casually explains that the adult body is just her working form because it is better for blacksmithing and business, while this smaller body is her natural one. When Hyunsu asks whether Kildras knows, she says this form is no secret to him and reminds Hyunsu that she and Kildras climbed together all the way to the 99th floor. That revelation only deepens Hyunsu's disbelief, but Lilka abruptly changes the subject to the upcoming friendly match between servers. The rules explain that the 50th floor merges countries for the first time, selects participants from each server's ranks, and automatically includes each server's strongest climber, with rare prizes for the winners. Hyunsu is then transferred into the waiting room for the event. The participant list confirms that South Korea's upper-ranked team includes Evil Eye, Sodam, Oh Ji-hyuk, and Ji Seonhwa, and Sodam immediately recognizes him. Hyunsu greets them playfully, but Oh Ji-hyuk answers with open hostility and threatens him for using a mocking nickname. Another teammate jokes about his ridiculous new nickname, which was apparently coined to commemorate Kitty Punch missing the draw. A message from Kitty Punch arrives, angrily lamenting that he wanted to participate too. Oh Ji-hyuk leans in too close and says he is glad to be working with the princess, provoking immediate tension. Hyunsu shuts him down on the spot, and the exchange turns into petty bickering rather than teamwork. He then challenges Oh Ji-hyuk to settle their unfinished score right there. When Oh Ji-hyuk points out they cannot actually fight before the match, Hyunsu reframes it as a contest of predictions instead. He proposes that they bet on who will correctly call the winner of each match, and Oh Ji-hyuk accepts despite doubting Hyunsu can beat him. Oh Ji-hyuk boasts about his insight by confidently naming a famous volleyball star as an easy prediction. Hyunsu dismisses the brag, saying he does not even follow volleyball and sees no reason to repeat a contest he already won once. That indifference enrages Oh Ji-hyuk, who takes it as fear and demands the challenge continue. The two formalize the wager with a wish contract, agreeing that the loser must grant the winner one wish. The friendly match begins, proceeding from lower ranks upward while the two rivals prepare to score each result. Oh Ji-hyuk is confident his predictions will carry him, while Hyunsu is already thinking ahead to what wish he might demand. As the middle rank final ends with Mongolia winning, both of them score well and the betting contest remains close. Hyunsu notes that Oh Ji-hyuk's predictions are respectable, but privately trusts his own abilities and luck to see even more clearly. At last the upper rank matches are announced, bringing their real showdown closer. The upper rank hunters are transported into the arena, and Hyunsu immediately sizes up the foreign competition. He recognizes them as rookies from major guilds in each country, meaning the supposedly lesser representatives are still elite prospects. Ji Seonhwa clings to him in fear, only to reveal that she is actually more frightened of Hyunsu than of the foreign opponents. The system identifies her as South Korea's upper-rank participant and lists a string of lethal titles and authority, exposing how dangerous she really is beneath her timid act. The Indian and Chinese rookies mock Korea for sending this group instead of members from its most famous guilds. Oh Ji-hyuk fires back by mocking their arrogance and even ridiculing the thing attached to one opponent's head. That taunt instantly lands, leaving the two foreign rookies visibly rattled. They try to retaliate, but the system blocks any pre-match violence, and Hyunsu remarks that they are hardly in a position to complain about trash talk. The first upper-rank event is announced as a boss battle. A reinforced gigantic guardian with top-tier 5-star strength is summoned into the arena as the opening challenge. Oh Ji-hyuk volunteers for the first match, and the system confirms him as South Korea's participant. The guardian opens with overwhelming intimidation, trying to freeze everyone in place before the fight even starts. The other servers immediately decide to cooperate against the boss, but their caution only disgusts Oh Ji-hyuk. Calling them cowards, he charges the boss alone as the battle officially begins. He declares that first place is his and attacks head-on, refusing to share credit. The guardian swats him away with brute force, but the setback only sets up his real plan. Using the momentum, Oh Ji-hyuk flips above the monster and repositions for a precision strike. He plants a hand on the guardian's body and activates a compression skill directly into its core. The skill crushes the designated target from within, collapsing the guardian's structure in a single decisive move. As the compressed core destabilizes, the boss is effectively finished before anyone else can contribute. Oh Ji-hyuk coldly dismisses the monster and follows with dispersion to trigger the final collapse. The compressed energy implodes into a black point inside the guardian's body. The boss explodes apart, and the system confirms its defeat. Hyunsu is startled by how abruptly the supposedly overwhelming boss was erased. Oh Ji-hyuk takes first place with full contribution and immediately taunts Hyunsu, asking if he can match a perfect clear. Hyunsu answers in the next event by taking first place in the ghost hunt with 100% contribution of his own, proving he can. The crowd from other servers is stunned that Korea is dominating without even fielding its most famous guild members, and some start jokingly attributing it to national stereotypes. With the score tied between them, Hyunsu and Oh Ji-hyuk lock eyes and prepare to decide the wager in the final event. The last upper-rank match ends with Ji Seonhwa winning a deadly game of tag, giving Hyunsu the edge in the prediction contest as the final scores settle. Oh Ji-hyuk cannot understand how he lost after trusting his own insight all the way through. Hyunsu gleefully points out that Oh Ji-hyuk once again stumbled right at the end. He explains that Oh Ji-hyuk lost because he bet against his own team when his predictions went wrong, while Hyunsu kept backing Korea. A Chinese participant piles on by mocking Oh Ji-hyuk for effectively siding with China through his bets. Humiliated, Oh Ji-hyuk lashes out, but Hyunsu keeps needling him and frames his own trash talk as support for fair sportsmanship. Hyunsu cheerfully claims the wish ticket he won from the bet, leaving Oh Ji-hyuk crushed. The overall team results end in a three-way tie between South Korea, India, and Japan, each with 4 wins. Because of the tie, the system announces that a special match will decide the final winner. The tiebreaker is revealed to be a duel between the representatives of South Korea, India, and Japan. Hyunsu is blindsided when he realizes he has been selected as Korea's representative for that duel. India's Venkatesh and Japan's Kazunobu immediately act as if teaming up against him is the obvious move, dismissing any concern about fairness. Hyunsu accepts the 2-on-1 calmly, noting that he had wanted to test the new items he made with Lilka's help before the friendly match anyway. A masked schemer delights in finally getting ideal test subjects as a special match begins. He opens by pelting his opponents with status potions, trying to cripple them before any real fight can start. When his enemy demands a proper duel, he keeps mocking him by escalating the barrage with even more trick throws. As the counterattack comes, he casually stacks multiple shields and turns the ambush into a failed opening strike. He notices the attacker was relying on a first hit, heart-piercing weapon and immediately reads through the tactic. The furious opponent commits to a killing blow anyway and dives straight at him. Believing he has won, the attacker boasts about the greatness of a rookie while smoke fills the arena. Instead of falling, the masked fighter calmly raises a finger, signaling he still has more to show. He activates his defensive traits and prepares to answer the attack on his own terms. He dismisses the enemy's supposedly deadly move as barely threatening at all. That comparison only confuses his opponent and rattles his confidence further. Then he fires an aurora beam and turns the taunt into a finishing blow. The blast ends the fight outright, leaving Venkatesh unable to continue. A new masked figure appears like a host stepping in after the first customer has been served. The next phase becomes an equipment test as weapons begin dropping around the masked fighter. His opponent sneers at the cheap gear, convinced low-grade weapons cannot threaten him. The masked fighter cheerfully agrees and attacks anyway, catching the enemy off guard with his confidence. One of the crude weapons unleashes a violent electrical effect that tears through the target. He reveals the sword was crafted from a lightning-struck facade, and its hidden shock effect is the real danger. He reflects that Lilka's help has sharply improved both his crafting and his overall strength. The match concludes with South Korea declared the final winner. The stadium erupts in celebration at the upset victory. The system delivers the victory rewards directly to his inventory. The defeated side can only stare in disbelief that a server without rookies crushed them so completely. The victor rubs it in by handing over a high-grade potion as a mocking souvenir. He tells the losers to treat the humiliation like a natural disaster, and maybe someday crawl up to his shin level. Even his own side is stunned by how mercilessly he toys with the defeated opponents. He still insists that giving gifts makes him the kind one, revealing just how warped his standards are. When asked what comes next, he says a time-limited quest is waiting and he has to move immediately. He parts from the others amid jokes and threats, promising to see them again at the top. Outside, Lilka greets him warmly and congratulates him after watching the match. He credits her for his growth, and she happily accepts the praise as his teacher. She confirms he is leaving right away to continue the urgent quest. Then she formally pushes him onward by issuing Lilka's forced request and urging him to do well. He accepts the quest with a smile, trusting her guidance. But the moment the request settles in, he is violently dragged away by its force. He is hurled into a drowning trial and drops helplessly into deep water. The system explains that after surviving the death-themed 50th floor, the 51st floor demands he endure drowning for a month or reach the ocean's peak. He panics at first as the water closes in around him. Spotting the distant peak, he quickly equips a fishman mask and chooses to swim for the objective instead of merely surviving. On the way, sea monsters rise beneath him, making the route far more dangerous than it first seemed. He realizes too late that predators are converging from every direction. He narrowly avoids death by taking refuge on a floating body while the monsters clash around him. Thanks to his electric resistance, he can endure the tingling current in the water better than expected. Even so, he knows fighting nonstop all the way to the peak could drain his mana before he arrives. He considers using the friendly match rewards and brings out a Stardust crystal packed with pure magic. He also equips agility-boosting boots, pleased to find at least one reward immediately useful. Most of the other prizes seem situational or troublesome, so he sets them aside for later. One reward stands out as exceptional, a substitute item that can sacrifice itself in his place. While admiring that life-saving artifact, he checks Lilka's quest and sees the required monster materials he must eventually gather. At the same time, he notices a chat where Kitty Punch asks Princess for an introduction to Evil Eye so he can buy the potions and weapons from the match. Princess is surprised that Kitty Punch specifically wants contact with Evil Eye. Kitty Punch explains he wants to build a trading connection by purchasing those crafted items and, if possible, stronger artifacts too. The offer of payment, an item exchange, makes the masked fighter realize this could become a profitable new income source. He decides the proposal sounds promising and worth pursuing later. As he travels onward on a raft, he notices wreckage scattered across the water. Near the peak, he becomes suspicious that so many stragglers are lingering in one place instead of advancing. One desperate survivor begs him for rescue, playing the role of a helpless victim. He studies the man carefully before deciding how to respond. Pretending to help, he offers his hand and invites the man to climb aboard. The trap springs immediately as the supposed victim grabs him and demands all his belongings. The ambush fails because his iron body makes the attack useless, confirming his suspicion that the man is a scavenger. The scavenger calls for reinforcements, and a whole pack of looters rushes in after sensing how well equipped he is. He instantly judges them as murderers who have been preying on other climbers and marks them for death. The scene shifts to the nearby sea routes where ships and outposts control the zone. Pirates complain that the major guilds use them like guard dogs, though the arrangement still pays well. A report arrives that their raiding parties and outposts across multiple zones have all been wiped out. The captain first treats the news lightly, assuming it is just another setback. His subordinate insists their men never even touch the culprit because the man has been attacking first and destroying everything in sight. That culprit announces himself with an explosion as he arrives directly at their position. Standing before the flames, he openly addresses them as scumbags. He declares that it is time to teach them some manners. When they beg for mercy, claiming they only followed orders from the large guilds, he freezes the area and forces the captain to explain. Under threat of death, the captain admits they take contracts from major guilds to attack promising climbers and throw them out of the tower. The masked fighter confirms that the large guilds are systematically eliminating talented individuals. He realizes this explains why outside hunters never make it past the 50th floor. Still enraged, he keeps beating the captain until another piece of information spills out. The captain reveals a Kraken raid is about to begin and warns that missing it means waiting for the next one. The masked fighter pretends to accept the advice and says he will head upward. Then he makes clear he has time to beat them all senseless first and strip them of everything. After looting them clean, he jokes that they were as profitable as jackpot goblins. At last he enters the peak of the ocean zone. Within that field, the system grants him the special ability to walk on water. From above, he sees a crowded gathering of ships and climbers already assembled for the raid. He notes that both major guild forces and independents have come to compete here. The sea begins to churn, signaling the boss's arrival. The system announces that the field boss Kraken has appeared. Massive tentacles erupt from the water and throw the gathered forces into immediate chaos. The guilds respond by ordering a full assault and trying to kill it with concentrated fire. Watching from the sidelines, he is happy to let everyone else draw the boss's attention first. While the raid distracts the monster above, he slips beneath the surface. Underwater, he discovers the Kraken's true body and its giant eye guarding the ocean's peak itself. His frog companion immediately points out that the raiders are attacking the wrong target and should be aiming for the body. Following that advice, he smashes into the eye directly. The frog praises him as a spirit master while the first strike lands cleanly. He decides to turn the boss into ingredients and starts planning the kill like preparing food. Using Kling, he anchors himself to the Kraken's body so he can fight from point-blank range. He chooses to cripple it first by taking one leg. With reverse, he severs a tentacle and tears into the eye at the same time. The Kraken roars as the damage finally reaches its core. Its remaining limbs whip around him in a desperate counterattack. He answers by calling for deaction and activating Fog Sprint to burst through the opening. Wrapped in speed and momentum, he dives straight back toward the eye. He follows up with Return to Death, committing to a lethal finishing sequence. The countershock hurts him badly, showing the eye is charged with dangerous electricity. But his high-level electric shock enchantment surges through the Kraken in return and overwhelms it. The eye splits under the pressure as the monster screams in agony. He keeps driving the attack through the pain until the core gives way. The system confirms that his electric resistance has increased from enduring the exchange. Relieved, he realizes that without that resistance he would have been cooked along with the boss. To be safe, he harvests 2 Kraken tentacles for Lilka's quest instead of stopping at 1. Only after collecting the materials does he notice the boss has gone still. The raiders above celebrate, believing their bombardment is what finally stopped the Kraken. Meanwhile, he quietly orders the dying monster to keep drawing aggro until he reaches the peak. Riding the Kraken's body with the action, he heads straight for the objective while everyone else remains distracted. He reaches the ocean's peak, receives the peak reward, and a portal opens for the next floor. One reward turns out to be an underwater breathing skill book. He finds that underwhelming at first, but his SS rank stargazing eyes suddenly activate. That power reveals a hidden reward, vindicating his instincts. The hidden cache includes an underwater vision skill book. It also contains an S-rank ocean jade that can calm seas and reduce attacks from sea monsters. With the Kraken officially slain, he pockets the spoils before anyone can interfere. He decides the raid is effectively over and leaves before the crowd can swarm the area. The portal carries him to the 52nd floor, where the new trial is eruption and the objective is to restore statues in the lava caves of the Karta Mountains. He arrives in a blazing volcanic region, but his fire resistance lets him endure the heat. A tidal effect marks him as a friend of demons, making lesser demons friendly or fearful toward him. A small demon obediently points him toward John Trailer, and before he can go far, an old man announces that he has been expecting him. The old mage introduces himself as John Trailer, confirming the meeting the quest was leading him toward. John immediately asks whether he has brought Odetto and Haida, then tells him to follow. He is led into John Trailer's hidden refuge, a secluded library-like hideout inside the volcanic caves. When asked if others came before him, John recalls that a group visited about 10 years earlier. Hearing that, the masked fighter suspects the visitors were the Korean guild leaders he has been thinking about. John's memory confirms one of them was Gu Wangmo of the Nine Dragon Guild, another was Kim Songtak of the Castle of Ignorance Guild, and the third was Bei Munho of the Blue Dragon Guild. Now certain he is on the right trail, the masked fighter presses John for everything he knows about them. John explains that many current major guild masters from Korea and abroad once came to him before rising to power. That revelation fits with earlier hints that tutorial manipulation and saver policies were coordinated worldwide. He concludes that those early guild leaders conspired with the sage on the 50th floor to build the current system because they were told growing numbers of hunters would accelerate destruction. John sees that he already understands part of the truth and asks how much he knows about the tower itself before offering to explain its origin. John reveals that the tower appears whenever chaos in the human world grows beyond what the world can bear. If that limit is exceeded after the tower rises, a far greater chaos descends and wipes everything clean to begin again. The masked fighter realizes the system exists to control people and suppress chaos before that reset can happen. John confirms that the tower is both an instrument of order and a vessel of chaos, because some chaos is required to clear it. He further explains that reaching the 100th floor requires at least 100 chaos points, meaning only someone who has accumulated enough chaos can stop the destruction. The masked fighter understands that the early hunters should have raised strong challengers for the 100th floor, but instead they hid the truth and spread lies to preserve their own power. John asks whether he resents them for making that choice. He answers without hesitation that he does, because their selfishness may have doomed people who could have conquered the tower. John then asks the deeper question of why sages like him failed despite seeing many worlds full of heroes and powerful individuals. His answer is grim. Without the right tools, even great people are prey, and the masked fighter's world lacked heroes capable of resisting irrational forces. An old sage reflects that their earlier attempt failed because they overestimated individual power in a tower that can only be conquered through cooperation. He explains that greed ruined the necessary planning and teamwork, turning supposed allies into each other's enemies. After noting that the previous challengers failed just as his own group did, the sage declares that their chance is over and now the next candidates must take over, naming Evil Eye, Jo Hyunsu, and Pwedi Princess. The masked climber is stunned to hear the sage identify his online persona so precisely. He immediately demands to know how his secret identity was exposed. The sage reveals that long life has given him extraordinary perception and activates a powerful authority to examine the masked climber. A second gaze-based authority locks onto him as well, confirming that the sage can see through far more than appearances. Satisfied, the sage turns to the real matter at hand and says they must revive Odelto. He tells the masked climber that helping with the resurrection will require completing a special task. A sudden quest appears, asking him to help create a homunculus for Odelto's resurrection by obtaining a homunculus core. The sage explains that the body is ready but the crucial core is missing, and only an item with immense magical power can serve as the basis for it. The masked climber casually rummages through his inventory, but the sage warns that ordinary treasures will not be enough. When he produces a primordial gem of world creation caliber, the sage is shocked that such an absurdly rare material is in his hands. The sage can barely comprehend how the masked climber obtained something so impossible. With the needed material secured, the masked climber leaves the sage to begin the homunculus creation, while he goes out to wait. A linked quest appears promising a philosopher's stone if he helps complete Odelto's resurrection and later activates Genita on the 70th floor. He realizes he has traded a lower-ranked treasure for a future SSS reward and happily treats the whole thing as a jackpot. Even so, he notes that the linked objective lies far ahead on the 70th floor, making this a long-term investment. His thoughts are interrupted when he hears a disturbance nearby. He finds armed men cornering a terrified climber and pretending no one is around to save him. Their leader openly tells the victim to give up and die, savoring the kill. The masked climber abruptly appears above them, snaps a picture, and mocks them for looking exactly like villains. The assassins recognize his mask and panic when they realize the infamous Evil Eye has found them. Their leader immediately orders a retreat rather than risk fighting him. As they try to flee, something blocks their escape and forces them to stop. Evil Eye refuses to let them leave and gathers power in his hand. He detonates the attack among them, crushing their attempted escape in a single overwhelming blast. After the smoke clears, he checks on the intended victim, who is shaken but alive. Once the man recovers enough to speak, Evil Eye asks who the attackers were and why they targeted him. The survivor explains that they are an assassination squad that disguises itself as looters and hunts climbers. He recalls hearing of them before and realizes the threat is more organized than random banditry. The man reveals that such squads are tied to covert state-backed groups from several countries, created to weaken rival nations by eliminating promising climbers. He warns Evil Eye to be careful, while Evil Eye notes that his recent fame must be why they avoided targeting him directly. The rescued climber introduces himself as Lu Hui of China's Golden Tiger Guild, credits Evil Eye's recent exploits for making him widely known, and promises to repay the favor someday. Left alone again, Evil Eye is disgusted that governments are sabotaging rising talents while the world itself is nearing destruction. Deciding people need to know, he posts a public warning under Pwede Princess, exposing the special forces units disguised as looters and urging climbers to protect one another. He also plans to contact Lee Junseok, but the first responses to his warning are skeptical and dismissive. Some users flatly accuse him of lying and refuse to believe special forces would be involved. As expected, most people doubt him at first, though one commenter confirms that a similar covert unit exists in his own country. That same commenter reveals he used to belong to Korea's 94th Special Task Force, shocking everyone following the discussion. He explains that he was expelled for disobeying orders after refusing to use civilians as bait, and the crowd quickly rallies behind him. Evil Eye is further angered to learn these forces are harming civilians outside the tower as well as climbers inside it. Before he can act further, a notice announces that the seal on the mental body storage device has been released, making him suspect the homunculus is finished. The system confirms that Odelto has been reborn as a homunculus, and that Evil Eye has influenced the creation of a new NPC. Back in the cave, he finds the sage beside a newly awakened black-haired boy while Haida beams with joy. The reborn Odelto opens his glowing eyes and fully returns to consciousness. He stands in a new body, alive again through the homunculus ritual. Haida rushes into his arms, overwhelmed that Odelto has truly come back. Odelto gently apologizes for being late, and Haida tearfully insists that he arrived in time. Watching them reunite, the sage admits he is glad he could finally keep his promise and let them meet again. The resurrection quest completes, and Evil Eye receives both the normal and bonus rewards, including a dangerous cursed doll item. He also gains a one-use scapegoat item that can bear the backlash of a curse in his place, making the pair especially valuable together. Most importantly, he gets the soul-attacking ability he had wanted, and he is delighted by how perfectly it suits his needs. Odelto sincerely thanks Evil Eye for saving both him and Haida. The system notes that Odelto's favorability has greatly increased and grants Evil Eye a new title tied to homunculi. That title means homunculi will treat him warmly and lesser magical creatures will instinctively fear him. Outwardly he plays humble, but inwardly he is thrilled by how profitable helping them turned out to be. The sage also thanks him personally, acknowledging that Evil Eye made it possible to fulfill an old promise. With the matter settled, the sage points out how to reach the next floor by repairing a nearby statue. Evil Eye says his farewells, and the sage's group sends him off warmly. Before he leaves, the sage warns him that all his stats must reach 999 before the 79th floor if he wants to enter the 80th. The sage offers one last wish for his success. Evil Eye advances to the 53rd floor, a frozen death zone where he must survive a month and leave a mark on the eternal frost crystal. No sooner does he arrive than something massive rushes him through the blizzard. He comes face to face with the ice tyrant, a deadly 6-star monster that rules the extreme cold. He braces for a fight, only for the situation to change instantly. The ice tyrant is cut down in a flash before Evil Eye even has to engage it. A bundled stranger appears and remarks that he had prepared for the battle himself, but Evil Eye ended up taking down the monster anyway. The newcomer introduces himself as Park Jae-kyung, another SS rank authority holder whose details are mostly unreadable to Evil Eye. Instead of acting hostile, Park casually begins carving up the dead monster and asks if Evil Eye has eaten. He insists that this meeting must be fate and invites Evil Eye to follow him for a meal. Evil Eye is baffled when Park leads him not to a battlefield, but to a cabin in the snow. Park barges inside and loudly announces his return to his master. The door is answered with immediate violence, and Park gets smacked for his entrance. The older man scolds him for breaking a perfectly good door instead of using it properly. Only after venting does the old man notice Evil Eye and ask who Park has dragged in. Park explains that he met Evil Eye on the way and brought him over to feed him. Evil Eye politely introduces himself, and the old man assumes he must be one of Park's acquaintances. The man introduces himself as Heglik, an NPC living on this floor. Heglik invites Evil Eye to sit while Park prepares food. He orders Park to cook whatever he caught that day, and Evil Eye is surprised to hear that Park can actually cook. Heglik explains that Park learned the cooking skill from him and has been living there as his gluttonous self-proclaimed apprentice. That revelation hits Evil Eye hard because he realizes this is the rare cooking skill he has been seeking. He recognizes it as the special ability that can turn otherwise unusable monster materials into edible dishes. He quickly grasps that this undiscovered skill might be learnable from Heglik himself. Without hesitation, Evil Eye throws himself down and begs to be accepted properly as another disciple. He dramatically declares himself Heglik's second disciple. Heglik rejects the title on the spot, but admits that any climber would naturally want such a useful skill. Evil Eye clings to him anyway, calling him master and refusing to let the chance slip away. He and his frog companion immediately start flattering and massaging Heglik to soften him up. Heglik finally speaks seriously, saying he cannot pass the cooking skill to just anyone because it is different from ordinary skills. He explains that cooking cannot be obtained through normal methods like shops, trades, or hunting and can only be inherited from someone who already has it. Evil Eye confirms that Park must have inherited the skill from Heglik as well. Heglik says certain S-rank skills can be passed down in weakened form, and Park raised his inherited cooking skill from C-rank to A-rank through sheer obsession. He then asks whether Evil Eye has the same level of ambition and determination needed to truly learn cooking. Evil Eye answers without hesitation that he is ready for whatever hardship the path requires. Amused by that spirit, Heglik begins the test by asking what the most important thing in cooking is. Evil Eye guesses hygiene, only to be immediately told he is thinking far too softly. Heglik declares that battlefield cooking is about self-sufficiency and survival, which means a cook must be strong enough to gather ingredients and stay alive. He drives the lesson home by insisting that stronger monsters make tastier meat, so strength is the first qualification of a true cook. The system formalizes this as a qualification test demanding that Evil Eye prove his strength. Park tries to vouch for him by mentioning that Evil Eye killed the ice tyrant alone, which finally gets Heglik's full attention. Evil Eye offers to demonstrate his power, but Heglik decides to combine the strength test with a second qualification instead. He says that if Evil Eye wants to learn cooking, he must bring ingredients from at least 5-star monsters he personally hunted, or else just eat and leave. The system updates the trial into a second qualification test centered on proving genuine interest in cooking. Evil Eye immediately produces premium ingredients from 5- and 6-star monsters, including delicacies he had already collected. Heglik is stunned that Evil Eye has such high-quality materials on hand. Trying to salvage his standards, Heglik asks whether Evil Eye at least has proper utensils. Evil Eye answers with a legendary spoon and an A-rank butchering skill, leaving Heglik with fewer and fewer excuses. Heglik next demands strong fire resistance, mocking Evil Eye's B-rank as inadequate for a chef. Evil Eye instantly upgrades that skill to A-rank with a coupon, destroying yet another obstacle. Even Park calls the old man out for moving the goalposts, but Heglik insists this is a matter of pride and refuses to hand over the skill cheaply. Once the meal is ready, Park cheekily orders Heglik to bring out alcohol as if the decision is already settled. Heglik grumbles but goes to fetch drinks, while Park quietly tells Evil Eye that the qualification test is mostly Heglik being picky and that there is still a way to win him over. Evil Eye produces a rare fairy mead and offers it to Heglik as a gift. Heglik is delighted by the rare liquor, and Evil Eye frames it as something he had long wanted to share with his master. The bribe works perfectly, and Heglik drunkenly accepts him as a true disciple while Park notes that good alcohol was always the key. As they eat, Heglik notices that Evil Eye has unusual ingredients and herb knowledge, and Evil Eye realizes that potion ingredients can apparently be used in cooking too. He asks whether cooking with potion ingredients preserves their effects, sensing a much bigger opportunity. Heglik confirms that every monster part has its own effects, and that proper knowledge determines whether a dish becomes valuable cuisine or useless sludge. Evil Eye immediately starts thinking about using his gaze-based analysis to discover powerful new ingredient combinations. Now fully won over, Heglik agrees to teach him the cooking skill. He tells Evil Eye not to call him master forever, but promises to cram the basics into a brutal 1-week training course before sending him on. Evil Eye happily promises to repay the favor and casually mentions booking a famous catering service called Hell Dying Kitchen for the following week. That name makes Heglik nostalgic, and he reveals that he once belonged to Hell Dying Kitchen himself. Evil Eye is shocked to learn that Heglik has ties to such a renowned culinary organization. Heglik and Park then mock Evil Eye for ignoring community boards and shops, insisting that basic world knowledge matters just as much as combat. A week passes with Heglik relentlessly drilling Evil Eye in cooking. The training goes badly enough that Heglik screams at him over a disastrous poisonous dish. Evil Eye still tries to defend the result by claiming taste is all that matters, even as everyone else recoils. One of his failures is so toxic that it outright kills him, forcing a return from the safe zone. When he reappears, he brushes off the incident as a short walk rather than admitting he died from his own cooking. He also reveals that he used the assassination squad as unwilling taste testers on his way up, raising his cooking skill through their suffering. At the same time, he rallied the community under Pwede Princess to unite and wipe out the assassination squad. The movement spreads quickly, with allies and followers joining the hunt while even Hair Loss boasts about contributing in his own bizarre way. Other climbers report victories too, and the anti-assassination campaign turns into a broad cooperative effort. With his cooking level improved and the assassination squad effectively crushed, Evil Eye receives confirmation that Hell Dying Kitchen is on its way. He eagerly prepares to enjoy the promised buffet. As he waits outside the cabin, he senses the arrival and announces that the guests have come. A demon butler-like figure teleports in and formally greets him as a VIP customer. The newcomer introduces himself as Checky Franken, branch manager of Hell Dying Kitchen on the 50th floor, a flawless but strict NPC who absolutely expects payment. The service deploys a maximum-level safehouse barrier to create a secure dining space in the middle of the deadly floor. Checky presents a lavish spread and invites everyone to enjoy a proper dining experience. The dishes are made from exotic tower ingredients with distinct properties, turning the meal into both a feast and a lesson in culinary effects. Checky then addresses Evil Eye by his real name, Jo Hyun-soo, and says he had wanted to meet him after hearing about him from Gale. Evil Eye realizes Checky is from the same demon realm as Gale and warmly asks how Gale has been doing. Checky says Gale is living better than before thanks to Jo Hyun-soo, which reassures him, and Evil Eye asks whether Hell Dying Kitchen is made entirely of demons. Checky explains that the organization includes many races and that cooking transcends race altogether, a view Heglik wholeheartedly supports. Recognizing Heglik, Checky is relieved to see him well and asks to borrow him for a moment despite still needing to serve the customer. Heglik gives permission, and the two old culinary comrades head off together laughing, leaving Evil Eye to enjoy the feast and whatever this new connection will lead to next. The meal turns into a feeding frenzy, confirming that the food is good enough to make everyone lose control. Afterward, the host and his guest trade sincere thanks, with the protagonist crediting this visit for both a great meal and the cooking skill he gained. The demon host checks whether the VIP enjoyed dinner, and the protagonist confirms it surpassed even the last visit. The host admits he put extra effort into this meal because he has a bad feeling about Meglik. He then reveals his real purpose for coming. The protagonist should have received a Hell Dying Kitchen VIP invitation with his last order. The host personally invites him to a banquet in 3 days where influential VIPs from the tower will gather. He adds that there will also be an optional gift exchange with the CEO, and promises the banquet will reward customers more than expected. The protagonist realizes the banquet is a valuable networking chance, and starts to understand why paying for VIP status matters. His companion finally interrupts the serious talk, pushed to speak after being ignored. He asks if he can come too, only to be told companions are normally not allowed. The protagonist presses for an exception, claiming he would rather not attend alone. Heglik steps in and uses his authority, declaring that if his disciple goes, no one can object. Faced with pressure from two influential figures, the host gives in. He authorizes one companion, delighting the disciple. The permission comes with one condition: the two of them must stay together under a single invitation. With the matter settled, the host departs politely and leaves them looking forward to the banquet. The protagonist decides he should attend as well, now that the opportunity is real. Before they part, Heglik thanks the protagonist for the past week and offers him a final gift. He hands over a basic recipe book and a disciple medal, formally acknowledging that the protagonist learned under him and warning him not to disgrace his name. Heglik also entrusts his reckless disciple to the protagonist, admitting the man is strong but hopelessly clueless. The master and disciple slip into a rough, emotional farewell disguised as yelling, while the protagonist realizes this is simply how they part. When the disciple blurts out that he is Heglik's successor, Heglik punches him for exposing the secret. The protagonist promises to keep the succession quiet, and Heglik gratefully sends him off. Soon after, the disciple joins the protagonist on the snowy 53rd floor and confirms they are heading for the Eternal Frost Crystal. The protagonist recalls that the 54th floor can be cleared either by surviving a month or by leaving a trace on the Eternal Frost Crystal. Since the disciple already opened the portal and knows the route, he offers to guide the way. The protagonist assumes he only studied under Heglik for a few months, but the disciple casually reveals it has actually been over 10 years. That shocking number makes sense only because time flows differently inside the tower than in the outside world. The disciple explains he entered 5 years after the cataclysm, making him one of the tower's earliest climbers. The protagonist works out the timeline and realizes that while only 8 outside years have passed, 10 years have passed for this man inside the tower. That places him in the era before the big guilds and safer policies, when climbing was far more uncertain. The protagonist is stunned that someone from before the Baekwan era is still trapped here, and briefly wonders if the story could be false. To test him, he asks about the first floor, and the disciple answers with a small but confident detail about the goblins there. That certainty convinces the protagonist the man's memory was never altered by a Baekwan, so he is telling the truth. When asked in return, the protagonist admits he entered the tower only about half a year ago. The disciple is amazed by that speed, then reminisces about how early climbers had to share every scrap of information to survive. Their talk ends when the disciple points out that the Eternal Frost Crystal is finally within reach. He warns that the crystal is guarded by a monster called the Eternal Snow Ghost. Even so, he believes the protagonist should be able to handle it. The protagonist says he intends to kill the guardian anyway, partly because he needs to deal with it to clear the floor. His companion, predictably, reduces the issue back to food, and the protagonist calls him out for it. Before they can act, the snow ghost notices a disturbance and identifies another threat nearby as the assassination squad. The disciple explains that the squad is a pack of selfish killers with no regard for anyone else. He sees them using their numbers to attack other climbers. Worse, they are cutting off escape routes and driving victims straight into the snow ghost's territory. The trapped climbers are overwhelmed as the monster attacks. The protagonist recognizes the assassination squad as repeat offenders who deliberately block other climbers from advancing. The disciple tells him to focus on his own objective and leave the squad to him. He launches himself into battle, taking responsibility for the ambushes. The squad tries to stop him and mockingly offers death by their hands or by the monster. Their taunt is cut short when a spear suddenly strikes from the side. The unexpected hit throws the squad into confusion as they realize they have been ambushed instead. The disciple catches the attack cleanly and praises the shot, revealing he had backup. Using the opening, the protagonist and his frog companions surge toward the snow ghost while the disciple peels away to fight the squad. The protagonist commits fully to the charge, aiming straight for the guardian. The rescued climbers recognize him as Evil Eye and celebrate his arrival, while the disciple assures them his comrade will handle the monster. The protagonist activates love and peace and rushes the snow ghost as one of the victims begs for help. He closes in through the monster's attack and forces his way into striking range. He steadies himself for a decisive counterattack. His sword carves upward at the towering guardian. The snow ghost retaliates by summoning obsessive ghosts to swarm him. The guardian gathers more spectral power, preparing to overwhelm him. The protagonist answers with Eyes of the Abyss, stunning the eternal snow ghost and freezing the battle in his favor. With the monster immobilized, he taunts it and lines up a more surgical strike. He unleashes Reeve's soul and slaughter together, targeting the snow ghost's tongue as a valuable ingredient rather than simply killing it. The monster screams as the tongue is severed. The frog catches the tongue, and the system confirms they have obtained the eternal snow ghost's tongue. Having secured the ingredient he wanted, the protagonist turns to the floor objective. He combines Firebomb with Love and Peace to blast the Eternal Frost Crystal and inflict severe damage. The crystal cracks, the Guardian's power is set to weaken for a month while it regenerates, and a portal appears, meaning the condition is cleared. The protagonist prepares to go help Park Jae-kyung, then notices the fight is already ending. He finds the disciple standing victorious over the entire assassination squad, boasting that brute force was enough. The protagonist is impressed that he won without any special skills, only raw strength. The rescue climbers thank both men, praise the protagonist's reputation, and ask if they are worthy of joining his alliance. He tells them the union has few barriers to entry, and directs them to speak with Lee Junseok about joining. The disciple jokes about sharing in that fame, but the protagonist tells him to join the community and start gathering information instead. As they prepare to ascend, the disciple explains that even if they use portals at the same time, they will land in random places and must reunite on the 54th floor. That leads naturally into the question of how they will stay in contact. Following the protagonist's advice, the disciple opens the community interface and asks for his nickname so they can message each other later. The protagonist panics because he cannot even remember the embarrassing nickname tied to his account. He blurts out a fake-sounding name, while the truth flashes in his mind. His actual nickname is Pretty Princess. The disciple innocently assumes Pretty Princess must be a beautiful woman and notices that other familiar climbers seem to be on the 54th floor too. The protagonist debates whether to run from the conversation or simply knock the man out to avoid revealing himself. Pressed again for a nickname, he desperately tries to invent something else because Evil Eye does not appear in the search. A sudden idea saves him from total collapse. He claims he has been banned from the community after breaking the rules in an early fight, so sharing his name would be useless anyway, and the disciple accepts the explanation. Instead, they agree to meet at the 50th floor's secondary quest location once they arrive there. The protagonist heads up first, relieved he escaped the nickname disaster by the narrowest margin. He arrives alone on the 54th floor, where the challenge is starvation and the alternate clear condition is to earn the recognition of the Void Knight. The system immediately makes the floors cruelly clear. There are no shop windows, but players can steal even bound items from each other's subspace. Following a sign to the quest location, he decides to travel underground to avoid unnecessary monsters. Using tunnel movement, he burrows downward while noting that this floor's clear condition is unusual because it depends on recognition rather than defeating a boss. He emerges in Velzet's territory. The moment he surfaces, he senses a giant presence waiting there. A skeletal giant greets him with amused interest. The being introduces himself as Velzet, the Void Knight, and confirms that the protagonist has come seeking his recognition, though the system notes Velzet is bound by restrictions that only loosen when he is threatened. When Velzet remarks that most climbers first ask why he is chained, the protagonist simply accepts that he must have his reasons, which earns the giant's attention. Velzet tries to begin a long explanation of his past, but the protagonist cuts straight to the practical question of how to earn recognition. Even while Velzet protests being interrupted, the protagonist keeps multitasking, asking whether climbers with certain nicknames have passed through and whether this area is usually so empty. He becomes more interested in what his missing companions might be doing than in Velzet's wounded pride, and bluntly tells the giant to be quiet for a moment. To pacify the offended knight, he tosses him chocolate, and Velzet immediately calms down enough to want more. Velzet admits Kitty Punch might survive here but doubts Lick the Top of Head would last a month, then happily asks for more chocolate despite having no body to digest it. Watching closely, the protagonist notices a clue in Velzet's reaction. Velzet finally states the condition plainly. If the protagonist can fill the void inside him and satisfy him, he will grant recognition, while the system reveals he is an ancient knight cursed with endless hunger who devoured everything, even himself. The protagonist realizes the real issue is not simple appetite but a curse that might open into a larger quest. Velzet confirms that lifting the curse of the void would earn recognition, but the protagonist asks for a precise explanation before acting. Velzet explains that the curse is imprinted on his soul, leaves him hungry no matter what he consumes, and cannot be removed by him alone. Worse, if it is fully lifted now, he will die because only bones remain. The protagonist immediately grasps the dilemma. Curing him outright would kill him. Velzet bitterly admits he wants the curse broken but still fears death, and despises himself for that contradiction after devouring climbers in his madness. He calls his own attachment to life shameful. The protagonist rejects that self-condemnation, insisting there is nothing shameful about wanting to live and that atonement matters more than self-hatred. He reframes the problem pragmatically, suggesting Velzet could repay his sins by helping future climbers through quests and rewards while they search for a solution. Velzet likes the proposal and offers recognition and more if the protagonist can save him, though he warns that no one has succeeded before. The protagonist accepts the challenge with confidence, and a sudden quest appears to reduce the curse's influence without removing it completely. He begins experimenting immediately, first drenching Velzet with water to see whether the hunger changes at all. When that only makes Velzet cough and complain, the protagonist moves on without hesitation. Next he has the auction dump dirt over Velzet, testing whether the void responds to sheer volume rather than nourishment. That fails too, and Velzet points out that he has already devoured entire mountains without relief. The protagonist then asks a more important question. Does Velzet eat because he is hungry, or because he feels compelled to consume and can never be satisfied? Velzet is confused, but the protagonist pushes him to distinguish whether his past crimes came from hunger or from greed-like compulsion. Thinking it through, Velzet realizes that immediately after being cursed he was driven by a desperate need to fill an inner emptiness, and that true hunger came later. That confirms the protagonist's theory that the core problem is not hunger itself, but an overwhelming urge to consume. He explains that if hunger were the real issue, Velzet would have kept demanding more of anything they tested, but his reactions show the curse is more selective than that. Before he can finish the thought, Park Jae-kyung finally arrives and calls out to him. The reunion is immediate and cheerful, with Park surprised to find him already at the quest site. Velzet notices the newcomer, and the protagonist quickly introduces the giant as the 54th floor's NPC. Park casually remarks that if Velzet were a boss he would have cooked him into stew, making the protagonist note once again that this man has no filter. Park then remembers the upcoming Hell Dying Kitchen banquet and asks how much time remains before they have to leave. With about an hour left, he decides they should use the time to prepare a proper gift, since invited guests are expected to bring something. Lacking money, Park resolves to cook the gift himself. He ropes the protagonist into helping and turns the quest area into an improvised kitchen. Soon he presents a special seasoned lizard meat dish that immediately impresses both the protagonist and Velzet. The protagonist devours it and praises the smell and taste, while Velzet desperately begs for a share. Park proudly compliments his own seasoning as if the result were inevitable. Velzet's hunger for the dish becomes so loud that both men realize they have completely forgotten about him. Park finally offers him a piece, and Velzet no longer cares what cut it is as long as he gets something. At that moment, the system announces that the Hell Dying Kitchen party is about to begin. The protagonist tells Park they have to leave immediately, interrupting the meal prep. As they are teleported away, they leave the finished dishes behind for Velzet as a parting gift. Velzet is left tied to the wall, crying and begging for a bite while cursing them for abandoning him. Hidden observers from the assassination squad watch the pair vanish and wonder whether they managed to earn Velzet's recognition. Seeing that no portal activated, they conclude the recognition was probably not granted and reason that the pair never noticed they were being watched. Because the two left their belongings behind, the squad decides they will likely return and begin setting traps to catch them then. Meanwhile, the protagonists are transported to the Hell Dying Kitchen party. They arrive in a lavish banquet hall full of elegantly dressed guests and quietly hope their own clothes will pass. A demon attendant welcomes them and explains that weapons are forbidden inside the hall, though otherwise the guests may do as they please. Park immediately drifts toward the buffet, already analyzing sauces and ingredients like he belongs there. The protagonist studies the other attendees and realizes many are climbers who became VIPs early by ordering the special menu before the requirements grew stricter. He also notices a separate group of unfamiliar NPCs, likely residents of floors above the 50th. Recognizing how useful those higher floor NPCs could be, he decides it would be wise to get to know them before climbing further. Just as he is about to approach an NPC, someone stops him with a warning that talking to them here is dangerous. He turns and realizes the stranger already knows him and is testing whether he remembers him too. The newcomer jogs his memory by flaunting his distinctive hair and beard. He adds the dead giveaway that he is still obsessed with his favorite real-world idol group. That is enough for Evil Eye to recognize the shameless fanboy Fluffy, who proudly confirms it. Fluffy happily explains that even his shirt was made with a special camera skill, and his devotion to Pink Punk has not faded at all. While nearly smothering Evil Eye with enthusiasm, Fluffy reveals he has seen him trading with Kitty Punch and now recognizes him as a genuine fan. Evil Eye checks Fluffy's status and realizes he is a monstrously accomplished climber who has reached the 65th floor, possesses AAA grade authority, and should already be treated like an S-rank hunter, yet some of his deeper information remains unreadable. Fluffy admits he has many questions, but first insists Evil Eye needs to understand why speaking to NPCs here can get him into trouble. Before he can finish, an offended NPC lashes out, furious that a mere climber is mingling at what he sees as an elite gathering. The pirate-like guest openly insults Evil Eye as a beggar who does not belong at this VIP event. Park Jae-kyung answers with casual sarcasm, but the insulted NPC only grows more hostile. As tempers flare, Fluffy realizes the explanation is already being proven by example. He points out that many invited NPCs openly despise climbers and resent their presence in the hall. Fluffy explains that because NPCs rarely become VIPs here, they cling to status and look down on lower-tier climbers who were allowed in. Evil Eye considers responding, but Fluffy stops him because there is an even more important danger to understand. Fluffy warns that some climbers deliberately do things NPCs hate, creating even worse hostility. Evil Eye tries to guess what kind of offense he means while the rude NPC keeps drinking nearby. The answer arrives instantly when Smile Cap smashes a bottle over the NPC's head just to provoke him. The surrounding guests are stunned by how casually this masked climber escalates the situation. Smile Cap treats it like party management, mocking the victim and telling him not to ruin the mood. The enraged NPC attacks, accusing Smile Cap of interfering after they had agreed to stay out of it. Smile Cap catches the blow with ease. Evil Eye is shocked to see a climber physically block an NPC's attack in a place where that should not happen. He immediately uses his authority to identify the masked man. The result reveals Kim Tae-jin, known as Smile Cap, a climber who has already conquered the 84th floor and is currently in a very good mood. Smile Cap says he had no intention of stepping in until he noticed a familiar face among the targets. He removes his mask enough to show he knows Park Jae-kyung personally. Jae-kyung is caught completely off guard by the recognition. Smile Cap greets him warmly as an old senior. Their exchange reveals they have not spoken in 10 years, with Smile Cap joking about being too busy training under his master to keep in touch. Jae-kyung excitedly explains that this senior is the reason he made it to the party at all and moves to introduce him to Evil Eye. Evil Eye offers a formal introduction under his current alias. The name immediately catches Smile Cap's attention. He recognizes Evil Eye as the climber infamous for slaughtering rookie climbers. Smile Cap reveals he was one of the original rookies when Korea's top 9 Dragon Guild was founded. That revelation makes Evil Eye realize he is dealing with someone tied to one of the strongest guilds in the country. But he also notices something strange, because a rookie should not be able to ignore the tower's usual restrictions so completely. Smile Cap dismisses the concern and boasts that restrictions left by weaker people cannot hold him. He circles Evil Eye like a predator and confronts him over the juniors he killed. Then he presses close and demands to know why he did it. Evil Eye pauses, weighing how to answer. He finally replies that they deserved it and refuses to apologize for their deaths. Smile Cap goes silent as he considers that answer. Then he suddenly bursts into laughter instead of anger. To Evil Eye's surprise, Smile Cap openly agrees with that ruthless logic. Amused, he decides Evil Eye is entertaining and offers friendship under the name Smile Cap while Jae-kyung marvels at how little it took to make him laugh. Still in high spirits, Smile Cap invites Jae-kyung to drink with him, leaving the battered NPC fuming in the background. The injured guest demands an apology, but a red-haired branch manager steps in and orders him to calm down. When the guest protests that climbers should not be here, the manager shuts him down by revealing that he personally invited them. He further explains that the two climbers are disciples of Heglik, a name so important that even the complainer is forced to back off. The room's attitude changes at once as Jae-kyung realizes Heglik's reputation alone is enough to legitimize their presence. Before the tension can rise again, trumpets announce the arrival of the true host. Broem Kite, the CEO of Hell Dying Kitchen, enters with the aura of a powerful NPC leader known for repaying both grudges and favors in full. He reveals that he overheard the earlier conversation. Addressing Evil Eye and Jae-kyung directly, he asks whether they truly are Heglik's disciples. They confirm it by presenting proof of their connection. Satisfied, the CEO declares their timing excellent. He announces that the party's gift exchange event is beginning and asks to see their skills as a present to him. Jae-kyung eagerly agrees and even offers to make enough for everyone instead of keeping the gift private. The CEO praises that generous attitude and gives them permission to proceed. In an instant, the hall transforms into a working kitchen and the two climbers are outfitted as chefs. Faced with too many ingredients and possibilities, Jae-kyung freezes up and asks Evil Eye for direction. Evil Eye proposes a concept that Jae-kyung immediately recognizes as fitting Heglik's teachings. With a plan decided, Jae-kyung takes charge of the main cooking while Evil Eye supports him. They begin at full speed, driving the heat up and treating the challenge like a battlefield. A lavish spread quickly takes shape across the banquet tables. Jae-kyung presents the finished dish as an ambitious combination of mastoka larvae and Cretan fin meat, refined with apple pop and deep-sea salt. When the CEO questions the risky balance of meat and fish, they explain that a special sauce holds the flavors together, though they coyly keep part of the recipe secret. Jae-kyung promises there is still one final touch left before the dish is complete. Evil Eye reflects that the whole concept was designed around Jae-kyung's strengths. He unveils the final element, the legendary liquor tears of the Azure Dragon, chosen to pair with the food and keep even already full guests engaged. The crowd is stunned that a climber possesses such a rare and valuable drink. Evil Eye calmly distributes it and even asks the CEO to lead a toast, relying on the universal vanity of people in power. The CEO accepts and launches into the kind of long ceremonial speech Evil Eye expected. He closes by wishing glory to both the guests and Hell Dying Kitchen. The room drinks together. Evil Eye immediately feels the liquor's magic restoring his energy and lifting his mood. The effect surges through the Chaos Frog on his head as well, triggering a sudden transformation. A system notice announces that Deokshin, the Chaos Frog, has advanced from C rank to B rank and entered its mature stage. The upgraded frog gains stronger traits and, to Evil Eye's disbelief, unlocks an S-rank unique ability called Slap. Evil Eye is outraged that his frog now boasts an S-rank skill when he himself only has one. The frog strikes a ridiculous pose, and Evil Eye can only retreat into sarcasm to hide his disbelief. Even so, he recognizes how absurdly powerful this development is. Around the hall, the liquor softens everyone's hearts, turning former hostility into gratitude and emotional praise for the food and drink. System messages confirm that the drink has raised favorability with the gourmet NPCs and earned Evil Eye the title Gourmet Chef. Overcome by the experience, the formerly hostile guest tearfully thanks Park Jae-kyung and promises to repay him if he reaches the 67th floor. As the party winds down, Evil Eye finally relaxes, satisfied that the event ended far better than it began. Fluffy rushes over to thank Evil Eye for giving him such a memorable meal and drink. As repayment, Fluffy insists on giving him a gift. The gift turns out to be Fluffy's treasured pink punk t-shirt, one of his most beloved possessions. He makes the offer sound more like a threat by warning that if the shirt is lost or damaged, their relationship may not survive it. Before Evil Eye can refuse, Fluffy forces the gift on him and leaves, making Evil Eye wonder if everyone in the tower is insane. Other NPCs and guests also part from the two climbers warmly, promising future hospitality and urging them to keep climbing safely. A system notice confirms that Evil Eye's favorability with many NPCs has risen. Smile Cap returns for a final word and says he will be watching Evil Eye's future climb. He admits he is looking forward to meeting him again higher up, not out of friendship but because he expects Evil Eye to be fun to toy with. Jae-kyung immediately warns Smile Cap not to mess with his senior, though the farewell remains oddly cheerful. After Smile Cap leaves, Evil Eye notices he has left behind a note. Before that mystery can be explored, the CEO approaches them with renewed emotion. He says the two disciples have reminded him of things he had long forgotten. Moved to tears, he formally declares Hell Dying Kitchen's support for both of them. Jae-kyung does not fully understand what that means, but the frog bluntly translates it as the faction having their backs. The CEO begins explaining that the tower is divided among many factions made up of both NPCs and climbers. He names Hell Dying Kitchen first, presenting it as a major organized power rather than just a restaurant. He continues with other examples like the Golden Empress's Kingdom and the Arena Association led by Kildas. When Jae-kyung is surprised that Kildas commands a faction too, the CEO explains that all arenas fall under that association. He adds that there are many more, including the Hidden Garden run by druids and elves. He also mentions Fractal Park of Fairies and Spirits, along with powerful climber groups on the upper floors. Even smaller organizations like the Rookie Group and the Sea Fishing Club count as factions in their own way. Jae-kyung cheerfully mentions the newly emerging Poeti Union, while Evil Eye reacts with embarrassed dread at hearing that name spoken aloud. The CEO explains that Hell Dying Kitchen is large enough to be genuinely useful, but only to those who first establish a proper relationship with it. Evil Eye understands that support from NPCs requires a formal pretext, and the CEO confirms that is exactly how the system works. Jae-kyung clarifies that NPCs are restricted from directly helping climbers, so they create contractual reasons that let them act within the rules. Since he is still inexperienced, Jae-kyung eagerly asks to stay and work there as a chef for a while. The CEO approves, saying Jae-kyung would benefit from sharpening his skills and noting that he handled the main dish himself. Evil Eye confirms that Jae-kyung was responsible for the actual cooking while he focused on preparation and ingredients. Then Evil Eye reveals he wants a different kind of arrangement than kitchen training. The CEO offers a VIP partnership contract, explaining that Hell Dying Kitchen has a procurement team but needs a climber partner to operate beyond NPC limits. He produces the contract for them to review. Evil Eye understands the role immediately. He would gather ingredients, alcohol, spices, and other materials the faction cannot easily obtain itself. He accepts on the spot, and the system confirms a partnership contract with Hell Dying Kitchen. As part of the deal, he receives a partner-exclusive bracelet that lets him trade acquired byproducts directly with the faction. The CEO explains that successful cooperation can be rewarded with anything from points and items to information and other resources. The mention of information catches Evil Eye's full attention, especially when he learns the faction hears things from staff station all across the tower. He immediately asks whether that means they know what lies on each floor. The CEO says they do, within system limits, and Evil Eye resolves to maintain this relationship carefully from now on. They seal the arrangement with a handshake, and the CEO promises to contact him if anything interesting turns up. Jaekyung and the CEO send him off warmly, with Jaekyung apologizing for staying behind to train. As a final gift, Jaekyung tells him to take whatever cooking tools remain with him. The kitchen equipment is left behind for Evil Eye to claim as he departs. He returns to the 54th floor starvation zone, only to find that something is already terribly wrong. The starving skeletal NPC immediately begs for the braised short ribs he was promised, making Evil Eye realize just how desperate things became while he was gone. Feeling guilty, he decides to cook a fresh batch at once and notes that his new cooking title should make the result even better. Before he can settle in, he activates his SS rank authority stargazing eyes to assess the danger around him. The skin reveals multiple installed skills and artifacts surrounding the area, including several binding and field-type tools designed to restrict movement. He realizes he has been trapped inside a layered kill zone built from movement-sealing artifacts, one of them even S rank. The scale of the setup makes him understand that an assassination squad has been watching him for some time. The attackers finally reveal themselves in overwhelming numbers, with one of them noting that only a single target has returned. Evil Eye sees that the force assembled against him is absurdly large, yet he mocks them for mobilizing an army just to hunt one climber. The starving NPC behind him becomes his only shield, and the skeleton bluntly warns the assassins that provoking this particular customer will get everyone killed. The squad's leaders order their men to wait for the signal and, importantly, not to touch the NPC. Once the command is set, the attack begins. A storm of debuffs and curses crashes down on Evil Eye at once, overwhelming his resistances and leaving him battered by gravity, exhaustion, trauma, sensory dulling, and more. Seeing him survive the opening barrage, the assassins acknowledge him as a monster but promise he will still die slowly. They accuse him of causing deaths and chaos, but Evil Eye rejects their story and insists they are the ones stirring up the violence. He answers their threats with open contempt and declares that now they will face the consequences instead. One assassin vows to hunt him down no matter where he runs, whether back into the tower, a safe zone, or even outside. Evil Eye bluffs back with confidence, but inwardly admits that while infinite coins could save him in the long run, the immediate situation is grim. Trapped inside the artifact field and buried under stacked debuffs, he realizes survival will require enduring the assault, breaking the enemy's tools, and clearing the curses before he can turn the battle around. Facing a difficult fight, Evil Eye decides to start by stacking support buffs instead of attacking head-on. His Fire and Dance title activates, lifting his mood, reducing ailments, strengthening healing, boosting his stats, and shielding his mind. He turns the preparation into a ridiculous performance, dancing around the fire with his frog companion to power himself up. The frog joins in enthusiastically, making the buff routine even more absurd. The frog takes over as host and keeps the spectacle going, while onlookers are left baffled by what they are even watching. The frog unveils another support move, teaching a dramatic pose that triggers a high-level buff called Fatal Pose. The assassins bristle at being toyed with, but they try to steady themselves by dismissing the display as desperate nonsense. Instead of stopping, Evil Eye escalates the show into acrobatic dancing that whips fire and water around him. He keeps spinning through the elemental currents, turning the battlefield into a bizarre but effective buff ritual. The spectacle finally pushes one enemy commander past his limit. Seething with humiliation, the commander loses his composure. He orders everyone to stop watching and kill Evil Eye immediately. The assassins answer with a barrage of elemental attacks and field effects, trying to bury him under combined pressure. An ally warns the action to get back as the attacks close in, but Evil Eye is already moving through the chaos. He bursts forward with Fog Sprint and slams into the enemy setup before their layered traps can fully pin him down. His charge shatters several installed field effects at once, and he mocks how easily their preparations break. Even so, he learns he still cannot leave because an S-rank barrier called Defense of the Seven Demons is sealing the area. He answers by triggering Return to Death and another buff roll, purging debuffs, gaining immunity, and multiplying his stats even further. Now fully empowered, he decides it is time to turn their own attack back on them with reverse. The reflected force erupts in a massive explosion that tears through the battlefield. Far away, a suited figure in a green and gold helmet notices the distant blast and becomes curious. Standing among fallen enemies elsewhere, the newcomer decides to investigate the disturbance and asks his companion to hold the line. His companion, a pink-haired masked woman, casually confirms the assassination squads around them are no real threat. Satisfied, the helmeted man heads toward the explosion site. Back at the battlefield, the demonic barrier crackles under the aftermath of Evil Eye's counterattack. Evil Eye realizes reverse should have erased the whole area, but the fence of the 7 demons suppressed most of the damage and saved the core of the trap. Since brute force was blunted, he activates a Pelline set effect called Astral Rainbow to massively amplify his attack power for a short window. With that temporary boost, he launches a rainbow charge strike straight at the demon barrier itself. He commits fully to the blow, aiming not at the assassins but at the structure trapping everyone inside. The empowered slash bites into the barrier with enough force to crack what should have been untouchable. The impact detonates through the sealed space and tears the barrier apart. The assassins are stunned that he has actually broken the demon fence, and they immediately order everyone to unleash everything before he can capitalize. With Astral Rainbow still active for a few seconds, Evil Eye feels nearly unstoppable and prepares to exploit the opening. He dives underground and erupts beneath the enemy ranks, cutting through them before they can regroup. The assassins realize too late that he is tunneling under their feet and warn each other in panic. He bursts up amid them in a chain of explosions, scattering bodies as Astral Rainbow's timer runs down. Spotting the commander, Evil Eye lunges directly for him before the buff expires. He meets the commander face to face and makes it clear the balance of power has completely flipped. The commander tries to curse him, but he no longer has the upper hand. Evil Eye blasts him away, and at that exact moment Astral Rainbow ends, leaving him with severe backlash and his skill damage crippled for the next hour. He immediately realizes the problem and curses his timing. Although he has taken down many enemies, he sees that plenty of assassins are still standing and closing in. Worse, more reinforcements keep arriving, turning the battlefield into a war of attrition he can no longer overpower. The surviving assassins regain their confidence and taunt him for thinking the fight was already over. Evil Eye realizes the enemy has likely gathered assassination squads from across Asia, and the rescue he expected from the Union has not come. The enemy presses the psychological advantage, claiming there is no help left nearby and that even the next floor is under their control. Even cornered, Evil Eye refuses to accept defeat and throws their certainty back at them. The elite squad surround him with coordinated ranged weapons and blades, preparing to finish him while he is weakened. They boast that this is exactly what makes them the elite, overwhelming prey before it can recover. On their command, the entire formation charges at once. Evil Eye knows Astral Rainbow's backlash has left him unable to release real power, and the attackers close in from every side. For a moment, he thinks this may truly be the end. Then sudden explosions erupt among the attackers, interrupting the execution at the last second. Evil Eye recognizes the attack pattern as steel beads and suspects he knows who has arrived. The assassins are thrown into confusion, unable to tell who just struck them. A masked red-robed fighter finds his own weapon compressed by an unseen skill before he can react. The hidden rescuer follows with remove, disarming and blasting multiple assassins off their feet at once. A new voice emerges through the dust, explaining that she came after seeing the explosion from afar. Evil Eye recognizes the newcomer and greets her with relief. The helmeted man, now at the scene, identifies the rescuer with a single amused word. With the immediate threat broken, Evil Eye thanks the newcomer for saving him. He quickly refocuses on the larger situation, warning that the battle is not over because enemies are still controlling the valley. The newcomer calmly reveals she already noticed those forces on the way in and believes they have been dealt with. That answer surprises both Evil Eye and the helmeted man, and they look toward the canyon entrance. A glittering figure descends into view, making them wonder who exactly has arrived. The rescuer lands dramatically, wrapped in sparkles and expensive-looking gear. Evil Eye is half blinded by the sheer amount of flashy equipment, and realizes she is carrying an absurd number of items. She cheerfully introduces herself, immediately setting a playful tone. She corrects Evil Eye's title slip and asks him to call her Kitty Punch instead. The name alone leaves Evil Eye and the frog stunned. When she mentions that he once called her princess, Evil Eye starts to connect the dots. He turns toward the helmeted man, suddenly suspicious. Evil Eye accuses him of exposing his hidden identity, but the man insists anyone observant would have figured it out already. Kitty Punch pretends innocence while making it obvious she knows exactly who Evil Eye really is. Driven into a corner, Evil Eye finally blurts out that he is the so-called pretty princess and immediately regrets the humiliation. Kitty Punch and the helmeted man openly marvel at his revealed face, making the embarrassment even worse. Kitty Punch treats the whole thing like a fascinating lesson in human absurdity, while Evil Eye dies inside. The helmeted man decides that if identities are being exposed, he may as well remove his own helmet too. He reveals himself as a long-haired man in a suit, while Kitty Punch and Evil Eye face each other in awkward recognition. Kitty Punch panics when attention shifts toward her own mask and tries to stop them from unmasking her. The suited man ignores her protests and reaches for the mask, while Evil Eye watches with sudden interest. Evil Eye's eye ability sharpens as he focuses on what is about to be revealed. Kitty Punch protests that everyone else already showed their faces, but the suited man keeps pulling anyway. Evil Eye catches the mask as it comes free and stares in surprise. The suited man physically restrains Kitty Punch while Evil Eye holds the mask, leaving her no way to hide. He triumphantly claims the mask, despite her desperate attempts to stop him. The reveal shocks Evil Eye because Kitty Punch is actually Park Hyun, the pink punk sub-vocalist. He confirms the identity, stunned that a famous idol is standing here as a tower climber. The suited man laughs at the absurdity of meeting a global celebrity in the tower, while Yoon is mortified. He keeps piling on by repeating the cutesy persona she has been using in the community, making her collapse in embarrassment. The frog adds another humiliating detail by revealing he owns a treasured pink punk shirt that once came from her. Evil Eye recalls her background. Park Yoon was part of a famous idol group that disbanded after losing a member to the monster wave, and the surviving members apparently entered the tower. Comparing himself to a former Special Forces soldier, a national athlete, and a global superstar, Evil Eye briefly feels painfully ordinary. Once Yoon calms down a little, Evil Eye shifts to business and asks about buying single-use invincibility artifacts and potions. She instantly slips into merchant mode and offers information on the skill book and the remaining Pelline set as her price. Before agreeing, Evil Eye adds one more condition. He demands absolute secrecy about his identity, and jokingly threatens a bloodbath if she leaks it. Yoon happily accepts and formally hands over a substitute victim item as part of the deal. She proudly shows off the item, while Evil Eye wonders if it is really that valuable. He realizes her obsession with safety items likely comes from trauma, though he still finds her extreme even by tower standards. The suited man sums up their ridiculous party composition by listing Yoon's flashy gear and his own helmeted disguise. Yoon imagines adding Evil Eye's bald spandex persona to the group and turns the whole thing into a cursed team image. Evil Eye and the frog recoil from the mental picture in shared disgust. Putting the comedy aside, Evil Eye asks whether the other two are also trying to reach the 55th floor. They confirm it, but warn him that the floor's gatekeeper has rejected them several times already. The gatekeeper, a giant skeletal figure named Velzet, looms before them as Yoon addresses him directly. Instead of fighting, she sends several steel beads toward him as if beginning some strange test. Velzet obediently opens his mouth and receives the beads. The beads trigger remove inside his body, but the damage is too small to matter. Velzet mocks the attempt, while the suited man complains that Yoon keeps feeding him worthless junk. Velzet demands the next challenger, and Yoon steps up despite accidentally slipping back into her community catchphrase. She produces dried king seaweed, an item that massively expands in water, and reveals she brought plenty of it. She drenches Velzet with an enormous wave of expanding seaweed, hoping to overwhelm him and finally earn her bonus. After half an hour passes, the attempt is clearly going nowhere. Velzet casually asks for more because he likes the taste, while Yoon despairs that another bonus has slipped away. Evil Eye mocks the failed strategy, and the suited man points out that he surely would not try the same thing. Evil Eye asks Velzet whether he wants his greed curbed without actually breaking the curse, and Velzet admits that would be ideal. Evil Eye promises he can make that happen soon, then unexpectedly starts cooking instead of fighting. He prepares steak and stew, turning the challenge into a meal. With the food nearly ready, he says only one final step remains. That last step is adding a magical sauce, which is actually a collection of potions poured straight into the dish. Yoon and the suited man beg to try some too, but Evil Eye warns them they will regret it even as he agrees to share a little. Velzet protests that the meal was meant for him alone, showing just how invested he already is. The others eagerly accept portions, delighted by the rare chance to eat food someone else prepared. Evil Eye personally serves Velzet as if feeding a patient rather than confronting a boss. The suited man tastes it first and seems pleased. Yoon also takes a bite and initially reacts the same way. Even Velzet begins eating with satisfaction. A beat later, all three realize the flavor is atrocious and recoil in horror. Evil Eye reveals he laced the meal with 10 doses of tasteless potion, and the victims can only retch while he reminds them he warned them. He checks whether Velzet is suffering badly enough for the quest to count. Velzet is clearly miserable, but since the quest still has not cleared, Evil Eye concludes the curse has not been weakened enough yet. So he decides to escalate, and dumps every remaining potion he has into the concoction. Velzet panics and begs him to stay away, now treating Evil Eye as the true monster. Evil Eye closes the distance anyway before Velzet can escape. He leaps in with armfuls of medicine and insists Velzet take it so he can recover quickly, making the threat sound absurdly caring. With a predatory grin, he forces the full treatment on him. That finally works. Velzet loses his appetite, the void curse is temporarily weakened, and the sudden quest is cleared. Evil Eye celebrates becoming the first across all servers to earn Velzet's recognition and collect a huge point reward. As his reward, he receives the key to the giant's tomb, which can open the resting place of the giant hero Hellgreat. He asks the now broken Velzet where the tomb is, but Velzet is too spiritually crushed to answer and instead gives up on life. A portal appears for Evil Eye alone, and he decides he will find the tomb himself while leaving the others behind. Still traumatized, the suited man swears he will never eat Evil Eye's cooking again, while Evil Eye notes that force-feeding potions was exactly what cleared the quest. Velzet, terrified of more medicine, offers a compromise by promising to create the needed potions on the 55th floor if they just leave him alone. When Evil Eye threatens to make even more and have the others help force-feed them, Velzet finally snaps and orders everyone out. The system confirms that NPC Velzet has created a portal. The suited man praises Evil Eye's intimidation, but Evil Eye insists it was simply effective persuasion as Velzet banishes them. Before departing, Evil Eye bids the others farewell and promises to meet them higher up, while they answer in kind. Once through the portal, he tears through the 56th and 57th floors almost immediately. By the time he notices, he is already racing through the late 50s with only 2 floors left before the next safe zone. As he climbs higher, he recalls that he had already shared a community guide for reaching the 57th floor. He remembers that other climbers even followed his potion strategy, proving his advice had become widely trusted. While moving on, he notices strange titles appearing on their own and realizes the system is reacting to him in new ways. He enters the 58th floor. The new floor reveals itself as natural death, with a grim survival condition tied to reaching a place called Big Cat's Cradle. The foul air immediately tells him this floor is built to kill slowly rather than fight fairly. As toxic effects begin eating away at his body, he quickly counters them with water of life and divine protection. He connects the floor objective to Lilka's quest for a mini cat and guesses the target must be related to the big cat. A distant mechanical sound interrupts his thoughts and warns him he has found what he was looking for. Instead of a harmless pet, a giant mechanical mini cat charges him, exposing how deceptive the name really is. He is thrown off by how absurdly oversized the supposed mini cat is. The machine attacks with crushing force, forcing him to evade rather than test its strength head-on. He decides to stop treating it like a collectible and commits to taking it down. He orders the Akshaman to attack, turning the fight into a coordinated hunt for the quest item. The mini-cat tries to reposition, but it cannot escape the counterattack. The Akshaman's slap attack lands hard enough to smash the machine apart. Seeing the ruined body, he regrets that the quest ingredient would have been worth more intact, since Lilka rewards better materials in good condition. That concern becomes irrelevant when more mini-cats appear and threaten to swarm him. He decides one usable specimen is enough and prepares to secure it before the group overwhelms him. With the required mini-cat obtained, Lilka's 4th forced quest is completed. After the battle, he inspects the wreckage and realizes the machine is sophisticated enough to yield valuable salvage. Among the parts, he finds a memory card-like component marked as manufactured in Framberg. That name matches the underground city pass Mobilitic once gave him, linking this floor to a hidden dwarven city. He also recalls that Haida's chains came from Framberg, confirming the city's reputation for elite craftsmanship. Surveying the junk-strewn ruins, he concludes this floor is likely Framberg's dumping ground and the mini-cats were built to process its waste. To verify that theory, he activates his SS rank authority, Stargazing Eyes. His enhanced sight sweeps across the ruins in search of the source behind the machines and the city entrance. He finds both at once, the big cat that powers the mini-cats and the hidden entrance to Framberg. Before he can approach quietly, the mini-cats detect him through heat, infrared, and even magical flow, proving stealth is useless here. The machines immediately shift into attack mode and begin firing on his position. He is stunned that their detection range is so extreme that they can lock onto him from far away. Missiles and bombardment tear through the ruins, turning the area into a kill zone. He sprints through the chaos instead of trying to outgun the defenses. Realizing the dwarves armed even their waist zone with missiles, he cuts through incoming fire while rushing the entrance. He abandons any thought of fighting the big cat and focuses entirely on breaking through. Using the pass Mobilitic gave him, he forces the entrance to recognize him and open. The gate responds, and he slips inside before the machines can finish him off. No sooner does he enter than he collides with someone on the other side. He jokes about bumping into something tiny, only to hear an angry protest from below. 2 dwarves confront him, and his authority identifies them as Framberg residents named Hedwig and Gangbolton. Still suspicious of any outsider, they demand to know how a climber entered their hidden city and threaten torture if he lies. He calmly explains that he came officially with a pass from an acquaintance. The moment they see the gold pass, their hostility flips into excitement because it marks him as a trusted friend of dwarves and confirms his link to Mobilitic. They introduce themselves properly, accept his alias Evil Eye, and decide to escort him into the city. When he questions the so-called underground city, they reveal there is much more below than the ruins suggest. They load him into a crude elevator cage and drop him deep beneath the surface. At the bottom, he discovers a dazzling subterranean metropolis filled with advanced magical engineering and airships. The city guards mistake Diakshaman for some kind of homunculus, and the dwarves laugh off the misunderstanding. Before letting him explore, Hedwig gives him a bottle and warns that everyone here soon needs it to survive. He learns the bottle contains water of life, sold at a huge price and required constantly just to stay safe in Framberg. That confirms his suspicion that the dwarves are using the same recipe he once shared with Kitty Punch. He considers teaching them the true method, but hesitates because Kitty Punch already distributes it through a trade arrangement. Seeing how many dwarves, especially children, are suffering, he decides he cannot ignore their condition for the sake of business politics. A closer look proves his suspicion right. The Framberg version of water of life is diluted. He immediately asks whether there is a representative in charge of the city. Once they confirm there is, he urgently asks to be taken there at once. He meets B. Hilton, Framberg's representative, who welcomes Mobilitic's ally and takes an immediate interest in his armor. B. Hilton recognizes the Pelline set at a glance and admires its quality, color, and finish. When Evil Eye is surprised, B. Hilton explains that dwarves know every treasure in the tower and can judge their worth instantly. B. Hilton reveals he has secretly preserved Pelline set pieces of his own, making him a potential source for the full set. Evil Eye jumps at the chance to trade and is ready to offer the water of life recipe if that will secure the pieces. B. Hilton counters instead by offering to buy the armor Evil Eye is already wearing for a high price. Their negotiation is cut short when an emergency alarm sounds through the city. B. Hilton realizes the crisis they feared has already begun sooner than expected. Outside, plague mist floods the city, and the system identifies it as a mass of diseases and curses tied to Delverton's will to ruin. Evil Eye demands to know what is happening and who this impossible being is. B. Hilton tells him explanations can wait, and orders him to put on a gas mask and stay put. Instead, B. Hilton reveals a hidden bottle of the real water of life. He explains that the version sold in Framberg by the Kingdom of Flower and Bird was intentionally diluted for mass production. The pure version is strong enough that a single bottle can do what many diluted ones barely manage. Evil Eye admits that he made the genuine water of life himself. He offers to share the recipe so the dwarves can survive the plague mist without relying on the weakened product. Then he asks to be taken straight to Delverton, since the mist is clearly coming from that source. The system responds by issuing a comprehensive quest to save Framberg through investigation, stabilization, and rescue. At the heart of the disaster, he finds the egg of the plague, a durable plague core infused with Delverton that is spreading the mist. Further analysis reveals a horrifying truth. Delverton entered through a deal with B. Hilton, and Framberg's population has been reduced from hundreds of millions to barely over 2,000. B. Hilton admits no dwarf here is truly healthy anymore and declares this final assault their last chance, ordering everyone to destroy the egg. The remaining dwarves answer with desperate resolve and charge in together. They hammer the egg with everything they have, trying to break the source of their extinction. B. Hilton himself throws his full strength into the attack, refusing to give up. He keeps shouting for the egg to break, as if force of will alone might save them. But the shell does not yield, and their weapons begin to fail before it does. As the dwarves collapse in despair, B. Hilton admits they have sacrificed everything just to delay their doom. Evil Eye stops him and tells him to fall back with the Akshaman, making it clear he intends to handle the egg himself. When asked what he plans to do, he answers simply that he will clear the quest. Using Fog Sprint, he dives directly into the egg and becomes the first player across all servers to enter its interior. He lands inside a strange inner space hidden within the plague core. The system rewards the discovery with a chaos box, though he still lacks enough chaos points to use it. Finding the interior seemingly empty, he suspects the real threat is concealed deeper within. He tests the space by detonating a firebomb, hoping brute force will expose whatever is hiding there. Even that fails to damage the place, and he realizes this scenario is far beyond a normal floor challenge. A voice emerges from the mist and dismisses his attacks as meaningless. The speaker reveals itself as Delverton, a fragment of chaos. The system marks the encounter as unprecedented and grants him more chaos points, but still withholds full information. He understands from that lack of data that the gap between them is enormous. Even so, he attacks first, deciding that hesitation will only get him killed. Delverton casually praises him for reaching this far despite not even being near the tower's highest floors. Evil Eye is shaken when his strongest strike fails to leave even a scratch. Delverton explains that with so little chaos power, Evil Eye has no hope of challenging a true being of chaos. Evil Eye confirms that Delverton is talking about his chaos score, and Delverton agrees. That answer makes him realize he is facing the kind of monster meant for climbers approaching the tower's summit. He understands that this enemy belongs to the realm of those nearing the very top of the tower, not someone at his current level. Delverton points out that even legendary climbers near the 99th floor need immense chaos points to attempt the 100th, and even they could not save their original worlds. The implication is devastating. Fragments of chaos are world-ending calamities that have already destroyed countless civilizations. Evil Eye sees at last why entire worlds are collapsing if monsters like this can roam free. Even so, he refuses to surrender and starts searching for any advantage he can still create. He activates Paladin's shield and wraps himself in protective power, vowing not to let Delverton continue unchecked. He follows with a flaming assault, trying to overwhelm Delverton through sheer layered force. Delverton remains untouched and calmly tells him the effort is useless. Evil Eye changes tactics and attacks from above, trying to catch the fragment off guard. This time he finally manages to draw blood, proving Delverton is not completely invulnerable. Delverton immediately retaliates and blasts him away before he can press the opening. Refusing to lose momentum, Evil Eye swings again with relentless force. He adds a freezing attack to pin Delverton down and create a better opening. Then he combines speed and lightning, stacking movement and shock into a single high-speed strike. Delverton shrugs it off as mere magic and says such attacks still are not enough to matter. Evil Eye accepts that ordinary offense will never win this fight. He unleashes a far riskier combination, invoking Return to Death, and the Peline sets Astral Rainbow to force out a stronger form. For the first time, Delverton is visibly startled. The empowered blow crashes into Delverton with overwhelming force. The impact erupts into a massive explosion that tears through the inner space. When the smoke clears, Evil Eye is still standing and waiting to see whether it worked. The haze shifts, hiding Delverton's condition for a tense moment. Evil Eye clicks his tongue, sensing that the result still is not enough. Delverton reappears wounded but far from defeated, confirming the attack only barely mattered. Instead of anger, Delverton praises him for managing to injure a fragment of chaos despite being only around the 50th floor level. Then Delverton stops attacking and asks why Evil Eye insists on interfering. The question shocks him because it treats mass slaughter like a mere personal inconvenience. He explodes in anger and answers that people and children are dying, and he cannot just walk past that. Delverton coldly replies that the dwarves are fated for ruin under the terms of a bet, and that Behilton has already lost. It adds that the only way to save them would be for someone else to take their deaths upon themselves. Delverton assumes he is about to beg, but Evil Eye stops it for a different reason. He seizes on the loophole, asking whether he really can die in the dwarves' place, and what kind of wager Behilton made. To confirm the truth, he activates Stargazing Eyes again. This time the authority reveals Delverton's core nature as a fragment born from gambling disease. Evil Eye immediately grasps that Delverton is chaos born from both wagers and plague. He reasons out loud that chaos can arise from anything, and this creature is the fusion of gambling and disease. Delverton confirms it and asks why that matters, so Evil Eye answers by proposing a bet of his own. The offer catches Delverton completely off guard. When Delverton asks what he is plotting, Evil Eye taunts it and dares it to refuse if it is afraid. Amused by the insolence, Delverton accepts the challenge. As the proposer, Delverton sets the terms. Evil Eye must endure the deaths of all 2,384 surviving dwarves, and if he succeeds, Framberg will be spared and Behilton will win. If he fails, Delverton promises to come to Evil Eye's own world next, raising the stakes beyond Framberg alone. That threat only hardens Evil Eye's resolve instead of frightening him. He agrees, but insists on adding one condition of his own before the contract is finalized. His condition rewrites the old deal entirely. Behilton's burden is transferred to Evil Eye. The plague mist now targets him instead of the dwarves, and he must eliminate the source of destruction or the loser will cease to exist. Delverton warns that until the deal ends, Evil Eye cannot retreat to safety even through death, but Evil Eye tells it to stop talking and start. The contract is sealed, and Delverton mocks him for spending his own life just to save a few dwarves. Evil Eye answers by stacking every defensive and survival skill he has, preparing to endure the impossible. With the plague now aimed at him alone, he smiles grimly and decides this is the perfect chance to force his own growth. The battle turns into a brutal war of attrition as the enemy's remaining lives begin dropping by the hundreds under Evil Eye's relentless spending and attacks. Delverton, battered and enraged, realizes he is being cornered despite his monstrous resilience. Even as the count keeps plunging, Evil Eye continues forcing the bet toward its end with overwhelming resources. Delverton is shaken by the sheer number of coins behind the assault and starts to suspect something impossible is happening. When he tries to cancel the wager, the contract reveals the trap. The target must die, and the bet cannot be withdrawn. Delverton gleefully admits he built that clause to doom his opponent, only to realize it has doomed him instead. With only a few lives left, Delverton prepares to finish Evil Eye, while Evil Eye calmly drives the countdown to the brink. Delverton unleashes a desperate final blast, trying to erase Evil Eye before the last life disappears. For a moment, Evil Eye braces in the light and waits to see whether he has survived. He realizes he has won, and Delverton's last chance is gone. The system confirms the victory. Evil Eye has defeated a fragment of chaos first across all servers and saved Framberg from destruction. Outside, the plague mist vanishes, and the dwarves stare at the black mass left behind, unsure what has changed. They quickly connect the clearing air to Evil Eye's success and rush to confirm what happened. As they watch, something begins emerging from the black remains. A blue flame rises, and a figure starts to take shape within it. Evil Eye steps back out alive, and the dwarves are stunned to see their savior return from what looked like certain death. The dwarves rush to him in alarm, seeing how badly wounded he is and demanding to know what happened inside. Still hiding the truth of the fight, Evil Eye first denies that anything is wrong. He doubles down on the lie, insisting nothing happened even while barely holding himself together. The dwarves ignore the act and move to get their savior treated immediately. Before the moment can stay solemn, Deoxys smacks Evil Eye for making everyone worry. The little companion keeps scolding him through tears, relieved he survived. The dwarven chief confirms Delverton is gone and declares that Evil Eye has saved all of Framberg. The city's people celebrate the clear sky and tell Evil Eye they can never repay what he has done. As victory celebrations begin, Evil Eye notices his chaos points have risen to 69. But he knows that still is not enough for the threats ahead. He reflects that enemies like Delverton will only become more common as he climbs, so he needs far more power. He also sees how much Deoxys has grown under his influence, and recognizes his companion as a powerful chaos creature in his own right. Across Framberg, the people openly celebrate the end of the plague and hail Evil Eye as their hero. The victory feast begins with the simple joy of drinks being poured again. For the dwarves, even ordinary liquor tastes extraordinary now that survival is no longer in doubt. The chief shares a treasured bottle he had saved for the day Framberg might escape destruction. Evil Eye jokes that the dwarves can finally enjoy real drink instead of relying only on life elixirs. The chief then reveals how furious he had been over the withheld original elixir, to the point of formally protesting Empress Jumchin and considering war. He explains that travel between floors is usually forbidden for NPCs, but not absolutely impossible, and he had intended to make the Empress pay for deceiving them. Evil Eye asks whether that means the chief has abandoned revenge, and the chief decides to show him something first. He orders the supposed culprits brought in. Evil Eye is caught off guard by what he is about to see. The prisoners turn out to be his own companions, including the princess, who immediately beg him for help. The chief explains that Jumchin sent her heir as a gesture of reconciliation, but he had still been ready to kill that favored child and start a war. Evil Eye throws himself between them, insisting these captives are his friends and that the whole matter is a misunderstanding. The princess reminds the chief that the system had restricted access to the original water of life because of the bet with Delverton, leaving them with no choice. Evil Eye admits the dwarves still had reason to be angry over the deception, and the princess hurriedly apologizes. The chief relents only because Evil Eye is their benefactor and because Framberg now needs stability more than bloodshed. Even so, he sends the captives back to their cells for the moment, while Evil Eye promises he will get them out soon. After they are taken away, Evil Eye questions whether such harsh treatment could provoke retaliation, but the chief reveals the dwarves cannot appoint heirs at all. That answer only deepens Evil Eye's confusion about how NPC society really works. He admits he has seen too many things that do not fit what he thought he knew, including NPCs gathering in communities with children and elders. The chief flatly tells him that NPCs do not age and do not have children, contradicting Evil Eye's assumptions about the tower. He explains that entry conditions differ from world to world, so Evil Eye's human rules are not universal. The chief adds that even within one world, races can be treated differently by the tower, with some being invited while others are excluded. He then asks Evil Eye why the tower would impose such selective conditions in the first place. Evil Eye answers that the tower is choosing those most likely to survive, and the chief confirms that is exactly its purpose. Having reached the 58th floor, Evil Eye should already understand that the tower subtly pushes survivors upward, and the chief says that is how he himself reached the 99th floor. Evil Eye connects that claim to everything he has seen so far and realizes the tower's systems are all designed to force adaptation and ascent. The chief reveals that reaching the 99th floor grants special privileges. The greatest of those privileges is the option to become an NPC on higher floors, a secret even famous figures had never told Evil Eye. The chief explains that many climbers forget or reject this path because they hate the tower or cannot let go of their dying original worlds. He says he once left instead of becoming an NPC, but when he returned, Delverton had already spread plague through Framberg. He fought Delverton and failed, then sought help from another empire only to find it collapsing to another fragment of chaos. At that point he accepted that his world's destruction was unavoidable and began relying on the privileges of the 99th floor. Using those privileges, he moved all of Framberg into the tower, though such a wish came with a severe price. That price was losing the ability to appoint an heir and being trapped in ruins rather than a true safe zone. Even after relocating, the dwarves still had to eliminate the threat inside the tower or face total extinction. Evil Eye realizes that fleeing into the tower may have saved Framberg physically while turning it into another kind of prison. The chief admits it was a reckless gamble, then asks whether the tower and the idea of annihilation do not terrify Evil Eye as well. Evil Eye answers without hesitation that fear does not matter if he can still save his world. The chief warns him that not everyone can endure that resolve when faced with overwhelming despair. He believes Framberg itself chose the tower out of a desperate instinct to belong somewhere that could protect it. Then he reveals that another group once contacted the dwarves about these matters. He tells Evil Eye that not all NPCs hate the tower, and some actively revere it. That hidden faction is a secret tower cult made up of both NPCs and climbers who worship the tower as a divine being. Their goal is not to preserve worlds but to let them fall, because each destroyed world gives rise to another tower and sustains the whole system. The chief warns that the cult may be far larger than anyone suspects and urges Evil Eye to distrust even apparent allies, especially around the mystery of the 99th floor. Evil Eye reasons from that warning that Empress Junction probably is not part of the cult. His logic is that if her heir clears the tower, the NPC governing that floor is freed, so a true heir is too valuable to throw away lightly. The chief accepts that argument and agrees the Empress's move looks more like sincere reconciliation than a cult plot, so he decides to release Evil Eye's friends. With the tension settled, the chief turns to repaying the man who saved Framberg. He unveils a reward display and tells Evil Eye to choose from what the dwarves have prepared. The system formally completes the Save Framberg quest and grants Evil Eye the title Benefactor of Framberg, along with the dwarves' lasting support. Allowed to take 3 items, Evil Eye immediately asks whether the Peline set is available. The chief reacts with amusement and tells him to come closer. He points Evil Eye toward the window as if to reveal something special. Evil Eye braces himself for a grand treasure reveal. Instead, the dwarves have built a giant commemorative statue of Evil Eye as Framberg's hero. The chief proudly points out that the statue's left arm is modeled after Pelin's arm and says that piece is already his. He presents the arm as a heartfelt surprise gift, while Evil Eye immediately wants it removed. The gift is forcibly equipped anyway, leaving Evil Eye stuck with a flashy mismatched arm despite his protests. To make up for it, the chief gives him a unique platinum card and opens a personal trading channel, while Evil Eye offers a gift in return. That gift is a Druid's Peace Zone, a rare item that can purify polluted land, and the chief is stunned by its value. As Evil Eye prepares to leave, he reminds the chief to free his imprisoned friends, and the chief agrees but asks one last favor first. The prisoners react warily, sensing some new condition is coming. Evil Eye cheerfully announces he is heading to the 60th floor first, leaving the princess and the others shouting after him from their cell. He shamelessly reveals he only arranged for their release in a week, provoking outrage as he runs off. He enters the 59th floor, a peaceful-looking forest zone, and immediately relaxes at the fresh air. The system reveals the floor's true trial: survive for 1 month while enduring random instant death skills. A lethal strike from nowhere hits him at once, proving the warning was literal. He survives and, instead of retreating, boasts that this kind of punishment is exactly what he can exploit. When a portal to the next floor appears, he chooses not to take it yet. Realizing these attacks are the finishing moves of powerful climbers, he decides enduring them will make him stronger. He stays on the floor and deliberately tanks repeated deadly attacks, starting with fire as his resistance rises. Over several days, he keeps using the floor as training, raising electric and cold resistance by surviving one instant death skill after another. After 7 days, a community post reveals the missing princess has become a major concern and that others have already reached the 60th floor. Deciding he has trained enough, Evil Eye finally heads upward. He arrives in the 60th floor safe zone, a civilized plaza where elite climbers gather. Remembering that future S-rank hunters from around the world gather here, he decides he should make a strong first impression. That plan collapses instantly when a blonde man in beachwear greets him with crude mockery and calls him a rainbow. Offended, Evil Eye decides hierarchy should indeed be established, but he intends to do it on his own terms. The stranger quickly shifts into friendly conversation, introducing himself casually and asking where Evil Eye is from. He identifies himself as Ezekiel John Spencers of the American Big Star Guild. Evil Eye gives only his nickname and notes privately that Big Star is a major next-generation guild, making this man worth judging carefully. He also notices the safe zone plaza is strangely empty and asks why no one else is around. Ezekiel says everyone is keeping their distance because the other major guild members are on bad terms with him. As Evil Eye tries to move on, Ezekiel chases after him, eager to explain the absurd situation on the 60th floor. He complains that Evil Eye is being too cold, while Evil Eye bluntly refuses to indulge him. When Evil Eye mentions hierarchy again, Ezekiel asks whether he wants a fight, then clarifies that he meant the floor's duels system. Evil Eye learns for the first time that official duels are a core feature of the 60th floor. Ezekiel explains that duel challenges cannot be refused, though each person is limited to 1 fight per day. He adds that winning grants gift certificates that can buy special items unavailable elsewhere. Losing, however, carries a humiliating social penalty. A giant hologram records the loser's nickname and face for everyone to see. Ezekiel shows him the Hall of Defeat and admits he became a social outcast after repeatedly beating challengers who came after him. He jokes that this makes him the floor's true champion, while Evil Eye begins to see the danger for himself. When Ezekiel offers to tell him everyone's weaknesses, Evil Eye focuses instead on the nightmare of having his own nickname publicly immortalized. He learns that the displayed nickname is whatever the community already calls you, and that every newcomer gets challenged at least once. Panicking at the thought of Petite Princess being recorded forever, Evil Eye activates a stealth skill and slips away before Ezekiel can finish. Ezekiel notices he vanished but lets him go, inviting him to return if he wants to talk again. Even while hidden, Evil Eye realizes Ezekiel had still looked straight at him, meaning the man can detect B-rank stealth. That makes the duel system even more dangerous, so Evil Eye decides to avoid strong observers and find Rilke first. Deoxygen agrees, and Evil Eye sets rescuing Rilke as the immediate priority. They soon find a roaring duel arena where spectators are gathered around a shielded battlefield. Evil Eye is horrified to discover the duels are not quiet one-on-one matches but full public spectacles with announcers and betting. Among the gamblers, he spots Rilke crying because she keeps losing every bet she places. When he calls out to her, she is overjoyed that he actually came looking for her. Her joy instantly becomes a problem when she excitedly tries to enter him into the next round herself. At the same time, a pair of rough-looking fighters notice the newcomer and submit duel requests, eager to test the fresh arrival. Multiple challenges pile up at once, and Evil Eye realizes the 60th floor really does treat new arrivals like prey. He drags Rilke away from the betting frenzy, promising punishment later for causing trouble. One challenger steps forward in earnest, Boris Vsevolodovich Mashikov, a powerful climber with high authority, dangerous titles, and a record up to the 62nd floor. Recognizing Boris as genuinely strong, Evil Eye accepts the duel anyway, confident he can still win. The duel rules appear, confirming that official matches do not consume coins on death, do not create murderer titles, and end only when one side can no longer fight or surrenders. As the arena forms, Boris introduces himself more casually, while Evil Eye sticks to his nickname and braces for the social consequences of losing. The match begins, bets close, and Boris charges in aggressively with his bat while the announcer hypes the humiliation awaiting the loser. Evil Eye dodges the opening rush and steals himself, knowing this fight matters far beyond the prize. He answers Boris's assault with a powered-up firebomb, declaring that the burden he carries is on another level entirely. The system immediately declares Evil Eye the winner and awards him 2 gift certificates. The crowd is impressed by how easily the newcomer crushed a strong opponent, and starts inventing a flashy new nickname for him. Before the name can settle, Korean climbers recognize him as Evil Eye and rush forward in excitement, hailing him as the Rainbow Warrior. Evil Eye vanishes before the crowd can pin him down, leaving them shouting in confusion as their new hero disappears. Using Rilke as his guide, he slips away to a secluded warehouse-like facility. Rilke proudly reveals it is a merchant warehouse that only opened because she accompanied him, and the system confirms her status as the companion who granted access. Jo Hyunsoo is led into Rilke's surprisingly large workshop, where she proudly shows him the blacksmith space she uses. Rilke tells him to rest after the climb, but he reminds her she still owes him the head taps she promised for exhausting him. Trying to buy time, Roka offers a valuable reward instead, only to squeal when he insists on collecting at least part of the punishment first. She reveals that dual gift certificates can be traded for fragments of a transcendent stone that raise authority rank, making Hyunsu understand why everyone is obsessed with dueling. Roka adds that this fragment can only be obtained here, while the next floor requires a different hidden condition she refuses to explain. Once he has the idea, Hyunsu confirms that clearing her quest was also necessary and realizes that was the whole point of coming here. The forced request is finally marked complete, and Roka is delighted that he has once again earned top-tier rewards. The system grants him a reward, a reputation boost with merchant NPCs, the title errand boy, and qualification to become Roka's successor. Roka proudly admits she has been spreading his name among NPCs, which is why he is now recognized as a trusted helper. Seeing the opening, Hyunsu pushes to become her successor immediately, and Roka agrees because her survival now depends on him. The system explains that an NPC may choose only one successor and can no longer attack that person once the bond is made. Hyunsu accepts the succession, but Roka warns too late that the inheritance process is going to hurt. The transfer begins with a violent surge that strikes straight into him. Hyunsu is overwhelmed by the pain and collapses screaming as the inheritance forces itself into him. The system records that he has inherited Roka, a child abandoned across dimensions. He also absorbs part of Roka's chaos, gains chaos points, and receives several SS rank authorities tied to observation, synthesis, sword spirit, and dimensional commerce. One of those authorities, the dimensional merchant's no capital benefit, creates an empty dimensional rift that supplies a useful random box each week and grants merchant qualifications. The authority activates at once and immediately gives him a dimensional random box far superior to the cheap ones sold in shops. Remembering something, Hyunsu asks Roka whether she also recognizes the strange purple cube he has been carrying. Roka panics when she identifies it as a chaos box that only activates after 50 chaos points, and whose effects are completely unknown. When Hyunsu says he got it by defeating a chaos fragment in Framberg, Roka flatly refuses to believe him. He proves it with the platinum invitation card from B. Hilton, and Roka is stunned both by the proof and by the fact that he beat something he should not have been able to handle yet. Hyunsu brushes off the victory as trickery and presses her to explain the chaos box instead. Roka warns him not to open it, then admits she has opened a few before and the results were wildly random, from cursed items to worthless junk. She says one box was a jackpot in a region ruined by destructive acid rain. After defeating the chaos fragment there and opening the box, the acid rain vanished and the whole area became livable again, proving chaos can sometimes produce salvation. But another time, after clearing a chaos fragment in the east, opening the box made the area uninhabitable instead. What emerged was a brand new chaos fragment, stronger than the one they had just finished fighting. Hyunsu sums it up as defeating one boss only to receive another as a reward, which convinces them they definitely should not open his box here. He then asks about the companions Roka mentioned from her old battles and whether any of them are inside the tower now. Roka teases that he has already met one of them but refuses to say who. Hyunsu realizes some information is deliberately sealed, just like the meaning behind Roka being called a child abandoned in another dimension. Since she will not explain further, he decides to focus on raising his crafting skill with her instead. Over the next 3 days on the 60th floor, he trains equipment crafting with Roka, brews potions in his spare time, and duels newly arrived union members. He also exploits his authority in gift certificate betting, wins repeatedly, and pushes his transcendent stone collection and floor certificates higher. His allies loudly advertise his betting success, turning him into a local attraction whether he likes it or not. While moving through the area, Hyunsu notices a disciplined group ahead and senses they are not ordinary opponents. He asks which guild they belong to as the armored group draws attention from everyone around them. Before he can investigate properly, one of his overenthusiastic supporters rushes in to celebrate Hyunsu's latest win and attach himself to him. Hyunsu awkwardly accepts the praise while wondering whether this man is actually a reliable ally or just a fanatic. The fan even shows off special merchandise based on Hyunsu, proving the obsession has already gone too far. When asked about the armored group, he explains they are not a guild but an American server alliance called Noble Knights, notorious for using questionable strategies despite their real strength. That description makes Hyunsu think they are not so different from his own side, though he immediately notices someone among them who matters more. His supporter explains that among the newcomers to the 60th floor, 3 remain undefeated, including a self-proclaimed champion, a major German guild member, and one final standout. That last undefeated figure is the one Hyunsu has already been watching. She is revealed as Ophelia Gillette, leader of Noble Knights, a 60th floor climber with multiple high-rank authorities including Savior and Miracle Fragment. Hyunsu cannot read her full details because one of her authorities matches his own rank. From what he can see, he concludes she has inherited at least 2 NPCs and is stronger than most hunters on the floor. Ophelia approaches directly, having already observed his fights from a distance. Impressed by his performance, she openly invites the Rainbow Warrior to join Noble Knights. Hyunsu rejects her immediately without even hearing the full offer. Her subordinates are outraged, while Ophelia is genuinely shocked that anyone would turn her down. The confrontation escalates when Hyunsu's side accuses Noble Knights of trying to poach members in public. His own allies loudly claim he already belongs to them, turning the recruitment attempt into a faction dispute. Ophelia dismisses the newly formed Korean alliance as small and weak, insisting noble knights can offer far more resources and strategy support. In response, Hyunsu's supporter boasts that their own alliance has a strategist and even shares ruin information. He makes the argument worse by proudly presenting their famously awful potion as if it were a selling point, leaving Hyunsu wondering whose side he is on. The same man keeps rambling about exclusive skills and even shows off a ridiculous glamour photo of himself instead of helping. He finally clarifies that Hyunsu serves as Lady Little Princess's right hand, though his loyalty speech becomes embarrassingly excessive. Ophelia mocks the childish alliance and warns Hyunsu that a playful group like this will never reach the 100th floor. Hyunsu answers that the issue is not whether they can reach the top. For him, reaching the 100th floor is an absolute necessity, and that conviction only makes Ophelia want him more. She decides to prove Noble Knight's superiority by force and challenges his alliance directly. Hyunsu accepts the confrontation, and the dispute turns into an official faction duel. The system recognizes both sides as factions and confirms that a duel will take place. It is formalized as a faction battle, with the losing side's name and nickname destined for the Hall of Defeat. NPCs and spectators immediately swarm to the event because deaths cost no coins during the duel, turning it into a public spectacle and betting opportunity. The system orders each faction to choose a representative and announces that the battle will be broadcast to arenas on other floors. His allies get excited that the whole tower community is about to watch them, while Hyunsu tries to keep them focused. One supporter runs off to spread the news online that their alliance members are participating, forcing Hyunsu to drag the group back to the actual decision. Everyone nominates Hyunsu as their representative, and the system confirms the Squeezy Alliance's choice. Noble Knights choose Ophelia, and the system notes that the representatives' duel will be held last. Before that, the other duelists step forward, with Hyunsu's allies treating the whole thing like a festival. One of them prepares for his match with absurd confidence and a completely unserious attitude. He opens the faction battle by lunging first and using compression to seize the initiative. His attack immediately traps a noble knight in brutal thorn pillars, showing he brought dangerous Fremberg-made tools into the fight. Watching the opening exchange, Hyunsu notes that Licky is reliable and starts wondering how Cat Rogue will perform. Cat Rogue answers by activating a title that floods the field with expensive weapons, monsters, and treasure through sheer spending power. She proudly calls the technique a money tantrum. Her ability showers the battlefield with money and items as if wealth itself were a weapon. The enemy is overwhelmed by the sudden flood of summoned assets and has no idea how to respond. Then the coins themselves start exploding, and the title further boosts every action that uses wealth. Hyunsu dryly realizes that a money tantrum is exactly what it sounds like, and that Cat Rogue and Licky have practically secured victory already. With the side matches going well, he turns his attention to Kim Jong-hyun and wonders what kind of fight that strange supporter can actually put up. Kim reveals a title that creates a zone where skills are disabled. He follows it with another authority that disarms both himself and his opponent, forcing a pure brawl. The enemy is horrified as armor and advantages are stripped away and the fight is reduced to raw physical struggle. Kim then activates an authority that equalizes the enemy's abilities to his own, making the fight brutally fair in the worst possible way. The duel devolves into a filthy wrestling match full of hair-pulling, eye-gouging accusations, and desperate grappling. Spectators recognize that once skills and weapons are removed, the 60th floor becomes a savage contest of stubbornness and bare hands. Kim revels in the chaos even while getting poked in the eye, treating the humiliating brawl as his ideal battlefield. As the alliance racks up wins, Ophelia watches calmly and notes that only the representative battle remains. At last, she and Hyunsu face each other alone, and she warns him not to mistake earlier victories for true superiority. She reminds him that the representative battle carries symbolic weight, and promises not to hold back. Hyunsu answers with the same seriousness, ready to meet her head-on. The system addresses both representatives and begins their duel. Even before the clash, Hyunsu admits to himself that noble knights were formidable and that Ophelia, especially, cannot be underestimated. He reviews the special items he received from Behilton, including Pelane's purple arm, an elixir, and one final gift. Behilton's words return to him, explaining that having an item named after you means carving your name into history. That memory leads Hyunsu to the final weapon Behilton forged specifically for him. He draws Evil Eye's Sword of Chaos, an SSS weapon made from the plague egg that once encased the Chaos Fragment Delberton and usable only by someone with high chaos. The spectators are shaken by the terrifying aura of the blade and cannot understand where he keeps finding such monstrous gear. Even his own allies are half impressed and half exasperated that he always seems to collect the strangest possible items. Ophelia, however, is thrilled rather than frightened and praises the sword as something made from a material she has never seen before. When Hyunsu explains it came from a plague egg, she immediately revises her approach and decides direct swordplay will be safer than trading skills. The duel officially starts, and both launch forward at once. Their first exchange is a pure collision of blades, with either side yielding an inch. Hyunsu realizes she can truly match him in swordsmanship, turning the fight into a genuine contest rather than a one-sided overwhelm. Ophelia suddenly abandons the expected form and reaches in with her bare hand to disrupt his weapon control. Hyunsu is startled that she is willing to fight so ruthlessly at close range. She activates a title tied to a guardian angel. With holy force surging through her body, she drives a fierce counterattack through his guard. She follows with a blazing rush that forces him backward under relentless pressure. Hyunsu is driven across the field as her holy attacks carve through the space around him. He recognizes that she is using holy power and starts adapting to that revelation. He answers with Aurora Beam, firing a powerful attack that she narrowly avoids. Ophelia smiles at the flashy move and responds by drawing an even more extraordinary sacred weapon. Hyunsu is stunned when she casually deflects what he considered one of his ultimate attacks. She mocks his idea of an ultimate move and promises to show him what a real one looks like. Stacking multiple titles and her savior authority, she summons an overwhelming angelic manifestation behind her. Hyunsu braces himself as the pressure of her power rises to a new level. She unleashes True Demon Strike, a devastating holy technique aimed to finish the duel in one blow. His allies panic, but Hyunsu stays composed instead of giving in to the spectacle. He quickly rolls a buff die and gains splash damage, preparing a counter rather than trying to tank the attack directly. He then uses love and peace to spread dark force through the area, judging that Ophelia is too strong to fall from a simple hit. Seeing an opening, he commits to a direct follow-up strike. Ophelia blocks the incoming blow with her holy sword, but the impact still surprises her. The collision erupts into a massive blast that shocks everyone watching. Spectators can hardly believe this level of combat is happening in a 60th floor arena. Ophelia demands to know how he can wield holy power too, because she believed only she had been acknowledged by the Celestials. Hyunsu reveals that his holy power does not come from the Celestials at all but from recognition by the Order, and he activates the title Paladin of the Forgotten Order. Empowered by that revelation, he swings a new wave of holy force at her. Ophelia is blasted backward through the air and forced into a desperate recovery. She tries to halt the momentum with Frozen Break, creating a massive block of ice to regain control. Hyunsu immediately punishes the retreat with Electric Shock, pinning her position and refusing to let her reset the fight. The ice shatters under the impact, leaving her exposed and rattled. For the first time, Ophelia shows real strain as the pressure starts turning against her. Even so, she refuses to accept defeat and insists his current level of attack is still not enough to bring her down. She uses Miss Dash to slip around him and strike from a new angle, trying to reclaim initiative through speed and technique. Hyunsu intercepts the maneuver and meets her again in a violent close-range clash. When her miss technique ends, he activates Return of the Dead, drawing on the chaos within him to keep fighting through the damage. Ophelia commits to another finishing blow, convinced this exchange will decide everything. Hyunsu agrees that it will, because he has already stored the damage he needed and now triggers payback at maximum accumulation. The stored force detonates in a colossal counterblast that engulfs the battlefield. When the smoke clears, both are still standing, but Ophelia is reduced to leaning on her sword while Hyunsu remains upright across from her. She drags herself out of the dust, battered but still unwilling to fall. Hyunsu notes that he is also badly hurt, yet his many defensive skills and hardened body give him the edge in a prolonged fight. He calmly asks if she wants to continue, making it clear he believes the battle is already decided. Exhausted and trembling, Ophelia glares back at him, still trying to hold on to her pride. But in the end, even she can only answer with a strained, reluctant smile that admits his strength. The masked fighter concedes the duel to Rainbow Warrior and acknowledges his victory. The system confirms the duel is over and records the loser in the Hall of Defeat as the crowd erupts in celebration. His eccentric allies rush in to praise Evil Eyes when so loudly that even he is overwhelmed by them. At the same time, Ophelia's side hurries to treat her injuries and get her back on her feet. Evil Eyes' companions congratulate him in their usual absurd way, but he is already too tired to enjoy it and just wants rest. A representative points out that this victory effectively makes Evil Eye the strongest active fighter on the Goth floor. That moment is interrupted when Evil Eye recognizes a familiar voice from his past. The newcomer greets him casually, revealing himself with theatrical confidence. It turns out to be Hair Loss, who immediately asks where the little princess on this floor can be found. Evil Eye is horrified because he instantly understands Hair Loss has come chasing the wrong person again. Hair Loss cheerfully reunites with Evil Eye while the others gather around to size him up. The group judges Hair Loss as ridiculous on sight, while he mistakes their stares for admiration and basks in it. Hair Loss proudly shows off the sleek black suit he wore specifically because he expected to meet the princess. One of Evil Eye's allies becomes an instant fan and begs Hair Loss for an autograph, feeding his ego even more. Hair Loss happily signs for his admirer while Evil Eye is forced to deny a promise he never made. Watching this chaos, Evil Eye concludes that his whole side has managed to destroy both their union's dignity and their nation's reputation. Ophelia decides to withdraw for now, still wanting Evil Eye on her side but admitting he is too dangerous and unpredictable to handle lightly. Evil Eye parts from her on civil terms, while privately blaming Hair Loss for turning the whole encounter into a farce. Once the others leave, Evil Eye activates his special sight to investigate a lingering suspicion. His enhanced vision reveals that someone has been secretly observing them with stealth the entire time. The hidden watcher is identified as Fabian, one of the undefeated record holders on the Goth floor from a major German guild. Even as his friends celebrate around him, Evil Eye stays focused because he now has another matter to handle. Before he can move, Ezekiel approaches him and proposes a spar for the next day since no one else will fight him. Ezekiel presses the challenge with easy confidence, inviting Evil Eye to test himself against him. Evil Eye refuses to commit because he has more urgent business to deal with first. Ezekiel accepts that answer but reminds him the match cannot be avoided forever, and Evil Eye admits he would fight if the reward were worth it. Ezekiel likes that Evil Eye already speaks as if victory is possible and asks him to make time later. To speak privately, Ezekiel uses a secret messaging skill that only Evil Eye can hear. Following Ezekiel's instructions, Evil Eye agrees to walk with him casually while pretending nothing unusual is happening. As they stroll through the square, Ezekiel warns him that his recent behavior is drawing dangerous attention. When Evil Eye asks who he means, Ezekiel leaves the choice of how to respond in his hands. He then confirms that Fabian has indeed been tailing Evil Eye. Ezekiel praises Evil Eye for noticing and asks why he still avoids challenging Ophelia or the other undefeated elites directly. Evil Eye explains that Ophelia is not someone he wants to fight and Fabian is too elusive to pin down, and besides he has already collected all the transcendence stones on this floor. That leaves him asking himself why he is still lingering here at all. The answer is that he remains because Fabian worries him enough to keep watching. Ezekiel says needless fights are wasteful, then explains that his Big Star Guild only became a major guild because powerful groups feared how high its members were climbing. He frames that success with false friendliness, claiming everyone in the tower should be allies while boasting about how many of his people are rising upward. Evil Eye realizes Big Star earned recognition because the established powers were afraid of them, but Ezekiel insists that is not the real issue. Ezekiel warns that the real threat comes from people who pretend to value harmony while secretly wanting the tower preserved for their own purposes. He calls those people tower worshippers, says they provoke destruction from the shadows, and suspects Fabian belongs to them. After delivering that warning, Ezekiel casually invites Evil Eye to hang out later in the square as if they had only been chatting about leisure. Once Ezekiel leaves, Fabian's presence vanishes too, confirming that the warning was real and the immediate danger has passed. Evil Eye then turns to the community network to gather his own people. Using the account of Putty Princess, he summons Hair Loss, Lick, and Kitty Punch to the South Logistics warehouse while pointedly excluding Kim Yun-hyun. He decides it is finally time to settle things with Hair Loss directly. Hair Loss arrives blindfolded and tied up, delighted because he thinks he has been invited to some thrilling romantic event. Evil Eye has Lilka open the warehouse door and leads the group inside. Lilka is surprised they came so early and asks how the duel went. Evil Eye tells her to ignore Hair Loss's nonsense and simply prepare a place for them. Once seated, Hair Loss asks when he will finally be released, and Lilka realizes this explains why Evil Eye has been acting so strangely. She concludes Evil Eye has been hanging around this bizarre crowd too long, and he snaps back at the insult. His other allies admit they were embarrassed by him too, leaving Evil Eye feeling completely betrayed. He drops the complaints and gets to the real purpose of the meeting by ordering Kitty Punch to untie Hair Loss. As the blindfold comes off, Hair Loss assumes he is finally being set free. Instead, he recognizes the little fox girl from before, and Evil Eye explains that this is her original form. Hair Loss is still confused when Evil Eye says it is time for everyone to reveal who they really are. Lick removes the helmet and reveals she is actually a woman, stunning Hair Loss. Hair Loss blurts out his shock, and Lick angrily tears into him for ever assuming otherwise. Trying to recover, Hair Loss awkwardly claims he knew all along. Kitty Punch then reveals herself as Park Yoon of the idol group Pink Punk. Hair Loss has no idea who that is, leaving Kitty Punch baffled that a former soldier could know so little about idols. With their faces now exposed, Evil Eye declares that Hair Loss, Lick, Kitty Punch, and Putty Princess are finally all gathered together. Hair Loss suddenly realizes Lick is Evil Eye, which explains why the two identities were never active at the same time. He takes that revelation far better than expected and greets Evil Eye almost warmly. But his attention immediately shifts to Kitty Punch, because her cat-themed image now fascinates him for all the wrong reasons. Lick and Kitty Punch sit back like moviegoers, amused that Hair Loss's real personality barely resembles his online persona. Hair Loss then turns his romantic obsession toward Putty Princess instead. He presents a bouquet to Kitty Punch, convinced she is the princess he has been longing for. He passionately asks her to have dinner with him, certain destiny has finally brought them together. When she denies being the princess, he refuses to believe it and insists she must be Putty Princess. Pressed for an answer, Hair Loss man reluctantly claims that he himself is Putty Princess. Hair Loss laughs it off as an elaborate initiation prank until a message from the real Putty Princess appears. That message is mirrored by the orange-haired man beside him, proving Hair Loss man was telling the truth. Hair Loss is forced to accept the absurd truth that the princess he adored was actually another man. The others admit they had already figured it out from the way Evil Eye and the princess were never active at the same time. Hair Loss finally pieces everything together and understands how thoroughly he was fooled. Even so, he decides the deception does not erase the fact that Hair Loss man is still someone he respects. For a moment, Hair Loss man thinks this disaster might end peacefully after all. Instead, Hair Loss unleashes a demon-made duel arena, trapping them together until one side is incapacitated or surrenders. He declares that his wounded feelings demand satisfaction. Crying with righteous heartbreak, he challenges Evil Eye to answer for the guilt of deceiving him. Evil Eye accepts, deciding that only a direct fight will settle this mess between them. Both men launch forward at once as the duel begins in earnest. Hair Loss attacks with electrified fists, while Evil Eye meets him head-on with sword and shield. Their first clash sends sparks flying as steel and gauntlet collide. The exchange explodes outward, showing that neither side can overwhelm the other immediately. Hair Loss keeps pressing with brute force, determined to break through by sheer emotion and power. Evil Eye counters with a hard kick to create space and reset the rhythm. Hair Loss answers by channeling electric shock through his strike to overwhelm Evil Eye's defenses. But Evil Eye's layered resistances and defensive skills absorb the attack, leaving Hair Loss stunned that it has no effect. Evil Eye retaliates with Reeve's soul, aiming not at Hair Loss's body but at the weakness in his spirit. He explains that no matter how tough Hair Loss's body is, his soul cannot be trained the same way. Hair Loss realizes the attack has damaged his left fist at a deeper level and that it will not recover quickly. In response, he invokes a higher authority and draws on divine brutal strength, vowing to fight with his soul as well as his heart. He unleashes Wind Fist of Evil Purging, a massive green shockwave meant to crush Evil Eye completely. Evil Eye braces behind his weapon and barely withstands the blast as it tears through the arena. Then he uses Blink to teleport, and sees the initiative before Hair Loss can recover. Hair Loss is shocked to discover Evil Eye can teleport at all. Evil Eye appears at close range and slams into him, turning the fight into brutal hand-to-hand pressure. Using Fog Sprint, Evil Eye slips away again before Hair Loss can answer cleanly. Hair Loss accuses him of deceiving him through evasive movement, while Evil Eye's sight reveals Hair Loss's true identity and overwhelming authorities in more detail. Evil Eye mocks him for being fooled and activates more of the Peline set, unlocking shared senses, self-repair, and stronger defenses. The set's hidden property is revealed as damage reflection, making direct punishment even riskier for Hair Loss. Hair Loss admits he was a lovesick fool, then draws on the authority called Ruler of Two Worlds and the Demon King's blessing to push himself further. Evil Eye answers with Astral Rainbow, a short-lived but overwhelming power boost, and decides to end the duel before Hair Loss's melodrama drags on. He charges in while announcing that he is about to unveil a new technique born from the Peline set. The system confirms that a new set skill is being activated. That skill is Rainbow Arc Slash, a powerful all-attribute attack with stunning force. Evil Eye releases the Rainbow Slash in a sweeping, multicolored arc aimed straight at Hair Loss. Hair Loss refuses to yield and invokes his own finishing move, One Strike Kill, as a judgment against the scammer who broke his heart. The duel escalates into a final exchange of ultimate techniques. Evil Eye's Rainbow Strike crashes into Hair Loss's empowered blow at point-blank range. The collision detonates in a blinding explosion that engulfs the warehouse arena. Watching from the sidelines like commentators, Lick and Kitty Punch gleefully hype the clash as if it were a show. Smoke fills the room, hiding the result for a tense moment. From inside the haze, Hair Loss's laughter reveals he is still conscious. When the smoke clears, both men are downed and battered, but Hair Loss is the one lying flatter and admits Evil Eye is still absurdly strong. Hair Loss finally concedes defeat, saying Evil Eye was tougher than he expected and that he has lost. Evil Eye helps him up, and Hair Loss admits the fight has completely refreshed him emotionally. The others declare Petit Princess the winner, though they immediately ruin the solemnity by joking about cheap shots and clean-up duty. As the complaints start, Evil Eye points out that Hair Loss is basically a patient now, while Hair Loss dramatically claims both his body and soul are dying. To restore the mood, Evil Eye proposes a celebration party and offers to cook if everyone helps clean the mess first. The meal turns out to be genuinely delicious, shocking the others who had expected another disaster. The group relaxes into a warm feast, praising the princess's real talent, while finally enjoying each other's company. During the meal, Evil Eye says there is something important they need to discuss. Hair Loss, still half delusional, wonders if the real princess might still be hiding somewhere, and Lick tells him to let that fantasy go. Evil Eye explains that for climbers like them this matter is critical, and he had originally planned to reveal it only after they reached the 60th floor and gained wider influence. He tells them about the coming age of ruin and the fragment of chaos. The next day, with all 10 transcendence stones finally gathered, Evil Eye prepares to move forward. He calls his teammates together, as they get ready for what comes next. He recounts that he informed the 4 members of the Petit Union about the Age of Ruin, the tower-worshipping cult, and the fragment of chaos. Afterward, they established contact with Ophelia and the Noble Knight faction, who arrive with urgent news of their own. They reveal that only half the usual number of new recruits have recently entered the US server, meaning the delayed Age of Ruin is now accelerating toward its transition phase. Evil Eye explains that the Age of Ruin's effects are beginning to appear directly, and that this is the consequence of major guilds and governments artificially controlling how many hunters the tower receives. Hair Loss suggests they can still keep helping people survive and climb, but Evil Eye warns that the problem extends beyond the tower itself. The representative presses the point by asking whether the people outside are prepared for what is coming. Ophelia steadies the discussion and insists that worrying alone will solve nothing. Evil Eye proposes a division of labor. Those inside the tower must handle tower-related tasks, while others prepare to act in the outside world if they are forced out. The representative worries that outsiders may not believe them, so Evil Eye argues they need influential high-rankers sent out to build an organization against external threats. Ophelia adds that groups like Fairy Club and Rookie Group could become valuable allies and strengthen that effort. She then asks whether this means their factions are officially joining forces. Evil Eye agrees, confirming that his side will coordinate with Noble Knight from now on. Ophelia accepts and says Noble Knight and Big Star Guild can handle the US and Europe, then asks where Ezekiel has gone. Ezekiel explains that Ezekiel already moved up because the person he had been watching finally started climbing, which likely means Fabian is on the move too. For now, they decide to leave Fabian to Ezekiel and focus on the larger mission ahead. Back at the safe zone portal, the team regroups with their alliance settled and their next steps decided. Their shared resolve hardens against all three looming enemies: the tower itself, the cult that worships it, and the fragment of chaos. The four core companions promise to grow stronger and meet again at greater heights. With a new alliance and a clearer purpose, they set their sights on climbing straight toward the 100th floor. On the 89th floor, a realm meant to force him to face his inner self, chaos begins pushing into his mind through a memory of an ordinary meal stained by violence. He realizes the trial is dredging up his own past rather than attacking him directly. The memories of all the floors he has cleared surge back at once, overwhelming him. Those recollections race through his victories and ordeals as his climb flashes before him. He recalls that the 70th floor centered on a world nearing ruin, and that he had already solved major quests long before reaching it. Beyond that point, the 80th floors all revolved around worlds struggling to escape destruction. One such memory brings back Delverton, a giant realm hero who had been consumed by chaos and turned into a bound fragment of it. He remembers changing that doomed future, saving Delverton from becoming a fragment, and clearing the 83rd floor, earning the hero's gratitude for an earlier failure. But Delverton had not been the only remnant of chaos there, because other fragments born from guilt and excuses still remained. He recalls that the 80th floors were crowded with these dangerous fragments, each born from ruined worlds and hard to overcome. Another fragment, formed from escape and mistakes, reminds him how relentless those battles were. He then remembers meeting Hope Grandma, the last dragon of a dying world, already being devoured by chaos while still carrying a mission to fight the force destroying everything. Hope Grandma's burden had been tied to Fabian Fabender, a tower worshipper whose corruption had haunted the climb since the 60th floors. Fabian had served a greater master, and the memory turns toward that deeper enemy. That enemy was Davond, a gold-ranked tower worshipper and demon king whose power was tied to the world tree even as it eroded his own identity. He remembers the desperate battle in which his group brought down that monstrous force together. Even in defeat, Davond had spoken of hope as something painful yet irresistible, revealing a twisted longing rather than simple malice. That victory had completed the dragon's scenario, let him escape destruction first among all servers, and earned him the title savior of the world. Still, Davon's final words suggested the tower worshippers were pursuing some larger hidden purpose. Remembering that warning, he steels himself for the platinum-ranked worshippers waiting on the 90th floors. He resolves that they must be stopped before they can carry out whatever lies ahead. But he also understands that if he cannot survive the 89th floor's inner trial first, he will never reach them. The danger becomes clear to him. If he fails here, he himself will be turned into a fragment of chaos. Refusing that fate, he rejects the temptation and fear that the trial is trying to shape into him. That resolve lets him overcome the 89th floor and transfer safely into the 90th floor safe zone. He arrives on the 90th floor in triumph, celebrating that he reached it without becoming a fragment, and receiving unusual recognition from the system. His relief is interrupted when he notices the safe zone has placed him inside a private house instead of the usual public square. The system explains that climbers who reach the 90th floor are given a personal base as a reward and place to rest. He dismisses the luxury as temporary, but still welcomes the thought of finally resting somewhere free of worshippers. With that in mind, he eagerly heads off to bathe and recover. That simple plan stops cold when he senses something unexpected inside the house. He discovers a stranger already occupying his base and immediately demands to know who she is. Using his special sight, he studies her carefully instead of reacting blindly. The woman calmly tells him he arrived at a convenient moment, as if his appearance had been expected. She explains that she knew another climber would come eventually, though his timing was inconvenient for her. Introducing herself as Niana, she says the system assigned her to assist climbers who reach the 90th floor so they can rest comfortably. He introduces himself and Deokshin, though he remains wary of having a housekeeper forced on him. Niana makes it clear she is not serving him willingly, explaining that NPCs like her are pushed by the tower into roles they must perform to survive. She adds that NPCs endure by paying coins or acting out assigned functions, which makes him suspect her role hides more than simple hospitality. When he tries to dismiss her so he can bathe in peace, she refuses to leave on his terms. Embarrassed by her presence, he backs down and insists he can manage alone. Even while exhausted enough to crave only recovery, he cannot shake the feeling that she is more dangerous than she appears. Testing her, he points out the mess in the house and questions whether she is actually doing the job she claims. Annoyed, Niana instantly cleans the entire room with a burst of power, proving she can act whenever she chooses. She then lounges amid the spotless room and challenges him to admit she has done enough. That display confirms his suspicion that anyone stationed on the 90th floor must possess serious ability. His sight reveals that Niana is not just a maid but a combat specialist currently evaluating him, and that a special event will trigger if he proves worthy. Realizing he is being judged, he decides he must secure whatever reward this hidden event offers, even though the conditions remain unclear after days of waiting. When he complains that he cannot even leave the house, Niana mocks him for not understanding why. He assumes her NPC role should confine her instead, but she turns his logic back on him. To his surprise, she casually announces she is going out for drinks, exposing that she is not trapped there at all. She explains that 90th floor NPCs are different from lower floor ones because they cannot recruit successors and therefore are allowed to move freely. That revelation ruins his hope of claiming one of the last successor positions and forces him to rethink what lies above. He realizes that if he cannot secure a successor slot here, he may have to search above the 90th floor without knowing what kind of NPCs await him there. When Niana mistakes his concern for pity, he clarifies that the NPCs here gave up successor rights voluntarily in exchange for other rewards. That touches a deeper nerve in her, and she admits that even with his current strength, if she returned to the time before her world collapsed, she still could not have saved it. She concludes that someone who abandoned their own world cannot accept as a successor someone still trying to save his. Seeing a chance to learn more, he drags her along outside instead of letting the conversation end there. The 90th floor town turns out to be calm and ordinary, which makes him wonder whether it exists to comfort survivors or to remind them of the peace they lost. Their walk is interrupted by a drunken older NPC who recognizes Niana and immediately annoys her. The old man tells him that Niana acts cold but is kinder than she looks, though he refuses to say whether anyone has ever won her over. Niana shuts him down with a threat, making it obvious she has no patience for gossip about her. His words still give the climber an idea, because if gifts matter to her, that may be the trigger for the special event she has been evaluating him for. Trying another angle, he guesses from her threats that she fights with a sword. When she confirms it indirectly, he boasts that he is highly skilled with a sword as well, inviting her interest. Niana admits she does not trust the system's judgment alone and wants to test him personally. She explains that a system exists to evaluate what kind of person each assigned climber is, and that the current gathering provides the perfect place to verify it. He agrees to meet her there later, first heading toward the other climbers who have reached the floor. As he follows, he complains that she wasted his time by not telling him sooner that the others would be gathered outside. He notices someone calling to him before he reaches the group. A familiar set of allies spots him first and welcomes him loudly. Another voice joins in, drawing his attention to a second familiar group. He is confronted by Oh Ji-hyuk, who is delighted to finally see his face in person and immediately calls him out. Rather than taking offense, he greets Ji-hyuk warmly and by name, showing they already know of each other. That only escalates their rivalry, and the two instantly start trying to pick a fight. Others step in before the reunion can turn into a brawl. Kim So-dam then greets him more gently, shifting the mood from hostility to reunion. He jokes about her grumpy boyfriend, and she answers with easy affection, confirming the relationship while Ji-hyuk fumes. He drops the teasing and turns to address everyone properly. He openly greets the assembled climbers, rejoining the larger group on the 90th floor. The helmeted climber immediately starts roughhousing with him and complains that he only showed up after disappearing for too long. Nearby NPCs discuss the new arrivals and note that not every climber assigned to them turned out badly. One NPC remarks that despite fears of declining quality from so many climbers advancing, several of them seem genuinely useful. Listening in, he learns that the key to the 90th floor is being tested by one's assigned NPC. He also learns that Oh Ji-hyuk already passed his evaluation because his assigned NPC valued the ruthless determination he showed in battle. Not wanting to fall behind, he immediately asks Niana if that same test is what she has been preparing him for. She confirms it and states the trial plainly. He must fight her one-on-one, and she wants to begin at once. Niana's demeanor turns predatory as she warns him that if he keeps acting overconfident, she will stop holding back. He answers with equal arrogance, trying to seize the psychological advantage before the duel begins. Niana accepts the provocation and demands a wager, making the fight personal as well as evaluative. Her chosen penalty is humiliating. If he loses, he must become her chair and kneel in the square. He pretends to accept lightly, but decides to use the bet to force information out of her if he wins. The crowd gathers eagerly, amused by his nerve and ready to see whether his confidence is real. Niana lays out the rules. He has 9 minutes to endure, and every 3 minutes the system will impose another restriction on him. If he stays standing for the full time he wins, but if he falls before then she wins, leaving him wishing he had seen Ji-hyuk's match firsthand. When he asks whether she will be restricted too, she reveals the imbalance openly. Only he will suffer penalties, while the system will merely stop the fight before death. Understanding that the duel is designed to push him to the brink, he equips his strongest armor before the match begins. The spectators are startled by how dramatically his appearance changes once he enters full combat mode. He draws his sword and fully transforms into his armored battle form. The absurdity of his flashy armor becomes a joke among the onlookers, though it also unsettles them. Even the crowd that had thought him normal now decides he is far stranger than he first appeared. Niana attacks the moment he is ready, mocking his patience as if it proves he is too righteous for his own good. He answers that a fight is only worthwhile if it is not decided instantly, baiting her into taking him seriously. At the signal to begin, Niana launches forward with terrifying speed. Her first strike crashes into his guard hard enough to show that this will not be a simple endurance match. He counters by scattering layered fire and time bombs across the battlefield to control her movement. Niana cuts through the explosions without slowing, dismissing that kind of bombardment as worthless against her. She follows with a massive ice lace slash, and he realizes she intends to break through by sheer force. But as she commits to the attack, he reveals the bombs were only bait to hide a larger trap. The delayed detonation erupts at close range and finally catches her in the blast. Even so, she emerges through the smoke still smiling, proving the explosion barely mattered to her. She raises her blade for a finishing blow, convinced she can crush him outright. He escapes at the last instant with a fob-based movement skill, slipping out of her line of attack. Niana whirls through the air with another sweeping strike, but he is already repositioning. He slams a support structure instead of her, beginning to dismantle the arena around them. Watching her speed with that enormous sword, he decides a direct contest is hopeless, and that he must weaken the environment she relies on. To keep fighting under pressure, he activates a resurrection-type skill that lets him push through lethal danger. He braces himself and commits fully to the desperate plan. By destroying the supports around them, he tries to reduce Niana's mobility and raw power before she can overwhelm him. Niana catches on and accuses him of relying on tricks rather than meeting her head-on. She then uses a weight-binding skill to pin him in place and close the distance before he can continue sabotaging the field. Her follow-up strike lands brutally, showing she can punish him the moment his movement falters. Even while hurt, she snarls that his attack barely counted, refusing to admit any real damage. Then she suddenly notices something wrong and realizes the battlefield itself has been prepared against her. He reveals that the magic circles beneath her were set up during the chaos of the earlier exchanges, not after she noticed them. With the trap sprung, he sends her flying away from him to create the distance he needs. For the first time, Niana loses her composure and curses the setback. At the same time, a system notice announces a rare 90th floor special event that can raise skill grades, and the community begins spreading the news. He tries to share only limited information about the event publicly, knowing the system punishes leaks. The system immediately detects the leak and imposes system-level restrictions on him as punishment. His chaos resists the system enough to bypass part of the penalty, confirming that his current state lets him defy restrictions ordinary climbers could not. Even so, the system retaliates with lingering bad luck, which he dismisses as petty. He reflects that only those who pass their NPC evaluations can join the event, and that roughly a third of the climbers on the 90th floor qualified. He notes that among the successful outsiders are Magma Fairy, Kim Jokin, and several top hunters. By contrast, the Muscle Fairy, who seemed built to endure penalties, still failed the evaluation. Within his own union, several members passed, but Kim Sodam and Lee Sang-ok did not. Since those two are scheduled to prepare outside the tower instead, they will leave after the 90th floor event with Oh Ji-hyuk. As evening approaches, the atmosphere shifts toward the coming event. Back at the base, he confirms that the event begins that very night. Expecting inventory seals and skill restrictions similar to the sparring match, he starts preparing every item and consumable he might need. Niana watches his meticulous planning and grudgingly admits that his caution is hard to fault. When she asks whether he truly intends to climb all the way to the 100th floor, he answers without hesitation that he does. She tells him to sleep before the event, insisting that once it begins he may not get another proper chance to rest. When he questions the timing, she says it is simply the rule and warns him again that sleep will become precious once the event starts. He finally gives in, lies down with the oxygen, and lets Niana send him off to rest. The peaceful safe zone lulls him into a deep sleep just as the system intended, but Niana violently wakes him before he can settle in, refusing to let him drift off too comfortably. She mocks his sluggishness and questions how he expects to clear the event if he cannot even wake quickly. Now dressed like an assassin, she hints that she is heading out on some dangerous mission of her own. Before leaving, she points him toward a stone tablet, suggesting it contains something he needs to understand next. The event's reward is clarified. Every gem placed in the monument can push one skill past its normal limit, so 3 gems would let someone overcharge 3 abilities. When Evil Eye questions the rule about protecting gems, Niana admits she deceived him about how the event really works. She reveals that failed climbers' NPCs are also participating, though they entered with no gems of their own. Evil Eye realizes the truth of the game is brutal. Participants can either steal gems or become victims. Niana urges him to embrace that role and start taking gems before others do. He immediately sees the problem with that idea, because stealing from allies would poison trust inside every team. That kind of suspicion would normally violate the tower's usual principles of cooperation and fair opportunity. He reflects that the tower usually allows even harsh trials to remain climbable, while limiting pure survival of the fittest chaos. Instead of open slaughter, the system has historically pushed climbers toward teamwork against shared threats. So this event's secrecy and forced theft feel deliberately designed to break cooperation at the worst possible moment. Evil Eye connects the event to the chance Niana gained by giving up her right to claim a successor. He also deduces that the NPCs were never truly hopeless, because there would be no reason to include them otherwise. From that, he concludes the tower is giving even failed NPCs one last route to grow stronger and try again if they survive the 100th floor. Niana can only admit that he has seen through the setup faster than she expected. Rather than stay angry, Evil Eye tells her to stop hiding information so they can work together properly. After a brief pause, Niana agrees to trust him. With that settled, Evil Eye moves straight to outlining a concrete plan. They launch into action as the event begins in earnest across the city. The first signs of conflict erupt around the rooftops as the gem hunt turns violent. Niana is startled by how extreme Evil Eye's proposed strategy sounds once they are in the field. He confirms he intends to go through with it, having already disguised himself for the role he needs to play. He admits the plan is dangerous, but insists speed matters more than safety because delay only favors their enemies. He explains the rules in practical terms. The monument cannot be moved, the event ends when all 10 gems are inserted, and a thief must deposit a stolen gem before stealing again. Meanwhile, failed climbers NPCs will be roaming independently, hunting for gems wherever they can. Among normal participants, each pair will likely split duties between guarding their monument and sending one person out to steal. That means defensive teams can turtle up and protect what they already have. So Evil Eye decides they must strike first, raid multiple bases fast, and finish before their own base is discovered. He and Niana dash across the rooftops to begin a rapid series of thefts. Using scouting information Niana gathered earlier, Evil Eye narrows down a likely target area from traces of movement. He then brings out a powerful summoned ally, the unforgettable Spear Knight, to support the operation. He gives Mangu a reconnaissance mission and sends the summon ahead to check the suspected base. Mangu slips into the streets as their expendable scout. A defensive trap immediately detonates, confirming that someone is hiding inside the building. Evil Eye coldly accepts Mangu's sacrifice as proof they found the right target, and Niana realizes just how ruthless he can be when planning. Knowing the explosion will draw attention, Niana urges them to move before other teams converge. Evil Eye assigns roles on the fly. He will handle the theft while Niana distracts anyone who responds. Niana peels away to intercept the defenders as Mangu's spirit-like form continues onward. Inside the target base, one defender recognizes Niana and complains that their team should have focused on blocking failed NPCs instead of fighting each other. Niana brushes it off as bad luck and attacks anyway, forcing him to defend himself. At the same time, Evil Eye activates invisibility through prism rainbows so he can infiltrate the base unseen. Expecting traps at the entrance, he turns on stargazing eyes to read hidden threats and magical defenses. With that vision active, he threads through the trap field safely while Mangu gleefully watches the explosions he avoids. The guard at the monument senses something wrong but still cannot identify the intruder. Panicking, the defender lashes out blindly and demands the hidden enemy reveal himself. His attack only blasts through empty space and leaves him more confused than before. The failed strike convinces him he may have imagined the threat. He starts to relax and wonders if it was only the wind after all. That moment of carelessness lets Evil Eye snatch the gem and escape before the guard understands what happened. Now with 2 gems secured between himself and Niana, Evil Eye recalculates that they still need 5 more to finish the monument. The harder part, he realizes, is that the remaining gems belong to Alliance members he does not want to fight directly. He admits to himself that he cannot bring himself to attack his own side head-on. Elsewhere, one Alliance member guarding a heavily trapped base notices a disturbance and fears intruders have arrived. An explosion outside makes her think the enemy has finally come for her. She boasts that anyone approaching will have to survive all her traps first, only to realize the blasts are hitting her own property. Her house starts getting destroyed by the very defenses she relied on. She erupts in fury, blaming Gobbly Eye for wrecking both her home and her gem. Watching the chaos, Evil Eye decides the only workable path is to steal without truly fighting his allies. As he moves, Mangu excitedly celebrates his return with another stolen gem in hand. The victims flood the chat with outrage, accusing Evil Eye of turning the event into terrorism and cowardly theft. One of his own allies laughs at the victims for getting played so easily. That ally even points out that the safest defense would have been to destroy the house and bury the monument from the start, revealing how absurd the event has become. Another teammate instantly guesses that this was exactly the hidden trick. The boastful defender realizes too late that someone has already taken advantage of the buried monument. Mangu proudly emerges from the rubble holding the gem that had been hidden underground. The chat explodes again as the defenders realize they were looted while arguing and posturing. Evil Eye keeps running, satisfied that carelessness is being punished, and notes that Niana has already secured 2 more gems. Then he hears a warning call summoning everyone toward their own base. Niana reveals the worst-case scenario. Their hidden base has been exposed, and the stolen gems are all inside it. Evil Eye immediately arms himself with firebomb and prepares to break through the encirclement. He dives into the crowd in a blaze, using explosive force to scatter the attackers around their base. While Niana fights one pursuer, that man blames her for exposing the base and costing them the rest of their gems. Evil Eye cuts the complaint short by smashing him aside, refusing to let the argument slow them down. Seeing the confusion, other opportunists rush in to steal gems for themselves while the defenders are distracted. But one of them triggers a hidden trap the moment he steps in. A planted time bomb detonates and punishes the would-be thieves with a massive blast. Evil Eye reveals he had prepared for this exact rush, mocking them for thinking he would leave the base undefended. He then raises a large protective barrier around the building to lock the remaining attackers out. The shield, Will of the Guardian, seals the base and frustrates those trying to break in. Even so, one furious enemy finally locates Evil Eye himself and closes in. The enraged defender whose home was destroyed joins the chase, turning the pursuit personal rather than strategic. Evil Eye realizes the failed NPC's rampage has effectively revealed their location to everyone. A sudden beam attack confirms that more enemies are already converging on him. He answers with Raging Gun, blasting back to create space. The horned woman counters from above with a flaming kick, keeping the pressure on. Evil Eye is forced into a desperate retreat through the streets. Niana intercepts the next strike and shields him, buying him a moment to think. He is rattled by how quickly the situation is spiraling out of control. Then a brute hurls an enormous chunk of stone at them, escalating the fight into raw destruction. Another giant slab crashes down, threatening to crush them outright. Evil Eye tells Niana to collect the fragments after he breaks the stone apart, turning even the attack into an opportunity. He leaps upward to meet the falling mass head-on. With sheer force, he punches through the boulder and shatters it before it can flatten them. Niana follows through with a precise slash, helping clear the debris and keep their path open. Evil Eye jokes about saving the house again, but Niana warns that the brute is already charging for another attack. A red-helmeted ally suddenly arrives and launches himself into the fray to support Evil Eye. He sends a spinning attack racing across the rooftop toward their enemies. Dark energy answers from the other side, showing that the battle is no longer just about gems but about settling scores. Evil Eye realizes with alarm that some of them are chasing him personally now, not merely trying to steal back a gem. The horned woman seals off his escape with a magical barrier and refuses to let him run. Pinned between multiple enemies while another thief could still target the gem, Evil Eye decides he has no choice but to reveal a hidden trump card. He urgently tells Niana to shut her eyes before he uses it. When she questions him, he warns that the skill curses anyone who looks at it directly. He reflects that his opponents already know his usual powers and habits too well for ordinary tricks to work, so he resolves to counter them with something so absurd they would never predict it. He activates Dance of Seduction, a bizarre skill that catches even his allies off guard. The red-helmeted ally instantly recognizes the technique and panics. He shouts for someone to stop Evil Eye before the skill fully takes effect, but the warning comes too late. Evil Eye follows with deadly pose, committing completely to the ridiculous performance. Everyone who sees it is struck speechless and visibly traumatized by the sight. The resulting screams convince Niana that whatever he used is horrifying in a way she does not even want explained. The victims stagger around clutching their faces and acting as if their eyes are ruined, completely incapacitated by the curse-like spectacle. Evil Eye keeps posing shamelessly while Manga revels in the chaos. Using the opening, he declares that the final gem is his and dashes for the monument. One of the stunned enemies finally realizes what is happening and tries to recover. The others scramble after Evil Eye, but they are still too disoriented to stop him in time. He slams the last gem into the monument, completing all 10 slots and ending the 90th floor event. The system announces Evil Eye as the winner, and he celebrates the victory with unrestrained relief. Still riding the absurd momentum, he even breaks into a ridiculous victory dance. The defeated players can only stare at him in disbelief and outrage. Their expressions go blank as the event's tension finally collapses into stunned silence. A latecomer crashes in after the event has already ended, only to be accused of attacking after the match was over. He protests that he only came because he wanted to watch, and Evil Eye refuses to explain the embarrassing truth of what just happened. Then the completed monument reacts strangely, and the inserted gem begins to change. Pillars of light descend over the city as the event reward is processed. The transformed prize is revealed as a Chaos Skill Enhancement Stone, a special gem that can distort rules and raise a skill's grade depending on the user's mastery. Evil Eye receives the winner's reward he had been waiting for. The system then grants an extra bonus by duplicating the enhancement stones he already possessed, giving him 10 more. He realizes his haul has doubled to 20 stones in total, while Niana remarks that she has never seen anyone finish this event by completing the monument. She explains that most runs drag into bloodier chaos, especially once NPCs join in, so ending it quickly was unusually clean. Evil Eye agrees and notes that the system itself likely wants to prevent long-term grudges from festering among those who reach this floor. Niana confirms his reading of the tower's intent. The system then tests his heart, asking whether fierce competition has made him selfish and offering a choice between keeping all the gems or sharing them. Without hesitation, Evil Eye chooses to share. The system asks how much he intends to distribute. He answers that he will give away everything he obtained. The tower praises the decision and celebrates it as worthy of respect. Afterward, Evil Eye tells Niana he has one more thing to do, calling it the work of a righteous thief. He explains that if he stole in the name of justice, then he also has a duty to return what can help others. The others are baffled that Gobbly Eye is suddenly acting generous instead of greedy. One ally asks if he had intended to share the winnings from the start, and admits he would have helped if he had known. Evil Eye reveals why he kept the plan secret. He could trust some climbers, but not the NPCs attached to them, so he could not risk open coordination. The group teases him as the embodiment of distrust, and he jokingly threatens to revoke his generosity. That immediately earns him an apology, and the tension softens. He then points out that the defeated enemies also hoarded enhancement stones, meaning there is enough to strengthen even more people. His next decision is to distribute those stones to the climbers most closely tied to the allies who helped them. He starts with companions from the Fairy Club who climbed alongside them in good faith from the 70th floor onward. He also includes Kim Jokin from the Rookie Group, someone they met while clearing the floors in the 70s. Finally, he turns to high-rank hunter Kim Sunhai, who survived 14 years trapped on the 79th floor and had also cleared the 70th floor scenario with them. When she asks if the stone is really for her, he makes clear that it is meant to help her recover what those lost years cost her. He tells her not to sell or pass it on, but to use it herself and become stronger. He reflects on what he learned on the 79th floor. Many high-rank hunters had lost their homes and families to monsters and no longer had anywhere to return to. Because leaving that floor required special conditions and the outside world had become terrifying, they were trapped by fear both inside and out. As a result, they were living like NPCs and were in danger of surrendering their will to the tower itself. Yet simply forcing them back outside would only break them further, leaving them unable to adapt and turning the crisis worse. Their alliance's rapid climb changed that by giving those stranded hunters proof that they too could still ascend. With that hope restored, the woman vows they will conquer the tower together, and she offers sincere thanks. Once the discussion ends, Evil Eye decides it is time to say goodbye to the people who are leaving. He calls out to Lee Sangek to stop him before he goes. Sangek immediately understands that Evil Eye had been looking for their group. Evil Eye drops the joking tone and makes it clear he has something serious for them. The white-haired man tries to comfort him in his own abrasive way, and his sister has to soften the moment for him. Ignoring the awkwardness, Evil Eye presents them with a parting gift. The siblings are startled when the item's effect activates in their hands. The white-haired hunter accepts it with obvious satisfaction. Evil Eye notes that the greedy man is finally smiling and entrusts him with a difficult task. Sangek backs that promise up and tells him not to worry. Their group explains the plan. They will prepare the groundwork, and Evil Eye's side should focus on breaking through the 100th floor and meeting them outside. Evil Eye agrees to that future reunion and sees them off. He then turns back to the larger problem, realizing doom is approaching as more monsters will appear outside and high-rank hunters fail to adapt. That is why the Alliance is sending those who reach the 90th floor back outside to suppress the chaos there. Those who remain inside the tower must handle the crisis on the upper floors themselves. Evil Eye entrusts that burden to his own companions, calling them his friends. After the farewells, he walks off alone through the quiet town. He heads to see Niana before moving on. Inside, he is told he performed well in the event and has earned the right to leave. The masked woman admits their time together was short but meaningful, and she is genuinely sad to see him go. She explains that climbers on the 90th floor are assigned a designated NPC, so a replacement for her will appear soon. Before the mood can settle, someone comes charging in after him. Loka bursts in by kicking him hard in the side as her version of a reunion. He retaliates by smacking the top of her head. While nursing his hand, he complains that hitting her hurt him more than it hurt her. He is dismayed to learn that his newly assigned temporary NPC is Lilka, who immediately demands progress on the quest she gave him. When he says he has been too busy, Lilka refuses to accept that as an excuse. She bluntly reminds him that she needs an item infused with chaos. Tired of arguing, he tells her to solve the problem herself, and hands over what he has. Lilka inspects the damaged item and realizes he used it so heavily that it is worn out. He explains that it was a C-rank artifact called the Weight Bracelet, and that it served him well for a long time. When she asks for a high-rank replacement, he tells her he searched everywhere and found nothing comparable because turning mana into weight is unusually difficult. He reasons that any craftsman capable of making such a thing would rather produce more profitable weapons or armor. Even so, he stresses that the bracelet was extremely useful to him, and asks how long it had been absorbing chaos. Lilka realizes the traces of chaos remained because he had worn it for so long. She immediately tries to claim the bracelet for herself instead of repairing it. He protests that she is stealing his artifact, but Lilka argues it is the perfect substitute for the quest item he failed to bring. She reminds him that chaos-infused items are rare in the first place. To explain, she compares it to a chaos sword that was built with chaos from the beginning. She adds that the bracelet is the other kind of rare item, one that slowly absorbed chaos through long exposure, because chaos normally does not linger. That is exactly why Lilka insists she needs this bracelet for an important request. He recalls that Lilka is both a merchant and a craftsman, and most of her quests have involved gathering materials for crafting. He guesses the request must come from one of the 90th floor NPCs, and Lilka confirms it is important and tied to his next quest as well. He recognizes the setup immediately, and realizes she is leading him into another chain of tasks. Accepting that, he demands a replacement item in exchange for the bracelet. Lilka says the client has a lot of junk lying around and thinks there may be something similar, though she is not certain. He is baffled that someone who used to be a dimensional merchant can remember so little, and Lilka can only guess the item was devalued or disappeared. She insists the client never throws anything away unless it is truly worthless, so the item should still exist somewhere. Because the target item is infused with chaos, she warns that it will be hard to detect or scan. He decides the cracked bracelet is unusable anyway, so trading it is still better than keeping it. Lilka celebrates wildly the moment he gives in. She gets so excited that she jumps onto him, and he has to order her back down. 2 weeks pass after their arrival on the 90th floor. While Lilka works on the item, he spends that time making preparations for what comes next. Believing the 90th floor may be the tower's last true safe zone, his group stocks up on potions, food, and anything else they can carry. They also use the delay to let everyone adjust to their newly strengthened abilities. Even with all their allies, only about 30 people are going up, which feels dangerously few. Still, compared to how empty the 90th floor once was, that number is actually a major increase. They also notify Lee Junsik and the alliance that Oh Ji-hyuk, Kim Sodam, and Lee Sangik have already left the tower. If everything works, those people will stabilize the chaos outside and send back fresh information through newly invited climbers. That lets the remaining team focus entirely on the tower itself. Their mission inside is clear the 90th floor range and wipe out the tower worshippers on each floor. They know the enemies ahead will likely be gold rank worshippers or even worse, meaning every floor could hold terrifying monsters. Even so, the team faces the climb with excitement rather than fear. Lilka keeps pestering them not to forget the errand tied to her request. The armored warrior finally shoves her off in annoyance. Even after being pushed away, she cheerfully tells them to stay safe until next time. As they prepare to leave, Evil Eye reflects that the upper floors are an unknown domain where countless heroes and powerhouses have stalled, fallen, or given up. The group gathers at the transfer point and commits to the ascent. Lilka reminds them that even the figures whose power he inherited never saw what lay beyond this point. That only proves how dangerous the next stretch of the tower truly is. In response, he steels himself and refuses to break under that pressure. He swears he will conquer the tower no matter what. With that resolve, he enters the 91st floor. Elsewhere on the 93rd floor, a scout reports to Lord Gartai that the target has finally left the safe zone and reached the 91st floor. She admits the target looks so absent-minded that she could hardly believe he was the one who took the fragment of chaos. Gartai learns the target brought nearly 30 people, and decides the growing population in the 90th floor range must be thinned out. When the scout mocks the target as a colorful joke with strange techniques, Gartai rejects that complacency. He warns her not to underestimate him. To Gartai, the target is clearly dangerous enough to treat seriously. He orders the scout not to act alone and to continue shadowing the target quietly. After she leaves, Gartai looks forward to meeting his quarry in person. Meanwhile, the protagonist hears a taunting voice urging him to hurry upward. He tears through the 91st and 92nd floors in quick succession and reaches the 93rd. He notices that the floors in the 90s are split into multiple versions, which may explain why the first two had no tower worshippers at all. The 93rd floor identifies itself as Fantadania. He arrives in what looks like a cave and immediately starts searching for a way out. Finding no exit, he decides to force one open himself. Instead of freedom, his destruction triggers a scripted event declaring that the Demon King has descended. Monsters begin worshipping him as the returned master of the end of the world. He realizes the floor is built like an RPG and is stunned to be assigned the role of Demon King, the final boss. The system explains that he can clear the floor only by reaching the ending of that assigned role. He can only stare at the absurdity of the situation. Once the setting fully loads, he understands the implication. He is now the one being hunted. He wonders what kind of ending a Demon King is supposed to reach and jokingly guesses it might be world domination. A Medusa-like executive named Heimerun arrives as his internal guide, and he decides to follow her lead. Surveying his forces, he sees that all of his monsters are only weak one-star grunts. The kingdom itself is a barren wasteland with no food and almost no means to sustain an army. The system confirms a disaster: 0 gold, limited food, and no functioning infrastructure beyond a full but low-grade monster roster. Heimerun explains that the castle has survived only by scraping together tiny amounts of money and spending them carefully. He realizes the Demon King's side is still in the opening stage of the scenario, which means crushing the hero party early is impossible and world domination is a fantasy for now. Even so, he quickly grasps the rules. This is a tycoon-style management game about building up the Demon King's castle. It is also a defense game, because the Demon King cannot leave unless the castle is directly attacked, so he must build towers and deploy monsters to repel human invasions. Before he can settle in, the human side launches an invasion and charges the castle. His defenses open fire immediately, cutting into the attackers before he even commits all his monsters. The invading players are shocked that the castle's defenses are already this strong. The invasion is repelled, earning him a large gold reward and the admiration of his monster army, though he hates being nicknamed Rainbow Demon King. Heimerun congratulates him and notes that the attack came earlier than usual, though he handled it well. She explains that invasions normally begin after the human side reaches about level 20, and the victory also grants him evolution stones. The stones can raise monster ranks, but the success rates drop sharply at higher tiers, making long-term defense much harder once players grow stronger. Thinking ahead, he asks whether the human side also has knowledgeable NPCs like Heimerun to guide them. She says they probably do, and that human players revive in the next game unless the Demon King personally kills them, while ordinary monsters die permanently, and only executives return next round. He confirms that the climbers likely follow the same revival logic. That means he is trapped on the 93rd floor until he reaches some valid ending, and even leaving the floor will be difficult. When he asks whether the Demon King has ever won, Heimerun admits it happens, but rarely. The system reveals multiple endings, and he realizes he must discover one not already listed in his status if he wants to escape this floor. He decides to scout outside, only to learn that even a simple outing costs gold, making every move part of the resource game. He enters a starting zone called Big Hill, where combat is disabled and merchants are common. There he finds a bustling player settlement, and estimates there may be around 2,000 players across similar towns, though their average level is still only about 9. His relief is undercut when the system saddles him with the humiliating alias Rainbow Hero during outings. Ignoring invitations to join parties, he focuses on gathering information as quickly as possible. His first priority is to learn whether familiar groups like the Union, Fairy Club, or the Rookie Group are participating in this game. A local merchant tells him there is a famous player called Owl Fairy who joined an expedition team last season. That confirms the Fairy Club is on the human side, which means meeting them as enemies could become a serious problem. He asks about other named players and is told there is another very famous one nearby, a strange but harmless man. The merchant immediately calls that oddball over. The newcomer responds smoothly, teasing that calling him strange gives the wrong impression and noting the protagonist must be new here. He introduces himself as Wamusian, a level 16 player. The protagonist introduces himself under the Force Rainbow Hero alias, and Wamusian is intrigued to meet someone already at the same level. Wamusian says he usually makes friends easily, but something about this man stops him. Trusting his instincts, he declares that the protagonist reeks of blood. The protagonist calmly answers that he likes the world of men very much, refusing to reveal anything. Before the encounter can deepen, the outing timer ends and he is forcibly returned to the Demon King's castle. The merchant is left complaining that the strange customer vanished without paying. Wamusian realizes the scent has vanished completely, and decides the discovery is too entertaining to keep to himself. He sends messages to his friends in the 90th floors, speaking in his usual cryptic way until they complain. Their banter continues, but he treats the whole exchange like a game, and keeps enjoying himself. When they ask when he is coming up, he says he found something truly rare instead. He reveals the shocking news that this round's Demon King appears to be a climber. His friends are stunned, and one of them immediately talks about contacting the Fairy Club to verify it. Watching their reactions, Wamusian remarks that they are as lively as ever. Even so, he sincerely hopes their side reaches the upper floors this time. Back at the castle, the protagonist returns with stolen food and quickly identifies Wamusian as a member of the rookie group. He realizes the worst-case scenario is unfolding. First the Fairy Club and now even the rookie group stand on the enemy side, threatening future cooperation and forcing top hunters into conflict. The new Demon King decides that surviving the current floor matters more than dreaming about later ones, so he starts expanding the castle and unlocking whatever functions might strengthen his side. One of those upgrades opens a forge, giving the castle the ability to craft and repair equipment. At the forge, a wolf-like blacksmith named Fatum introduces himself as a senior officer who serves the Demon King's castle. The new ruler is struck by how game-like everything feels, and Fatum quickly offers practical help in strengthening him through smithing. Fatum notes that this Demon King is unusually curious, unlike the previous one who never bothered with such hands-on matters. When asked, Fatum confirms the former Demon King preferred scheming and writing over direct involvement. Pressed for more, Fatum describes the former Demon King as a secretive figure who avoided the spotlight and is probably still hiding somewhere plotting. That makes the new Demon King decide to keep unlocking facilities while tracking down his predecessor, hoping the former ruler's experience can reveal useful strategies. But when he opens more castle functions, he finds almost everything empty or broken, which convinces him the former Demon King left the place in terrible shape. Frustrated, he vows to confront that predecessor, then spends his remaining gold to unlock the library in hopes of finding him there. As he enters, he reflects that the former Demon King guarded the throne for ages and wants to know why that ruler stepped down the moment he arrived. Inside the library, an older goblin-like man calmly greets him as the new Great Demon King. The protagonist activates a powerful authority that lets him inspect others more deeply. Yet the authority immediately runs into interference, revealing that something is actively obscuring the truth around this man. Instead of resisting, the stranger remains composed and invites the new Demon King to sit and talk over tea. The system identifies him as Gartai, an executive NPC, but information tying him to the former Demon King is partially unreadable, confirming deliberate concealment. The protagonist realizes this is not ordinary redaction but a level of hidden information he can see without being able to interpret. Gartai recognizes the protagonist's ability to peer into others and treats it as a fitting power for someone in command. He even seems pleased that the new ruler possesses such a dangerous authority. Elsewhere, another hidden observer notices that the protagonist's authority has reacted, as if a concealed card has just been exposed. Putting the clues together, the protagonist directly accuses Gartai of being the former Demon King. Gartai admits it without hesitation, saying there was never any real way to hide it from someone like him. The protagonist then probes deeper, suggesting Gartai stayed here because he had never found a truly new ending. He pushes further and asks whether Gartai deliberately avoided reaching one. Reasoning that anyone who played as Demon King must have seen at least one ending, he concludes Gartai remained on this floor for a very specific reason. He names that reason outright. Gartai is a tower worshipper. Gartai confirms the accusation instead of denying it. He explains that endless cycles of death, rebirth, and hollow immortality have left him exhausted with this place. According to him, this world is sealed, and no one trapped inside can truly escape. Having found no salvation within that prison, he says he has been waiting for someone new to arrive. To prove his sincerity, Gartai transfers something to the protagonist, and says that is why he chose to wait for him. He openly declares that he intends to betray the king of the worshippers. The item he gives over is a platinum emblem, revealing that Gartai holds one of the highest hidden ranks among the worshippers. The protagonist is stunned that someone so highly placed wants to turn against their own king and demands to know who that king is and why Gartai would betray them. Gartai answers that he is simply tired of this existence, and that escaping this place would itself be treason because the worshipper's king forbids it. He then reveals the king's identity: Bedrock Balmuzera, a diamond-rank ruler who gathers survivors from destroyed worlds and turns them into NPCs to preserve the tower. The protagonist is horrified to learn that the worshipper's king recruits people who willingly become NPCs and asks how such a transformation is even done. Gartai says a platinum worshipper on the 95th floor handles NPC creation, meaning the process is organized and controlled from above. The protagonist realizes Gartai likely manipulated events so he would become Demon King in this run, and Gartai calmly confirms it while refusing to explain everything. Seeing that Gartai will only reveal part of the truth, the protagonist accepts the story for now and chooses to work with him despite his doubts. He agrees to hear Gartai out, but only if Gartai helps him in return. Gartai accepts the arrangement and submits himself to the new Demon King's command. The protagonist's first request is information on a blonde man he suspects is tied to a new ending he wants to uncover. He orders Gartai to leave the castle and investigate that man thoroughly, even if it means using a high-tier asset on what looks like a small lead. When Gartai asks whether he needs time to prepare, the protagonist sends him out immediately. The system records that Officer Gartai has been dispatched as a spy. The protagonist also prepares to head out himself, telling his frog companion Deaction to change out of his conspicuous outfit. Ignoring subtlety, he throws on a crude disguise and rushes out with Deaction anyway. To do it, he removes a linked companion setting, uses an outing pass, and pays the required gold. They are launched out of the castle and into the human city below. As he moves through town, the protagonist reflects that time passed before he ever met Gartai and that several battles must have unfolded in the meantime. From overheard talk, he learns the Demon King recently flooded the stage with bugs, which helped the human side gain levels quickly. Even so, he judges that the castle is not yet in real danger, though the Rookie Group and the Fairy Club have likely grown stronger as well. He reviews the orders he gave Gartai, identify Wonmusian and any other suspicious figures, while he himself searches for Alliance members trapped in this game. Because players inside the game cannot use the community chat, he knows he must confirm their situation through direct contact. He also wants to learn whether those people are stuck on the 93rd floor itself, or fully trapped inside this game world. At the same time, he keeps testing whether Gartai is truly in contact with other worshippers and whether he can be trusted at all. He wonders how Gartai plans to scout a human town in goblin form without drawing attention. Gartai answers that question by loudly addressing the entire city instead of hiding. He publicly announces that the Demon King is searching for someone named Wonmusian. Then he escalates the chaos by offering 1,000 gold to anyone who reveals Wonmusian's location. The protagonist is appalled by how reckless and extreme the tactic is. Still, he cannot decide whether Gartai is a fool or a genius, because the stunt is certain to flesh out reactions. He also realizes Gartai just spent an absurd amount of money on a single lead, apparently from personal funds rather than any castle budget. That makes him suspect the extravagance may itself be bait meant to draw worshippers into the open. Using his authority, he scans the crowd and identifies several ordinary player NPCs, but no worshippers among them. Meanwhile, Gartai keeps calling for Wonmusian, and people begin pointing out a suspiciously dressed man in the crowd. As the humans talk, the protagonist overhears that they have not seen the Demon King invade this run and that even last season's expedition members are missing. That convinces him Wonmusian would never simply sit idle here, especially not if he belongs to the Rookie Group. A muscular man in a green suit suddenly concludes that Wonmusian must be at the ruins. He adds that he was there himself, making the guess sound informed rather than random. Both the protagonist and another nearby player are thrown off by how abruptly this stranger inserts himself into the situation. The protagonist immediately focuses on the newcomer, sensing that he is the important one. A skin reveals the man's bizarre status and level, which looks so abnormal that even bystanders think it must be some kind of bug. Watching from above, Gartai decides the ruins lead was not entirely wrong after all. The green-suited man happily accepts a reward from Gartai for his information. The crowd then swarms Gartai with more claims and demands for payment, turning the square into a noisy mess. Gartai abruptly flees the mob at high speed, leaving everyone stunned. The protagonist is impressed by how fast Gartai moves and immediately gives chase. Even while pursuing him, Deaction foolishly asks the crowd how to reach the Demon King's castle. The green-suited man misreads that as a rallying cry and enthusiastically proposes storming the Demon King together. When the protagonist gets close enough, the man recognizes him from Phantodemia and excitedly calls him princess. The protagonist hurriedly silences him and reveals in private that he is actually the Demon King of this game. Instead of panicking, the man becomes thrilled and assumes beating the Demon King might clear the floor for him. The protagonist shuts that down and tells him to follow first, promising explanations on the way. As they run, the green-suited man quickly grasps that this floor can only be cleared by producing a never-before-seen ending, not by a normal hero versus Demon King victory. Far from discouraged, he eagerly agrees to help create that new ending and leaves the human side's affairs to himself. The protagonist explains that he is heading toward another worshipper hidden on this floor, whether player or NPC, and the man realizes the worshippers are more widespread than he thought. The protagonist confirms he is already monitoring that worshipper and is following him right now. When asked why he has not seized Gartai yet, he says Gartai claims he wants to betray the worshippers, so he is still observing him. Their pursuit leads them to a ruin, where Gartai has already arrived and is waiting. The protagonist tells his new companion to hold back for a moment, and the man surprisingly obeys. Gartai examines the sealed entrance closely, as if confirming something he expected to find there. He recognizes the place at once and notes that the others really did come. The protagonist arrives beside him and confirms that this ruin was the destination. A system notice identifies it as an ancient ruin whose entry slots are already full, proving a 5-person party has gone inside ahead of them. The protagonist concludes that Wamusian's rookie group and the Fairy Club must already be inside clearing it. Gartai estimates that if they succeed, their levels will rise to around 37, slightly ahead of the strange man who joined them. That forecast makes the protagonist think through the consequences. He realizes that if Wamusian reaches level 37, the current stage will become far too easy for that group to clear. Gartai explains that their real goal is probably not the ruin itself but the blessing awarded at level 40. He says blessings grant powerful privileges, and that the best ones go only to the top finishers, with third place restoring damage and second place healing and buffing an area. Then he reveals the most dangerous reward of all. The first place blessing is effectively a strategic retreat. That blessing would let a human player escape from Demon King territory back to the human side once per day without clearing the stage, which the protagonist immediately denounces as absurdly unfair. He imagines how devastating that would be, since repeated hit-and-run tactics would eventually let the humans reach the castle no matter how many stages he built. Gartai reassures him that the Demon King's side also gains rewards as the humans grow stronger. A list of unlockable castle features appears, and the protagonist is finally satisfied that the system is not entirely stacked against him. He asks for another nearby ruin to exploit before the humans can widen the gap, and Gartai recommends a difficult one. The protagonist decides to investigate it personally and orders Gartai to return to the castle and guard things until he comes back. He and the green-suited man then enter a dungeon called Great Venom. Inside, the protagonist makes clear that they are here to level quickly, not to waste time looting every corner. His immediate goal is to push the green-suited man, whom he keeps calling Baldy, to level 40 so he can claim the blessing first. The dungeon answers with monstrous poisonous plants. The protagonist identifies the area as poison-themed and warns that its toxicity is strong enough to melt stone. Deoxys tears into the lesser monsters without fear, showing that the small companion can still handle weak enemies easily. The protagonist even considers raising one of the plant creatures for later use, but their attention is cut off by a stronger presence approaching. A giant gelatinous worm appears as their first serious target. The protagonist opens with a powerful fire bomb, using elemental advantage to cripple the poisoned creature. He then orders Baldy to finish the weakened monster and take the experience. Before they can settle into the routine, a hidden watcher notices them. A system message confirms that the Master of Great Venom has started paying attention to their actions. Baldy complains that he suddenly feels weaker, and the protagonist explains that the dungeon has adjusted his real-world stats down to match his in-game level. Seeing that the dungeon is too difficult for Baldy at his current strength, the protagonist gives him a special restorative item. When Baldy jokes that it looks like a protein drink, the protagonist reveals it is actually the water of life. The effect is immediate, restoring Baldy's vigor and making him feel fully alive again. The protagonist promises to carry the hard part of the run and tells Baldy to focus on landing the final blows for experience. As Baldy gets fired up, the true dungeon master finally speaks, mocking the intruders for entering without fear. A horned black serpent reveals itself as the owner of Great Venom and sneers that 2 mammals and an amphibian are far too few to survive here. It attacks first with a venomous breath meant to overwhelm them. At the same time, Baldy is forced to fend off other monsters closing in from the side. The serpent boasts that it will melt them all down with poison. The protagonist answers with another blast of fire, meeting poison with overwhelming heat. Baldy then physically tears through the surrounding monsters, proving he can still dominate once supported properly. Even Deoxys joins in, grabbing and battering enemies despite his tiny size. The serpent is shaken that its dungeon is being dismantled so quickly by such a small group. It insists their numbers should never have been enough to handle Great Venom's monsters. The protagonist proves otherwise by wiping out another enemy in a single hit, leaving the serpent stunned. Their push carries them straight into the boss room of Great Venom. Baldy celebrates that his area attacks cleared the room, while the protagonist notes that even with reduced stats, the raw power of his skills remains tremendous. Still, the room feels wrong, and another system notice says the dungeon owner is merely watching rather than confronting them. Then, instead of fighting, the boss raises a white flag and surrenders without taking action. The terrifying serpent shrinks into a much smaller form, identifies itself as Great Venom, and desperately insists it is actually a nice snake. Baldy can hardly believe this pitiful creature is supposed to be the boss. He and Deoxys start handling the snake like a toy, humiliating it further while it protests. The protagonist immediately thinks in practical terms, noting that killing the boss would bring huge experience and valuable poison gear. Great Venom panics and tries to bargain for its life by offering a special hunting ground inside the cave where they can level in other ways. The protagonist coldly points out that killing the snake now would give Baldy level 40, a first clear achievement, and poison-related rewards, so sparing it makes little sense unless the offer is better. The snake argues that if they spare it only for someone else to kill later, everyone loses, and Baldy starts leaning toward mercy because the creature could still be useful. When the protagonist mentions the Demon King's castle, Great Venom reacts in shock and instantly treats him as someone connected to that power. Convinced he has found a superior master, Great Venom begs to be taken along, calling the protagonist boss and trying to attach itself to him on the spot. With 6 hours left before returning to the Demon King's castle, the new Demon King quietly prepares while his odd companions cling to him. He decides to use the remaining time to grind at the hunting ground and orders his eager subordinate to level up as much as possible. The training pays off immediately as the subordinate reaches level 41st and unlocks a special perk. In the hunting ground, the newly strengthened subordinate keeps gaining levels fast and celebrates how efficient the place is. As the subordinate powers up nonstop, the Demon King apologizes to his own monsters for using them as training fodder. He judges the outing a major success. Since Talmaman gained the first perk, humanity can no longer advance blindly, and they even secured a valuable 4-star monster. With the preparation finished, they return to the Demon King's castle. The subordinate is overwhelmed on seeing the castle for the first time, but the Demon King immediately tells him to get to work. Inside, the Demon King senses the castle is in turmoil, while his companion treats the tension like exciting chaos. The castle staff greet him as their lord, and his subordinate is stunned to realize his boss really is the Demon King. The Demon King casually introduces the bewildered newcomer as a fresh recruit and orders the others to teach him how things work. 2 executives size the recruit up, agree he needs training, and the clingy serpent insists on being recognized as the Demon King's direct subordinate. Once introductions end, the Demon King asks why the castle grounds outside were in such disarray and learns that enemies invaded. The report gets worse when he hears the invaders have already pushed the defenders back to stage 18. That speed alarms him, because the expedition team had not even broken through stage 15 before he left. He is told the sudden advance happened because Wamuzian's group from the ruins joined the assault. A shadowed figure confirms the explanation as the room turns more serious. The old executive Garti reveals the humans have already cleared the ruins as well. Recognizing the emergency, the Demon King orders every executive to gather in the war room at once. At the meeting, he chooses not to reinforce stage 19 yet and instead watches the enemy to study how they fight. The projection reveals Wamuzian, now level 38, leading the assault with confidence. His attacks carve through the defending monsters in sweeping bursts of power. Watching the feed, the Demon King notes that the invaders use unfamiliar and dangerous skills. More attacks detonate across the battlefield in rapid succession, showing how overwhelming the pressure is. Another human fighter drops in from above while Wamuzian remains calm enough to toy with the battle. The Demon King focuses on the second fighter and begins assessing her role. She tears through a monster with precise assassination strikes, revealing herself as the Needle Fairy at level 39. From the skill name and style, he identifies her as an assassin-type fighter from the Fairy Club. Soon after, the humans finish stage 19 as well, but instead of pressing on to stage 20, the invaders abruptly turn back. That retreat convinces the Demon King someone is leaking his movements to the expedition team. He rules out the visible executives by their authority and responsibilities, even as they continue discussing defenses. After reviewing everyone present, he concludes the traitor is not among the executives gathered in the room. His suspicion narrows toward Garti, but he also starts doubting whether the story about Garti betraying his worshipper was itself a lie. The uncertainty frustrates him, especially because Garti's status window cannot be checked. He considers the possibility that there is more than one traitor, which makes the situation even more dangerous. When his impulsive subordinate volunteers to attack the humans personally, the others warn that he would be killed immediately, and even joke about sending him to prison for re-education. That mention of the underground prison makes the Demon King realize the prison warden is also an executive who should be present. He points out that every executive was ordered to gather, forcing the others to explain why the warden is missing. Pierre admits he could not bring Pat because Pat was not in his assigned place, and the Demon King snaps at the failure to report that sooner. He takes charge himself, deciding to find Pat personally and dragging his overeager subordinate along. Before leaving, he orders the royal guard to move to the underground prison while the executives remain focused on strategy. He then seals the Demon King's castle, locking down the entire stronghold. Heavy gates and barriers slam shut throughout the castle as the lockdown takes effect. Garti watches the sealed doors in silence, giving away nothing. The final barrier closes with force, confirming no one will leave easily now. From outside, the whole castle is shown under seal, cut off from the world. The search party rushes down toward the prison sector. When they arrive, the prison area is empty, confirming Pat has already abandoned his post. The Demon King immediately treats the absence as proof of suspicious behavior from an executive. He reasons that because Garti hid Pat's identity, the two are likely fellow worshippers, and if they use the prison as a base, there must also be a device there for contacting the outside. He orders the guards to stay put while he investigates deeper on his own. Remembering that the former Demon King freely used an outside communication device, he deduces the most likely hiding place is the audience chamber. Entering the chamber, he calls out both Pat and Garti by name, exposing that he already knows they are involved. Garti steps into view behind him, resigned that the secret has finally come to light. The Demon King fires a powerful aurora beam into the chamber to flush the hidden traitor out. The blast forces movement in the rubble, and a hidden figure praises the Demon King for figuring things out so quickly. Pat emerges and admits he did not expect to be discovered this fast, revealing himself as a blood-loving vampire worshipper from floor 93. The Demon King confirms Pat's allegiance, and decides there is much more to uncover from him. Pat only mocks him, drawing a blade and acting as if the Demon King still does not grasp the danger of the situation. The Demon King tells his companions to stay out of the fight, and prepares to handle Pat himself. Pat lunges first, testing the Demon King's guard with a sudden slash. The Demon King answers with a heavy counterattack that drives Pat back. Pat slips around his defense and nearly lands a lethal strike at close range. The Demon King retaliates with a wide purple slash that forces Pat to disengage. Pat multiplies his strange assassination techniques, surrounding the Demon King with increasingly bizarre attacks. Trying to stop Pat's mobility, the Demon King attempts to pin him in place. Pat confidently decides he can simply dodge the trap. Instead, the frog companion suddenly interferes and latches onto Pat's leg at the crucial moment. That tiny interruption ruins Pat's timing and sends him crashing hard into the ground. Pat erupts in fury, cursing the frog for sabotaging him. With death looming, Pat panics and begs for questioning instead of immediate execution. The Demon King coldly replies that he has nothing to ask and moves to finish him. His killing strike flashes across the chamber, but the blade is intercepted at the last instant by another force. Realizing someone chose to block him, the Demon King demands an answer. Garty is the one who stopped the strike, openly placing himself between the Demon King and Pat. The Demon King presses him again, forcing him to declare where he stands. Garty answers by naming the Demon King directly and refusing to move aside. The room splits into two fronts at once, with Pat scrambling away while Garty and the Demon King clash blades. Garty argues that even without trust, the Demon King is acting too rashly. The Demon King accuses Garty of hiding too much, including Pat's identity, and Garty admits he concealed it because he knew it would lead to this confrontation. Garty insists Pat is still useful and asks that he be allowed to escape for now. The Demon King refuses to let that stand and vows to deal with both Pat and Garty once he catches the fugitive. Garty explains that killing Pat now would be pointless because this is a game world where an uncleared run resets and dead NPCs revive in the next cycle. He warns that if Pat dies before the game is cleared, the revived Pat will expose Garty as the traitor and spread the truth everywhere. The Demon King admits the logic is sound, and Garty adds that Pat's permanent death later could also yield a valuable reward. As compensation for hiding the truth, Garty offers a crucial piece of information. He reveals that among the high-ranking hunters above the 90th floor, there is also a worshipper. The Demon King asks for a name, but Garty can only say that even a platinum rank like Pat does not know because only a diamond rank receives that level of command. That means the hidden mastermind is secretive even among worshippers, but the immediate conclusion is clear. Both men agree they must clear this game, catch Pat, and eventually hunt down the diamond-ranked controller behind the sabotage. The Demon King complains that he only wants to focus on clearing the stage, but Garty reminds him that sabotage is the worshipper's role across the entire floor. He reluctantly decides to trust Garty one more time, while making it clear he now has his own agenda to pursue. He issues a direct order for every unit of the Demon King's army to assemble. The executives are startled awake by the sudden mobilization order. When asked what he intends, the Demon King announces that they are accelerating the plan. The executives immediately understand this means open action and begin preparing without hesitation. He confirms with the blacksmith that the army's weapons are ready, and learns they are fully stocked. Standing before the gathered demon army, he demands confirmation that every unit is present. The troops look up toward him as he begins his declaration. He announces that humanity will finally pay for invading demon lands and that the demons will answer with a true invasion of their own. With that vow, he formally launches the expedition despite the gold cost. Red magic circles flare across the castle as the demon army deploys. The humans on the other side are thrown into panic when they realize the Demon King's army is invading them instead. Monsters surge forward in waves, and the human defenders scramble to hold the line with artillery. Cannons fire desperately into the advancing horde. The demon army pushes through the bombardment, with golems and flying monsters leading the charge. One massive golem tears free part of its own body to use as ammunition. It hurls the boulder toward the human defenses with crushing force. The defenders are caught off guard by the incoming rock barrage. The thrown stones burst apart into smaller golems on impact, turning the bombardment itself into a second wave of attackers. The human soldiers try to rally and hold the monsters back despite the chaos, but they are warned too late that focusing only on the golems leaves them exposed to something worse. Venom charges in personally, proudly declaring himself the second in command of the Demon King's castle as he terrorizes the defenders. The Demon King reins Venom in and orders him to stop showing off and head for the royal castle instead. Venom obeys by transforming into a giant mount and carrying the Demon King forward. Using the battlefield chaos as cover, the Demon King decides they will slip into the royal castle unnoticed. Venom agrees and carries him quietly toward the objective. The frog and serpent cling on as the Demon King rides low and fast through the confusion. He dryly notes how absurd his current party composition looks, though his companions take it as praise. Satisfied that the infiltration is working, he presses on toward the castle. He recalls intelligence that Wamusian and the Needle Fairy have already returned to the ruins, leaving this front to others. That suits his plan, because while Baldy earns glory by holding off the monsters, the Demon King can move unseen. He notes that everything is unfolding as intended, since Baldy's standing within the human expedition force will rise. With the distraction secured, he heads straight for the royal castle. Inside, human officers are still trying to organize a full defensive assembly when he arrives. He sends his companions to strike first and overwhelm the guards before they can react. Venom and the frog tear through the defenders, opening the way deeper inside. The Demon King activates Prism Rainbow, a feline stealth skill that grants complete invisibility. Hidden by the skill, he reasons that if Garti was right, there should be worshippers among the humans too. He overhears the defenders discussing a grand magic circle prepared to destroy the golems, confirming they have a serious countermeasure ready. He decides he cannot let those preparations continue and sharpens his focus. His skin reveals the commander of the Royal Knights, Milihard, is indeed a gold rank worshipper. With the traitor identified, the Demon King moves at once. He cuts down a messenger as the report about the completed grand magic circle reaches the throne room. Watching from concealment, he realizes this invasion differs from the usual pattern and begins suspecting the king himself may also be a worshipper. That suspicion hardens as he studies the throne room and the king's position within it. The king of Fantademia reveals himself as a gold rank worshipper and responds to the hidden approach as if he has been waiting for a new chance. The Demon King decides the king is the ideal sacrifice for changing the ending and activates the skill item Demon King Succession. The system accepts the target and begins a royal succession using King Isaisar de Grain. The ritual instantly rewrites the king's status, declaring him the new Demon King and converting Fantademia's royal castle into a Demon King's castle. A new power is born as the former Demon King's castle is replaced by the grotesque King's castle. Elsewhere, the snake-haired executive presents captured humans to the newly transformed ruler as ordered. She explains that the prisoners are waiting in the conference room. Though she complains the request was unreasonable and difficult, the new ruler praises her for carrying it out. He greets the human expedition team and confirms they are the ones he wanted to meet. Wamusin treats the situation lightly and threatens to kill everyone if the meeting turns out to be pointless, while his companion tells him to stop talking. The masked ruler refuses to waste time on trust building and pushes the conversation straight to the real issue. When he reveals himself with the feline set equipped, the humans are shocked as one of them recognizes that they have met him before. Ibler, once the game's Demon King and now the Grotesque King, reveals that the current Demon King has moved into the human capital and that Grotesque Palace has formed to oppose him. He proposes an alliance with the human expedition team in hopes of forcing a different ending to this cycle. At the former human capital, now the Demon King's castle, transformed demons raise the alarm as the allied force approaches. The attackers realize in shock that some of the enemy were originally human beings who have been turned into demons. The defenders also discover that those transformed soldiers have grown stronger than before, making the assault more dangerous. As the siege intensifies, the defenders try to concentrate their attacks on the giant serpent, while cursing the enemy for rushing them all at once. A snake-haired ally steps forward to take command of the front line, and orders Venom to fall back behind her. She unleashes her monstrous form, making it clear she intends to meet the enemy head-on. Her power crashes into the battlefield and smashes through the opposing stone soldiers. While Venom boasts about reptilian supremacy, she dryly reminds him that she is not actually a reptile. The impact tears open the defensive line and creates a path for the allied army to surge forward. Watching the breach, the human representative admits that having the former Demon King's castle forces on their side is deeply reassuring. She decides to join the fight herself, while the blonde mage promises to strengthen her first. The mage casts a powerful wind enhancement, accelerating her movement to the point that she becomes a blur. The enemy soldiers barely register what is happening before she is already among them. She cuts through the transformed demons in an instant, leaving the front ranks collapsing behind her. The enemy spots the grotesque king and the human representative together, and orders both of them killed immediately. The blonde mage intercepts the charge and activates one of his highest divine techniques to block their advance. He erects an overwhelming barrier and openly dares the enemy to break through it if they can. Even Ibler is taken aback by the mage's power and can only call him a monster. That display makes Ibler wonder just how terrifying the people above them in the tower must be. The mage casually replies that they are not so different, even as another ally charges in laughing. A muscular human warrior hurls himself into the battle with reckless enthusiasm. He detonates a justice-based strike that blasts open the enemy's defenses even further. Pleased with himself, he reports that Gongongai has broken through the wall. Ibler immediately creates a rainbow bridge so the assault team can enter through the opening. The warrior praises Ibler's work and eagerly asks if stronger opponents are waiting inside. The human representative warns him to stay focused, while he cheerfully mistakes her irritation for concern. As the group advances into the city, he blurts out that he only wants to hurry up and kill the Demon King, and the mage insists on coming along. Inside the castle, the Demon King demands more blood, convinced he needs it to draw out still more of the Demon King's power. His attendants obey, but one warns that the human expedition is not the true threat and that Grotesque Palace is the real danger. The Demon King is told that the former Demon King leading Grotesque Palace may actually be human, proof that this game differs from all previous runs. The court is thrown into confusion as they sense the enemy has already arrived. A subordinate bursts in urging the Demon King to evacuate, only to learn the attackers are not just humans. The invading force announces itself as a formal alliance between the human expedition and Grotesque Palace, stunning everyone present. Furious at the betrayal, the Demon King orders the Grand Magic Circle to be activated at once. Outside, the intruders see a vast magic formation spread across the castle grounds and realize a trap has been sprung. The system confirms that multiple layers of the Grand Circle have activated at once, including protection, sealing, and isolation. The force of the activated circle begins pushing the invaders back before they can press deeper inside. The warrior is hurled away by the barrier and crashes hard against the edge of the formation. Ibler braces himself against the pressure, but even he is forced back by the castle's defenses. As he struggles to find a way through, a blue-skinned ally appears and mocks the grotesque king for being stalled. Ibler recognizes the newcomer as Gart and calls out to him in surprise. Gart tells Ibler to go on ahead, then invokes a top-rank authority that forces an impossible event to occur. That authority triggers a reversal, overturning the situation in an instant. The allied party suddenly finds itself relocated inside the castle corridors, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Ibler tries to identify what just happened and activates another authority to read the hidden truth of the situation. He confirms the enemy ruler's identity as Isisar de Grain, the Floor 93 Demon King and former last king of Ferdia, who inherited both the Demon King title and the power of a first-realm demon. Enraged by the intrusion, Isisar orders every defender to kill the invaders without mercy. A battered subordinate throws himself forward to clear the way for his lord, buying time with his life. The human representative cuts through the defenders and declares that Isisar's head belongs to her. She launches straight at the Demon King, trying to end the battle before he can react. Isisar swats her aside with contempt, proving that a direct assassination attempt will not be enough. He ridicules the idea that a mere human could claim his head and prepares to crush her. Before he can finish her, Ibler steps in to challenge him personally. Their blades collide, turning the throne room into a duel between rival kings. Ibler's authority identifies that Isisar has accepted the power of Margarita, a demon of the first realm, and he realizes the enemy is not acting alone. When Ibler addresses Margarita by name, the being inside Isisar is startled that its identity has been exposed. Ibler immediately presses the attack, refusing to let the possessed king regain control of the fight. He equips the crown of Magnarok and declares that this will be a king against king showdown. With the crown's power active, Ibler fully commits himself to the duel. The two kings crash together in a violent exchange that shakes the chamber. While trading blows, Ibler accuses Margarita of luring Isisar here in order to rebuild the demon realm. Margarita lashes out and tells him to stop prying, insisting that the old world should simply disappear. It rejects that idea outright and swears that the first demon realm will never vanish. Margarita's counterattack batters Ibler and drives him back under a storm of blood-fueled force. The assault continues relentlessly, forcing Ibler to endure a punishing barrage. Margarita snarls that Ibler has no right to interfere with its mission. Ibler argues that this world is only a game world that will reset anyway, so rebuilding the demon realm here is meaningless. Margarita rejects the tower and the game entirely, revealing that its goal lies beyond them. It hammers down with brute force, trying to overwhelm Ibler before he can exploit what he has learned. Ibler answers with holy power, clashing red demonic force against blue radiance in a direct test of strength. When the holy attack fails to finish the enemy, Ibler realizes ordinary sanctified power is not enough against this opponent. He notices blood magic shielding Margarita from the holy damage. That insight confirms that Margarita is using blood itself as a defensive medium. Ibler decides to amplify his holy power further and smash through the blood barrier by force. He equips the left wing of the wingless angel, adding angelic power to his arsenal. Margarita responds by manifesting a more complete demonic body to meet the escalation. Ibler takes to the air, preparing to bombard the transformed demon from above. He opens with a rain of water attacks, treating the demon like a target zone. Margarita shrugs off the bombardment with contempt, showing little concern. Ibler then invokes another authority to become an indomitable sword phantom and sharpen his killing power. He reasons that if Margarita is possessing Isisar, then two souls are sharing one body. From that, he concludes that severing the connection between those souls is the real key to victory. He combines soul-rending power with his holy technique and dives to cut the bond apart. The force of the strike knocks his sword loose, seemingly leaving him open. Even without the blade in hand, he keeps moving to complete the maneuver. Margarita mocks him for dropping his weapon and thinks the fight is already decided. Ibler reveals that losing the Chaos Sword was deliberate, because his true weapon for this moment is the fallen angel's sword that can sever links. He drives that blade through the possessed body and cuts the connection between Margarita and Isisar. Margarita screams as the separation takes effect and its true form is forced out into the open. Ibler confirms that the severed link has stripped Margarita of access to the host's borrowed power. But even after succeeding, he senses that something about the situation is still wrong. He doubts that someone strong enough to reach floor 94 would so easily let a demon erase his personality completely. That suspicion deepens as the enemy complains about finally gathering enough power only to be interrupted again and again. The voice insists it had already prepared for this possibility. Using another authority, the enemy splits into two separate beings and reveals a revival condition that works unless both parts are killed at the same time. Ibler can only marvel at how absurdly broken that ability is. The separated pair recognize that Ibler understands their authority, and they admit that this shared existence is how they reached floor 94 together. Ibler turns that revelation into a taunt, suggesting that even with such a cheat, floor 94 was still their limit. The provocation lands, and the two demons vow to kill him and witness the birth of a new world. They attack from both sides at once, forcing Ibler to defend against a coordinated pincer strike. One of the demons lands a hit, proving that the two-body assault is already wearing him down. Another blow follows before he can fully recover, leaving him visibly shaken. The pair rush him together again, determined to overwhelm him through numbers. Their twin blades carve across the room in synchronized arcs that leave Ibla little room to evade. A violent explosion of force erupts around him as the two demons revel in their advantage. Pinned down, Ibla admits that fighting two powerful enemies alone is no easy task. The demons mock him and demand to know whether that is all he can do. Before they can finish him, the muscular human warrior cuts into the fight and blocks their pursuit. He mocks them for ganging up 2-on-1 and promises to return the favor with interest. Ibla immediately calls out to his loudmouth ally in relief as the man reports he has finished off the lesser enemies. The warrior tosses Ibla his sword back, restoring his full fighting style. Rearmed and reinforced, the two allies prepare to turn the battle around together. The demons scoff that adding one more opponent will not change the outcome. To prove it, one of them targets the human warrior first and slashes into him. The other follows up, intent on taking down one member of the pair before they can coordinate. Ibla counters by blasting one attacker with fire, forcing the demons to split their attention. He warns the demon facing him that their duel is far from over. The other demon answers by drawing a blood-red sword and vowing to carve Ibla apart personally. Using the Crown of Magnarok's information, Ibla identifies that weapon as the Blood Demon Sword, which drains blood simply by proximity. The sword's power surges violently, and the demon taunts Ibla for losing the fire pressure he had been using earlier. Ibla feels his blood being pulled from him and realizes that close combat will get him drained dry, so he decides to switch to ranged attacks. Thinking quickly, he notices just how obsessed the enemy is with blood and begins shaping a plan around that weakness. He and the frog on his helmet launch another attack together, baiting the blood-hungry demon with more of what it wants. The demon lashes out in disgust at the strange little creatures interfering with it. Ibla answers with another burst of fire, keeping the pressure on while staying out of the sword's reach. Even so, he knows he will eventually have to close in to take the demon's head, and the blood sword remains the biggest obstacle. The demon notices his hesitation and mocks him for fearing the loss of his blood, reminding him that a human body is exactly what the sword feeds on. The blood demon's sword begins shaking his blood from a distance as well, proving the threat is even worse than he thought. Seeing Ibla refuse to approach, the demon decides to bring the fight to him instead. It charges straight in, determined to force close combat on its own terms. Ibla meets the rush head-on and blocks the incoming strike at the last moment. Then he uses a digging skill to rupture the ground beneath the attacker and blast it away from him. The second demon immediately leaps in to keep the pressure from breaking. It fires a glittering poison eagle technique that spreads into a web-like trap. The attack wraps around Ibla's position and tries to pin him in place. When the web splashes over him, he realizes too late that it is blood-based and meant to immobilize him for the finishing blow. One demon drives a strike into his trapped body, finally landing the hit they wanted. Certain of victory, the demon gloats that the annoying fly is caught and will now die as its blood is drained away. Instead of panicking, Ibla decides that if the enemy insists on fighting at point-blank range, he will turn that into his chance. He detonates an electric shock directly through their contact, blasting both of them in a shared explosion. The demon recoils in outrage, unable to understand why Ibla would willingly shock himself too. Ibla embraces the pain and reveals that trading damage at close range is exactly his specialty. He activates Astral Rainbow, gaining a brief window of massively amplified attack power, and commits to a decisive exchange. Within that short burst, he unleashes repeated fire bombs at point-blank range. The barrage continues from multiple angles, driving the demons back under overlapping explosions. Ibla even grapples one of them inside the blast radius, forcing it to take the full impact with him. The chained explosions launch the combatants upward and tear through the castle structure around them. Riding the last of Astral Rainbow's boosted power, Ibla rises above the falling demon and prepares a punishing counterstroke to end the exchange. The armored climber unleashes a desperate finishing attack, blasting the Demon King's body apart in a violent explosion. Breathing hard, he bets that such a devastating hit must have finally left the enemy unable to move. Instead, the system reveals the Demon King's hidden resurrection skill, which activates when he is fatally wounded. The monster begins reviving by absorbing nearby blood, confirming that death alone is not enough to stop him. Worse, the skill makes him untouchable and effectively unkillable until the resurrection period ends, turning the fight into a race against time. The hero realizes the enemy is reviving through blood absorption just as his own body starts losing blood uncontrollably. With almost no blood left in himself, he understands he has only one chance to end the battle before the demon fully recovers. At that moment, a hidden blood-related quest clears, and he gains a vampire-linked title that changes the situation. A forbidden vampire art called Bloodgate release awakens in him, and his lost blood begins returning. The new power opens the Bloodgate, boosts his control and regeneration, earns him another title, and he also learns that Garti has secured the vampire pet for him. As his soul rank rises, he realizes he can now wield blood arts himself, and immediately gathers blood into his hand. The Demon King's resurrection ends, but the revival is incomplete, leaving Margarita restored only in a weakened state. Seeing the enemy recover by just 12%, the hero mocks the vampires for hoarding such a useful skill. Margarita is stunned to see the human now using vampire techniques against him. The hero calmly notes that one of the two Demon Kings is already down. He reminds his ally Baldi that both Demon Kings must be finished at the same time, or the survivor will simply resurrect the other. Baldi agrees but complains that his own opponent is too slippery to pin down. The surviving Demon King taunts Baldi's speed while continuing to evade him. Realizing Margarita is still not fully recovered, the surviving demon decides to stall until his partner can return to full strength. His distraction costs him, as Baldi catches him off guard and punishes him for losing focus mid-fight. Baldi drives in a poison strike that injects paralyzing venom and restricts the demon's movement. The hero praises the Owl Fairy for creating the opening he needed. Margarita suddenly understands that the hero had stolen his blood earlier and is now weaponizing it. The hero confirms that the demon brought this fate on himself and prepares a blood art fueled by the blood he took. He forms a blood spear from his own blood, a technique that grows stronger the more blood has been lost. At the same instant, Baldi lands a one-hit kill on the other Demon King. Both Floor 93 Demon Kings, Icegar and Margarita, are defeated together at last. With the battle over, Baldi collapses in relief while the Owl Fairy confirms their victory. The hero stands over Margarita's corpse as the last traces of blood power fade from the battlefield. Even in defeat, the Demon King curses their world and warns that destruction will still come. The hero dismisses the dying threat, and the system acknowledges that a new ending has been reached. The tower records a new clear ending for the conspiracy of the two Demon Kings, announces rewards, and confirms that only the top 6 participants clear Floor 93. The hero accepts the win with quiet pride and congratulates everyone who helped make it happen. As Floor 93 is officially cleared and a portal appears, his companions rush over to celebrate with him. The system also announces that NPCs who gain new opportunities will now return to their own worlds. Several NPC allies thank him sincerely, saying their lord's choice in trusting him proved correct and that the adventure was worthwhile. A Medusa-like ally adds that he seemed unusual from the start, but he truly delivered when it mattered. The merit rankings begin, and 2 NPCs are rewarded with new opportunities for their contributions. The Medusa ally thanks him as her Demon King and offers him a farewell gift before departing. The gift turns out to be an eye patch that suppresses her petrifying skills so they might meet safely again someday. The climber rankings continue, placing Wumusin 4th and Owl Fairy 3rd. Baldi takes 2nd place and grumbles that the system did not even let him say proper goodbyes. Even so, he promises they will meet again on the higher floors. The hero answers simply, accepting that promise. A goblin-like ally praises him for creating a new ending, and the hero thanks him for making that possible. The goblin, pleased that his sincerity got through, vows to investigate Floor 95 while the hero tackles Floor 94. He promises to send any useful information by Seagull, and the hero tells him he is counting on that help. The final merit ranking crowns Rainbow Hero in 1st place, with the hero ready to continue climbing. The next challenge is revealed as Floor 94, the Dragon Mountain Range, a land ruled by dragons. He learns that the 94th floor contains 5 fortresses and a mountain range where dragons and dragakin truly live. The narration introduces Katran Haliu, the first Dragonian, a human dragon being who can retain reason even during the dragon's maddened night. It also introduces Aishantra, the ancient progenitor and ruler of all insect-type monsters. During the Night of the Dragon, when dragons lose reason, Aishantra planned to exploit dragakind as living weapons. The hero uncovered that scheme and allied with Park Jae-kyung, Ophelia, and the ancient dragon Maramiel to stop it. Together they brought down Aishantra in battle. Katran Halia fell as well, ending both ancient threats. With every dangerous force eliminated and the strongholds unified, Floor 94 is cleared. The reward includes a dragon heart, an item of immense magical power with nearly limitless potential depending on how it is used. He also receives dragon blood and a mysterious chaos skillbook tied to an awakened ancient monster. Satisfied by the haul, he decides the hardship of the floor was worth it. Soon after, he reunites with Park Jae-kyung and reflects on how unexpected their meeting has been. They note that this is their first reunion since the 54th floor. The hero congratulates Jae-kyung on becoming head chef at Helldyne Kitchen and thanks him for the help that let him clear Floor 94. Jae-kyung laughs that he benefited too, since the battle gave him plenty of new ingredients. Ophelia arrives and praises both men for their hard work. She reveals that the hero gained 3 more authorities while she was away, including multiple top-grade powers. She explains that inheriting an NPC's legacy grants authorities, meaning the tower's NPCs are effectively backing him all the way to Floor 100. The last of those new authorities likely came from Maramiel, the ancient dragon ruler of Floor 94. When Ophelia asks if he is heading up immediately, he says yes because there is something important he must investigate above, namely a worshipper hidden among the climbers. Before he goes, Ophelia offers him an item she believes will help on the road to the 100th floor. She hands him a mysterious object and tells him to open it on the 96th floor. After wishing him a safe climb, she takes her leave. The hero watches her depart through the portal. Jae-kyung prepares to head up as well, but the hero stops him because he has one more thing to ask. He invites Jae-kyung to join the Puging Alliance. Jae-kyung admits he has heard good things about the group but worries that, after being alone so long, he might not fit in. The hero sweetens the offer by promising a joining gift of rare dragon blood and even jokes about dragon blood pudding. That reward is tempting enough that Jae-kyung starts seriously considering the invitation. He does not commit yet, but promises to think it over and meet again later. As the hero heads for the portal, Maramiel thanks him and says the 94th floor will never forget what he did. The hero turns back, remembering he also has business with Maramiel. He reveals he came on Loka's request to complete an errand involving Merimul's treasure in exchange for delivering a special item. Merimul confirms she had indeed asked Loka for something and, recognizing the hero as a merchant too, accepts the delivery. The requested item is a dragon-sized sleep mask, and Merimul is delighted because it is exactly what she wanted. Pleased, Merimul offers him any reward he desires as her benefactor. He immediately asks her to teach him how to refine a dragon heart. Merimul is horrified that anyone would ask a dragon how to process a dragon heart, even a benefactor. The hero pressures her by framing refusal as stinginess, and reminding her that a noble dragon should keep her word. Cornered by her own pride, Merimul realizes he has trapped her with that appeal. She finally gives in and agrees to teach him. Once he grasps the method, the hero celebrates while Merimul fumes at the cruelty of asking a dragon for such knowledge. She protests that no dragon would ever become an expert at refining its own heart, even though she clearly knows the process perfectly. Still grumbling, she admits she would never have shared this if he were not her benefactor, and complains that merchants are all alike. The hero cheerfully thanks her not only for the lesson but also for the scales, horn, and teeth he apparently acquired from the floor. As he finally leaves, he reflects that recruiting Park Jae-kyung and learning Dragon Heart refinement were both preparations for facing the Platinum Grade worshipper on floor 95. He steels himself, convinced he must become even stronger if he wants to defeat that enemy, and safely reach the 100th floor. The moment he enters floor 95, a voice greets him like a valued customer, immediately signaling that this floor runs on commerce. The messenger turns out to be the seagull in charge of the tower's mail. The hero quickly guesses the bird was sent by Garti and receives the delivery. He asks at once whether the letter contains information about the 95th floor. The seagull insists the premium mail is personally addressed to Mr. Otter, and even shamelessly campaigns for a made-up award before leaving. Reading the letter, the hero learns that the previous floor's worshipper information was useless, so Garti withheld it, and instead focused on the 95th floor. The letter identifies the ruler of floor 95 as the Platinum Grade worshipper Fahiru, a figure infamous enough to be known mainly by insults. Every nickname attached to Fahiru mocks him, suggesting that even at platinum rank he is widely despised. Garti warns that because Fahiru controls the entire floor, outside intervention is impossible, and disguises are so common that even strong authority will not easily identify the other worshippers. Preparing to adapt, the hero disables his feline set to avoid standing out. He changes into a disguised civilian identity, deciding he will have to move like a local rather than a warrior. Garti's note adds one more ominous clue: if something goes wrong on this floor, the weight of a person's blood will be measured. Since even Garti could uncover only fragments, the hero concludes that Fahiru must be tightly controlling all information on the floor. A final postscript suggests that anyone with merchant qualifications may have an easier time conquering this floor. The system names floor 95 the price of survival, and the hero immediately senses that brute force alone will not solve it. Thinking of merchants, he realizes there is one person perfectly suited to this kind of floor. That thought is interrupted by someone recognizing him despite the disguise. A familiar voice claims that no costume could fool the bond they built over years together. The speaker is Nyang Punch, who greets him enthusiastically under his old nickname. She explains the floor's core rule: everyone here is treated as an NPC, and survival depends on working and earning money like one. She adds that the shop menu is disabled here, making ordinary climber conveniences useless. Fortunately, her title as successor of the Firebird Nation makes her exceptionally suited to this economy-driven floor. The hero realizes Nyang Punch is specialized for this place, and she reminds him that while the shop is blocked, subspace items still work. He tests his authority and finds it heavily restricted because the system is treating it like an NPC's power, which makes identifying the hidden worshipper even harder. Accepting that he must learn the rules first, he asks Nyang Punch how money is earned and used here. Before she can explain, the clock strikes 3, and she tells him to watch closely. The system announces that all NPC taxes on the 95th floor have been collected, and the city treats tax payment like a daily ritual. The hero immediately asks what happens to those who cannot pay. Nyang Punch answers by pointing to a man being violently dragged away while begging for his life. She explains that people taken like that are said to become real NPCs. She also repeats the darker rumor that, if things go badly, their blood is weighed, matching Garti's warning. When the hero presses for details, she says the system supposedly separates body and soul after assessing a victim's stats. The result is that the victim becomes raw material for items like ego swords and soul stones, effectively turned into ingredients by the system. The hero realizes that the floor's economy is really a bargain with the system itself, trading lives for manufactured value. Nyang Punch warns that he now owes taxes too and cannot survive here on combat skill alone. To reassure him, she boasts that she is the richest person on the floor and offers to cover his taxes, though he is more interested in where the blood is weighed. She tells him the weighing is tied to underground factories where NPCs work, and that those dragged there vanish into an unknown fate. The hero immediately decides to leave the tax problem to her and launch his own investigation, shocking her with how quickly he moves. As he dashes off, he resolves to uncover the truth behind the weight of blood. Piecing together the clues, he concludes that if Fahiru is creating NPCs on this floor, then Fahiru must also be behind the entire blood-based system sustaining it. Certain he has found the right lead, he heads straight for the industrial district tied to Fahiru's operation. Following the route used by the tax enforcers, he slips into the factory area unnoticed. Hidden nearby, he overhears a desperate victim begging for one more chance and realizes he has found the transfer point. The doomed man pleads not to be sent to the altar, confirming that the blood altar is where tax defaulters are taken. An enforcer coldly tells him that failing to pay taxes is his own fault, and that he must accept either death or whatever comes next. The hero steps in and asks whether anyone sent to that place can survive and return, startling everyone present. The enforcer, shaken that his punch was blocked, admits that a few people do sometimes come back alive. Hearing that, the hero decides that is enough and orders them to begin the transfer immediately. To everyone's horror, he enters the blood altar transfer circle himself, learning that only authorized individuals are supposed to use it. The system reclassifies him as merchandise rather than a taxpayer, removing him from the tax rolls and letting him bypass the floor's normal rules. He arrives before the blood altar itself, a grotesque mechanism built around weighing and processing lives. While the other captives panic that they are all about to die, he studies the altar with interest instead of fear. A woman appears nearby and casually remarks that she had hoped never to return to this place. The hero instantly locks onto that slip, realizing she has been here before and may know far more about the blood altar than she wants to admit. The system identifies Bexaran, known as Chakachoco from the rookie group, as a climber who reached the 95th floor, but most of her information is strangely restricted. Realizing he has found a notable figure, Evil Eye decides to approach her and theatrically equips his flashy armor before making contact. His ridiculous entrance blinds the nearby debtors, and Saran immediately recognizes him as an absurd but memorable presence. Evil Eye greets her as the rumored Evil Eye, while Saran explains that dramatic proof earns trust faster than words and notes that he clearly is not new to this place. She reveals that people who cannot pay their taxes are forced to work them off physically, and with the event about to begin, she proposes an alliance that Evil Eye accepts. The altar begins assessing everyone as merchandise to calculate the unpaid debt, and the total comes out to a staggering 578,760,040 Rian. The crowd is horrified by the impossible bill, while Saran and Evil Eye realize they have been dragged into something far more dangerous than expected. The system starts pricing each participant based on combat power, gear, authority, and titles, revealing that most of them are worth only a few million at best. As the skin reaches them, Evil Eye notes that ordinary values usually fall between 1 and 10 million, bracing for whatever comes next. Saran is revealed to be worth nearly 200 million, making her far more valuable than she first appeared. Evil Eye's own value exceeds 450 million, enough for the system to label him top tier merchandise, and Saran dryly points out that he has no room to flatter her. The event rules are announced. The system will collect value from participants until the unpaid tax is covered, and any excess from the dead will be redistributed. The altar confirms that the event will not end until the debt is fully paid, turning everyone present into resources to be harvested. With that warning, the first collection officially begins. Saran immediately explains the real meaning of the event. Everyone else will try to kill them because murdering valuable targets is the fastest way to erase debt. Even so, she warns Evil Eye not to underestimate the mob, because anyone who reached the 95th floor could still be dangerous, especially in numbers. They commit to fighting together as allies, and Saran takes the initiative without hesitation. She crushes the first attackers with a devastating earth slam, proving that her value is backed by overwhelming force. Another enemy lunges in, only to run straight into Saran's prepared counter. Using the Black Tortoise inscription, Saran cuts him down in one sweep, and the system records Brushy Brush as dead. The altar absorbs the death into the event's blood weight, confirming that every corpse only feeds the collection further. The surviving debtors redirect their rage toward Evil Eye, blaming him for bringing them here, but he dismisses them as people refusing responsibility for their own taxes. He unleashes Mangu and his powerful gear, sending a monster-backed assault through the attackers and terrifying them with the gap in strength. By the third collection, the unpaid debt has been fully cleared, and the pair realizes they have survived the event by wiping out enough enemies and calamities. Saran praises how quickly they paid off the debt, impressed that they finished before the collection timer ran out. She explains that the second and third collections reward crafting and butchering as much as combat, a system designed to punish cliques that rely only on fighting. With only a few minutes left before transfer, Evil Eye thinks the ordeal is over and notices a terrified survivor begging for mercy. The man panics and assumes Evil Eye is about to kill him, collapsing in fear before he is even threatened. Evil Eye is caught off guard by the desperate pleas and insists he never said he was going to kill the man at all. Instead, he orders the helpless survivor to stay back while they protect him, showing unexpected mercy in the middle of the slaughter. Saran suggests hunting another calamity for more profit, but Evil Eye refuses because there is not enough time and he needs a break. Their banter turns casual, with Saran mocking his lack of grit and Evil Eye jokingly accepting the insult. That brief calm breaks when Evil Eye suddenly senses something wrong. An unseen assailant strikes him from behind, proving that one enemy had been waiting for the perfect opening. The attacker reveals himself as a hooded beggar who had played weak and harmless while watching for a chance to kill the strongest target. He explains that he only attacked once Evil Eye finally exposed the gap, confirming that his cowardice was deliberate strategy. Before he can finish the job, the third collection ends, NPC status is restored, and all survivors begin to be transferred away. Evil Eye realizes too late that the beggar's speed and lethality are far beyond what an ordinary survivor should possess. The system identifies the man as Fahiru, an NPC beggar tied to the blood altar on the 95th floor, though key details remain restricted. Even with the identification, the system still blocks full access to Fahiru's information, making him even more suspicious. Evil Eye recognizes the name in shock just as the transfer completes. He is returned to the 95th floor city, but his attention is fixed entirely on the mysterious beggar who slipped away. Other survivors celebrate being alive, but Evil Eye lands already searching for Fahiru instead of sharing their relief. His hard landing only underscores how urgently he wants answers. He immediately asks whether Fahiru was transferred back with them, unable to let the encounter go. Saran notices how intensely he is searching the moment he returns and realizes the beggar has become his next target. She casually greets him, while he remains too focused to relax. When Evil Eye asks about Platinum worshipper Fahiru, Saran is confused at first, but he explains that the man is supposedly the king of beggars. That title gives Saran a lead, and she recalls hearing about a beggar who panhandles in the rich district. She explains that the 95th floor city is split between a rich district and the slums, and entering the rich district normally requires an absurd fee. Evil Eye remembers that Nyang Punch claimed to be the richest person here, and a reopened messenger confirms she is available. He contacts his allies in the rich district, confirms he really went to the blood altar, and asks them to pay the entry fee for him and Saran. The fee is paid, and Evil Eye, Saran, and their allies enter the rich district, where they learn the area is controlled by the Fairy Club. Nyang Punch boasts that her wealth makes them untouchable here, and Saran is amused enough to admit she is impressed. Evil Eye gets straight to the point and says they need to find the beggar operating in the rich district. They soon spot a scene where a beggar is being driven away, and Evil Eye suspects they may have found their man. The beggar clings desperately to a rich resident while being kicked aside, and Evil Eye identifies him as the platinum worshipper they were looking for. The resident throws money at the beggar just to make him disappear, and the man gratefully scrambles for it. Once alone, Fahiru smugly counts the cash and notes that this should keep him safe from taxes for now. Watching from hiding, Evil Eye doubts that such a pitiful figure could really be a platinum-grade worshipper, but decides to keep observing. Fahiru suddenly calls out to the hidden watchers, showing that he noticed them all along. He returns to a hideout where other beggars treat him as their boss, confirming he commands a network beneath his disguise. Fahiru showers them with money and promises to cover their next taxes too, earning their gratitude and loyalty. Evil Eye realizes Fahiru personally pays the beggars' taxes and still visits the altar himself, which means he must be strong enough to survive it repeatedly. He starts connecting this to the 90s floor's chaos theme and suspects the treatment of beggars is tied to the hidden rule of the floor. The system title for the 95th floor, The Price of Survival, reminds him that the true clear condition still has not been revealed. Since the ruler of the floor is the beggar king, Evil Eye concludes that simply becoming rich cannot be enough to clear the stage. Even Nyang Punch, the richest person on the floor, remains trapped here, which confirms his suspicion that money alone solves nothing. Because attacking in the rich district would bring the guards, Evil Eye decides to withdraw for now and plan properly. As they leave, he cannot help noticing how luxurious the rich district is compared with the rest of the floor. Back at Nyang Punch's extravagant hideout, the contrast becomes even clearer, and Evil Eye wonders if they are here to strategize or simply enjoy themselves. He lays out the truth. Fahiru is a platinum-grade worshipper responsible for creating NPCs, and that alone makes him too dangerous to ignore. Evil Eye proposes getting rid of all the beggars, but clarifies that he does not mean killing them. Saran understands his logic first. If everyone except Fahiru pays their taxes, he will be summoned to the blood altar alone. That would isolate him from his worshipper minions, and if they defeat him there, he would lose his will and his ability to act as a worshipper. Nyang Punch objects that there are too many beggars for her to cover alone, but she has already anticipated the problem and called someone who can help. A guest arrives at Nyang Punch's estate to join the discussion. Nyang Punch welcomes the newcomer and explains that this person has helped her before and will be useful for the plan. Evil Eye and Saran turn to assess the newcomer, sensing that this ally may be important. The newcomer introduces herself as Zuri Fairy Audric Dassel, a powerful member of the Fairy Club and one of the strongest figures in the rich district. Evil Eye introduces himself politely, though his usual joking manner slips through even in a formal greeting. Zuri Fairy responds warmly and makes it clear she already knows who he is. Her eye-based authority immediately locks onto Evil Eye, revealing that she possesses an SSS-grade ocular power called Eye of the Punisher. Evil Eye recognizes that she has an eye-based authority like his own, and Zuri Fairy is equally intrigued to find Saran here. She addresses Saran directly, implying they know each other, and Saran answers with a smile that carries old tension. Their reunion quickly turns hostile, with Saran accusing her of sending her back to the altar and daring her to repeat it. Nyang Punch tries to dismiss the clash as ordinary rivalry, but then realizes that is exactly why it could explode into a real fight. Evil Eye cuts through the tension by reminding them that all of them have been trapped on the 95th floor for years. He reframes the situation as a rare chance to finally advance, asking whether they truly want to stay stuck here forever. That appeal works, and Zuri Fairy sets aside the rivalry long enough to ask what roles she should play. Evil Eye answers bluntly. He wants investment, because they are going to eliminate the beggar class across the entire 95th floor. Elsewhere, Fahira senses that the world around him is changing in a way he does not understand. The change becomes visible as Nyang Punch and the Fairy Club begin paying beggars taxes and offering them wages, pushing them into honest work instead. As beggars start abandoning the role, Fahira watches his influence collapse and bitterly asks why everything he built is being taken from him. The system responds by demanding activation of the blood altar and ordering the ruler to continue his duties. Driven into despair and rage, Fahira screams against losing everything. His resentment awakens a chaotic fragment within him, and the system marks Fahira of Solitude as entering an enraged state. The blood altar activates and forcibly transfers him in, exactly as Evil Eye planned. Fahira arrives expecting the usual crowd, only to find the altar empty and realize he has been isolated. He braces himself as the trap around him begins to close. Evil Eye strikes first from concealment, opening the ambush before Fahira can orient himself. Fahira is shaken that he failed to detect the attack and realizes Evil Eye used stealth to reverse the same tactic once used against him. Evil Eye openly mocks him for being ambushed, and warns his allies that Fahira is using stealth mode too. Fahira refuses to believe Evil Eye could have turned the tables on him so completely. He sneers that Evil Eye is only a sheltered princess, trying to regain psychological control before counterattacking. Saran and Ziriferi join the battlefield, and Saran is baffled by whatever insult Fahira just threw out. Evil Eye brushes it off as a distraction and immediately signals the operation to begin in full. He raises a maxed earth wall to seal the arena, trapping Fahira inside with them. At the same time, he orders Nyang Punch to deploy her summoned weapons and totem against the target. Nyang Punch commits to ranged support from a safe position, turning the fight into a coordinated execution. Fahira weathers the opening barrage and prepares to break through by force. He surges forward through the bombardment, showing that even cornered he remains a terrifying close-range threat. Ziriferi answers by freezing the ground beneath him with frozen break, trying to halt his movement. The ice erupts around Fahira and momentarily catches him, but not securely enough to end the fight. Fahira counters by scattering multiple time bombs around himself, forcing the others to back off or be caught in the blast. The bombs detonate in a massive chain explosion that tears through the sealed arena. Using the chaos of the blast, Fahira launches upward to escape the kill zone and reclaim momentum. Saran activates the Black Tortoise inscription again and charges in with a furious overhead strike. Her blow lands hard, smashing Fahira and proving she can still pressure him head-on. She taunts him after the hit, trying to keep him off balance. But in the clash, the Black Tortoise inscription suddenly vanishes, and Saran is shocked that her artifact has been temporarily nullified. Fahira immediately exploits the opening, realizing he has stripped away her protection and can now overpower her. Saran tries to keep fighting through the loss, but her momentum is broken. Fahira batters her aside with brutal force, sending her crashing away and leaving her exposed. Seeing Saran in danger, Evil Eye calls on Ziriferi to act at once. She activates Eye of the Punisher fully, locking her authority onto Fahira as the marked target. The system confirms Fahira of Solitude as the target of punishment, and the mark takes hold even as he continues attacking. Ziriferi unleashes Divine Punishment, blasting Fahira with overwhelming Blue Judgment energy. Evil Eye orders Nyang Punch to restrain him before he can recover from the hit. She responds with gravity and trap devices that seize control of the battlefield and pin Fahira in place. Fahira is stunned to find his body suddenly locked down by forces he did not anticipate. The gravity core and traps suspend him helplessly among floating rocks, turning him into a stationary target. Evil Eye follows up with a high-level firebomb, layering another lethal attack onto the restraint. At the same time, Ziriferi keeps Divine Punishment pouring in, combining their attacks into a crushing finisher. Even while injured, Evil Eye notices Saran's artifact has not merely been broken but somehow stolen or absorbed, revealing another dangerous aspect of Fahira's power. Fahira screams through the punishment, refusing to collapse despite the combined assault. Pinned against the shattered rock, he still clings to consciousness and hatred. A dark projectile slips from his position toward Nyang Punch's restraint system, showing he is still fighting with cunning rather than brute force alone. That hidden strike destroys one of the trap devices from within. The rest of the trap's chain explode and fail, blowing apart Nyang Punch's restraint setup. Freed from the binding, Fahira escapes the capture and the system warns that the target has gotten loose. Nyang Punch panics and orders her remaining weapons to subdue him before he can turn the battle around. Fahira blasts through the surviving drones and charges straight through the smoke toward the support line. He tears through the barrage and closes on Nyang Punch so quickly that she can only stare in disbelief. With Nyang Punch in immediate danger, Ziriferi moves to intercept while Fahira raises his blade for the kill. Fahira ignores the interference and dives past her, intent on eliminating the support caster first. Ziriferi fires Divine Judgment and Divine Punishment point-blank to stop him from reaching her ally. Even under the direct blast, Fahira keeps walking forward through the holy energy by sheer obsession. Ziriferi is stunned that he can endure Divine Punishment at all, realizing his rage has pushed him beyond normal limits. The system warns that Fahira is now so close that Ziriferi herself may be caught in her own punishment as he reaches for her. The armored climber opens by striking down at an enemy in the ruined arena, forcing the confrontation into close combat. A ragged man recognizes the attacker and is startled that this particular opponent has found him. Before he can recover, the climber drives an aurora beam at him and keeps the pressure on. The ragged man lashes back with outrage, accusing the climber of abandoning comrades after letting others die. The climber rejects the accusation and meets the attack head-on instead of retreating. Their clash escalates as both sides commit fully, turning the fight into a direct duel amid chaotic power. Steel and force collide at point-blank range, either side yielding the advantage. The climber insists the dead will not be wasted, while the ragged man bitterly twists the idea of comrades and claims he had provided for those under him. He reveals a more important fact: he destroyed the transfer devices, cutting off reinforcements and trapping the floor in isolation. Instead of continuing the duel, he appeals to the tower's system, claiming the climber is disrupting the blood altar's activation. He urgently demands a replacement method, arguing that the altar cannot simply be allowed to fail. The system answers that the blood altar is essential infrastructure and cannot be removed because it supports the tower itself. It also notes that the number of sacrifices offered to the altar has dropped sharply this cycle. The system begins discussing punishment for the climber, identifying Petite Princess as the one who interfered with NPC creation. The climber argues that the altar itself obstructs progress up the tower and should not be defended blindly. After evaluating that complaint, the system admits the altar does hinder climbing and decides a new operating method is necessary. With the policy revised, punishment for both Petite Princess and the half-fused Chaos Fragment Fahiru is temporarily suspended. The climber seizes the opening and proposes settling the matter in the arena he created. The system formally accepts the proposal to resolve the dispute through an arena match. While the system gathers opinions from those involved, the climber waits for the verdict. He offers a bargain. If the altar must keep receiving sacrifices, then his victory should allow the worshippers to be used instead of innocents. The system begins checking whether that brutal compromise is feasible. It frames the choice starkly, with worshippers as one possible source of sacrifice. The alternative is to use the dead from the arena, and with that the system starts a winner-takes-all death match. Elsewhere, one of the climber's allies senses the force transfer and realizes something unusual has begun. She identifies the phenomenon as teleportation magic and understands the climber has been pulled into a separate battlefield. The climber tells her to withdraw and leave this fight to him alone. He orders the others to return and eliminate any remaining worshippers while he handles the duel. The arena clears until only the climber and the ragged man remain facing each other. The climber warns that searching for other worshippers here will be pointless. The ragged man reveals the truth behind his bitterness. There are no other worshippers on this floor, and he has always been alone. The climber notices the black aura around him and realizes this enemy's nature is more dangerous than it first seemed. The man confesses that he struggled desperately to gather comrades again after losing them once before. Now convinced they were taken from him again, he attacks in a frenzy to make the climber pay. The climber recognizes the power at work as chaos and understands the duel is tied to a fragment's rule. Recalling the system's label of half-fused chaos fragment, he starts analyzing what that means in practice. He concludes that the enemy must possess a unique rule born from chaos itself. Rather than wait for that rule to unfold, the climber tries to force the issue by charging a powerful fire attack. He launches fire bomb at full strength to test the enemy before the rule can corner him. The blast floods the arena, but it does not end the fight. The ragged man slips through the bombardment and dismisses the attack as useless brute force. He declares that now it is his turn and vows to strip the climber of everything, just as he was stripped. The climber answers with more fire, trying to stop the momentum before the enemy closes in. Under mounting pressure, he braces himself with iron will to keep control of the exchange. That defense is immediately erased, shocking him as the system reports iron will has been lost. The ragged man drives his point home, promising the climber will finally understand the pain of losing everything. The climber retaliates with a hard counterstrike to break the enemy's rhythm and stop the psychological assault. He follows with another burst of flame to force distance and buy time to think. The enemy emerges still advancing, his body warped by chaos and his arm transformed into a monstrous weapon. The climber pieces the rule together. Contact with that power erases the opponent's skills, just as it had done to others before. The system confirms his fear as multiple unrelated abilities begin disappearing at once, not just the ones he used in battle. Even his highest authority starts to fail, proving the rule can strip away powers tied to his very status. He forces his authority back online by resisting the enemy's chaos with his own, refusing to be completely shut down. The ragged man reveals the name of his concept, Era of Loss, as his body continues to deteriorate under its own effect. He explains loneliness as the process of losing everything, and admits he has already lost even his sense of pain. With that philosophy laid bare, he promises to make Petite Princess lose everything as well. The climber rejects the threat, refusing to accept the enemy's definition of loss. He tries to answer with firebomb again, but the skill vanishes before it can help him. Aurora beam fails the same way, disappearing as soon as he attempts to rely on it. Realizing he is losing skills even without direct contact now, he gambles on frozen break as a last resort. The ice engulfs the enemy for a moment, suggesting the attack might still work at range. A massive prison of ice forms around the ragged man and briefly halts his advance. He simply breaks out, and frozen break is erased as well, proving the climber cannot win through ordinary abilities. The enemy closes the gap and lands a brutal body blow, forcing the climber back into raw physical combat. At close range, the climber abandons finesse and grabs him, preparing a direct electrical counter. Electric shock detonates through both of them, turning the clinch into a desperate mutual punishment. The Ragged Man is stunned that the climber still has so many options left despite the rule of loss. Even while reeling, he keeps his footing and squares up again for another exchange. The climber meets the next Chaos strike with his sword and body, refusing to be overpowered. Then even the Chaos sword itself disappears, showing that the enemy's own possessions are not exempt from loss. For the first time, the Ragged Man falters as his rule begins consuming his remaining means of attack. The climber immediately mocks him for being trapped by his own rule and turns the psychological pressure around. He follows with a clean punch to the face, proving the enemy can still be beaten by simple force. He drives him into the ground and keeps hammering him before the Chaos can recover. Far away, the climber's linked assets continue to vanish, showing the rule is still stripping away things connected to him. More inherited powers are erased in rapid succession, but the climber keeps fighting through the losses. The Ragged Man lashes out physically and catches the climber with a savage blow of his own. The climber answers with a kick that knocks him back and resets the distance. Both men circle again, reduced more and more to bare bodies and willpower. The Ragged Man sneers that once the climber loses his skills, authority, and comrades, he will be nothing special at all. The climber admits the danger but answers with resolve, deciding to kill him before that fate can arrive. He unleashes a ruthless barrage of punches, battering the enemy despite the chaos-coated arm. The Ragged Man still manages to strike back through the blood and impact, turning the exchange into a savage slugfest. Even as his body crumbles, he smiles, already accepting that his end is near. He announces that he is finished, but not in surrender. He means his own existence is running out. Before fading, he leaves the climber a warning that carrying too many enemies, grudges, and comrades upward will only weigh him down. He senses the climber also carries much chaos and suggests that, unlike him, the climber may still become something whole. The climber listens in tense silence as the dying fragment hints at a path tied to another person. As his body dissolves into chaos, he tells the climber that if he truly wants to protect his world, he must understand what must be lost. With Fahiru of Loneliness defeated, the climber regains what had been taken and secures control over the 95th floor. Relieved that his losses were restored, he reflects that Fahiru did not seem like a simple fanatic but someone driven by her own purpose. He recalls that fragments of chaos were once people who challenged the 100th floor in order to save their worlds, even if they later became monsters. That makes Fahiru tragic rather than innocent, and he concludes she likely became this way while trying to protect her world. Still, he refuses to romanticize their failure and decides he cannot follow the same path or become another fragment of chaos. Asked what he would abandon to protect the world, he rejects the premise and chooses instead to seize everything he can, gaining a huge amount of chaos points. Those points trigger a hidden quest update and grant him partial qualification for something greater. The hidden quest reveals itself as a special climb the tower path created only once, with strict restrictions and unknown rewards. Its conditions emphasize secrecy, limited inheritance, and access to truths hidden from ordinary climbers, startling him with how serious it is. Back on the main floor, his allies notice his return through the portal and realize he survived the death match. They greet him with excitement, and he immediately checks whether anything went wrong while he was gone. His companions report that no worshippers remained and that clearing the floor opened the portal as expected. Satisfied, he tells them to proceed first while he stays behind to use the control authority he just obtained. The others accept and head out, thanking him and leaving the final cleanup in his hands. He sees them off, but pauses because one person still has no intention of leaving. Petite Princess lounges comfortably and admits she would rather stay where it is pleasant than move on immediately. He points out that the 96th floor is supposed to be a safe zone and suggests she rest there instead. She answers indirectly that without him she would neglect herself and get into trouble, making it clear she wants to keep traveling with him. He accepts that, but says he must first contact the Alliance and use a summon ticket for one more task. He sends an urgent request to the Alliance, asking everyone for immediate help. Then he prepares the summon ticket needed to bring in someone who can handle floor administration. The summoned group arrives, including an old mage, and one of them happily notes that the ticket let them visit the 95th floor as well. The old man asks why he was called, and the climber explains that he now controls the 95th floor. Another climber confirms the significance by saying he once held authority over a different floor before passing it on to Alios. Understanding the implication, the climber decides to transfer control of the 95th floor to John Traylor. With authority changing hands, he explains the floor's central problem. Those who cannot pay taxes are sacrificed to the blood altar and turned into NPCs. He states plainly that he wants to change that system, though the altar itself cannot be removed because the tower still needs it. When asked if he intends to change only the form of sacrifice, he confirms it just as the Alliance delivers the soul stones he requested. Messages pour in from Alliance members reporting that they captured worshippers, sealed their souls in stones, and sent them over. More reports arrive, with some members eagerly urging others to gather even more souls for the princess's request. Outside observers misunderstand the process as some kind of frightening demon ritual, showing how bizarre the operation looks from afar. The Alliance, however, proudly reframes it as devotion to the princess rather than dark worship. The climber is appalled by how cult-like they sound and tries to shut down the nonsense. When the absurdity keeps escalating, he bluntly denounces it as sham cult behavior and demands silence. Once order returns, the old mage explains the actual mechanism. Alliance members capture worshippers, seal them in soul stones, and deliver them inside the tower. The climber confirms that the soul inside each stone is then transformed into a homunculus and offered to the altar instead of a living debtor. A test proves the method works, as a bound worshipper is reborn not as a person but as a temporary homunculus NPC of the 95th floor. The climber tells the newly made being to live kindly and stop harming others, treating even this distorted rebirth with dignity. He then sends the homunculus toward the altar, urging it to be reborn into something better. The altar accepts the offering and assigns it a measurable sacrifice value, confirming the substitute is valid. The system recognizes that the blood altar has been activated through a new method and marks the proof quest as cleared. As a result, the climber is exempted from punishment, and the 95th floor is officially declared cleared with a portal now available. He formalizes the new rule. From now on, sacrifices to the altar will be worshippers converted into homunculi rather than ordinary residents. John Traylor accepts the burden of maintaining that system, and the climber thanks him for agreeing to such a difficult arrangement. With the administration settled, Petite Princess impatiently calls for them to stop lingering and move on. The climber agrees to leave, though John notes that he has accumulated a great deal of chaos in the process. John warns him to think carefully about what kind of existence he wants to remain as, hinting that chaos can reshape more than power. The climber understands the warning and privately admits he may one day end up like the fragments he has fought. At the same time, the hidden quest keeps pressing on his mind by promising transcendence at the cost of inevitable loss. Its conditions look disturbingly similar to the path that creates fragments of chaos, making him deeply suspicious of what the tower is asking. He then realizes one condition was likely fulfilled when a fragment of chaos acknowledged him, and the system confirms Hayden now supports his climb. Remembering his victory over Hayden on the 70th floor, he understands that recognition from a fragment counts as a major step toward transcendence. He also learns that transcendence requires multiple concepts, and starts wondering what concept defines him. That thought immediately spirals into embarrassment, as he fears the answer might be something ridiculous tied to his evil eye persona. Petite Princess snaps him out of it, and reminds him it is time to move. He decides to postpone the question of his concept until after they climb further. With only 5 floors left to the top, he steps through the portal and enters the 96th floor. The system creates a new checkpoint the moment he arrives. He quickly notices that this floor is not a true sanctuary but only a neutral zone with limited safety. Already suspicious, he asks his companion to look around because the place does not feel safe at all. The system confirms his unease. The 96th floor is a neutral zone where player killing is enabled, wounds regenerate, only partial safe areas exist, and even the dead can use the 90th and 96th floors as checkpoints. He learns that the 96th floor truly has a safe zone, which sounds almost too good to be true. A message from Niang Letter claims the safe zone is comfortable and welcoming, but that only deepens his confusion because he is still standing in a desert. When Niang Letter casually calls the area a plaza, he realizes they are somehow talking about completely different places. He suspects his absurd luck has dropped him into another bizarre situation and gets no useful answer from the system. Deciding there is no point complaining, he resolves to find someone who can explain where he is. Before he can move on, he notices something racing across the sand. A hooded rider tears through the wasteland on a reptilian mount, clearly in a hurry. The rider spots the armored stranger and is startled enough to nearly lose control. The protagonist abruptly appears beside him and asks for help, shocking the rider even more. He bluntly explains that he is trying to hitch a ride, which only makes him sound stranger. Once aboard, he asks to be taken to the safe zone, and the rider points out how ridiculous it is for someone who just arrived to ask that. The rider tries to throw him off at gunpoint, refusing to be burdened by a random outsider. A sudden danger alert interrupts the standoff before either of them can settle it. The rider's hidden attack skill is exposed, and the protagonist instantly realizes the man was preparing to betray him. The rider drops the act, summons allies, and orders them to charge, revealing this was an ambush. As the chase turns violent, the protagonist realizes he has been treated like cargo to be captured rather than a passenger. The attackers call the rider Taejun and taunt him that his father is waiting, making it clear this is a kidnapping attempt. Taejun snaps back in fury, confirming the pursuers are enemies who betrayed his family. One of the attackers fires, trying to bring them down before they can escape. The frog companion unexpectedly intercepts the shot with its tongue, saving them both. Using the opening, the protagonist identifies Taejun and confirms he is connected to the safe zone. Taejun realizes the protagonist can read his status and concludes he must have only just left the safe zone because he still has no bounty. With enemies closing in, the protagonist proposes a deal instead of continuing to fight each other. He offers help while armed riders close in from both sides. As blades descend on them, he commits to protecting Taejun for the moment. He unleashes a massive blast that wipes out the immediate attackers and proves he is far stronger than Taejun expected. Looking over the bodies, he admits he would have regretted helping if not for the luck that kept him alive through such a large attack. Now that the immediate threat is gone, he demands to know why NPCs on this floor are slaughtering one another. Taejun answers simply that these were the traitors who turned against his father. Desperate for answers, Taejun grabs a surviving enemy and learns only that a climber is still inside Peace Land, which makes him fear for his father. The mention of a climber catches the protagonist's attention immediately. Before Taejun can get more information, the captive dies, leaving only fragments of the truth behind. The protagonist presses Taejun to explain the larger conflict on the 96th floor. Taejun points out Peace Land, the safe zone at the center of everything. He explains that Peace Land was his father's territory until a climber seized control of it. That climber is Fabio Spencer, who drove Taejun's father out and now aims to dominate the entire 96th floor. When asked how one climber could turn so many NPCs, Taejun explains Fabio exploited the rule that NPCs cannot harm climbers inside a safe zone. Fabio abused that protection to overpower the locals, and his example has encouraged other climbers to start attacking NPCs as well. Taejun adds that the safe zone only holds 500 residents, most of whom were NPCs, so the balance was already fragile. Fabio is now forcing out any NPCs who refuse to obey him while claiming he is making the floor more convenient for climbers. The protagonist admits that from a selfish climber's perspective, Fabio's rule does sound convenient, especially since others have described the place as comfortable. Taejun warns that if he is captured, his father and the remaining loyal NPCs will lose their last leverage against Fabio. He asks whether hearing the full story has changed the protagonist's mind as a fellow climber. Instead of backing away, the protagonist decides he will help Taejun. He explains that Fabio's convenience comes at the cost of the tower's proper order. He recalls that NPCs are not disposable game pieces but living beings whose trust has helped climbers progress through the tower. If climbers keep monopolizing safe zones and driving NPCs out, that damage will spread far beyond this floor. NPCs on lower floors could start treating all climbers as enemies, cutting off quests and attacking them in the field. In the worst case, the NPCs might even ally with the tower's greater threats to stop climbers entirely. So he declares that he will restore the 96th floor to normal rather than simply join either side. Seeing only Fabio's faction and the anti-Fabio faction, he decides to create a third option. He announces the birth of a third faction built around coexistence instead of domination or revenge. At the same time, Petite Princess broadcasts to everyone that the 96th floor safe zone is real and urges them all to gather there. Her call spreads fast, and climbers across the floor begin reacting and preparing to head for Peace Land. One of the loudest responders is Kim Yoon-hyun, who excitedly decides to rush over to see Evil Eye in person. Another powerful climber hears the news and decides the gathering on the 96th floor is worth visiting as well. More allies choose to join, turning the summons into a major convergence. Back at Peace Land, Taejun is stunned when a strange blue field suddenly forms around them. He braces himself, unsure whether this new phenomenon is another trap. The protagonist reveals it is a buster call, his way of summoning reinforcements. Peace Land, the 96th floor safe zone, becomes the stage for a coming confrontation. Inside the city, Fabio enjoys the calm and congratulates himself on creating a peaceful morning. He credits that peace to the safe zone he now controls. Fabio openly presents himself as the one who truly cares about climbers and prepares to begin another day of rule. He keeps up a friendly facade with the NPCs around him, asking whether anything unusual has happened. The NPCs answer obediently, and Fabio dismisses them with false warmth. From a distance, he admires the order he has imposed and mistakes fear for peace. He praises Peace Land as a refuge made only for climbers, free from trouble. In his mind, the city is no longer shared territory but his personal kingdom and a paradise for climbers alone. That fantasy is interrupted when the protagonist arrives and bluntly says this paradise looks rotten. Fabio turns, irritated that anyone would dare ruin his mood. The protagonist steps forward and makes it clear he is the one challenging Fabio. He orders Fabio to leave the city immediately if he insists on treating it as his private kingdom. When Fabio refuses, the protagonist answers with a punch that sends him flying. The attack tears through the square and shatters Fabio's composure in front of everyone. Fabio crashes hard and realizes this challenger is far more dangerous than expected. The protagonist mocks his outrage and dares him to test his strength properly. As onlookers gather, Fabio assumes this must be a coordinated move by the Petit Alliance, but the protagonist denies belonging to any faction. He instead declares a simple principle: climbers and NPCs should coexist in the safe zone, and the crowd quickly rallies behind him. Fabio tries to bluff that the 96th floor's power will crush this resistance, and orders his side to prepare for battle. That confidence collapses when he sees just how many climbers and NPC allies have answered the call. Faced with overwhelming opposition, he can only protest that climbers are supposed to help one another. Taejun answers with his fists, demanding his father's release and making the conflict personal again. Inside the palace, the commotion reaches the room where Taejun's father is being held. Taejun finally finds his father, Taekid, alive but restrained. Relieved, Taejun rushes to him and asks whether Fabio captured him. Taekid reveals Fabio has already been taken down by a climber, leaving him baffled that another climber would oppose Fabio. The protagonist introduces himself as Evil Eye and asks Taekid, as the NPC leader, to help negotiate a real compromise between climbers and NPCs. Taekid steps back into Peace Land and is moved to see his home again after being driven out, but the transformed city shocks him almost immediately. Instead of a battlefield, he finds climbers openly selling Evil Eye merchandise and absurd fan goods in the square. The gathering has already turned chaotic and ridiculous, with allies joking around as if a festival has broken out. More climbers pile in with loud antics, treating the moment like a celebration rather than a political crisis. Even newly arrived high rankers are mistaken for members of the same alliance, as the crowd keeps swelling. Seeing Peaceland lively again, Taejun and the protagonist note that the city feels more alive than it has in a long time. Important climbers and alliance members continue arriving, giving the new movement real weight. The crowd recognizes Evil Eye at once and starts asking after Petite Princess, showing how quickly this gathering has become a public event. The protagonist explains that the princess is upstairs for now, then reframes the assembly as a chance to unite climbers and NPCs before the push to the 100th floor. He argues that stronger enemies and stronger NPCs await above, so division now will only doom everyone later. Several powerful climbers agree that his reasoning is sound and that this was worth gathering for. His followers erupt into emotional cheers, turning support for coexistence into a movement. The protagonist then invites Tekid to speak as the representative of the NPCs. Tekid accepts the microphone, and everyone expects a formal endorsement. Instead, he shocks the entire crowd by calling all of them trash. The outburst stuns even the protagonist's allies, who had expected gratitude. Tekid goes further and includes himself among that trash, making it clear this is not simple hostility, but a condemnation of everyone involved. He demands that they first answer a basic question about who truly owns a safe zone. His answer is that safe zones exist so climbers can rest, while NPCs are the ones tasked with building and maintaining them. Because both sides neglected that balance, the land outside Peaceland became lawless and rejected climbers were cast out into chaos. For Tekid, true coexistence means living freely as equals, not merely sharing space under climber control. One of the climbers praises the speech and interprets it as a call to act decisively, which Tekid eagerly affirms. But Tekid's fierce tone suddenly turns dangerous as the crowd begins to misunderstand his meaning. The more unruly climbers take his words as permission to beat Fabio, and the situation instantly devolves into slapstick mob justice. Taejun panics at the chaos, while the protagonist can only laugh awkwardly and pretend it is under control. Others escalate the joke by turning the gathering into a food-filled party, as if unity itself were a festival theme. By nightfall, Peaceland is celebrating Harmony Day with fireworks and a public feast for climbers and NPCs alike. The protagonist ends up drinking alongside former enemies and allies under the fireworks, while Tekid watches the strange peace take shape. Even the mood nearly collapses into more nonsense when someone threatens to strike a ridiculous pose, but the others shut that down immediately. Away from the celebration, a hooded figure quietly approaches Fabio's room. The intruder slips inside while the palace remains distracted by the festival. Fabio, now chained and marked as a murderer, assumes the visitor has brought him leftovers and dismisses them. The hooded figure answers coldly, making it clear this visit is not an act of kindness. In the middle of the celebration, the intruder suddenly slashes Fabio. Outside, the fireworks continue, masking the violence inside the palace. The party grows even louder as Petite Princess turns the night into a fan event around Evil Eye. His admirers are overwhelmed with emotion at finally meeting him in person. Other climbers and NPCs begin sharing drinks and enjoying one another's company with surprising ease. Watching the scene, several of the high rankers admit that the harmony feels natural and genuinely promising. The protagonist allows himself to believe this bond will only deepen before they move on to the 97th floor. By the next morning, Peaceland looks calm again after the night of celebration. The protagonist wakes up in the lodge, rested and still sharing space with his frog companion. He finds the princess already awake and energetic, while another companion is still passed out from the previous night. Their teasing quickly gives way to genuine warmth, as he admits he is simply glad to be with them again. When asked why he left the party early, he says the crowds were exhausting and that spending quiet time with his close companions was more enjoyable. Niang later arrives in the morning and jokes about how the princess survived being mobbed by fans. The princess answers with perfect idle confidence, claiming her fans only give her more energy. That answer immediately gets her dragged into rough morning sparring by her companion, turning the room chaotic again. While the others fool around, the protagonist remembers that Lee Junseok also reached the 96th floor but never appeared at the festival, which starts to bother him. He darkly admits he had been planning revenge on Junseok, but now that absence feels suspicious rather than convenient. He reminds himself that they still have a formal meeting ahead to exchange information and decide how the 96th floor will be managed. His companions complain lazily, but he pushes them to get ready anyway. One of them asks whether he truly intends to recruit Fabio instead of discarding him. He explains that simply expelling Fabio would make them no better than him, and he has also heard Fabio's cruelty may have been sharpened by losing a comrade outside the safe zone. Even so, Fabio remains a valuable fighter, and the protagonist believes they may need his strength to reach the 100th floor. That discussion is cut off when someone urgently calls for Evil Eye. Taejun and Ophelia burst in with alarm written all over their faces. They report that the noble knight guarding Fabio was attacked and killed. Fabio himself was also attacked but survived, and Tekid has already moved with the noble knights to contain the situation. Realizing the fragile peace is already under threat, the protagonist orders everyone to get ready so they can find the culprit immediately. As they rush out after Harmony Day's sudden collapse, the first question becomes who had reason to shatter this new coexistence so quickly. The investigators begin by ruling out ordinary climbers, since only Fabio has ever carried the murderer title. That pushes suspicion toward NPCs, but the safe zone's rules should have made such an attack impossible. They consider that Peaceland exceeded its population limit, which may have triggered NPC quests to reduce the number of climbers. Even so, NPCs should not be able to kill climbers there, so someone may have staged the scene to frame them. One theory is that Fabio himself orchestrated the chaos by attacking the noble knight and injuring himself.